Chapter 901, Lin Yuan is bleeding. When Lin Yuan activated the Pure Land of Bliss, white sand granules appeared all around Endless Summer's roots. The previously unwounded Endless Summer felt as though it was being soaked in a comfortable hot spring. Lin Yuan focused all his energy into injecting spiritual power into the Pure Land of Bliss to enable it to expand as much as possible and absorb all the creation world ley line residue that Endless Summer had not absorbed. When the creation world ley line landed on Endless Summer's tree crown, a golden glow lit up around Endless Summer. Endless Summer's aura suddenly intensified, and it seemed to transform again. But this time, the transformation involved its grade instead of quality. Previously, Endless Summer was like an unhatched egg. Now, it had broken out of its shell. Endless Summer started to grow even taller until it reached 1,800 meters tall. At this point, Endless Summer was the tallest entity in the remote area, and it looked even more imposing than the looming mountains in the distance. During a question-and-answer session, the Moon Empress had told Lin Yuan about how feys could evolve from suzerain to sovereign. Unlike feys that evolved from Diamond X/Fantasy V to suzerain before undergoing the world cleansing to evolve to myth breed, only creation breed feys could break through suzerain to evolve to sovereign. The aura radiated by a sovereign fey could strike fear into the hearts of 100 suzerain feys. Sovereign was not just a name. It also represented the fey's level and status. However, Lin Yuan also remembered the Moon Empress mentioning that suzerain X feys that evolved to creation breed needed some time before they could break through to sovereign. Endless Summer's direct evolution to sovereign had to be connected to its bloodlines evolution and Mystic Moon's separation of the trial of world creation's attacks into smaller bolts that Endless Summer had used to temper the Enlightenment rune. Hence, Endless Summer had not wasted a shred of the second and third attacks' energy. Mystic Moon nodded approvingly when he saw that Endless Summer had evolved to sovereign. With 3 tree cores, the triple core cycle, and the remote bloodline that was unlocked, Endless Mystical Dream Summer sure is interesting. This is the only way you'll be worthy of standing by the young lord's side. Mystic Moon opened his mouth and swallowed the silver dragon pearls. Despite having taken on the trial of world creation's attacks, Mystic Moon did not look winded at all. It was as though everything he had just done had only been effortless assistance. Endless Summer swung its branches wildly and changed into its human form. It hurriedly used its hands to catch the golden creation world ley line. Endless Summer did not expect that it would break through from suzerain X where it had been stuck for some time to sovereign the moment it evolved to creation breed. Endless Summer would be elated to have evolved if this was any other time. However, the time it had taken to break through had wasted a few minutes that it could have spent absorbing the creation world ley line. These few minutes caused some of the creation world ley line's energy to be lost, and Endless Summer's heart ached over this waste. Luckily, the lost energy could be replaced with the world power's nourishment. When the creation world ley line landed in Endless Summer's hands, the power of enlightenment exploded around Endless Summer, and a pinkish-purple enlightenment world expanded out around it. After the enlightenment world opened, Endless Summer hurriedly buried the creation world ley line in the ground of the enlightenment world. An endless number of golden threads burst forth from the ground where the creation world ley line had been buried. The golden threads sailed around the enlightenment world in every different direction. The golden threads nourished and stabilized the enlightenment world, and the world power of the enlightenment law slowly grew stronger. Slowly the golden threads faded and returned to the ground where the creation world ley line had been buried. A short while later, the golden threads burst from the ground again and spread out to temper the enlightenment world. Now, Endless Summer had finally become a sovereign I/creation/fey. Endless Summer still wore the same pinkish-purple palace robe as before. However, its aura was completely different from before. Its aura was even more extraordinary than before, and its every movement had a mystical note to it. The mystical note fused with the Enlightenment world's roots, and Endless Summer became the willpower of the Enlightenment world. The Pure Land of Bliss was absorbing the golden light from the creation world ley line, and Lin Yuan could feel a pressure weighing on him that had not been there before. This pressure made Lin Yuan sigh to himself. It looks like Morbius' grade is too low. Morbius was only Bronze X/Legend, so it was unfeasible to expect it to be able to absorb the energy from the creation world ley line. It was only after the blue flash purple butterfly evolved to fantasy breed that Morbius would be able to evolve again. At that time, Lin Yuan would probably be able to see more when he checked on creation breed phase. However, Lin Yuan was unwilling to let the energy from the creation world ley line get away from him. Lin Yuan fought against the pressure and injected spirit chi into the Pure Land of Bliss to support it as it absorbed the energy in the creation world ley line. Luckily, there was only a small amount of creation world ley line energy. Lin Yuan's support would have been useless if there was any more. However, this form of assertive support was not without its costs. While Lin Yuan was suppressing the pressure and circulating his spiritual power, the spiritual power in his body went out of control and seriously injured him. Lin Yuan felt something rise up in his throat, and fresh blood leaked out of his mouth and nose with a dull moan of pain. The sudden appearance of blood terrified the mother of bloodbath that was currently carrying Lin Yuan and the old woman that was standing nearby. The silver-haired old woman's chest tightened, and she instinctively put a large distance between her and Lin Yuan. Chapter 902, Sacred Source Life Form for You. The old lady thought, I didn't do anything. I hope Mystic Moon doesn't blame Lin Yuan's injuries on me. If he does, I'll become the person that made the Radiant Moon Palace's young lord bleed. Not even sacrificing the entire cage of Brahma insects will be able to make up for such a sin. The mother of bloodbath was also astonished by the blood flowing out of Lin Yuan's mouth and nose. Ever since the mother of bloodbath had become Lin Yuan's path protector, he had remained in the pink of health. Moreover, Lin Yuan's body had been cleansed by the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar, and his genetic model had also been optimized. Why was the healthy Lin Yuan suddenly bleeding? The mother of bloodbath had not sensed anyone making a move on Lin Yuan. Although the silver-haired old woman was a Thearch class expert and it was possible for the mother of bloodbath to have missed an attack on Lin Yuan, the mother of bloodbath had noticed the old woman's alarmed gaze at the sight of Lin Yuan bleeding. The mother of bloodbath hurriedly circulated its blood law to stem the flow of Lin Yuan's blood and allowed the spirit qi inside Lin Yuan's body to return to regular flow. Lin Yuan's blood that had flowed out also did not go to waste as the mother of bloodbath used the blood law to return the blood into Lin Yuan's body. Mystic Moon rushed to Lin Yuan's side to check on him when he noticed Lin Yuan bleeding. After he confirmed that nothing serious had happened to Lin Yuan, Mystic Moon did not ask any more questions. Instead, he stood beside Lin Yuan protectively. Mystic Moon sensed that Lin Yuan was circulating his spiritual power toward the source sand underground and realized that this was the reason Lin Yuan had been injured. Since Lin Yuan was Mystic Moon's young lord, Mystic Moon would continue to protect Lin Yuan throughout any decision that Lin Yuan made. Nonetheless, Mystic Moon had always been curious about Lin Yuan. Mystic Moon's sacred source life form was one of the 3 sacred source life forms that had built Star Web. Hence, Mystic Moon could find out anything about Lin Yuan from Star Web if he wanted to. However, Mystic Moon had never done so. Instead, he had used his sacred source life form to lock all the information about Lin Yuan on Star Web so that not even the other members of royalty would be able to obtain information about Lin Yuan without Mystic Moon's permission. Although Mystic Moon had locked Lin Yuan's information and had not looked at the information himself, he had been paying attention to all of Lin Yuan's news on Star Web and was cheering him on just like everyone else. Once he had ascertained that Lin Yuan was fine, Mystic Moon looked at the kill food worm. It was no secret that Black had the blue flash purple butterfly. If Lin Yuan summoned the blue flash purple butterfly, he would be able to turn the kill food worm into his loyal servant immediately. The kill food worm would want to serve the blue flash purple butterfly and swear its loyalty of its own accord. This was why Mystic Moon had not injured the old woman more seriously after deciding to give the kill food worm to Lin Yuan. Endless Summer was done absorbing the creation world ley line, and it walked through the air toward Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan congratulated Endless Summer with a solemn expression. Instead of a sea of spirit chi crystals being produced in the spirit lock spatial zone like what he had anticipated, a golden pearl had appeared. The aura of the creation world ley line seeped out of the golden pearl. Lin Yuan took a closer look and realized that there was a small golden spine in the golden pearl. He sighed and thought, it looks like I expected too much. After a myth-breed Fae finished experiencing the world cleansing, a large amount of pure spirit chi would descend along with the world grace. It was expected that the pure spirit chi would turn into spirit chi crystals after being absorbed by the pure land of bliss. However, the creation world ley line was different from the world grace as it contained energy that could evolve worlds instead of pure spirit chi. This energy teemed with a life of its own and would not decrease after it was used up. Instead, it would evolve after being nourished by world power. Lin Yuan suddenly remembered that there had not been any creation world ley line when the Dark Death Law on the sacred sword-wielding Queen's skirt evolved to the Dark Death Law. There also had not been any world cleansing when the Vicious Poison Law evolved from Myth 2 to Myth 3. Although the sacred sword-wielding Queen's skirt could evolve the completed laws and law crystals into law worlds, it would not receive the rewards that came with the world cleansing and trial of world creation. Lin Yuan wondered what changes would happen to the Dark Death world if his golden pearl was buried within it. He decided to summon the sacred sword-wielding queen from the depths of his soul later on and let it take a look at the golden pearl to see if it had anything to say about it. Endless Summer bowed deeply to Lin Yuan and stayed in that position for some time before turning its head to thank Mystic Moon. Mystic Moon waved his hand dismissively and said, "There's no need to thank me. I wouldn't be here if not for the young lord, much less help you." Endless Summer still thanked Mystic Moon. However, it did not thank Lin Yuan because those words were insufficient to cover the debt of gratitude that it owed Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan smiled brightly and said to Endless Summer, "You've finally evolved to creation breed." Endless Summer looked ashamed as it felt that it had used too many of Lin Yuan's law crystals. The breakthrough it had been able to experience was a result of every law crystal that Lin Yuan had given it. Lin Yuan gave Endless Summer a rainbow ball of light. Endless Summer immediately realized what this rainbow ball of light was. Before Endless Summer could react, Lin Yuan said, "Since you've evolved to creation breed, you should be able to contract sacred source life forms now." A look of disbelief came over Endless Summer. Nonetheless, it was unsurprising that Lin Yuan was now giving it a sacred source life form after he had given it so many law crystals. Endless Summer knew that this was a product of Lin Yuan's affection. Endless Summer, who had already decided to dedicate its life to protecting Lin Yuan, did not try to reject Lin Yuan and immediately received the sacred source life form. Chapter 903, It's about time to use it. Young Master, I'll form a marrow contract with this sacred source life form after I return home. I'll immediately inform you of its abilities afterward. Lin Yuan nodded. After witnessing Wen Yu's astronomical parliament, Lin Yuan had realized how important a sacred source life form's abilities were for a faction's expansion. It would be good if Endless Summer's sacred source life form was a power offense type like Zhongzi's sacred source life form because it would increase Endless Summer's strength and battle prowess. It would also be fine if Endless Summer's sacred source life form was the same type as Wen Yu's sacred source life form. Such sacred source life forms would greatly benefit a faction's expansion, and they would enable the faction to chart out businesses in different directions. Mystic Moon did not find it surprising that Lin Yuan had given Endless Summer a sacred source life form. After all, Lin Yuan was the young lord of the Radiant Moon Palace, and all the resources in the world should be available to him. Given that Lin Yuan had rushed out in the middle of the Guardia banquet just to save Endless Summer, it showed how important Endless Summer was to him. However, the silver-haired old woman had a different point of view. She looked green with envy as she gazed at the sacred source life form in Endless Summer's hands. Even though she was one of the elders of the cage of Brahma insects, she still did not have a sacred source life form of her own. However, the Moon Empress disciple had so casually given a sacred source life form to a fey that had just evolved to creation breed. This sacred source life form came from a class 5-dimensional rift. Every class 5-dimensional rift only had one sacred source life form. As jealous as the old woman felt, she did not let it get the better of her. She greatly desired Lin Yuan's resources and was determined to form a good relationship with Lin Yuan. She was not intending to form a good relationship with Lin Yuan to gain access to the Moon Empress but purely because of Lin Yuan. Since Lin Yuan was dressed in the Moonbeam coronation costume, he had clearly just rushed over from the Guardia banquet. The silver-haired old woman decided to ask the cage of Brahma insects leader about Lin Yuan's news from the Guardia banquet. At that moment, Lin Yuan's phone rang. Lin Yuan saw that the call was coming from Gulang. He picked up the call and heard Gulang's austere voice, as though there was something weighing on his heart. "Lin Yuan, the Guardia banquet is over. I'll have to take a rain check on the meal at Kitchen Fragrance Palace that we were going to have together. I'm sorry. I'll find a chance to make it up to you in the future." Gulang hung up the call. Lin Yuan frowned. From their short interaction, Lin Yuan had learned that Gulang was a very mild-mannered person. There was no way that Gulang would cancel their meal without a good reason. Could something have happened during the Guardia banquet? Lin Yuan remembered Wang Fuxiang, who was the doom-bringer of men, standing behind the bamboo monarch. At that time, Lin Yuan did not know why Wang Fuxiang and the bamboo monarch had been sitting together or why they were dressed like a couple. Moreover, Lin Yuan had noticed the bamboo monarch's countenance turning more sickly after the Guardia banquet began. Although the bamboo monarch had been maintaining a jovial expression, his face slowly drained of color. That was when Lin Yuan had realized that the bamboo monarch had to have been stained with bad luck after starting a relationship with Wang Fuxiang. Lin Yuan did not know what kind of bad luck Zhongzi had been afflicted with or what effect it had on Zhongzi. However, Wang Fuxiang's bad luck could take a man's life. While Lin Yuan was thinking, his phone rang again. Lin Yuan had just been thinking of Zhongzi when the latter called. He picked up the call and heard Zhongzi cough and say, "Lin Yuan, something happened to Lord Bamboo Monarch at the Guardia banquet." Gulang went back with Lord Bamboo Monarch to the Purple Bamboo Forest. "Master and I are going to the Purple Bamboo Forest tomorrow to visit Lord Bamboo Monarch." Our meal will have to be postponed. Zhong Ziyi apologized softly before going on to ramble, if you find my cooking nice after having a taste, I can make meals and deliver them to you whenever you want. Zhong Ziyi had said the last line so incoherently that Lin Yuan had not heard him clearly. Just as Lin Yuan was about to ask Zhong Ziyi to repeat what he said, Zhong Ziyi let out a howl of pain as though someone had just hit him. Senior brother, can you not hit my head whenever you please? I'm not a child anymore. A familiar voice took over the call and said, he, so what if I hit your head once in a while? I even changed your diapers when you were a baby. Since you're already on the phone with little Yuan, it saves me the trouble of calling him myself. Lin Yuan immediately recognized Uncle Li's voice. Apparently, Uncle Li was Chef Supreme's first disciple. When he recalled the rumors about Chef Supreme's first disciple, Lin Yuan felt that it greatly differed from his personal experience of Uncle Li as an honest and wife-fearing man. Little Yuan, the fight between you and Zhong Ziyi was amazing. When I get back from the purple bamboo forest, I'll cook red braised meat for you. It'll be a good chance for Auntie Zhang and me to see where you are living and whether Chu Ci is as stick-thin as before. A current of warmth flooded Lin Yuan's heart as he replied, no problem. You and Auntie Zhang are welcome at my place anytime. Uncle Li grinned and said, it's settled. Auntie Zhang and I will visit you and Chu Ci when we have more time. I even wanted the old man. Suddenly, Lin Yuan noticed the call was cut off. It seemed that Uncle Li had ended the call. Lin Yuan could not help but be curious as he did not understand why Uncle Li had ended the call in such a rush. Meanwhile, Li Changlin felt someone kick his backside forcefully and snatch the phone out of his hands. He looked back and saw that his assailant was Chef Supreme. Chef Supreme snapped angrily at Li Changlin, at your age, shouldn't you already be aware of what to say and what not to say? If Li Changlin had finished what he wanted to say, the person on the other end of the phone would have assumed that Chef Supreme wanted to steal the Moon Empress disciple. From the way that the Moon Empress adored her disciple, she would definitely cause trouble for Chef Supreme in future imperial court meetings if she found out. The more he thought about it, the angrier Chef Supreme became, to the point that he wanted to kick Li Changlin to vent his anger. When he lifted his leg, his daughter pressed his leg back down. When he saw his daughter's angry gaze, Chef Supreme chuckled and thought, daughters really sever themselves from their maiden family the moment they get married. Chef Supreme sighed. It seemed like the bamboo monarch, and Wang Fuxiang's short-lived tragic fate was about to come to an end. Regardless, bamboo monarch was a class 5 creation master and should not die at the hands of a woman. The silver-haired old woman had been listening while Lin Yuan was talking on the phone. When she heard him mention Uncle Li and Auntie Zhang, the gears in her brain started to turn. A couple with the surname Li and Zhang could only be that pair from Kitchen Fragrance Palace. At that moment, the way the old woman looked at Lin Yuan changed. She did not expect the Moon Empress disciple to be so well connected. Lin Yuan still had not interacted with the old woman any further. Instead, he turned to Endless Summer and the mother of Bloodbath and said, the both of you should return to the mansion. Next, Lin Yuan said to Mystic Moon, Uncle Mystic, let's return to the Radiant Moon Palace. The Guardia banquet is already over, and Master must be anxious over my prolonged absence. From the call, it seemed that Chef Supreme was going to take his disciples to the Purple Bamboo Forest to visit the Bamboo Monarch. Lin Yuan did not know whether the Moon Empress was going to take him to the Purple Bamboo Forest as well, but he felt that the possessed star intelligent dark clouds pollen that he had accidentally produced would finally come into use. Chapter 904, The Special Strength Law. When Lin Yuan had accidentally nurtured the possessed star intelligent dark clouds, he had not seen much use for it. After all, bad luck was intangible and gossamer. But after some time, he had discovered that Wang Fuxiang was not the only person stained by bad luck. For example, he had found out that Zhong Ziyi was also afflicted by bad luck at the Guardia banquet. At first, Lin Yuan had been doubtful of whether Zhong Ziyi was truly Chef Supreme's disciple. As a Class 5 creation master, shouldn't Chef Supreme be able to do something about Zhong Ziyi's bad luck? But after talking more with Zhong Ziyi and Gulang, Lin Yuan learned that they had been friends since they were young. They had been with Chef Supreme and the Bamboo Monarch for almost their entire lives. Thus, it was impossible that Chef Supreme was unaware of Zhong Ziyi's bad luck. But since Zhong Ziyi's bad luck had not been removed, Lin Yuan could not help but feel that the situation was dubious. Can it be that Class 5 creation masters aren't capable of removing bad luck? If so, the possessed star intelligence dark clouds pollen is unbelievably valuable. After witnessing the relationship between Wang Fuxiang and the Bamboo Monarch at the Guardia banquet, Lin Yuan was even more certain of his conclusion. If Class 5 creation masters could remove bad luck, the bamboo monarch would not have been affected by Wang Fuxiang. Although the possessed star intelligent dark clouds would come into use now, Lin Yuan had to carefully consider how he should proceed. Young master, I'll head back to the mansion now to form a marrow contract with the sacred source life form and wait for you to return, said Endless Summer. The mother of Bloodbath was about to speak but stopped itself. As Lin Yuan's path protector, the mother of Bloodbath wanted to turn into a small spider and hide in his hair like it used to. But Mystic Moon was with Lin Yuan now, and Lin Yuan's destination was the Radiant Moon Palace. Hence, it was unlikely that he would be in any danger. It would not be of any help to Lin Yuan if it tagged along. The mother of Bloodbath sighed lightly and said, "Fine, I'll wait for you back at the mansion too." The mother of Bloodbath decided to work hard on increasing its power once it returned to the mansion. It was currently still stuck at Myth 2 and had not even gained body weaponization. Although its powers were considered at the top of the pyramid in the Radiance Federation, Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple, and the Moon Empress power was at the absolute peak of the pyramid. Thus, the mother of Bloodbath felt that it was still too weak to be Lin Yuan's path protector. Nonetheless, the mother of Bloodbath had not lost confidence in itself. Ever since it had gained the external blood bone, the mother of Bloodbath knew that it could stand toe-to-toe with feys of the same grade without any fear. The mother of Bloodbath had always been confident in its talent and bloodline. When it evolved to creation breed, it would definitely be much stronger than other creation breed feys. Although the external blood bone would be the key to increasing its power, it was also the source of its problems because the red water blood snakes caused the mother of Bloodbath to require much more resources in order to evolve. The mother of Bloodbath was not a creation master, and it could not obtain any resources by staying at the mansion. Lin Yuan had always been the one who provided the mother of Bloodbath with resources. Although Lin Yuan had an endless supply of resources, the mother of Bloodbath was afraid that Lin Yuan would run out of resources while trying to help it evolve to creation breed. The mother of Bloodbath thought, maybe I should find the chance to return to the Endless Forest to collect blood-type spiritual ingredients and go on an extended training retreat. Lin Yuan noticed the mother of Bloodbath's expression. He knew that in spite of the mother of Bloodbath's cold demeanor, it was actually a sensitive creature. He had just helped Endless Summer evolve to creation breed, and it was now time to focus his efforts on helping the mother of Bloodbath evolve as well. He had given the sacred source life form that he had prepared for the mother of Bloodbath to Endless Summer. But now, he had gained another sacred source life form as his prize for winning the martial arts stage. Lin Yuan would wait till he returned to the mansion to give the new sacred source life form to the mother of Bloodbath. After the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer left, Mystic Moon glanced at the kill food worm before asking, "Young lord, what do you think should be done about this kill food worm?" Lin Yuan had already used Morbius True Data to check on the Myth 3 kill food worm. Basically, the kill food worm was the kill food sky butterfly's young stage. Besides being able to comprehend laws, the kill food worm's abilities and exclusive skills would change drastically when it transformed into the kill food sky butterfly. Thus, it did not do Lin Yuan much good to learn about the kill food worm's current abilities. However, the law that the kill food worm comprehended was special. Most feys comprehended laws and willpowers that were related to their types. As such, when the willpowers transformed into laws, the laws would also be of the same type as the fey and have the respective attributes. However, the kill food worm had not comprehended a law that was related to its type. Rather, it had comprehended a pure strength law. The strength law not only allowed the kill food worm to be stronger than other feys, but it also improved the kill food worm's physique. Lin Yuan thought, if I kill the Myth 3 kill food worm, the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt would have the Myth 3 strength law embedded in it. With the strength law, my own strength will definitely rise significantly. But the moment the thought entered Lin Yuan's mind, he dismissed it. If law crystals were used, the kill food worm would soon evolve to creation breed, and it would not need external help during its evolution like Endless Summer did. Once the kill food worm transformed into its larva stage, it would be able to defend against the trial of world creation's attack without any issues. A living creation breed kill food sky butterfly would be much more useful than a law on the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt. When Lin Yuan used Blackie's spirit essence explosion, he gathered spirit chi to release explosive damage. Moreover, the mother of Bloodbath was about to evolve to creation breed. With the kill food sky butterfly, Lin Yuan would be able to better protect the mother of Bloodbath so that it could safely overcome the trial of world creation. Uncle Mystic, why don't you take care of the kill food worm for me first and return it to me after returning from the Radiant Moon Palace? Mystic Moon nodded and said, Young lord, I shall hold on to the kill food worm for now then. Mystic Moon walked up to the kill food worm and scoffed. I know you understand what I'm saying. If you know what's good for you, you're going to shrink now. The kill food worm had seen Mystic Moon's true form and sensed Mystic Moon's aura. Although it was not as terrified as it had been when it was faced with the dominate sky snake dove, it was still very afraid of Mystic Moon. Chapter 905, A Guest. The kill food worm hastily shrunk itself until it was only 5 centimeters long, and it looked like any other caterpillar. Mystic Moon picked up the kill food worm and placed it inside a jade box. The jade box was just a normal box carved out of jade and did not have any defensive abilities. The kill food worm could break out any time it wanted. However, the kill food worm did not move a muscle as it did not dare to retaliate. In spite of its panicked state, it knew what its life's purpose was. The purpose of its life was to transform into the kill food sky butterfly. Thus, it would not do anything that would jeopardize its life while in the presence of a creature as strong as Mystic Moon. In fact, it knew better than other feys how to act in order to guarantee its survival. Lin Yuan knew that he would be able to tame the kill food worm if he summoned the blue flash purple butterfly. However, he had not formed a contract with the kill food worm and could not store it in his spiritual spatial zone. The most he would be able to do was keep the kill food worm in the spirit lock spatial zone and instruct the blue flash purple butterfly to tame the kill food worm there. Although the kill food worm would definitely start obeying the blue flash purple butterfly, it had not evolved to creation breed or transformed into the kill food sky butterfly. Hence, it would be able to use world power to be contracted to the blue flash purple butterfly and become the blue flash purple butterfly's servant. Lin Yuan was afraid that the kill food worm would go on a rampage in the spirit lock spatial zone without the contract. Everything precious to Lin Yuan was in the spirit lock spatial zone. The Myth 3 kill food worm was fully capable of killing all the feys and destroying all the spiritual ingredients in the spirit lock spatial zone. If the kill food worm killed the twin red pagoda, phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree, and cinnabar osmanthus haworthia, Lin Yuan would not know how to handle it, much less Lin Yuan's actual feys like the floating island whale, grey, genius, chimey, wind speed rapid antelope, silver corona, and brocade zither. Moreover, Lin Yuan needed the elemental shellfish to produce heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls in order to collect more resources. As such, Lin Yuan decided to wait till after he left the Radiant Moon Palace to evolve the kill food worm as soon as possible. Lin Yuan was continuously feeding the sacred sword-wielding queen with law source crystals, and it was continuously producing law crystals. The kill food worm was not like Endless Summer, which had only recently evolved to Myth 3. It had used its own abilities to evolve to Pinnacle Suzerain/Myth 3 and would only need a few law crystals before it evolved to Creation Breed. After Mystic Moon stored the kill food worm away for Lin Yuan, he prepared himself to leave with Lin Yuan to the Radiant Moon Palace. The most convenient way to travel to the Radiant Moon Palace was for Mystic Moon to return to the precious item made of the jeweled cave golden toad and Lin Yuan to use the ethereal jellyfish's ability to transport them to the Radiant Moon Palace. Although they would need to make several stops in between, it should only take a moment. The silver-haired woman hesitated when she saw Mystic Moon and Lin Yuan about to leave. She did not know whether to take the initiative to say something to Lin Yuan. If she let them leave without striking up a conversation with them, the sky-covering weeping willows tree core and kill food worm she had given up would just be compensation for her mistake. However, if she spoke a bit more to them or even managed to get Lin Yuan's contact details, she would have the chance to interact more with Lin Yuan in the future. When she saw Mystic Moon enter the toad-shaped precious weapon, the old woman mustered up her courage and said to Lin Yuan, "Lord, I was too reckless and brought you trouble. I would like a chance to go and see you to apologize properly." Lin Yuan immediately knew what the silver-haired old woman meant. "You don't need to come to see me to apologize. The kill food worm and sky-covering weeping willows tree core are enough." The old woman's face fell. Going to see Lin Yuan to apologize was just a euphemism, but she did not expect Lin Yuan to reject her immediately. However, Lin Yuan's next words made the old woman's face light up. "If you're going to come to visit, you'll be a guest." The old woman quickly took out the phone that she had not used in a long time to record Lin Yuan's contact details. 70% of the creatures in the world were insects. Cage of Brahma Insects was able to remain as one of the top 3 factions for the past century because insects were the most abundant life form on Earth. As Lin Yuan continued to expand Sky City, he would need to often interact and collaborate with Cage of Brahma Insects. By forming a good relationship with Cage of Brahma Insects, all of Lin Yuan's future insect species fey needs would be taken care of with one phone call. Moreover, Lin Yuan needed sufficient influence in order to have a shot at becoming a Radiance envoy. Forming a good relationship with as many factions as possible would only be beneficial to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan wanted to use his own effort to make the Moon Empress proud of him. He did not want people's first thought when they saw him was that he was the Moon Empress disciple. Lin Yuan saved the silver-haired old woman's number and sent a message to Lu Ji telling him not to worry and that endless summer had smoothly evolved to creation breed. Lin Yuan soon arrived at the Radiant Moon Palace using the ethereal jellyfish's ability. Mystic Moon exited the jeweled cave Golden Toad. As Lin Yuan and Moon Empress walked through a long corridor, they were greeted by Cold Moon standing at the door to the inner palace. Cold Moon rushed up to them and said, "The Moon Empress is concocting spirit fluids." Mystic Moon hastily halted, and Cold Moon said to Lin Yuan, "Young lord, you can enter the inner palace anytime. The Moon Empress has been asking after you ever since she returned." Lin Yuan nodded and walked into the inner palace. Not even Mystic Moon and Cold Moon were allowed to disturb the Moon Empress when she was concocting spirit fluids. Yet, she had given Lin Yuan the authority to do so. Once Lin Yuan entered the inner palace, he saw the Moon Empress standing behind a work table with 100 spiritual ingredients from lucky feys. When he saw the spiritual ingredients, Lin Yuan knew that the Moon Empress was trying to come up with a solution to the Bamboo Monarch's issue. Lin Yuan did not disturb her. Instead, he quietly stood off to the side to wait for her to finish concocting the spirit fluid she was working on. He saw 7 green birds with vine-like feathers picking up and pecking the spiritual ingredients before placing them in a crystal dish in front of the Moon Empress. The Moon Empress used her soul to mix and combine the spiritual ingredients in the crystal dish, and they quickly turned into a sticky substance. The Moon Empress stored the amber substance in the suet chalcedony bottle with a shake of her hand and sealed the opening. Chapter 906, All I Need is Master. This was not the first time that Lin Yuan had seen the Moon Empress concocting spirit fluids. But every time he did, he felt a strange astonishment. Her manipulation of the spiritual ingredients was exceptionally efficient, and she could perfectly combine tens of spiritual ingredients in less than a minute. Lin Yuan had also seen Master Hong Shen concoct spirit fluids. It would take Master Hong Shen close to 2 hours to use his soul to combine tens of spiritual ingredients, and even then, 100% homogenization was not guaranteed. He felt that the difference between a Class 4 Creation Master and a Class 5 Creation Master was too vast. The canyon that separated Class 4 Creation Masters and Class 5 Creation Masters was even wider than the one that separated Class 4 Creation Masters and Class 1 Creation Masters. The Moon Empress smiled when she saw Lin Yuan. However, she sighed when she looked back down at the amber substance in the suet chalcedony bottle. Lin Yuan noticed this and asked softly, "Master, is this the potion that will remove Wang Fuxiang's bad luck?" The Moon Empress realized that Lin Yuan had learned about what had happened at the Guardia banquet. This spirit fluid can dispel the bad luck that's festering in the Bamboo Monarch's soul. However, the root of the bad luck must be removed first. The Moon Empress stored away the suet chalcedony bottle. Previously, the Moon Empress might have approved of Chef Supreme's method. But ever since accepting Lin Yuan as her disciple, the Moon Empress understood that Chef Supreme's method would lead to a feud with the Bamboo Monarch even though it would also solve the issue. The Bamboo Monarch was a rational person. Even though he knew that he would be afflicted by bad luck, he still chose to be with Wang Fuxiang. This meant that the Bamboo Monarch had already prepared himself for the worst. Hence, the Bamboo Monarch would never allow Chef Supreme to harm Wang Fuxiang. The Moon Empress understood how the Bamboo Monarch felt. If Lin Yuan were in Wang Fuxiang's place, she would also never allow anyone to hurt him. If she was really left with no other choice, the Moon Empress was even willing to sacrifice herself in order to preserve Lin Yuan. Thus, the Moon Empress was not going to participate in this matter. She was not going to stop Chef Supreme from going to the Purple Bamboo Forest, but she was not going to take Lin Yuan there either. When Lin Yuan noticed the worried look on the Moon Empress' face, he immediately felt uncomfortable. This was the first time that Lin Yuan had seen such a look of helpless nervousness on the Moon Empress's face. "Master, I heard from Zhongzi that the Bamboo Monarch fell ill at the Guardia banquet. Is it because of Wang Fuxiang's bad luck?" asked Lin Yuan. The Moon Empress nodded and replied, "Wang Fuxiang's bad luck is something that she was born with. It must have something to do with her ancestry. This kind of bad luck has a major effect on the soul of others. The stronger the love, the more damage will be done to the soul. Not even grade 5 spirit fluids can achieve the level of decay that the bad luck has caused to the Bamboo Monarch's soul." The situation was exactly as Lin Yuan had thought. At first, Lin Yuan was thinking about how to use the Possess Star Intelligent Dark Cloud's pollen. But now, he only saw one way to use it, which was to give it to the Moon Empress. The possessed star intelligent dark clouds pollen could remove bad luck. It would be able to remove Wang Fuxiang's bad luck in a large enough amount. When Wang Fuxiang's bad luck disappeared, the bamboo monarch's soul would no longer be affected by the bad luck. The bamboo monarch should be able to return to the pink of health with the spirit fluid that the Moon Empress concocted. At this point, it was a matter of life or death for the bamboo monarch. It was a choice between love and his own life and duty. The bamboo monarch was stuck between a rock and a hard place. However, even if he continued to be unable to make a decision, someone would eventually make the decision for him. If the Moon Empress used the possessed star intelligent dark clouds pollen now to save the bamboo monarch, he would owe her a debt that he would never be able to return. This would be extremely beneficial to the Moon Empress. The Moon Empress had always been looking after Lin Yuan, and he felt that it was high time that he did something to help her. "Master, will you be happy if you can remove Wang Fuxiang's bad luck?" asked Lin Yuan with a smile. He took out the brocade box with the possessed star intelligent dark clouds pollen and said, "Master, look, this is something I obtained by accident while nurturing a fey. The thing inside should be able to help with Wang Fuxiang's bad luck." Lin Yuan gave the brocade box to the Moon Empress. The Moon Empress was engulfed in her thoughts about the bamboo monarch's issue and was stunned when she heard what Lin Yuan said. However, she took what Lin Yuan said seriously because she trusted and respected her disciple and because she knew that he could nurture the golden lotus brocade pearls that proved his unique abilities as a creation master. The Moon Empress opened the brocade box and studied the light golden pollen inside. Shortly after, her eyes lit up. The pollen in the box could remove Wang Fuxiang's bad luck. However, Wang Fuxiang's bad luck was so aggressive that one box of possessed star intelligent dark clouds pollen was not enough. The Moon Empress asked Lin Yuan, "Disciple, do you have more of this pollen?" Lin Yuan nodded and replied, "Master, I'm able to produce one box every week." The Moon Empress patted Lin Yuan's stray strands of hair and said, "Disciple, you've done a great service for the bamboo monarch. Let's go. I'll take you to Purple Bamboo Forest, and you can give the pollen to him yourself." She remembered Chef Supreme, who was rushing to the Purple Bamboo Forest and felt that she should give him a call to stop him. If Chef Supreme attacked, the bamboo monarch and Chef Supreme would not stop fighting until one of them was dead. They would never be on good terms again for the rest of their lives. Lin Yuan hurriedly said, "Master, I think it's best if you give the possessed star intelligent dark clouds pollen to the bamboo monarch." The Moon Empress was surprised by this, but she understood why Lin Yuan had said so. Warmth flooded her heart, and she touched the radiant pearls on Lin Yuan's collar. "If you give the possessed star intelligent dark clouds pollen to the bamboo monarch, you'll have done him a huge favor. You'll also become Wang Fuxiang's savior. From then on, you can even ask for the Purple Bamboo Forest, and the bamboo monarch will give it to you," said the Moon Empress gently. Lin Yuan shook his head. He knew what the Moon Empress' intentions were, but his status was still too low to meet with the bamboo monarch. Although this favor would make Lin Yuan's future smoother, he had always depended on himself and did not even like to bother the Moon Empress. As such, he did not care about the favor that the bamboo monarch would owe him. Moreover, this favor would be much more useful to the Moon Empress. Lin Yuan smiled brightly at the Moon Empress, revealing a row of pearly teeth, and said, "All I need is master." Chapter 907, What's There to Despise? The Moon Empress called Chef Supreme and said, "Don't do it. I have a plan." She hung up the call and turned to say to Lin Yuan, "Disciple, I'll need to be at the Purple Bamboo Forest for a few days, and I'll take Cold Moon with me. If you need me, you can call either one of us." The Moon Empress gave Lin Yuan his prizes for the martial arts stage. Sacred source life forms that had not been contracted all looked like rainbow balls of light, and it was impossible to tell what was inside. Lin Yuan had also never tried to check. There was also a square crest engraved with 10 modeled beams of light. Some of the beams of light were bright while others were dark, but they all gave the feeling of having been through a roller coaster of a life. The order of radiant light had the feeling of vastness, and an unknown seed was embedded in the center. The vastness enveloped the seed, and light gave the seed burning hope of life. When the seed grew into a large tree, it would shade all the living creatures in its vastness. The order of radiant light had a simple design and was very light. However, it somehow felt heavy in Lin Yuan's hand. The weight did not come from the order of radiant light itself but from the pressure that weighed down on Lin Yuan. The order of radiant light marked the beginning of Lin Yuan's road to becoming a radiance envoy and was his advantage over others. The Moon Empress left immediately for the Purple Bamboo Forest after giving Lin Yuan his prizes. She could stop Chef Supreme with one call because she knew what Chef Supreme was thinking. However, she did not know how the other members of royalty ticked. If something happened during this time, it would be bad for the entire Radiance Federation. In spite of the serious situation, the Moon Empress left with a warm smile on her face, as though she had just heard good news. After the Moon Empress left, Lin Yuan wanted to take off the Moonbeam coronation costume. But after struggling for some time, he gave up. The Moonbeam coronation costume was just as hard to take off as it was to put on. It had 300 accessories that were all made from spiritual ingredients that came from creation breed phase. Although these accessories looked sturdy and even pulling on them with excessive force would not be able to change their shapes, the accessories were all intricately made. Only strictly following the proper steps would allow one to fully remove the Moonbeam coronation costume. Lin Yuan walked out of the inner palace to find Mystic Moon and said, "Uncle Mystic, I can't take off the Moonbeam coronation costume. Can you help me take it off?" Lin Yuan tried taking off the radiant pearl sash, and he wondered how Mystic Moon had put it for him so easily. Mystic Moon smiled and replied, "Young lord, let's go to the Moonbeam coronation pavilion. The Moon Empress Moonbeam coronation costume is usually stored there. When she was making this Moonbeam coronation costume, she left a space for you to hang it in the Moonbeam coronation pavilion." Lin Yuan followed Mystic Moon to the Moonbeam coronation pavilion. Once they were inside the Moonbeam coronation pavilion, Mystic Moon took off the Moonbeam coronation costume for Lin Yuan in fluid motions and hung it next to the Moon Empress Moonbeam coronation costume. Next, he placed the 300 accessories on a moon-colored long jade table. Previously, the Moon Empress Moonbeam coronation costume was hung in the center of the Moonbeam coronation pavilion. But now, it's moved to the right to make space for yours on the left, said Mystic Moon. Mystic Moon could not help but think of the changes that had taken place in the Radiant Moon Palace over the last 6 months. Ever since Lin Yuan became the young lord of Radiant Moon Palace, he slowly started to leave traces of himself all over the Radiant Moon Palace. Basically, no matter what the Moon Empress had, Lin Yuan had one too. Mystic Moon was also delighted to have Lin Yuan as his young lord. Once they left the Moonbeam coronation pavilion, Mystic Moon said, "Young lord, why don't I release the kill food worm while you summon the blue flash purple butterfly?" Given the kill food worm's personality, even if the blue flash purple butterfly can't fully control the kill food worm, it should be able to stop the kill food worm from going on a rampage. If you want to fully control the kill food worm, you'll have to wait until it evolves to creation breed and transforms into the kill food sky butterfly first. Lin Yuan nodded and replied, "Uncle Mystic, release the kill food worm." He waved his hand and summoned the blue flash purple butterfly out of the spirit lock spatial zone. The blue flash purple butterfly fluttered around and flashed with purple light. Even Mystic Moon could not help but raise an eyebrow at the blue flash purple butterfly's beauty. It was no wonder that the blue flash purple butterfly was one of the most beautiful butterfly species phase. When the blue flash purple butterfly evolved to the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly, it would truly be the most beautiful. Mystic Moon opened the jade box, and the kill food worm inside was immediately frozen with attraction by the blue flash purple butterfly. Shortly after, the vicious insect turned into an obedient puppy. It twisted its body and bounced about happily as though it was in the presence of its goddess. The blue flash purple butterfly did not even spare a glance at the kill food worm as it continued to fly around Lin Yuan. It was clearly trying to demonstrate its affection for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan could sense the blue flash purple butterfly's disdain for the kill food worm through their spiritual energy link. This disdain was akin to genius resentment for water world dimensional life forms. Although the kill food worm was far from attractive, it had one of the 3 most elite bloodlines amongst butterfly species phase. Technically, from a bloodline standpoint, the kill food worm was of a higher level than the blue flash purple butterfly. Moreover, the kill food worm was so powerful that Lin Yuan did not know why the blue flash purple butterfly had to despise it. Lin Yuan instructed the blue flash purple butterfly to order the kill food worm to stand at attention before extending its body to 1 meter. The blue flash purple butterfly reluctantly engaged the kill food worm. After receiving the blue flash purple butterfly's order, the kill food worm obediently stood still and grew itself until it was 1 meter long. Chapter 908, The Suppressed Genetic Ability. After being ordered by the blue flash purple butterfly, the kill food worm looked hypnotized. It looked hypnotized enough to overcome its genetic inclinations. The kill food worm even forgot its life's goal of transforming into the kill food sky butterfly. All it wanted to do now was curry favor with the kill food sky butterfly. Lin Yuan was amazed by how much influence the blue flash purple butterfly's appearance had. He could not help but think of the 12 sky fragrance beauty butterflies that the Moon Empress had given him. The blue flash purple butterfly did not just attract butterfly species feys. However, different butterfly species feys were attracted to the blue flash purple butterfly to different extents. The Moon Empress was the one who had nurtured the 12 sky fragrance beauty butterflies, and Lin Yuan had not contracted them. Hence, it was not easy for him to control them. The most he could do was instruct them to order the Emperor Armored Martial God insects to pull a fey carriage. But after the blue flash purple butterfly evolved to the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly, Lin Yuan would be able to use them to perfectly control the sky fragrance beauty butterflies. It would be as though the 12 sky fragrance beauty butterflies were truly Lin Yuan's feys, and they would be able to control the Emperor Armored Martial God insects to do more than just pull a fey carriage. With the purple afterglow beauty goddess orders, the Emperor Armored Martial God insects would become Lin Yuan's personal guards. This would be extremely helpful to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan could finally focus on nurturing the 12 Diamond X/Fantasy V Sky Fragrance Beauty butterflies until they were ready to undergo the world cleansing to evolve into myth breed phase. With the Mother of Bloodbath, Endless Summer, and the Kill Food Sky Butterfly, even the weakest Sky Fragrance Beauty butterfly would be able to safely overcome the world cleansing. Lin Yuan said to the sacred sword-wielding queen in the depths of his soul, "How many law crystals have you accumulated?" The sacred sword-wielding queen said with satisfaction, "I have about 600 law crystals. Master, I've been producing law crystals ever since you took the last batch from me." Lin Yuan rolled his eyes. To the sacred sword-wielding queen, absorbing law source crystals was a form of luxurious enjoyment. If Lin Yuan did not allow the sacred sword-wielding to absorb the law source crystals, it would probably start crying profusely. But now, it was like the sacred sword-wielding queen's job to absorb the law source crystals. After Endless Summer overcame the trial of world creation, it returned the brocade pouch with the law source crystals to Lin Yuan. There were still about 1,400 law crystals left after Endless Summer evolved to creation breed. Including the 600 law crystals that the sacred sword-wielding queen had produced, Lin Yuan now had a total of 2,000 law crystals. The Kill Food Worm had the power of a Myth 3 Fey, and it only needed a few more law crystals with pure law power to become Pinnacle Myth 3. At that time, the Kill Food Worm would transform to its larva stage and be ready to undergo the trial of world creation. Lin Yuan felt that the 2,000 law crystals should be enough to enable the Kill Food Worm to evolve to creation breed. He was a person who immediately put his ideas into action. After bidding goodbye to Mystic Moon and placing the blue flash purple butterfly and Kill Food Worm in the jeweled cave Golden Toad, he continued to instruct the blue flash purple butterfly to control the Kill Food Worm. Next, he used the tentacle node to return to the place where Endless Summer had experienced the trial of world creation and released the blue flash purple butterfly and Kill Food Worm. The Kill Food Worm was extremely obedient and looked completely different from the vicious beast it used to be. Although the Kill Food Worm was not thinking straight, it could sense the closeness between the blue flash purple butterfly and Lin Yuan. Moreover, Lin Yuan and the blue flash purple butterfly were spiritually connected, and the blue flash purple butterfly's spiritual ripples were interlaced with the flavor of Lin Yuan's spiritual energy. Hence, the Kill Food Worm became even more intimate with Lin Yuan. Although it could not be as close to Lin Yuan as the blue flash purple butterfly was, it would no longer attack Lin Yuan even without the blue flash purple butterfly's control. Lin Yuan was not against the Kill Food Worm's new attitude, and the Kill Food Worm even wanted to nudge Lin Yuan's leg as a show of affection. This scared Lin Yuan, who jumped back in fright. Although the Kill Food Worm had been subdued, the black spikes that covered its body could even pierce the Mother of Bloodbath's armor. If the Kill Food Worm nudged Lin Yuan, he was afraid that he would become a bloody mangled piece of punctured flesh in no time. He took a deep breath and instructed the blue flash purple butterfly to keep the Kill Food Worm as calm as possible. Lin Yuan took out the amber button-shaped Fey storage box and the brocade pouch with law crystals. When Lin Yuan took out 2 law crystals, the pure law power inside triggered the Kill Food Worm's abilities and caused it to cry out. The Kill Food Worm's craving for the law crystals and its attraction to the blue flash purple butterfly clashed fiercely. This was why Lin Yuan did not previously put the Kill Food Worm inside the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Eventually, the Kill Food Worm's attraction to the blue flash purple butterfly won out, and the Kill Food Worm remained under control. Lin Yuan tossed the 2 law crystals to the Kill Food Worm. The law crystals landed on a grass patch next to the Kill Food Worm, but it did not go over to consume them as it was suppressing its yearning to wait for the blue flash purple butterfly's permission. Lin Yuan nodded at the blue flash purple butterfly, which then gave the Kill Food Worm permission to consume the 2 law crystals. The Kill Food Worm released a large amount of energy and shot toward the law crystals like an arrow. It opened its mouth and swallowed the law crystals with one gulp. Lin Yuan could not help but be amazed by the blue flash purple butterfly's ability to control the kill food worm. The blue flash purple butterfly could even win out over the kill food worm's genetics to control it perfectly. Chapter 909, The New Creation Breed, Lin Yuan's Sudden Comprehension. Lin Yuan continued to feed the kill food worms 10 law crystals at a time. He noticed that it became more affectionate as he continued to feed the kill food worm. It lay by Lin Yuan's feet and looked up at him with a loving gaze as it waited for him to feed it more law crystals. Soon, the law aura around the kill food worm became stronger and reached pinnacle suzerain/myth 3 level. At this point, Lin Yuan had already used about 500 law crystals. But he did not stop. Instead, he fed it at an even faster rate. From his experience with Endless Summer, Lin Yuan knew that many law crystals were needed for a fey to evolve from pinnacle myth 3 to creation breed. As he continued to feed the kill food worm, the number of law crystals in the brocade pouch decreased until finally, less than 200 law crystals were left. Lin Yuan sighed and decided that if the remaining law crystals were insufficient for the kill food worm to evolve to creation breed, they would have to stop where they were. The sacred sword-wielding queen could produce 1,000 law crystals every day. He just needed to wait for 2 days before enough law crystals were produced for the kill food worm to evolve to creation breed. When Lin Yuan placed his last 50 law crystals on the ground, the kill food worm only absorbed some of them. At that moment, the kill food worm's power allowed it to break free from the blue flash purple butterfly's control, and it started to thrash about wildly on the ground. Lin Yuan shook his sleeve, and the amber button-shaped source sand changed into a granule of sand and tunneled underground. The ground in a 10-meter radius around Lin Yuan turned into quicksand. A feather formed from the day and night spirit silver shot out of the quicksand and turned into black wings that attached themselves to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan flapped the wings and flew up into the air. The blue flash purple butterfly landed on Lin Yuan's shoulder. It was clear that the kill food worm's aura had scared it after it had absorbed the law crystals. From the blue flash purple butterfly's reaction, Lin Yuan could tell how much more it hated the kill food worm now. He felt that the obedient kill food worm's future would not be smooth sailing from now on. From the kill food worm's aura, Lin Yuan could tell that it was about to evolve to creation breed because its aura had already caused a thick trial of world creation cloud to form. The trial of world creation cloud was already flashing with crimson lightning. The kill food worm was rapidly spitting out sky blue silk threads, and it looked as though a swatch of sky was wrapping around the kill food worm. The light blue threads contrasted with the kill food worm's brown body, but soon, the light blue threads melded with the black spikes to fully envelop the kill food worm. A 600-meter-long light blue larva loomed before Lin Yuan. He hastily moved backward. The kill food worm could easily handle all of the trial of world creation's attacks in its larva stage. Lin Yuan only needed to stand by the side and watch quietly until the kill food worm overcame the trial of world creation and broke out of its larva. Lin Yuan flapped his wings and flew to a safe area. He instructed the source sand to dig a trench around the larva in preparation to catch the residual energy of the trial of world creation. He still did not know what he could do with the small golden pearl that had formed on the pure land of bliss after absorbing the creation world ley line. At that moment, a crimson lightning bolt descended from the trial of world creation cloud and struck the larva like a red cleaver. Red lightning-shaped patterns appeared all over the light blue larva. Despite being struck by lightning, the larva remained silent. Lin Yuan sensed that the law power had shattered, and an aura of destruction was hanging around the larva. However, Lin Yuan also sensed a burgeoning vitality within the aura of destruction that differed from the kill food worm's own vitality. The energy from the new vitality made Lin Yuan's hair stand on end. He knew that this was the aura of the kill food sky butterfly's bloodline. The blue flash purple butterfly did not seem affected by the kill food sky butterfly's bloodline. As a butterfly species fey, the blue flash purple butterfly only knew how to admire itself and was unbothered by bloodlines that were more elite than its own. The trial of world creation's attacks continued to descend, and each strike embedded the lightning bolt patterns on the larva even deeper. When the third strike landed on the larva, a fist-sized hole opened on its top. A skinny blue butterfly flew out of the hole. There were light purple spots on the butterfly that reflected the sunlight like gems. Lin Yuan had imagined what the kill food sky butterfly would look like. As one of the butterfly species feys with the 3 most elite bloodlines, Class 4 Fey observers had written an introduction about the kill food sky butterfly. However, the Class 4 Fey observers had only written a few lines and had not included any pictures. Lin Yuan did not expect the ugly kill food worm to become so beautiful when it transformed into the kill food sky butterfly. Despite having the power of worlds, the kill food sky butterfly looked weak and fragile. Lin Yuan could not help but be disappointed. He thought that the kill food worm would be able to comprehend a willpower rune when it transformed into the kill food sky butterfly. He did not expect that it would not comprehend anything at all. But after the kill food sky butterfly flew out of the larva, Lin Yuan sensed the change in attitude that the blue flash purple butterfly had toward the kill food sky butterfly. The blue flash purple butterfly was no longer hateful. Instead, it looked like it had fallen in love at first sight. Lin Yuan looked at the blue flash purple butterfly in shock. Apparently, the blue flash purple butterfly still only cared about looks. At that moment, the blue flash purple butterfly flew toward the kill food sky butterfly. Now, only the creation world ley line was left to descend, and there was no danger for the blue flash purple butterfly. Hence, Lin Yuan did not stop the blue flash purple butterfly. The blue flash purple butterfly and the kill food sky butterfly flew around each other as the afternoon sunbeams cascaded down around them. As Lin Yuan sensed the blue flash purple butterfly's mood, he suddenly entered a state of comprehension. Chapter 910, Sun, you're amazing. The weak blue butterfly with purple spots and the shimmering purple butterfly fluttered around each other as though they were in love. The picture of the two dancing butterflies was exceptionally beautiful. The light reflecting off the butterflies were like ripples of water that intermingled with the sunbeams, forming fractals of tea-colored light that made the sunlight appear even more charming. Lin Yuan had not known what kind of willpower rune would be suitable for the blue flash purple butterfly. He had chosen to contract the blue flash purple butterfly because Morbius Spirit Lock Spatial Zone could only be used by feys with normal abilities, and the blue flash purple butterfly's silence scale powder had been just the control ability that Lin Yuan needed. However, the butterfly that had hatched from the blue flash butterfly's cocoon Lin Yuan had bought from Lu Ji unexpectedly underwent a legendary transformation. This had given Lin Yuan an opportunity that he had yet to use. Now, Lin Yuan was no longer clueless about this as a purple butterfly-shaped rune appeared in his spiritual spatial zone. The willpower rune that Lin Yuan comprehended was the blue flash purple butterfly's original form and the word beautiful projected from the willpower rune. This willpower rune was a beauty-related one that Lin Yuan had comprehended from the blue flash butterfly. This was the most special willpower rune that Lin Yuan had comprehended, but it was not as special as the kill food sky butterfly's comprehension power. The willpower rune that Lin Yuan had just comprehended was aimed at the spirit and soul and was considered an attribute willpower. Lin Yuan smiled brightly as he looked at the spinning butterfly-shaped willpower rune. The problem that had been poking the back of his mind was finally gone. Since the blue flash purple butterfly had comprehended the butterfly-shaped willpower rune, it was definitely suitable for it. The blue flash purple butterfly was finally going to evolve to fantasy breed. After the blue flash purple butterfly evolved to fantasy breed, Morbius would also be able to evolve to fantasy breed. Morbius' evolution to fantasy breed would be extremely beneficial to Lin Yuan because not only would it gain new exclusive abilities, but the spirit lock spatial zone would also expand. It was even possible that new abilities would appear. When Morbius was normal quality, there had only been one spirit pool inside the spirit lock spatial zone. But after Morbius had evolved to bronze grade and gained the pure land of bliss, a patch of white sand that could heal a feys roots also appeared. Both the improvement in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone's facilities and its expansion would improve Lin Yuan's arsenal of abilities. It would allow Lin Yuan to produce more precious resources that would help him gain partnerships with more factions and expand his personal and business network. This would greatly be in Lin Yuan's interests. When Morbius evolved to Fantasy Breed, the concentration of Spirit Chi in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone would increase, and the jade-textured wood and spotted corals would also be produced at a quicker rate. The elemental shellfish would also produce heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls faster. Ever since the incident of the evolving water world dimensional rift, Lin Yuan had not been able to communicate with Morbius as it had fallen asleep and had yet to awaken. It was likely that Morbius would wake up from its slumber during its evolution to fantasy breed. At that moment, the kill food sky butterfly suddenly activated its world power that solidified around its body. The kill food sky butterfly did not absorb the creation world ley line that had descended from the trial of world creation cloud as it was too preoccupied with swearing its loyalty to the blue flash purple butterfly. After the kill food sky butterfly swore to become the blue flash purple butterfly's servant, Lin Yuan sensed the imprint of a law world from his spiritual energy link with the blue flash purple butterfly. The imprint was like a switch through which the blue flash purple butterfly could order around the kill food sky butterfly. The blue flash purple butterfly could even take the kill food sky butterfly's life if it wanted to. Lin Yuan felt that the kill food sky butterfly was doing a good job of being an obedient puppy. It immediately became obedient before even ascertaining if the master it decided to serve was worth serving. Lin Yuan sensed the blue flash purple butterfly's affection for the kill food sky butterfly deepening and thought, it looks like the blue flash purple butterfly will be treating the kill food sky butterfly well. This was the first time that Lin Yuan had sensed such strong emotions from the blue flash purple butterfly ever since contracting it. He had always thought of the blue flash purple butterfly as a haughty and vain male butterfly. He did not expect it to turn into a lovesick teenager the moment it met the kill food sky butterfly. This made Lin Yuan think of the jasmine lily. The blue flash purple butterfly used to stick with the jasmine lily, and Lin Yuan felt that their relationship transcended that which could exist between feys. But now, he felt that he had been thinking too much. The blue flash purple butterfly was just a jerk that had been using the jasmine lily as a soft bed. Now that the blue flash purple butterfly had fallen in love at first sight with the kill food sky butterfly and the jasmine lily had become even more luscious, it was likely that the jasmine lily would become both the blue flash purple butterfly and kill food sky butterfly's bed in the future. Lin Yuan understood why the kill food sky butterfly did not change into human form. According to the Class 4 Fey observer's description of the kill food sky butterfly, its bloodline was so elite that it did not like to change into human form. It would only change into human form when faced with an enemy so it could use body weaponization to attack. The trial of world creation cloud was still creating the creation world ley line, so Lin Yuan called over the kill food sky butterfly and blue flash purple butterfly. The blue flash purple butterfly landed on Lin Yuan's nose, and the kill food sky butterfly followed suit. A clear and calm female's voice coyly greeted Lin Yuan like how a wife would talk to her father-in-law. This made Lin Yuan want to praise the blue flash purple butterfly. "Son, you're amazing." While Lin Yuan internally praised the blue flash purple butterfly, his eyebrow twitched, and he responded to the kill food sky butterfly's greeting. The kill food sky butterfly was a creation breed Fey, and its world power was centered around combat. Chapter 911, Blue Flash Purple Butterfly. Fantasy breed. The kill food sky butterfly would be much stronger than Endless Summer if they really started fighting. Lin Yuan felt that Endless Summer was Sky City's #1 fighting power. But now that he had the kill food sky butterfly, Endless Summer was demoted to #2. Lin Yuan could control the kill food sky butterfly through the blue flash purple butterfly. As such, the kill food sky butterfly had become another source of power for Lin Yuan. This source of power was different from the Mother of Bloodbath's power as a path protector. As Lin Yuan's path protector, the Mother of Bloodbath was considered external strength. But since the kill food sky butterfly had sworn its servitude to the blue flash purple butterfly, it had become Lin Yuan's own strength. Lin Yuan said to the blue flash purple butterfly, "Little fellow, it's your turn to evolve to fantasy breed now." The blue flash purple butterfly flew toward the butterfly-shaped willpower rune in Lin Yuan's hand. At that moment, a surging grandiose purple willpower flowed out of the blue flash purple butterfly. The purple willpower slowly turned into shining butterflies, and it was as though 1,000 purple butterflies were flying off towards the horizon. The purple glow turned into purple afterglow light that cascaded all over the blue flash purple butterfly. The purple willpower in the blue flash purple butterfly grew stronger, and its wings became even more slender. A long tail grew out of the bottom of the blue flash purple butterfly, and it consumed and spat out the purple afterglow light continuously. Lin Yuan nodded approvingly. It seemed like the blue flash purple butterfly's evolution to fantasy breed would not be as painful as Genius and Chimes had been. Judging from this situation, the blue flash purple butterfly should soon evolve into the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly. The beauty of the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly was legendary. Just as Lin Yuan was about to declare a state of calm, something out of the ordinary occurred. The light blue kill food sky butterfly flew up from Lin Yuan's finger and carefully flew around the evolving blue flash purple butterfly. Lin Yuan could sense the kill food sky butterfly's admiration, hesitation, affection, hurt, and determination. The moment that the kill food sky butterfly felt determined, it turned midair and changed into a gentle woman with blue hair and purple eyes. Lin Yuan did not know what the kill food sky butterfly was trying to do. At that moment, the woman that the kill food sky butterfly had changed into placed its hands together as though it was about to bid goodbye. Shortly after, an aura of resolution spewed forth from the gentle woman, and white flames burst to life around her. Lin Yuan could not help but exclaim in shock when he saw the white flames. Bloodline sacrifice. Kill food sky butterfly, you've only just evolved to creation breed. Why are you sacrificing your bloodline? Are you trying to kill yourself? But from the kill food sky butterfly's posture, Lin Yuan had a general idea of why it wanted to sacrifice its bloodline. Feys with elite bloodlines could all sacrifice their bloodlines. Some main dragon species feys would sacrifice their bloodlines right before their death to give their favorite offspring strength. As such, their offspring would be able to gain the main dragon species bloodline easily from a young age. However, the bloodline sacrifice was extremely dangerous. The bloodline was a basic part of a fey. Any impact to a fey's bloodline would result in serious injuries, much less sacrificing the bloodline itself. Normally, dragon species feys that sacrificed their bloodlines would lose their lives afterward. Only a few feys had accumulated a large amount of pure spiritual ingredients that could use the pure elemental energy inside the spiritual ingredients to prolong their life after sacrificing their bloodline. The main dragon species feys always sacrificed their bloodlines on their deathbed. The kill food sky butterfly had only just transformed out of its kill food worm stage, and it could be said that it had just grown up. The grown-up kill food sky butterfly was doing the same thing as those old dragon species feys that were about to die. It wanted to sacrifice its elite bloodline to help the blue flash purple butterfly's bloodline improve further. As the most beautiful butterfly species fey, the blue flash purple butterfly was only lacking in its bloodline. The kill food sky butterfly's sacrifice of its bloodline to the blue flash purple butterfly would greatly change the blue flash purple butterfly. It was even possible that the blue flash purple butterfly would be able to break through the current understanding of it that people had and evolve into a fey that was even more beautiful than the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly. Lin Yuan was stunned by the kill food sky butterfly's ultimate sacrifice. He could feel the deep love that the kill food sky butterfly had for the blue flash purple butterfly. The love was so strong that the kill food sky butterfly was even willing to give up its life. Moths always flew toward flames, and this was exactly what the kill food sky butterfly was doing now. Did a love that made one willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of their loved one truly exist? Naturally, someone like Lin Yuan, who had only ever been single, could not provide an answer to this. Still, this scene before him made him aware that there were some creatures that were even willing to put their life on the line in the name of love. Although the kill food sky butterfly had decided to sacrifice itself, Lin Yuan could not watch it die. The evolving kill food sky butterfly was still conscious, and it knew that the kill food sky butterfly was going to sacrifice itself. Lin Yuan could sense the blue flash purple butterfly's heartache and anxiousness. The blue flash purple butterfly even considered stopping its evolution to prevent the kill food sky butterfly from sacrificing itself. However, the process of evolving to fantasy breed could not be halted once it started. Once a fey started fusing with a willpower rune, it could only wait for the evolution to be over. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and used spiritual energy to say to the blue flash purple butterfly, "Leave it to me. I'll save the kill food sky butterfly. Don't waste the opportunity that the kill food sky butterfly is willing to use its life to give you." Lin Yuan activated the pure land of bliss, and it appeared by his feet. The glowing white sand covered the kill food sky butterfly with white flames around it. The pure land of bliss was unable to heal the damage caused by bloodline sacrifice. However, the pure land of bliss could protect the kill food sky butterfly and ensure that it kept its life even after sacrificing its bloodline. Although the strength law that the kill food worm had comprehended was not an attribute law, the kill food worm was still an earth-type fey. It remained an earth-type fey even after evolving to creation breed. Thus, pure earth-type spiritual ingredients were required to help the kill food sky butterfly regain its sacrificed bloodline. Lin Yuan took earth-type elemental pearl heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls out of the spirit lock spatial zone and tossed them toward the kill food sky butterfly. He did not care if they had an outer layer or what kind of outer layer they had because the priority was to save the kill food sky butterfly's life. Chapter 912, Yuan, long time no see. Lin Yuan had made a promise to the blue flash purple butterfly, one of his partners. If the kill food sky butterfly died after sacrificing its bloodline, the blue flash purple butterfly would be seriously affected. It was even possible that the blue flash purple butterfly would never get over its grief. He did not want his partner to be in pain for the rest of its life. The earth-type heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls landed on the white flames surrounding the kill food sky butterfly and immediately became a flood of earth-type elemental energy. The pure earth-type energy was enough for the kill food sky butterfly to regain its senses. Lin Yuan yelled to the kill food sky butterfly, "I can continuously provide you with pure earth-type elemental energy. Feys depend on pure elemental energy to sustain their bloodlines. You can use the pure earth-type elemental energy to produce a new bloodline while sacrificing your current one simultaneously. Sometimes, sacrificing yourself is not just about you. The blue flash purple butterfly is hurting because of your sacrifice." The kill food sky butterfly was shocked by what Lin Yuan said. When the kill food sky butterfly saw the blue flash purple butterfly evolve to fantasy breed, it knew that this was an extremely important transformation. The only thing that the kill food sky butterfly could give the blue flash purple butterfly was its elite butterfly species bloodline. The kill food sky butterfly looked at the blue flash purple butterfly, and it instantly sensed the latter's intense pain. The gentle woman that the kill food worm had changed into looked guilty and hurriedly absorbed the thick earth-type elemental energy. It started to produce a new bloodline at the same time that sacrificed its bloodline to the blue flash purple butterfly. Lin Yuan waved his hand, and all the earth-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls he had accumulated poured out onto the pure land of bliss. Just take as much as you need. But these are all the earth-type elemental pearls I have, said Lin Yuan. Naturally, the kill food sky butterfly would prefer not to die. It looked surprised at the pile of earth-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls that rose to Lin Yuan's knee. Although the kill food sky butterfly had evolved to creation breed and transformed its appearance, it had retained all its memories. Hence, the kill food sky butterfly was well aware of the value of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. The kill food sky butterfly would eat a few elemental pearls per week when it was in the cage of Brahma insects. However, those elemental pearls only had a purity of around 70%, whereas these ones all had a purity of at least 95%. The kill food sky butterfly was suspicious. Aren't Earth-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls valuable? Even pinnacle class 4 creation masters had trouble nurturing one. Thus, how did Lin Yuan get so many? Moreover, almost all of them had an outer layer. During their previous confrontation, the kill food sky butterfly had discovered who Lin Yuan was. Despite being the disciple of a class 5 creation master, it could not be easy for Lin Yuan to produce so many earth-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. The kill food sky butterfly knew that Lin Yuan was giving up a lot to save its life. It quickly thanked Lin Yuan before it moved to stand in the pile of the earth-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls and started to temper them to replenish its depleting bloodline. The kill food sky butterfly said to Lin Yuan, "I won't be seriously injured after I sacrifice my bloodline thanks to these earth-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls." Lin Yuan nodded and replied, "I'll continue supplying you with these earth-type elemental pearls until your bloodline has been fully restored. I also want to thank you for giving the blue flash purple butterfly the transformation opportunity of a lifetime." As the kill food sky butterfly sacrificed its bloodline to the blue flash purple butterfly, the purple willpower around it grew stronger until even the sky above was stained purple. The purple afterglow was like voluminous clouds that covered the sun. The blue flash purple butterfly flew toward the sky and danced around in the purple light. When the purple afterglow descended to the ground, a field of pear blossoms and begonias bloomed. The petals of the flowers dissolved into purple light that shot toward the blue flash purple butterfly in the sky. It looked as though the purple light was the reception that was ready to receive the stunning beauty in the sky. The blue flash purple butterfly glided on the wind and broke free of its bloodline. The purple light from the flowers spread out over the blue flash purple butterfly, and the purple willpower in the sky intensified. At that moment, plumes of thick purple chi burst forth from the blue flash purple butterfly's wings. The purple chi broke through the purple afterglow and took out the entire sky. At that moment, all of the purple light formed from the field of flowers fell with the pressure of beauty. Lin Yuan used true data and discovered that the blue flash purple butterfly had transformed into the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly. After the blue flash purple butterfly transformed into the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly, the trial of world creation cloud finally released the kill food sky butterfly's creation world ley line. The kill food sky butterfly used the earth-type elemental energy in the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls to replenish its bloodline while combining the energy from the creation world ley line with its own power. Lin Yuan inhaled deeply. Several developments had taken place over the last few minutes. But luckily, both the blue flash purple butterfly and the kill food sky butterfly were safe, and the blue flash purple butterfly had even transformed drastically. Lin Yuan did not feel any heartache when he saw the diminishing pile of earth-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls because they would normally not have been able to help the blue flash purple butterfly undergo such a big transformation. But now, these earth-type elemental pearls not only enabled the blue flash purple butterfly to transform, but they also saved the life of a creation breed fey. To anyone else, heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls were extremely precious, and it would cost them an arm and a leg to even obtain one. But to Lin Yuan, they were just another common resource that was produced in the spirit lock spatial zone. Now that the blue flash purple butterfly had evolved to fantasy breed, Morbius could also evolve to fantasy breed. The bronze/legend elemental shellfish would also be able to produce elemental pearls at a quicker rate. The increased amount of pure spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone would also allow Lin Yuan to cultivate a few more elemental shellfish. Thus, Lin Yuan would never have a shortage of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. The Pure Land of Bliss was collecting the residual energy of the creation world ley line, and another golden pearl appeared. It was smaller than the one that had appeared after the Pure Land of Bliss had absorbed the residual energy of Endless Summer's creation world ley line. The size difference should have something to do with Endless Summer's evolution to Sovereign. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly was only Suzerain X and was still a distance away from Sovereign. When the Kill Food Sky Butterfly replenished its bloodline, it would be able to break through to Sovereign. Lin Yuan was about to check on the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly's abilities when he felt the Morbius bracelet around his wrist grow hot. When he looked down at the Morbius bracelet, he heard Morbius' voice say, "Yuan, long time no see." Chapter 913, Fantasy Breed Morbius. Lin Yuan was overwhelmed with emotion when he heard Morbius' voice, and he said softly, "Morbius, long time no see. You're finally awake." Although it had only been 2 months since they last spoke, it had felt like years to Lin Yuan. Morbius happily replied, "Yuan, I didn't expect you to be able to comprehend 2 willpower runes so soon. You even helped the blue flash purple butterfly and the spirit-drawing ichthyosaur evolve to fantasy breed." Morbius chuckled, unable to express its excitement over talking to its friend after such a long slumber. While Lin Yuan spoke to Morbius, he felt the Morbius bracelet grow hotter until it eventually hurt. However, Lin Yuan did not mind this. He excitedly asked Morbius, "Morbius, are you about to evolve to fantasy breed?" Morbius hesitated before saying, "You're right. But I'll need to use more of your spiritual energy to evolve to fantasy breed. I'll have to use the spiritual energy that I returned to you, as well as even more spiritual energy, on top of that. Why don't I hold off on evolving to fantasy breed for some time? But no matter how much I try, I won't be able to hold myself off for long." Lin Yuan could hear a note of shame in Morbius' voice. Morbius was extremely guilty that it would need to use more of Lin Yuan's spiritual energy to evolve to fantasy breed. When Lin Yuan was between 8 to 17 years old, his spiritual energy had been wispy at best because of Morbius. Lin Yuan would become dizzy after concentrating his spiritual energy for a short while. If Morbius evolved to fantasy breed, Lin Yuan would return to that state. Moreover, Morbius needed even more spiritual energy now, so Lin Yuan might end up in a worse state than before. Morbius did not want this to happen. Although it would take a huge toll on Morbius to suppress itself to not evolve to fantasy breed, and it would end up falling unconscious and injuring its roots after a prolonged time, Morbius was still insistent on waiting until Lin Yuan had enough spiritual power before it evolved to fantasy breed. A Spirit Chi professional's spiritual energy was continuously growing. Lin Yuan's spiritual energy had increased significantly in the last 8 months. Morbius estimated that Lin Yuan's spiritual energy would become sufficient to help it evolve to fantasy breed in 2 years. Lin Yuan hurriedly shook his hands in exasperation and asked, "Morbius, how much spiritual energy do I need in order for you to evolve to fantasy breed?" Morbius answered truthfully, "Yuan, I need 3 times the amount of spiritual power that you've gained over the last 8 months in order to evolve to fantasy breed. However, don't forget that you'll need spiritual energy for your everyday use as well. Why don't I sleep for some time? I'll be able to hold off on evolving to fantasy breed the longest while I'm unconscious." Lin Yuan smiled toothily and said, "Morbius, you forget that I have the Cinnabar Osmanthus haworthia. It has already produced fruits. Although the fruits still need some time to ripen, I can use Spirit Chi crystals to accelerate their ripening." He went into the Spirit Lock spatial zone. The purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly knew where Lin Yuan was going, so it was not nervous. It calmly waited for Lin Yuan to return. However, Lin Yuan's disappearance frightened the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. If Lin Yuan used spatial teleportation, it would result in a shift in the spatial energy. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly was a creation breed fey and could shatter the spatial energy to stop spatial teleportation. But Lin Yuan had not caused any shifts in spatial energy. It was as though he had disappeared into thin air. This strange occurrence was a head-scratcher for the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. However, the Kill Food Sky Butterfly could not be bothered with this for long as its main focus was the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly. The 2 butterflies dancing around each other had no qualms about showing off their affection to every creature in the area. Lin Yuan entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone and went to the Pure Land of Bliss. He collected the 2 golden pearls and squatted down to check on the Cinnabar Osmanthus haworthia. He thought, it looks like the Cinnabar Osmanthus haworthia's fruits still have a long time to go before they ripen. Morbius felt at ease when it saw the Cinnabar Osmanthus haworthia's fruits and said to Lin Yuan, "The Cinnabar Osmanthus haworthia has produced 3 fruits. You should have enough spiritual power after eating one of them. Although the first fruit's effects will be the most obvious, eating more will also have an effect until the third one is eaten. After I evolve to fantasy breed, true data, calm mind, and spirit chi condensation will be boosted. You will be able to use true data to check on creation breed phase, and calm mind will be able to perfectly defend against all phase myth breed and below while still having a strong defense against phase above myth breed. One spirit chi crystal will still be produced every week, but each spirit chi crystal will be much more effective than before. After the blue flash purple butterflies grade becomes silver, I'll also evolve to silver grade. The spirit chi crystals produced will be 10 times more effective than before. Now that Morbius knew that Lin Yuan had a way to increase his spiritual energy, it was ready to speak freely about evolving to fantasy breed. When Morbius had been asleep, Lin Yuan could only get a vague idea of its abilities. But now that Morbius was awake, Lin Yuan could ask Morbius any questions he had instead of slowly experimenting and doing research on his own. He was most excited about the increase in the effectiveness of the spirit chi crystals. Previously, Lin Yuan needed 10 spirit chi crystals to evolve a silver X/fantasy fey to gold eye. Once Morbius evolved to fantasy breed, Lin Yuan would only need 1 spirit chi crystal to perform the same task. This effectively increased Lin Yuan's own power 10 times. He used to be able to use 1 spirit chi crystal to evolve 5 bronze/epic phase to bronze/legend. Chapter 914, Purple Afterglow Beauty Goddess Butterfly. Overpowering exclusive skill. Now, 1 spirit chi crystal could evolve 50 bronze/epic phase to bronze/legend. It was almost unbelievable that Lin Yuan could increase the quality and quantity of spirit chi crystals without lifting a finger. It had not been easy for Lin Yuan to obtain a bronze/legend fey. But now, a bronze/legend fey was completely worthless to him. Lin Yuan had been using spirit chi crystals to evolve fey grades. But once they reached gold eye, he would run out of spirit chi crystals to evolve them any further. Now, Lin Yuan could increase the limit to platinum eye. If Lin Yuan was also able to collect some myth breed phase world grace, he felt that he would be able to evolve all his phase to diamond grade. Since Morbius was about to evolve to fantasy breed and could produce stronger spirit chi crystals, Lin Yuan did not plan on keeping the weaker spirit chi crystals. He took out all the spirit chi crystals he had and crushed one of them to direct the spiritual power to the Cinnabar Osmanthus Haarthia. Morbius also helped Lin Yuan to direct the spirit chi. Unexpectedly, the Cinnabar Osmanthus Haarthia was a huge consumer of spirit chi. It took 9 spirit chi crystals for the fruits to ripen fully. Once the Cinnabar Osmanthus Haarthia ripened, they released a fragrance that penetrated to the heart. Lin Yuan took a whiff of the fragrance and felt his spirit pulse and his mind clear. After the fruits ripened, the Cinnabar Osmanthus Haarthia wanted to absorb the energy in the fruits. But before the Cinnabar Osmanthus Haarthia could make its move, Lin Yuan plucked the 3 ripe fruits. The Cinnabar Osmanthus Haarthia started to sway and whip its leaves around in protest. Lin Yuan stroked the Cinnabar Osmanthus Haarthia's leaves soothingly. He ignored the fact that the Cinnabar Osmanthus Haarthia was a plant-type fey that could not understand human language and said, "I need your fruits for something important now. In the future, I'll only pluck 2 of your fruits and leave you 1 to eat." Lin Yuan remembered how fast the Cinnabar Osmanthus Haarthia had scurried away from the Cinnabar Sweet Osmanthus when it first produced fruits. Luckily, he had ripened the Cinnabar Osmanthus Haarthia's fruits himself. If he let the Cinnabar Osmanthus Haarthia's fruits ripen in their own time and let the wind speed rapid antelope look after them, any slip up by the wind speed rapid antelope and the Cinnabar Osmanthus Haarthia would swiftly gobble up the fruits. Lin Yuan popped the 3 Cinnabar Osmanthus Haarthia fruits in his mouth. The moment he bit into them, he felt like he had a mouthful of spearmint. His entire spiritual energy was refreshed, and he soon felt his spiritual energy rise. He was extremely pleased by this feeling of his spiritual energy increasing. When Lin Yuan ate the 3rd Cinnabar Osmanthus Haarthia fruit, his spiritual energy stopped increasing. He gently shook his head and felt that he had enough spiritual energy to contract 3 or 4 phase. Lin Yuan said to Morbius, "Morbius, you can evolve to fantasy breed now. The spirit lock spatial zone is going to change significantly this time. I'll need to sleep at least 2 hours while I'm evolving to fantasy breed. Although the spirit lock spatial zone's expansion won't endanger the phase inside it, they definitely won't be comfortable," replied Morbius. Lin Yuan nodded and prepared to summon Genius, Chimey, and the wind speed rapid antelope out of the spirit lock spatial zone. The floating island whale, Grey, and the elemental shellfish needed to absorb the pure spirit chi inside the spirit lock spatial zone. As such, Lin Yuan decided to leave them inside the spirit lock spatial zone. Once he summoned Genius, Chimey, and the wind speed rapid antelope out of the spirit lock spatial zone, Morbius immediately started to evolve. When Morbius started its evolution, Lin Yuan's bracelet started to grow hot. However, the heat would not burn Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked down at the Morbius bracelet and noticed that it was different from before. Previously, there was the image of the spirit pool, pure land of bliss, and the light green bowl from which spirit chi crystals were produced engraved on the bracelet. Now, a new image was slowly forming. This new image filled Lin Yuan with hope. Chimey, genius, the wind speed rapid antelope, and the blue flash purple butterfly usually spent all their time in the spirit lock spatial zone. Although the blue flash purple butterfly usually stuck with the jasmine lily, it had become friends with genius, Chimey, and the wind speed rapid antelope. When genius saw that the blue flash purple butterfly had evolved to fantasy breed, it started to meow and say, "Blue flash purple butterfly, did it hurt when you evolved to fantasy breed? It hurt so much for me when I went through it. But I was very brave and didn't cry like Chimey did." Chimey chirped and said, "Stop spouting nonsense. I didn't cry. I'm the strongest. Blue flash purple butterfly, don't listen to genius." He was the one meowing away in pain. Chimey started to imitate the cries of anguish that genius had let out while it was evolving. Genius used its 5 tails to cover its face in shame. The wind speed rapid antelope hopped around happily to express its joy that its friend had evolved. Lin Yuan watched his feys getting along and enjoyed the caressing of the breeze. His heart was at ease, and he basked in the sweetness of calmness. Although Morbius was evolving to fantasy breed, true data was still usable. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly's attributes. Fey name, purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly. Fey species, flash butterfly species / scaled butterfly species. Fey grade, bronze, 10/10. Fey type, spiritual / soul. Fey quality, fantasy I. Abilities. Silence scale powder, special scale powder with the ability to silence is released, and any target that comes into contact with the scale powder will be unable to use spiritual power abilities. The scale powder will also be absorbed into the target's spiritual power. Each time the target uses spirit chi, their spirit chi will end up cracking. Exclusive skill. Scale powder halo, the scale powder has strong reflective abilities, and the target that lays eyes on the scale powder will be affected by the reflection. The target will start to feel dizzy and experience temporary blindness. Soul beauty goddess, by activating the power of the spirit and soul, the beauty will be increased to a limitless level. The target will be attracted and fall in love. The target will want everything of its object of love on its own body, and the target will want to collect everything connected to the object of its love. Lin Yuan inhaled sharply. He knew that the blue flash purple butterfly's bloodline had been improved due to the kill food sky butterfly's sacrifice. However, he did not expect that the power of silence scale powder would increase so significantly. Chapter 915, Morbius. Klein Hub. Previously, silence scale powder had only had the power to silence. The scale powder would prevent a target from accessing their spiritual power and using their elemental abilities. However, the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly's scale powder could not only stem a phase spiritual power but also absorb their spiritual power and crack their body. Thus, silence scale powder now had a diminishing effect on top of its controlling effect. Since the scale powder targeted spiritual power, it was difficult to clean it off. As long as a trace of scale powder was left on the target would be under the scale powder's effects. The purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly's silence scale powder was not powder from its wings that could spread out across numerous targets. When one entity in a group was affected by silence scale powder, the target's movements would spread the scale powder around to other feys until all the feys in the target's team were under the influence of silence scale powder. Hence, the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly's silence scale powder was extremely suitable for large-scale outdoor battles. The purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly's original ability scale powder halo had not changed much. It could still use reflective light to blind and cause a target to become dizzy. That said, Soul Beauty Goddess was too powerful. Soul Beauty Goddess could attract other feys and make them treasure the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly's silence scale powder. The target feys would want to keep the silence scale powder on themselves of their own volition. It was even possible that the target fey would desire to consume the silence scale powder in order to protect the silence scale powder in the best way possible. This attraction greatly increased the silence scale powder's dispersal and controlling effects. Soul Beauty Goddess did not have any disadvantages. The controlling ability would remain intact as long as the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly used its own spiritual energy and soul to magnify its beauty to the greatest extent. Beauty was always put on a pedestal. Feys were no exception. Soul beauty goddess allowed the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly scale powder to affect all feys. Lin Yuan's jaw fell open. Not only was the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly beautiful, but it was strong to boot. Morbius grade followed the fey in the spirit lock spatial zone with the lowest grade, and Jasmine Lily had reached Platinum I/Fantasy 3 while the Spirit Tide Ink Flood Dragon had reached Platinum I/Fantasy I. According to Morbius Spirit Lock Spatial Zone Limit, Morbius would be able to reach Silver X once it evolved to Fantasy Breed. Lin Yuan would need to lock another fey and nurture it to Gold I/Fantasy I in order to increase Morbius grade. Thus, Lin Yuan decided to use this opportunity to increase the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly's grade. He still had 10 spirit chi crystals, which was enough to evolve it from Bronze X/Fantasy I to Silver X/Fantasy I. This would hit Morbius' current limit. Lin Yuan thought, what a coincidence that I have just the right number of spirit chi crystals. He crushed the 10 spirit chi crystals and directed the spirit chi toward the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly. The purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly successfully evolved to Silver X/Fantasy I. Due to the spirit lock, the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly did not have any abilities other than normal abilities. As such, there was no reason for Lin Yuan to use true data to check on it again. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly looked at Lin Yuan with gratitude. It already considered the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly as its whole world. Now that Lin Yuan was putting effort into nurturing the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly, the Kill Food Sky Butterfly was even more thankful to Lin Yuan than when he had saved its life. Lin Yuan said to the purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly that was flying around him, "Purple afterglow beauty goddess butterfly, why don't I call you purple afterglow from now on?" Purple afterglow flapped its wings to express its satisfaction with the name. Lin Yuan started to play with Genius, Chimey, Purple Afterglow, the Wind Speed Rapid Antelope, and the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. While they were playing, Lin Yuan suddenly saw a strange image of a bottle appear on the Morbius bracelet. Morbius' voice sounded out in Lin Yuan's mind, "I have evolved to Fantasy Breed." Lin Yuan used true data to check on Morbius. Fey name, Morbius. Fey species? Fey grade, Silver, 10/10. Fey type, Spatial/Mystery. Fey quality, Fantasy I. Abilities. True data, all complicated information that is invisible to the eye is turned into data. Information that is turned into data might contain truth that cannot be distinguished on the surface. Calm mind, passive ability. Effects of calm mind can be improved according to the phase grade. Calm mind can stabilize the mind and has a certain probability of resisting negative conditions. Spirit chi condensation, gather the spirit chi in the air and spirit lock spatial zone. The gathered spirit chi will form spirit chi crystals that can enhance phase and source type life forms. Exclusive skill. Spirit lock, Morbius spatial zone can be used to nurture phase. The initial grade of the fey that Morbius spatial zone can nurture must not be higher than Morbius grade. Morbius isn't able to increase its grade by itself, so its grade will be increased along with the phase grade that it nurtures. At the same time, Morbius can obtain the initial ability of the fey that it nurtures. However, Morbius will not obtain abilities when its grade increases. Whenever Morbius increases a grade, it will be able to nurture one more fey. Morbius' method of growth will remain unchanged. Pure Land of Bliss, the Spirit Lock spatial zone will produce soil that is great for recovering near-death phase injuries. The phase recovery time will be determined by the grade of Morbius and the dying fey. Klein Hub, swallow and bind the dimensional hub that connects to the dimensional world into the Spirit Lock spatial zone. The life forms and items in the Spirit Lock spatial zone will enter the connected dimensional world during the binding process. However, the dimensional world's life forms will not be able to enter the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Normal Spirit Lock. Jasmine Lily, Bud of Mountain Jade Platinum, 1/10/Fantasy 3. Ability Heal. Fasciated Flower Stand, its heal ability will reverse heal the target, absorbing its vitality and letting it experience extreme comfort at the same time. Crystallized Main Flower, its heal ability will reverse heal the target and absorb a large amount of its vitality. Bud of Mountain Jade, its heal ability will heal the target and channel rich vitality into it through its Bud of Mountain Jade, restoring the target's damaged vitality. Exclusive skill. Recovery Imprint, it accumulates the healing energy that the Jasmine Lily releases during normal times. The contractor can activate the imprint to release the accumulated healing energy. Severed limbs growth, it comprehends the arcana of plant growth. Even if one's gene template is damaged, the rich vitality can allow one to continue to grow slowly. Elite Spirit Lock. Spirit Tide Ink Flood Dragon, Gold Eye/Fantasy Eye. Abilities. Spirit Injection, restore a huge amount of spiritual power at once and restore the lost spiritual power over a period of time. Exclusive skill. Spirit Chi Imprint, the spirit chi that is constantly released to the environment would be stored within the spirit chi imprint instead. It can also drain a small amount of the spirit chi released from other dragon species feys within the surrounding area that do not exceed the feys grade and inject it into the spirit chi imprint. It would be branded on the contractor's body, and the contractor could release spirit chi contained within the spirit chi imprint. Spirit Essence Explosion, gather the spiritual power into a single point, and explode all the energy. The Spirit Essence Explosion can only be applied to places where there is contact with the spirit chi imprint. Bronze Spirit Lock. Purple Afterglow Beauty Goddess Butterfly, Silver X/Fantasy Eye. Abilities. Silence Scale Powder, special scale powder with the ability to silence is released, and any target that comes into contact with the scale powder will be unable to use spiritual power abilities. The scale powder will also be absorbed into the target's spiritual power. Each time the target uses spirit chi, their spirit chi will end up cracking. Exclusive skill. Scale Powder Halo, its scale powder contains a powerful reflective effect. The multifaceted reflection will cause the target being enveloped by the scale powder to suffer from light pollution and lead to dizziness or brief blindness. Soul Beauty Goddess, by activating the power of the spirit and soul, the beauty will be increased to a limitless level. The target will be attracted and fall in love. The target will want everything of its object of love on its own body, and the target will want to collect everything connected to the object of its love. Lin Yuan realized that Morbius had evolved to Silver X/Fantasy Eye. However, when he saw Morbius' new exclusive skill Klein Hub, he could not help but be stunned. His mouth gaped slightly. Klein Hub was essentially a Class 6 dimensional rift that opened in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, and he could even choose what dimensional world connected to the dimensional rift. Due to Klein Hub's features, it would not allow dimensional life forms to escape like they could from the Class 6 dimensional rift. The ever-polite Lin Yuan could not help but curse and say, "Damn! Klein Hub is incredible." Chapter 916, Don't Cry, I'm Fine. A crystal-clear river threaded through the purple bamboo forest, where each bamboo was 30 meters tall. These purple bamboo stems were very slender, but they did not sway in the wind. The numerous bamboos were like the teeth of a comb that brushed through the gentle breeze. Occasionally, phoenix cries resonated from deep within the bamboo forest. The sonorous phoenix cries and the rustling of leaves created an elegant symphony. Spring was late this year in the Radiance Federation. But even if spring never came, the fragrance of bamboo, phoenix cries, and plumes of effervescent clouds persisted. It told a heartwarming story even more soothing than the spring wind. Other than the golden therak bamboo, hundreds of other types of bamboo were also planted in the forest. The fruits of the bamboo hung off the branches of the bamboo, pulling the branches down to the ground. Some branches hung so low that they touched the surface of the river, scaring a few purplish golden carps that jumped out of the water. The purplish golden carp plucked and ate the fruits. Their tails swished in the water, kicking up a light spray of water onto the bamboo as though they were giving thanks for their meal. The purple bamboo forest flourished all year. Nestled deep in the bamboo forest was a cottage made of purple bamboo. A few charming white cranes were flying around the cottage. The white cranes rode the breeze, and two enormous bronze furnaces were puffing out plumes of vapors that intermittently drifted into the cottage. A man and woman were sitting on a bench in the cottage. The man was gently combing the woman's long ivory hair with a bamboo comb. Although the man only looked to be about 30 years old, all the hair on his head had turned grey, and he appeared to already have one foot in a coffin. The woman gently touched the thin lens in front of her. She could tell that the grey-haired man was forcing the blissful smile that was plastered on his face, and tears welled up in her eyes. Once the first tear fell, the strong front she had been putting on crumbled. The man's hand that was holding onto the comb froze for a moment, but he soon went back to raking it through her hair. Despite his calm expression, he could not help but gently wipe away the tears that were rolling down the woman's cheeks. The woman's tears dampened the man's nice-looking hands and rolled down the tips of his fingers to land on the bench. "Xiang Xiang, don't cry. I'm fine. I'm going to hand the purple bamboo forest over to Xia Chen. After we meet with our old friends, we'll go and admire the beautiful scenery in the Radiance Federation together. The man looked at the woman with clear and determined eyes. He felt lucky to be living a life where he was lucky enough to meet someone he wanted to be with for the entirety of his life. Who said that love had to last forever? Bamboo Monarch felt the warmth left by the tears on his fingers and sighed 3 times. The first sigh was to lament his own lack of ability. Even though he was a Class 5 creation master, he was unable to remove the love of his life's bad luck. The second sigh was because of his lack of courage. While he was with her, he did not regret becoming afflicted by her bad luck. Rather, he regretted not asking for her hand sooner. The third sigh was for Wang Fuxiang's sake. He bemoaned her life that was full of trials and tribulations. His 3 sighs were like 3 questions. Unfortunately, no one would ever be able to answer these questions. Wang Fuxiang looked deeply into the Bamboo Monarch's eyes, and her tears fell onto his shirt. Fu Wensu, am I really worth it? The Bamboo Monarch plucked his ring off his finger and put it on Wang Fuxiang's ring finger. Since she was a woman, her finger was too slim for the ring. The ring hung loosely around Wang Fuxiang's finger, and it would slip off with one forceful movement. The Bamboo Monarch laughed awkwardly and placed the ring on Wang Fuxiang's thumb instead. Xiang, all my wealth is in this ring. Now, I will give it to you. Do you still think I regret my decision? Wang Fuxiang cried even harder, and she gently touched the Bamboo Monarch's face before twirling a finger around a lock of his grey hair. Wang Fuxiang felt compelled to say her true feelings as she gazed at the grey hair. Fu Wensu, I promise to be with you but only on one condition. The Bamboo Monarch stared back at her silently before gently touching her face and pressing her head down on his chest. I can't imagine a future without you, so please don't ask me to do it. If I really have to choose, I hope that you'll wear my ring from now on. While the Bamboo Monarch was speaking, the river outside twinkled with the radiance of nostalgic days past. The light from the river reflected off the bronze furnace onto Wang Fuxiang and the Bamboo Monarch, and the spotlight of mutual longing shone down on them. A lump was stuck in Wang Fuxiang's throat, and she could say anything in return. Nonetheless, her eyes shone with the solemn promise that the man in half armor had given her. The man was willing to give her all his wealth and even sacrifice his life. Yet, he was going to lose his life because of her. In spite of how touched Wang Fuxiang was, she knew that if only one of them could make it out alive, the Bamboo Monarch's survival would be better for the Radiance Federation. It would also be the best choice for her. Wang Fuxiang murmured, Fu Wensu, don't forget me. Wang Fuxiang spoke softly, and the words did not travel far past her lips. As such, the Bamboo Monarch did not catch what she said. At that moment, several cries of a cicada broke through the silence of the purple bamboo forest. The Bamboo Monarch had anticipated this and was unbothered by the cicada cries. He continued to comb Wang Fuxiang's hair. Xia Chen had been waiting by the bamboo forest garden's entrance for some time, and he said softly, Lord Cicada Song, welcome to the purple bamboo garden. My master isn't feeling well, so I'm here to greet you in his stead. I hope you will be understanding of my inadequacies. However, Xia Chen did not seem to have any intention of leading Cicada Song into the purple bamboo garden. As the Bamboo Monarch's first disciple, Xia Chen had been helping to manage the purple bamboo garden for the past decade. Hence, he knew why Cicada Song had come. Chapter 917, The Bamboo Monarch's Rage. Xia Chen understood where the Bamboo Monarch was coming from. Thus, the real reason he was standing there was to stop every person, including Cicada Song. At that moment, a streak of black metal flashed across the sky, and a man in iron armor appeared next to Cicada Song. The man in iron armor said to Xia Chen, Take me to see the Bamboo Monarch. Xia Chen shook his head and replied, My master said that the purple bamboo forest would no longer be receiving guests. You are no exception, Lord Iron Prison. If you would like to take a seat to rest, I can prepare our specialty bamboo river tea for you. Iron Prison's expression hardened as he said, The Bamboo Monarch might not be seeing guests, but I insist on meeting with him. While Iron Prison was speaking, Xia Chen grinned and said, Lord Iron Prison, please don't make things difficult for my master or me. Xia Chen manipulated his aura, but instead of aiming it at Iron Prison and Cicada Song, he used it to secure the entrance of the purple bamboo forest. This was a declaration of Xia Chen's stance. As the Bamboo Monarch's first disciple, Xia Chen had outstanding powers. However, Iron Prison did not seem to worry about Xia Chen. Iron Prison scoffed and was about to take a step forward when a hand on his shoulder stopped him. Cicada Song sighed and thought, Iron Prison is always so impulsive. He can even turn a good thing into something bad. When he noticed Iron Prison's look of confusion, Cicada Song said, many of our old friends who were at the Midnight Palace should be making their way to the Purple Bamboo Forest. Even if the Bamboo Monarch refuses to see guests, he won't have a choice when so many of us are out here waiting for him. Iron Prison stopped trying to walk forward. Xia Chen maintained his aura, but he was soon faced with 6 members of royalty. Cicada Song said to a stout middle-aged man, Tianfeng, I'm surprised you left your cultivated garden. Cicada Song frowned slightly. Tianfeng had never been on good terms with the Bamboo Monarch. In fact, the two of them could even be said to be rivals. Hence, it was surprising for Tianfeng to show up at the Purple Bamboo Garden at such a time. Tianfeng turned his gaze to the Purple Bamboo Forest and said, Tower Cannon's 100-year plan. The Sleeper's revival is almost upon us. The Bamboo Monarch has to recover his health. Tianfeng immediately made his motives clear and ignored Xia Chen as he shouted, Bamboo Monarch, 6 of your old friends are here waiting for you. If you don't come out to see us, we'll just have to go to you. Tianfeng's shouts resounded throughout the entire Purple Bamboo Forest, frightening some of the phoenixes and carp that lived in the forest. Some golden thearch bamboo deep in the forest suddenly released the aura of spiritual power. Xia Chen's gaze darkened as he looked at Tianfeng. However, Tianfeng's actions made Xia Chen let out a sigh of relief. The Bamboo Monarch's brow furrowed when he heard what Tianfeng said. He then looked kindly at Wang Fuxiang and said softly, Xiang, wait here for me. The Bamboo Monarch's spiritual energy bubbled, and a child with green hair dressed in green clothes appeared in front of him. He said to the child, Green Mindful, watch over Sister Xiang. If anyone steps through the door and past the 2 bamboo crane prosperity fairy furnaces, kill them without mercy. Green Mindful's black eyes turned green, and worlds seemed to take form inside its pupils, giving off the air of infallibility. The child called Green Mindful said obediently, Okay, Big Brother Bamboo. I will be good and stay here to protect Sister Xiang. The Bamboo Monarch said softly to Wang Fuxiang, Don't do anything stupid and just wait for me. The Bamboo Monarch disappeared from the cottage. Green Mindful politely greeted Wang Fuxiang and laid out several dishes on the table for her before standing by her side like a child guard. Wang Fuxiang had been hiding her identity as a spirit Qi professional in Lanja Pavilion and conducted business as a normal human. Although she was actually a spirit Qi professional, she was still weaker than Bamboo Monarch's feys. She would not be able to do anything stupid with Green Mindful around even if she wanted to. What the Bamboo Monarch said about showing no mercy made Wang Fuxiang once again aware of how certain the Bamboo Monarch was about her. Meanwhile, the Bamboo Monarch's figure appeared next to Xia Chen. At that moment, Chef Supreme arrived at the Purple Bamboo Forest. Initially, Chef Supreme had wanted to bring Li Changlin, Zhang Yingying, and Zhong Ziyi. But after receiving the call from the Moon Empress, he had made more haste, leaving the other 3 behind. However, he did not expect the other 6 to have arrived before him and to have called the Bamboo Monarch out. The Bamboo Monarch nodded at Chef Supreme and said loudly, I'm not feeling well, yet you insist on calling me out to chat. What do we have to chat about? In spite of the Bamboo Monarch's calm voice, his tone made Xia Chen inhale sharply. The Bamboo Monarch usually chuckled after he finished speaking, but he had not done so this time. This meant that the Bamboo Monarch was now inexplicably furious. Xia Chen had never seen the Bamboo Monarch blow his top. However, he knew that his ever-gentle master was terrifying when he was enraged. Even Tianfeng did not speak immediately. The single-brain-celled Iron Prison stepped forward and said, No matter what happens, you have to protect your cell. At that moment, all the color drained from the Bamboo Monarch's already sickly face. Soon, his body was like bamboo shoots that had just burst forth from the ground as his face took on a healthy pink glow and his grey hair turned black. The Bamboo Monarch looked just as he had before and summoned a light green bamboo into his hand. His rigid aura shot into the sky and crashed down on all 7 members of royalty standing before him. He did not say a word, but everyone present knew what his intentions were. The Bamboo Monarch's aura wiped the ever-present twinkle of a smile from Cicada Song's eyes. Bamboo Monarch, we had a deal to never use power above myth breed with each other. Did you forget? Chapter 918, The Moon Empress's Arrival. Cicada Song did not expect the issue to be so difficult to handle, and he certainly did not expect the Bamboo Monarch to place his feelings for Wang Fuxiang above his own life. Chef Supreme felt troubled by the Bamboo Monarch's fury. He had come for the same reason as the other members of royalty. However, the Moon Empress' call had made his determination waver. She had not spoken clearly during the call, and all she said was that her disciple had a plan without describing what the plan actually was. Since the bamboo monarch's soul was stained by bad luck, the 100 prosperity wine was no longer effective. Chef Supreme could not figure out what the Moon Empress had in mind, but given his understanding of her, she would never say she had an idea if it was not real. Chef Supreme stepped forward and opened his palm. A flame with 1,000 colors sparked to life in his palm, and an aura comparable to that of the bamboo monarch flowed out of Chef Supreme. When they sensed Chef Supreme's aura, the other members of royalty looked at him in confusion and thought to themselves, why is Chef Supreme going against our agreement? Everyone knew that Chef Supreme and the bamboo monarch were on good terms. Could Chef Supreme have decided to attack Wang Fuxiang for the sake of the bamboo monarch's health? What Chef Supreme did next astonished the other 6 members of royalty. I support the bamboo monarch's decision, said Chef Supreme. Chef Supreme walked over to stand beside the bamboo monarch and nodded at him. Cicada Song, Iron Prison, Tianfeng, and the others did not know what Chef Supreme was trying to do. At that moment, a ray of light whipped across the sky. Everyone looked up to see a crescent moon hanging high above the purple bamboo forest in the midday sky. Chains of moonbeams fell from the crescent moon, and the Moon Empress descended the chains with the ever-cold-faced cold moon behind her. The Moon Empress' appearance stunned everyone. Given her character, she was never inclined to participate in such matters. Why did she personally come to the purple bamboo forest? The Moon Empress made a beeline for the bamboo monarch and handed him a brocade box. When the bamboo monarch looked at her in bewilderment, the Moon Empress said, "Inside this box is what you need the most right now." Morbius laughed when it heard what Lin Yuan said. From the moment Morbius had joined Lin Yuan, this was the first time that it heard Lin Yuan curse. Morbius was delighted that Lin Yuan was so pleased with Klein Hub. "Yuan, you'll be even more shocked by the changes to the Spirit Lock spatial zone." Lin Yuan immediately brought Chimey, Genius, the Wind Speed Rapid Antelope, Purple Afterglow, and the Kill Food Sky Butterfly into the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Once they were inside, Lin Yuan immediately choked on the pure spirit qi, and it took him a few moments to acclimatize to the concentration of spirit qi. Previously, the spirit qi in the Spirit Lock spatial zone had been like a bottle of water. Now, it was more like a bottle of cold soda. Its concentration was 10 times what it was before. Not only would Lin Yuan be able to nurture feys faster, but the feys that could not transform in the lower concentration of spirit qi would also now have a chance. It was just like how other creation masters did not possess spirit qi that was pure enough to create the possessed star intelligent dark clouds. Chimey, Genius, Purple Afterglow, and the Wind Speed Rapid Antelope had spent a lot of time in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Both Chimey and Genius had experienced the evolution of the Spirit Lock spatial zone before, and they were not shocked by the concentration of spirit qi in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. However, this was not the case for the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly felt like it had been transported to a magical land in which each breath brought it unspeakable delight. Purple Afterglow sensed the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's shock and kindly explained the situation to it. Lin Yuan ignored the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. Since it had sworn its servitude to Purple Afterglow, it was no different from the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee and Red Thorn. They were all essentially Lin Yuan's feys. The increase in size was the change to the Spirit Lock spatial zone that Lin Yuan was most excited about. The Spirit Lock spatial zone had become several times larger. When Morbius had been normal grade, it was only 20 square meters. It had been 40 square meters when it was elite grade, and 80 square meters when it was bronze grade. Previously, the size would double after each evolution. But now that Morbius had evolved to Silver X, it had expanded to 480 square meters, which was 6 times larger than its previous size. As such, the resources in the Spirit Lock spatial zone had also increased by 6 times. Along with the increase in the Spirit Lock spatial zone's size also came an expansion in the Spirit Pool and the Pure Land of Bliss. Previously, the Spirit Pool had been about 5 square meters large. Now, it was 30 square meters and was like a small pond. The expanded Spirit Pool could distill energy ores faster to replenish the Spirit Qi in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. The light green stone bowl from which Spirit Qi crystals were produced still looked the same, except that it seemed much thicker than before, and there were several markings on its inner area. There was also a red metal table at the side of the Spirit Lock spatial zone with a huge hole in its center. Lin Yuan walked over and noticed that this table was the feature that accompanied Klein Hub because the hole was the perfect size to hold a spatial hub. Lin Yuan lightly knocked twice on the red metal table and immediately started to wonder how he should go about using it. "Yuan, the increase in the size of the spirit lock spatial zone is because I evolved 3 times during my evolution to fantasy breed, then another 3 times when I evolved to Silver X, said Morbius. Lin Yuan smiled and thought to himself about how Morbius used to leave him to wonder about the changes to the spirit lock spatial zone himself when it was asleep. Now that Morbius was awake, he could just ask it all his questions instead of riddling it out himself. Morbius, how do I activate Klein Hub? Chapter 919, Ferocious Marsh Crocodile. Lin Yuan had heard about the Class 6 dimensional rift and how it could connect to a dimensional world for the first time at the Guardia banquet. At that time, he had felt that the most suitable dimensional world for humans to venture into was the Marsh world. Class 5 Marsh dimensional rifts opened about as frequently as Water world dimensional rifts did and were considered rare. Moreover, Marsh dimensional rifts were extremely dangerous, and most of them were filled with decaying mud which made it difficult for humans to move around easily. Although the marsh could be turned into land with a large amount of Earth-type elements, not many people could afford such resources. After all, exploring the Marsh dimensional rift was different from expanding a faction into the Marsh world, which was a continuous process. Once all the source-type items in the dimensional hub were removed from the dimensional rift, the Marsh dimensional rift would close, and all the resources used would be non-retrievable. There were also many poisonous marsh beasts and carnivorous plants in the 40% of land that existed in the Marsh dimensional rift. Enormous marsh crocodiles lived in the remaining 60% of marsh. The marsh crocodile was the most abundant life form in the marsh world, and most of them were bronze-eye. A young marsh crocodile was about half a meter long. Although their mouths were filled with sharp teeth, all the nutrients in their bodies were directed to their scales. Hence, their jaw muscles were weak and could bite through a weak bronze fey but could not tear through the flesh. As such, the Class 1 marsh crocodile was often discussed along with the Class 1 alien insects. This topic was greatly debated amongst scholars. Scholars used various pieces of evidence to compare the Class 1 marsh crocodile with the Class 1 alien insects. Eventually, they concluded that a Class 1 alien insect on its own could not bite through the Class 1 marsh crocodile's scales, but a Class 1 alien insect could snap the Class 1 marsh's crocodile's jaws from the inside like a pair of chopsticks. A Class 1 alien insect could also aim its bite at the Class 1 marsh crocodile's neck, where it did not have any scales. Hence, scholars deemed the Class 1 marsh crocodiles to be weaker than Class 1 alien insects, resulting in the Class 1 marsh crocodile being ridiculed. But once the marsh crocodile reached Class 3, they would advance into the adult stage and grow to 2 meters long. Although this was not large, the jaw muscles would have fully developed and changed drastically from when it was young. Its mouth would be able to bite through a gold fey's muscles and even its bones if the fey was slightly weaker. The adult Class 3 marsh crocodile floated on the surface of the pitch-black marsh, ready to pounce on any prey. Once a Class 3 marsh crocodile had its jaws around a target, it would start to thrash about until its prey stopped moving. Scholars had also compared Class 3 marsh crocodiles with Class 3 alien insects. The alien insects also changed significantly when they reached Class 3. The Class 3 marsh crocodile could use its jaws, deadly thrashes, and hard scales to beat 2 of 3 alien insects with no issue. Although the Class 3 marsh crocodile could not beat the Class 3 horn demon, it was still considered one of the top Class 3 dimensional life forms. It was possible to find Class 3 marsh crocodiles in a Class 1 dimensional rift. Thus, low-rank spirit chi professionals had always struggled with venturing into marsh dimensional rifts while high-rank spirit chi professionals did not like to venture in. Due to the shape of the land in the Class 1 marsh dimensional rift, it was as difficult to explore it as it was to explore other Class 2 dimensional rifts. Other Class 2 dimensional rifts also produced higher grade resources than the Class 1 marsh dimensional rift. Thus, very few people were willing to explore marsh dimensional rifts, and there were very few marsh dimensional rift resources available in the market. The scales of the marsh crocodile were regarded as high-grade leather while their skin was used as half-armor, wallets, and other expensive accessories. Abyss dimensional rifts and water world dimensional rifts had special resources like strange flames and heavy water. The marsh dimensional rift also had special resources, but it was so difficult to explore that their special resources were much more valuable than strange flames and heavy water. Strange flames were formed from special fire-type elements, and so was marsh soil. Marsh soil was made from special earth-type elements that could speed up a plant-type phase growth and nourish the surrounding area when buried underground. It was also an extremely beneficial nurturing ingredient to some earth-type phase. When Lin Yuan was constructing the return from faraway mansion, Wen Yu had buried some mid-grade marsh soil from Class 3 marsh dimensional rifts in the soil around the mansion. The mid-grade marsh soil combined with tens of thousands of energy ores enabled the plant-type phase in the return from faraway mansion to grow swiftly. For example, normal fenza bamboo and sea bamboo grew in the return from faraway mansion's 3,000 meter bamboo forest. In the past year, even without the help of a creation master, many of the fenza bamboo and sea bamboo had evolved from normal to elite under the influence of just the marsh soil and energy ores. It was clear that marsh soil was extremely beneficial to plant-type phase. If you want to use Klein Hub, you need to find a dimensional rift and enter it to where the dimensional hub is. Klein Hub will consume the dimensional hub, and a dimensional rift will appear in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone's Klein Hub space. But once Klein Hub consumes the dimensional hub, it will be unable to change the type of dimensional hub until it comes into contact with the heart of the first dimensional world. Yuan, you have to be careful when deciding to use Klein Hub to consume a dimensional hub, said Morbius. Lin Yuan nodded and replied, I made my choice long ago. I intend on using Klein Hub to consume the dimensional hub of a marsh dimensional rift and open a marsh dimensional rift in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Chapter 920, Lin Yuan's Wild Ambition. While Lin Yuan was speaking, wild ambition flared from his gaze. From the moment he had learned about the Class 6 dimensional rift, he had been considering expanding Sky City into the abyssal world. If he expanded into the abyssal world, he would be able to source for strange flames for the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree and chimey. Ever since he had witnessed the power of top-grade strange flames in the Midnight Palace, he had wanted one for himself. Although he did not have use for a top-grade strange flame now, and it would be too over the top to use it as a lamp, Chimey would need strange flames to evolve its bloodline when it evolved to Fantasy V. Now, the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone had the Klein Hub that could connect to the Marsh world, which would enable Lin Yuan to venture into the Marsh world. Although the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift would also be able to connect to the Marsh world, there were no Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rifts in the Radiance Federation. Even if Lin Yuan encountered another Spirit Chi professional in the Marsh world, the Spirit Chi professional would definitely be from another federation. On the other hand, the Marsh world was so expansive that finding another Spirit Chi professional in it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly had sworn its servitude to Purple Afterglow and had essentially become Lin Yuan's fey. Lin Yuan had not come up with any prior plans for the Kill Food Sky Butterfly, but now, it seemed that it could be the one to break into the Marsh world. Given that the Kill Food Sky Butterfly was creation breed, it would not be in any danger in the Marsh world unless it met a Class 10 Marsh dimensional life form. Even if it did bump into a Class 10 dimensional life form, there was no guarantee that the Kill Food Sky Butterfly would lose. Lin Yuan had already used True Data to check on the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's attributes. After Morbius evolved to Fantasy Breed, Lin Yuan would be able to see more details in the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's True Data. Lin Yuan had long been curious about how the True Data of Creation Breed phase would look, and the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's True Data did not disappoint Lin Yuan at all. All of the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's abilities and exclusive skills were geared toward explosive strength. With the Kill Food Sky Butterfly around, Lin Yuan would be safe when he explored and started construction in the Marsh world. Lin Yuan would also be able to instruct Purple Afterglow to contact the Kill Food Sky Butterfly and order it to return to the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone through Klein Hub. From then, Lin Yuan would be able to summon the Kill Food Sky Butterfly to use as part of his arsenal again. Since he had already decided to instruct Klein Hub to consume the dimensional hub of the Marsh Dimensional Rift, he was going to see his plan through. He was extremely curious about how the Marsh world looked. Lin Yuan did not immediately leave the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Instead, he started to organize the resources in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Now that the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone had expanded, it looked rather empty. Lin Yuan charted out a general plan for how he would use the space in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone and placed the precious phase such as the Floating Island Whale, Grey, Twin Red Pagoda, Soldier Ration Radish in the Pure Land of Bliss. The Pure Land of Bliss was now 40 square meters and had more than enough space to store the most precious resources in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Lin Yuan took rows of shelves out of the amber button-shaped diamond fey storage box. Hu Chuan had made these shelves out of precious wood, and they all had lifelike carvings on them. At the time, Hu Chuan did not understand why Lin Yuan wanted to use these normal but still precious pieces of wood when he had so much jade-textured wood. Lin Yuan had asked Hu Chuan to make these shelves in preparation for the expansion of the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, but he did not expect the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone to expand to such an extent. Thus, he did not have enough shelves. He placed these shelves next to the jade-textured wood shelves and filled the shelves with jade-textured wooden planks. After he filled the shelves, Lin Yuan piled 5 of the precious wooden planks on the ground and took more planks out of the diamond fey storage box. Next, he took out a large amount of coral jade and placed it on the floor. Silver Corona saw Lin Yuan take out the coral jade and happily flew around him. Its flushed face looked wary as it said softly, "Lin Yuan treats me the best." Currently, Lin Yuan had only used a small part of the spirit lock spatial zone. He was also going to ask Hu Chuan to create more shelves for him. The coral jade on the floor could be placed on the shelves, but Lin Yuan intended on organizing the spirit lock spatial zone more thoroughly when he returned to the mansion. He was also going to attempt to nurture the phase that had a big reaction but did not evolve in the previous spirit lock spatial zone. The increase in the concentration of spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone had sped up the floating island whale's hatching, as it could now absorb 10 times the amount of spirit chi than before. Hence, the floating island whale would also need 10 times more water-type elemental pearls than before. Thankfully, Lin Yuan had stocked up many heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. However, it did not seem enough for the island whale. Although the spirit lock spatial zone's concentration of spirit chi had increased by 10 times, the elemental shellfish did not produce 10 times more elemental pearls. Lin Yuan calculated the time frame and concluded that the elemental shellfish produced elemental pearls 3 times quicker than before. This speed would not be enough to sustain the island whale's needs. Hence, Lin Yuan needed to find more young elemental shellfish as soon as possible. He suddenly realized that in spite of the increase in the rate of the elemental shellfish's production, his elemental pearl needs had also risen. A large amount of pure earth-type elements would be required to turn the marsh in the marsh world into land, and earth-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls would be the best source of pure earth-type elements. Moreover, the kill food sky butterfly also needed a large amount of earth-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls to recover its diminished bloodline. Ergo, Lin Yuan had to get his hands on elemental shellfish no matter what. Chapter 921, Millstone Town, Impending Danger. However, Lin Yuan was not worried about procuring the elemental shellfish because the increase in the concentration of spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone enabled Brocade Zither to produce golden lotus brocade pearls quicker. His identity had been revealed to the veteran and top factions at the Guardia banquet. Currently, only Coiling Dragon's Valley and Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine had the golden lotus brocade pearls, and their first elders had all visited Lin Yuan at the return from faraway mansion. Master Lan Qin had also helped Lin Yuan to advertise the golden lotus brocade pearls, and soon, many of the major factions would be knocking down his door to ask for the golden lotus brocade pearls. When the major factions came, Lin Yuan would be able to ask for elemental shellfish in return and thus gain an innumerable number of elemental pearls. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had been selling luxury goods. Once Lin Yuan gained more heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls than he needed, he would give the pearls with an outer layer to the heavenly pavilion to turn them into the most luxurious of goods available for sale on the market. Many people would be in a mad rush to buy up. At that time, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce would earn a name as the major supplier of luxury goods and be able to start subsuming other factions with luxury goods as their role. During future events like the Guardia banquet, Listen would be able to attend on behalf of his family. After Lin Yuan left the Spirit Lock spatial zone, he called Lu Ji. He was now 3,000 kilometers away from the royal capital and was closer to the Ascending Dragon City. Ascending Dragon City had one of the highest rates of marsh dimensional rift openings amongst the 36 major cities. It was currently the time where dimensional rifts were most likely to open. Hence, it would not be difficult for Lin Yuan to find a marsh dimensional rift. Since Lu Ji was the disciple of the chief guard of the spirit guards, he only needed to call Yu Zhe to find out where the marsh dimensional rift near Ascending Dragon City was. The first thing that Lu Ji said when he answered the call was, "Lin Yuan, I heard from Wen Yu that the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer have returned to the mansion. Are you safe?" Lin Yuan replied with a smile, "Big brother Lu, I'm fine. Are you at the Midnight Palace or the Spirit Guard's land?" Since Lu Ji had heard about the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer from Wen Yu, it meant that he was not at the mansion. If he was at the Spirit Guard's land or the Midnight Palace, he would not have to call Yu Zhe to find out about the location of the marsh dimensional rift. He could directly check up on the Spirit Guard's information reports regarding dimensional spaces. "Lin Yuan, I'm at the Spirit Guard's land. Master is already headed to the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift to do the final checks. I'm going to return to the mansion. Big brother Lu, can you check where the nearest marsh dimensional rift to Ascending Dragon City is?" asked Lin Yuan. "It would be best if it's a Class 1 dimensional rift," added Lin Yuan hastily. As dimensional rifts evolved, they also increased in size. As such, it would be easiest for him to find a dimensional hub from a Class 1 dimensional rift. Lu Ji immediately replied, "I'll go check now and call you back." Lu Ji hung up the call. Lin Yuan stretched and patted his back for his foresight. When he had been collecting the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles, he had asked Listen to use his contacts to place tentacles in the 3 main cities around the royal capital. Lin Yuan intended on placing tentacles in every city around the royal capital once he had enough tentacles. Then, he would be able to use the tentacle nodes to transport himself anywhere and would not need to waste time traveling. Less than 3 minutes later, Lu Ji called Lin Yuan back and said, "Lin Yuan, there are currently 3 marsh dimensional rifts around Ascending Dragon City. One of them is Class 2, while the other 2 are Class 3. None of them are Class 1. The 2 Class 3 marsh dimensional rifts are in areas guarded by the Spirit Guards and Ascending Dragon Guards, but the Class 2 marsh dimensional rift is in a small place called Millstone Town. Millstone Town is in such a remote area, and it so happens that the Spirit Guard that was stationed there only learned about that dimensional rift after they vacated the area. Once news got out, that Spirit Guard rushed back to defend against the marsh dimensional life forms. However, Millstone Town is so inaccessible that the Ascending Dragon Guards and Spirit Guards need at least 40 minutes to arrive after hearing about the marsh dimensional rift." Lu Ji's voice was low, and the pain was apparent. It was clear how much he wished he was in Millstone Town now. He knew that Lin Yuan had once defended Millstone Town as black. Yet now, the town was once again in peril, and there was a chance of it being wiped from existence. The most common life forms that escaped the Class 2 dimensional rift were Class 4 marsh crocodiles. Marsh crocodiles would enter a state of frenzy when they were in an environment without water and become ferocious beasts that would wreak havoc on Millstone Town. The strongest expert in a small town would only have a weak gold-grade fey. There used to be a team of Spirit Guards stationed at Millstone Town. However, the Radiance Federation was too vast, and the Spirit Guards and Ascending Dragon Guards were always short-staffed. The Spirit Guard teams patrolled the areas with resources and in rotation, and slowly, small towns that were not included under Ascending Dragon City were also added to the areas in rotation. Lu Ji hoped that there was a strong Spirit Chi professional in Millstone Town that could help them to overcome the impending danger. "I got it, Big Brother Lu. I'm going back to the Return from Faraway Mansion for dinner tonight," replied Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan hung up the call and circulated his spiritual power to transport himself to the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's Ascending Dragon City branch. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce employee jumped out of his skin at Lin Yuan's arrival. Lin Yuan did not bother with any explanations. He summoned the Kill Food Sky Butterfly and ordered it with a grim expression, "Kill Food Sky Butterfly, follow this map and head to Millstone Town." Lin Yuan handed his phone, which displayed a map to Millstone Town, to the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. He had not anticipated this and had not left one of the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles in Millstone Town. The only thing that Lin Yuan could rely on to save Millstone Town was the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's power. Only this power would be able to cover the thousands of kilometers in a matter of seconds. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly flapped its wings and grew larger until it reached a wingspan of 3 meters. Now, the Kill Food Sky Butterfly was large enough to carry one person. In order to rush its journey, the Kill Food Sky Butterfly did not hide its creation breed aura. Soon, its aura permeated Ascending Dragon City as it grew larger. Chapter 922, Leave the Rest to Me. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly only released its creation breed aura and did not direct it at anyone. However, the immense aura crushed all the buildings in Ascending Dragon City until they were only 5 meters tall, and everyone outside the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce found it hard to breathe. All those who could feel the creation breed aura looked up in shock at the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. One of the people looking up was a middle-aged man who resembled Long Tu. The middle-aged man summoned a wolf with razor-sharp teeth and torn-up wings. The black torn-up wings released a dark and vicious aura. The wolf's aura was much weaker than the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's aura, but the wolf had reached Pinnacle Myth 3 and was only a step away from creation breed. The middle-aged man did not care that the wolf's aura could not compare to the creation breed aura permeating the city as he jumped onto the wolf's back and started to ride it in the direction of the creation breed aura. He could not believe that someone would dare to cause trouble in Ascending Dragon City without reason. Once a Fey reached creation breed, it definitely understood what kind of consequences would accompany the use of its power in a city. The punishment was at least 1 year in the sin-cleansing pool. Hence, the middle-aged man wanted to understand why this creation breed Fey was releasing its aura in Ascending Dragon City. The middle-aged man saw a light blue butterfly shining with purple light flying over Ascending Dragon City. A young man in white and blue spirit chi clothes stood on the butterfly. The young man was looking at the middle-aged man sternly, as though he was waiting for the middleman to approach him. The middle-aged man rode up to the young man and shouted, "I am the city lord of Ascending Dragon City, Long Xiao. Why are you releasing creation breed Fey aura in Ascending Dragon City?" Although Long Xiao was only a pinnacle emperor class, he was the city lord of Ascending Dragon City and sounded interrogative as he looked between Lin Yuan and the kill food sky butterfly. He did not understand how someone as young as Lin Yuan managed to ride on a creation breed Fey. Could the young man be an unorthodox Thearch class expert that retained the looks of a 19-year-old after breaking through S rank? Long Xiao immediately shut down this idea. He might not be a creation master, but he was a pinnacle emperor class expert and could tell someone's true age from one glance. This young man was truly 19 years old. From the moment Lin Yuan caught sight of Long Xiao, he had realized that Long Xiao had to be from Coiling Dragon's Valley. Long Tu and Long Xiao bore a strong resemblance, while Long Tao and Long Xiao bore a slight resemblance. This meant that Long Xiao had to be a descendant of Coiling Dragon's Valley. However, Lin Yuan was on a tight schedule and did not have much time to converse with Long Xiao. Lin Yuan shook his hand and tossed 2 crests at Long Xiao. Long Xiao hastily grabbed the young man's 2 items tossed toward him. Long Xiao took one look at the 2 items and instantly froze. One of the crests was the Order of Radiant Light that gave one the right to compete to become either a Radiance Envoy or a Radiance Knight, while the other crest was a Class 2 Creation Master crest with a moon carved on it. One of the crests demonstrated the young man's power while the other revealed his identity. Long Xiao dared not doubt either of the crests that the young man had tossed out. The young man said in a serious and clear voice, "A Class 2 Marsh Dimensional Rift opened at Millstone Town. Time is of the essence now, so please send some low-class creation masters to heal the Feys with wounded roots and leave the rest to me." Lin Yuan said softly to the Kill Food Sky Butterfly, "Kill Food Sky Butterfly, let's go." The Kill Food Sky Butterfly flapped its wings and soon disappeared out of Long Xiao's sight. Lin Yuan had said those things to Long Xiao to explain why the Kill Food Sky Butterfly was releasing its creation breed aura in Ascending Dragon City and to help Long Xiao save some of the Ascending Dragon Guards and healing type Spirit Chi professionals' resources by diverting them more dangerous areas that needed them. There were other towns besides Millstone Town that had formed due to natural migration. Those towns were in similar situations to Millstone Town. Since Lin Yuan knew that he could save Millstone Town, there was no need to waste Ascending Dragon City's most precious guard resources. Lin Yuan had asked Long Xiao to send low-class creation masters to Millstone Town because he could not directly summon the Pure Land of Bliss. However, Lin Yuan could use healing-type Spirit Chi professional techniques to heal the injured Spirit Chi professionals in Millstone Town. The Platinum X/Fantasy 3 Jasmine Lily had changed drastically from when it was Silver I/Fantasy I. As long as Lin Yuan did not summon the Jasmine Lily, no one would connect him to Black. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly used the power of worlds to stop the spatial fluctuations. Lin Yuan could see the black spatial fluctuations being contained by the power of worlds. Lin Yuan could tell how fast the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's wings were flapping from the waves of spatial fluctuations. However, Lin Yuan was still incredibly anxious. All he had found out from the call with Lu Ji was that a Class 2 Marsh Dimensional Rift had opened at Millstone Town. Both the Class 2 Marsh Dimensional Rift and the Pinnacle Class 1 Alien Insect Dimensional Rift needed time to stew. It had only been 5 minutes since the Spirit Guard had reported the sudden appearance of the Class 2 Marsh Dimensional Rift. If Lin Yuan was lucky, he should be able to arrive before the Class 2 Marsh Dimensional Rift finished stewing. But as hopeful as Lin Yuan was, he knew that chances of this were extremely slim. Chapter 923, You Better Drink More. These spirit guards who were on special solo outfield tasks all had gold feys. The main members of the spirit guards formed small groups to patrol the various dimensional rifts. A spirit guard with only platinum feys would need some time in order to escape from a Class 2 Marsh dimensional rift and report its existence. Lin Yuan clenched his fist tightly. Meanwhile, at the only entrance to Millstone Town where Lin Yuan and Zhang Xiaobai and the rest had fought together stood 100 Spirit Chi professionals. Each of these Spirit Chi professionals had 1 or 2 feys. The feys all had similar powers. The slightly stronger ones were gold, while the weaker ones were bronze. The Spirit Chi professionals looked austere but also ready to defend Millstone Town to their last breath. The 3 people standing at the front of the group had the sourest expressions. One of them was the president of the Millstone Town's Guild Alliance, and he had gold feys. Another was the Spirit Guard, who had rushed out to send the report before rushing back to help. There were 2 ferocious 4-meter-long lions with light green fur flanking the Spirit Guard. The two Platinum V/Epic green-faced lions roared continuously to motivate the spirit chi professionals behind them. However, the spirit guard was sweating profusely, and his sweat dripped down onto the black earth, which promptly absorbed the liquid. As a spirit guard, Zhao Su was well aware of how terrifying a Class 2-dimensional rift could be. Unlike Class 1-dimensional rifts that would only release a few Class 3-dimensional life forms, Class 2-dimensional rifts released hundreds of Class 3-dimensional life forms as well as 5 Class 4-dimensional life forms. If there was a marsh crocodile amongst the Class 4-dimensional life forms, not even the green-faced lions would be a match for them, much less the wave of dimensional life forms. Before the green-faced lions even had a chance to engage the wave of dimensional life forms in battle, they would be immediately torn to shreds. Unless a miracle took place, there was no way they would win. But miracles were called miracles for a reason. How could they appear so easily? However, Zhao Su did not regret his decision to stand and fight alongside these people despite knowing what was to come because he was a spirit guard, and the glory of his duty prevented him from backing down. The courage that came with this sense of duty enabled him to look determined and brave in spite of his pale countenance. He turned to look at the old president of the Millstone Towns Guild Alliance and said, "Old president, have you scattered the essence blood I gave you around the entrance of the fortress for survivors underground?" The old president nodded and replied, "Lord Zhao Su, I did as you instructed and scattered the Class 5 marsh crocodile's essence blood around the entrance of the fortress for survivors." A look of relief came over Zhao Su's pale face. Every small town in the Radiance Federation with inhabitants had a fortress for survivors built underground. The women and children of Millstone Town who lacked fighting abilities would all hide in the fortress during times of disasters. The fortress for survivors was not a paradise but a shelter built from strong defensive materials. It was meant to temporarily withstand disaster before the arrival of aid from spirit guards and ascending dragon guards. When faced with a disaster that involved a wave of Class 2 marsh dimensional life forms, the Millstone Town's fortress for survivors would not even last 5 minutes. Dimensional life forms were also very sensitive to the aura of life forms. If everyone hid in the fortress for survivors, it would immediately be surrounded by the Class 2 marsh dimensional life forms, and those people inside would instantly become nothing more than a feast. Thus, the main purpose of the people defending Millstone Town's wall would be to prevent the dimensional life forms from heading for the fortress of survivors. Zhao Su hoped that this group would be able to hold off the marsh dimensional life forms for some time. Even if the marsh dimensional life forms killed off all the defenders and found the fortress for survivors, they would be warded off by the Class 5 marsh crocodile essence blood around the entrance. The Class 5 marsh crocodile should be effective for some time. Zhao Su had already sent the news to the spirit guards. The spirit guards and ascending dragon guards should arrive at Millstone Town within an hour after receiving the news. However, Zhao Su still did not know how this group would be able to hold out until then. If even he could not even defend a structure with his life, how were the spirit chi professionals behind him who died alongside him defending their wives and children going to rest easy after their deaths? Zhao Su cursed his lack of power. If only he had 2 diamond green-faced lions instead of platinum green-faced lions, he would be able to defend the front line for 10 minutes at least. At that moment, someone cleared their throat beside Zhao Su and shouted, "Hey, you better drink more. Otherwise, you won't have any grey beetles to eat." Zhao Su felt that this voice was full of ancestral peace. He truly respected this young man. When he had learned of the danger and rushed to inform the spirit guards, the young man and the old president had already led the group outside Millstone Town to ready themselves for the battle. They had also organized the fortress of survivors very well. Lu Lang was pointing at the 5 barrels of water and saying to a large molting bird, "When you were the spitting turtle dove, you could drink 3 barrels of water at least. Now that you're the spitting river turtle dove, why can't you drink 5 barrels of water?" The spitting river turtle dove cooed sadly and hiccuped water. Lu Lang leaped around angrily, "This water is used to save lives during the battle. How can you just hiccup it out? If you don't want to drink it, just don't. Stop talking." The spitting river turtle dove sadly patted the barrels of water with its wing. It could not speak. Otherwise, it would have jumped onto Lu Lang's head with fear and bellowed. Chapter 924, None Left. Previously, I finished the barrels of water you brought me because they were small. These barrels are big enough for me to fit inside them. I've almost drunk a swimming pool worth of water, yet you're complaining that it's still not enough. Nonetheless, when the spitting river turtle dove thought about the grey beetles that its contractor had promised, it reluctantly gulped down the barrels of water. Lu Lang thought back to the young man wearing the silver mask for some reason. Even in the face of crisis, the silver-masked young man waved his hand and sent a sea of flowers flying toward the insect colony. The sea of flowers had consumed the alien insects and saved Millstone Town. The silver-masked young man had also summoned a strange silver-fantasy fey that spat out 100 glowing green spots. The glowing green spots brought back a spirit chi professional from the clutches of death. From the first night after the crisis, Lu Lang had wanted to become a spirit chi professional like the silver-masked young man. Lu Lang was not deluded, and he did not think that he would be able to survive a Class 2 marsh dimensional rift. Ever since he was saved in Millstone Town, Lu Lang had sold his house in the royal capital and settled down in Millstone Town. He had even opened a clinic in Millstone Town. Although the phase that Lu Lang contracted healed people in a gross manner, he was extremely poor. He was even willing to heal spirit chi professionals who were heavily injured but unable to pay for the cost of their treatment. Lu Lang was willing to do this because he wanted to live by and protect his principles. The only thing that worried Lu Lang these days was Black's fan club because they would lose their will to fight without him. Lu Lang hated when people spoke ill of Black on Star Web. How could there be anything wrong with a person who was willing to save others and protect the weak even at the cost of his own life? Frankly, Lu Lang did not know Black well, and Black was not part of his fan clubs. But as the group admin of Black's fan club, Lu Lang had always been paying attention to news about Black. Black was extremely low profile. Despite having a dedicated reporter, he had never taken any interviews. His reputation would skyrocket if he accepted a single interview about anything he had done. But since he had never done so, what was there to critique about this person? Lu Lang had already made arrangements for after his death. He felt that Tian Ningning would not be suitable to take over his role as the Ancestor Peace Berserker, but she could become the next group admin of Black's fan club. At that moment, the sound of scales scraping against the ground sounded out like the splatters of rain. The entire ground started to tremble. A ferocious crocodile covered in black and green scales and with a mouth full of sharp teeth stepped out. A 6-meter-long lizard accompanied the 4-meter-long fierce crocodiles. The lizard's limbs were thick, and it flicked its forked tongue occasionally and drooled a glue-like odorous substance as it rushed out. The sight of the 4 marsh crocodiles was already enough to cause despair. But when he saw the horrifying lizard, Zhao Su gnashed his teeth, and the 2 green-faced lions roared with uncertainty. Zhao Su did not expect there to be a Medusa giant lizard in the Class 2 dimensional rift. Judging from the Medusa giant lizard's size, it was a Class 4 dimensional life form. A Class 4 Medusa giant lizard could stand toe-to-toe with 4 marsh crocodiles. The Medusa giant lizard was the snake-haired Medusa's protector and rarely appeared even in Class 3 marsh dimensional rifts. But now, there was a young Class 4 Medusa giant lizard crawling out of the Class 2 dimensional rift. The Medusa giant lizard clearly held the highest authority. When a marsh crocodile moved slightly too close, the Medusa giant lizard would swipe it away, and the marsh crocodile would dutifully back away. Although spirit chi professionals could not contract the Medusa giant lizard, they could be bred using special techniques that would also induce deep loyalty from the Medusa giant lizard toward humans. The appearance of the Medusa giant lizard was an indication that the group would not be able to defend against the Class 2 marsh dimensional life forms. At the same time, the Class 5 marsh crocodile's essence blood around the fortress entrance for survivors would also be useless. Zhao Su, Lu Lang, and the old president were deep in the mud of despair. When faced with absolute power, one could only cling to their beliefs. However, all resistance was futile. Zhao Su, a spirit guard with abundant fighting experience, shouted, "Retreat to the town. We have to depend on the wall to defend against the Medusa giant lizard and Class 4 marsh crocodiles. I'll hold off the Medusa giant lizard and Class 4 marsh crocodiles from behind the wall while the rest of you." He suddenly stopped talking because hundreds of human head-sized flies flew out of amongst the marsh dimensional life forms and shot energy lasers at the group. Although the armored flies' energy lasers were not strong, they felt like a blow from a 10-kilogram object and had a burning effect that could cause significant damage to a spirit chi professional's flesh. Nonetheless, 7 or 8 energy lasers centered on one spirit chi professional would not be lethal. Before Zhao Su could finish giving out his orders, most of the spirit chi professionals guarding Millstone Town collapsed in despair and awaited to be consumed by the wave of marsh dimensional life forms. The armored fly's energy lasers had heavily injured the spitting river turtledove, and Lu Lang felt his vision blur. In his blurry consciousness, Lu Lang once again saw the image of the silver mask. At that moment, someone angrily bellowed, "Kill Food Sky Butterfly! Kill all of them except for the Medusa giant lizard and the 4 Class 4 marsh crocodiles." Chapter 925, Lin Yuan. A God Descends. Lin Yuan was standing on the kill food sky butterfly and was furious. If he had been slightly later, all these spirit chi professionals would have drowned in the sea of marsh dimensional life forms. The Class 4 Medusa giant lizard and Class 4 marsh crocodiles had already opened their jaws wide to ready themselves to dive into their first feast since entering the main meal. Lin Yuan also let out a breath of relief. Although he was technically late, he had made it at the very last possible moment. The spirit chi professionals groaning on the ground were all grievously injured. As long as the armored flies did not release their energy lasers simultaneously, their attack would not be deadly. After Lin Yuan issued his order to the kill food sky butterfly, it used its creation breed aura to pressure the wave of marsh dimensional life forms. All the marsh dimensional life forms fell to the ground in fear, and none dared to defy the creation breed fey. The 4 Class 4 marsh crocodiles trembled with their tails in the air and their mouths glued to the ground in a sign of submission. However, the Class 4 Medusa giant lizard did not fold to the kill food sky butterfly's creation breed aura. Although it also collapsed to the ground, it continued to struggle and let out howls of indignance. Since the Medusa giant lizard was the snake-haired Medusa's protector, it was a given that it was extremely strong. The Medusa giant lizard could consume other dimensional life forms of the same grade to evolve itself and improve its genetic model to evolve its bloodline. Rumor had it that a Class 9 Medusa giant lizard was once found in a Class 5 marsh dimensional rift. After the Class 9 Medusa giant lizard was killed, it was stored in Wind Mist City's Fey Observer Association. Many Class 5 Fey observers studied the Class 9 Medusa giant lizard and discovered that the law source crystal inside it was mutating. There was the faint image of the Medusa giant lizard in the law source crystal, and it seemed to be opening a small world. This discovery proved that the Medusa giant lizard had the potential to evolve to a Class 10 dimensional life form. As such, many veteran and top factions started to breed the Medusa giant lizard and used special techniques to make the Medusa giant lizard submit. The Medusa giant lizard needed to consume other marsh dimensional life forms of the same grade in order to evolve its bloodline. Moreover, the chances of the marsh dimensional rift opening were small. Hence, in order for the Medusa giant lizard to evolve past Class 5, fresh flesh from Class 3 marsh dimensional rifts was needed. Although the Medusa giant lizard looked like a scavenger, it was actually extremely picky and refused to eat dead dimensional life forms. This resulted in it becoming harder to nurture the further it evolved. After all, not everyone could vent into a marsh dimensional rift to catch fresh marsh dimensional life forms to nurture the Medusa giant lizard. Due to these various reasons, the rate at which the Medusa giant lizard was nurtured gradually slowed. The Medusa giant lizard was even coined as the dimensional life form that was the most expensive to maintain. However, the Medusa giant lizard had a different meaning to Lin Yuan. Klein Hub could directly connect to the marsh world. If Lin Yuan wanted to nurture the Medusa giant lizard, he could just set it free to feed in the marsh world. Lin Yuan could breed the Medusa giant lizard without any issues after using special techniques to make it submit to him. Thus, Lin Yuan decided to instruct the kill food sky butterfly to spare it. The spirit chi professionals that had been injured by the armored fly's energy lasers but were still conscious immediately gulped when they saw the quelled marsh dimensional life forms. They sensed the terrifying aura and looked up to the sky to see a large light blue butterfly with glowing purple spots. There was a young man frowning at the marsh dimensional life form standing on the butterfly's back. Everyone, including Zhao Su, could not help but think, a god is descending. A young god riding a butterfly had descended into their midst at the crossroad between life and death. Suddenly, the butterfly flapped its wings, and several palm-sized images of butterflies cascaded down. An invincible force accompanied each butterfly image as they cut through the wave of marsh dimensional life forms. Every other marsh dimensional life form besides the 4 Class 4 marsh crocodiles and the Medusa giant lizard was dead in the blink of an eye. Even the army of armored flies was punctured through and through by the small butterfly images. The kill food sky butterfly guessed that Lin Yuan was sparing the Medusa giant lizard in order to nurture it. Thus, the 4 marsh crocodiles were probably spared in order to use them as stepping stones for the Medusa giant lizard's evolution. The flashes of electricity that were their salvation seemed like a dream. One flight of the beautiful butterfly images brought about the instant deaths of the marsh dimensional life forms. All the spirit chi professionals that could move ignored their pain and started waving their hands around as a gesture of thanks to the young god. What was worth celebrating if not being rescued from the brink of death? After decimating the wave of Class 2 marsh dimensional life forms, the kill food sky butterfly landed on the ground. It shrunk to fingernail size and landed on Lin Yuan's shirt. The kill food sky butterfly's light blue wings camouflaged with Lin Yuan's blue and white spirit chi clothes. Lin Yuan waved his hand, and a beam of green light shot of his palm to Zhao Su's body. Zhao Su immediately realized that his burns from the armored fly's energy lasers were completely healed. He was slightly sad that when the armored fly's energy lasers had attacked him, 4 energy lasers had been centered on his pointer finger and utterly mangled it. Chapter 926, Lu Lang's Guess. Although his finger was still intact now, it might as well have been split apart. Since he was a spirit guard, Zhao Su knew that not even a king-class healer would be able to treat such an injury. But from the moment he sensed all his burns being healed, he realized that his pointer finger could also move again. It was as though his injury had been nothing more than a dream. After Zhao Su's injuries were healed, the green light in Lin Yuan's hand passed through Zhao Su as 10 green strips that punctured every spirit chi professional on site to form a web of healing. Under the influence of the green web, Lu Lang regained consciousness and sat up. When he groggily caught sight of Lin Yuan, he immediately shouted, "Black!" Lin Yuan heard this and thought, "I didn't wear my mask this time. How could someone have recognized me?" When Lin Yuan looked in the direction of the voice, he realized that the young man who had called him was the healing-type spirit chi professional who he had fought alongside against the Sea of Insects. Moreover, it seemed that Lu Lang had improved since they last met. The bronze-spitting turtledove had evolved to the silver-spitting river turtledove. Just as Lin Yuan was about to respond, Lu Lang stood up and said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, I made a mistake. I don't think you're my idol. But your chin does look a lot like his." Lu Lang had already recognized who Lin Yuan was. He was the person who had defeated Meng Su during the All-Star match. After the All-Star match, many people compared Lin Yuan and Black on Star Web. Naturally, some nasty comments were made while people were debating their comparison. As the group admin of Black's fan club, Lu Lang had responded to his fair number of comments. Awkwardness washed over Lu Lang. Lin Yuan had just saved him, but he had attacked Lin Yuan's fans on Star Web numerous times. Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched. Apparently, he had overthought. After Lin Yuan used the Jasmine Lily's Bud of Mountain Jade to heal all the Spirit Chi professionals, he addressed the crowd, "Soon, a group of creation masters will rush over, and they'll heal your phase with wounded roots." Lin Yuan realized that Zhao Su's clothes were full of holes left behind from the armored fly's energy lasers. Zhao Su had already been standing in front of the group during the attack, and he had intentionally not dodged in order to protect the Spirit Chi professionals behind him. Although Zhao Su's injuries were healed, he looked to be in a sorry state with his holy clothes. Lin Yuan used to be 1.78 meters tall, but he was now 1.8 meters, about the same height as Zhao Su. Wen Yu would make new Spirit Chi clothes for Lin Yuan whenever he grew taller. Thus, Lin Yuan's clothes were just right for Zhao Su to wear. Lin Yuan took a set of black Spirit Chi clothes out of a diamond fey storage box and gave it to Zhao Su. "Change into this." Zhao Su was about to say no, but a gust of wind made him shiver. He looked down and hurriedly thanked Lin Yuan with a look of embarrassment. Lin Yuan had a very good impression of Zhao Su. Not every spirit guard would return to the site of the dimensional rift and protect the civilians with their life. All the Spirit Chi professionals hurriedly thanked Lin Yuan one after another. Lu Lang stared at Lin Yuan with wide eyes. Lin Yuan's voice had matched Lu Lang's memory exactly, and Lu Lang could not help but make a wild guess. Are Lin Yuan and Black actually the same person? Is Lin Yuan just Black without a mask? Or Black is just Lin Yuan with a mask? Lu Lang quickly shook the thought out of his head. If he was right, then the fights between Lin Yuan and Black's fans were moot. Lu Lang refused to accept this. Lin Yuan prepared to head for the Class 2 Marsh Dimensional Rift. He instructed the Kill Food Sky Butterfly to retract its aura and set the 4 marsh crocodiles and Medusa Giant Lizard free. After the Medusa Giant Lizard was released from the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's control, it stood rooted to the ground instead of charging toward the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. When the Medusa Giant Lizard noticed the 4 marsh crocodiles preparing to charge, it used its sharp teeth and claws to kill them before consuming them. Lin Yuan nodded. From the Medusa Giant Lizard's terrified expression, it was clear that it was smarter than the Class 4 marsh crocodiles. Lin Yuan was also extremely satisfied with the Medusa Giant Lizard's strength and cruelty. He planned on breeding the Medusa Giant Lizard in the marsh world. If it were not strong or cruel enough, it would be killed by the other marsh dimensional life forms. Lin Yuan took the platinum metal cage out of the leaf-shaped diamond fey storage box and used the Kill Food Sky Butterfly to force the Medusa Giant Lizard into the cage. Once the Medusa Giant Lizard climbed in, Lin Yuan locked the cage. Lin Yuan kept the Medusa Giant Lizard inside the metal cage because he was afraid that it would destroy the leaf-shaped diamond fey storage box. It was common practice to use metal cages to transport feys that liked to fight. As everyone bade farewell to Lin Yuan, he climbed back onto the kill food sky butterfly and rode toward the Class 2 Marsh Dimensional Rift. As much as Lu Lang tried to suppress his wild guess, he still could not shake the feeling that he was right because Lin Yuan had used the same method of healing as Black. This meant that both Lin Yuan and Black were healing-type spirit chi professionals. Chapter 927, To Light Up the Heavens. Lu Lang's jaw fell open. His idol Black was not any spirit chi professional. Black was just like the Medusa giant lizard that had just chomped down on the marsh crocodiles during a fight. Lu Lang had been healed by Lin Yuan before. Although Lin Yuan's method of healing had not come with the same sense of comfort that Black's did and was also stronger, it seemed unlikely for there to be two similarly talented young healing-type spirit chi professionals. Just as Lin Yuan climbed aboard the butterfly species Fei, Lu Lang turned to ask Zhao Su, "Big brother Zhao, what grade is the butterfly species Fei that Lin Yuan is riding on?" Its aura stopped the wave of marsh dimensional life forms immediately. "Is it possible that it's a myth breed Fei?" Zhao Su touched his nose and replied, "Didn't you see how the butterfly species Fei's aura stopped the Medusa giant lizard? That's not as simple to do as stopping a wave of marsh dimensional life forms. Today, we're in the presence of a true elite. If my guess is right, it should be above myth breed." Lu Lang's mind exploded, and he felt woozy. He had only heard but never seen a myth breed Fei, much less Feys above myth breed. The presence of this butterfly species Fei made Lu Lang suppress his guess once again. If Black was Lin Yuan, he would have summoned the butterfly species Fei during the previous fight at Millstone Town instead of using the Sea of Flowers. Lin Yuan did not know what Lu Lang was thinking as he had already passed through the Class 2 dimensional rift into the marsh dimensional world. The kill food sky butterfly immediately started to go on a rampage and killed every living thing in sight as it searched for the dimensional hub. Lin Yuan had never been in a marsh dimensional rift before, and he realized that it was similar to the humid environments in the Radiance Federation. Many of the areas near Redbud City were humid. The marshes inside the marsh dimensional rift were different from what Lin Yuan had imagined. He had always assumed that there would be a musty stench permeating the air. A large number of dimensional life forms died and decomposed in the marshes, attracting many scavenger insects. But besides being slightly turbid, the rest of the marshes were rather clean. Lin Yuan noticed various mushrooms around the marsh dimensional rift as he stood on the kill food sky butterfly. The mushrooms were the best decomposers of dead life forms. When a dimensional life form died in the marsh dimensional rift and was not eaten by any other life forms, mushrooms would grow on them and begin the decomposition process within a day. This had to be the reason the marsh dimensional rift was so clean. The sight of these decomposer mushrooms made Lin Yuan overjoyed because this was a sign of what kind of environment the marsh world had. A clean environment was always better to work in than a dirty one. However, death was abundant in this comfortably clean environment. Lin Yuan saw many carnivorous plants produce fruits that they used to trap insects. The stronger carnivorous plants would use their vines to grab and consume larger life forms such as marsh crocodiles. The carnivorous plants were at the top of the food chain in the marsh dimensional rift. Lin Yuan felt that these carnivorous plants were able to thrive in the marsh dimensional rift because of the marshes. He caught sight of many marsh crocodiles clustered together and ordered the kill food sky butterfly to kill them. Lin Yuan dove into the marsh and sank until he was 10 meters deep before he started to dig beneath the marsh. Soon, he dug out an inky green jelly-like clump of soil. This was the marsh soil, which was a specialty of marsh dimensional rifts. It was easy to find marsh soil in the marsh dimensional rifts as they existed wherever marsh crocodiles clustered together. One needed enough power to get rid of the marsh crocodiles in order to dig for the marsh soil. Lin Yuan only collected 2 clumps of marsh soil from the Class 2 marsh dimensional rift. One of them was inky green, while the other was sandy. The inky green one could be placed in a pool to increase the rate of growth of aquatic plant type phase, while the sandy one would be suitable for nurturing desert plants in dry environments. Amongst the 2 mid-grade marsh soil, the inky green one was more valuable. The marsh soil was the main resource that Lin Yuan intended to collect after expanding into the marsh world. Shortly after, the kill food sky butterfly led Lin Yuan to the dimensional hub. Instead of immediately taking the 2 source-type items out of the dimensional hub, Lin Yuan used his spiritual energy to ask Morbius, "Morbius, I found the dimensional hub that connects to the marsh world. What should I do now?" "Yuan, now that you've found the dimensional hub, leave the rest to me," replied Morbius. A rust-colored light shot out of the Morbius bracelet and turned into the shape of the Klein hub that was in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. The Marsh World Hub was embedded into Klein Hub, and the dimensional hub that could not be lifted disappeared from the Marsh dimensional rift. Lin Yuan picked up the 2 source-type items from the ground, and the Class 2 Marsh Dimensional Rift spat out Lin Yuan and the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. At that moment, Morbius' voice sounded out in Lin Yuan's mind, Yuan, Klein Hub is now linked to the Marsh World. You can access the Marsh World from the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone anytime. Lin Yuan was about to enter the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone to check when he saw Long Xiao standing nearby. There were no ascending dragon guards or spirit guards around Long Xiao, which meant that Long Xiao was intentionally waiting for Lin Yuan. Long Xiao walked over to Lin Yuan and stretched out his right hand. Lin Yuan was doubtful until he saw the 2 crests that he had tossed to Long Xiao. He hastily took the 2 crests back from Long Xiao and said, City Lord, I was careless and forgot to retrieve the 2 crests. I'm sorry you had to come all this way to return them to me. Long Xiao froze and seemed to be looking at Lin Yuan in a different light. One of the crests represented Lin Yuan's identity, while the other represented his authority. This young man had set his identity and authority aside while he was protecting people. What morals, magnanimity, and zeal! This young man's radiance would be able to light up the heavens and stand out amongst all the people on earth. Chapter 928, Long Xiao's Motive. From the way Lin Yuan addressed him and his respectful tone of voice, Long Xiao knew that Lin Yuan did not carry himself as the Moon Empress disciple. Long Xiao felt his chest throb under the weight of such respect. He was the city lord of Ascending Dragon City and a key member of Coiling Dragon's Valley who had the same rank as direct descendants. After Lin Yuan had tossed the Order of Radiant Light and Class 2 Creation Master crest with a moon on it over to Long Xiao, the latter did as Lin Yuan said and dispatched a team of low-class Creation Masters. Next, he had called his cousin and told Long Tu about Lin Yuan. He had been taken aback to learn that Long Tao was extremely close to Lin Yuan and had formed a good relationship with Coiling Dragon's Valley. Thus, Long Xiao had decided to make the trip to return Lin Yuan's 2 crests. Otherwise, there was no need for Long Xiao to deliver the crests personally, even if Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple. Now that Lin Yuan was addressing him so respectfully, Long Xiao dared not address Lin Yuan casually. Lord, 5 Creation Masters have come to Millstone Town. 2 of them are Class 2, while 3 of them are Class 3. They will stay in Millstone Town for a few days and should be able to heal all the feys with wounded roots in 2 or 3 days. I heard from the old president of the Millstone Town's Guild Association that you spared a Medusa giant lizard. If you intend on nurturing it, you'll need the Medusa snake demon's blood and eyes. Long Xiao handed Lin Yuan a diamond fey storage box. When Lin Yuan did not reach out to receive the box, Long Xiao said, if you hadn't rushed to Millstone Town would have been destroyed by the wave of marsh dimensional life forms. The women, children, and others who are unable to fight in the Fortress of Survivors would also have perished. As the city lord of Ascending Dragon City, this is my thanks for protecting Millstone Town. Since Ascending Dragon City is one of the cities with the highest rate of marsh dimensional rift openings, we have a large store of spiritual ingredients from the separated bodies of marsh dimensional life forms. You don't have to stand on ceremony. Lin Yuan reached out and received the Diamond Fey storage box from Long Xiao. He had intended on going on Star Web immediately after leaving the Class 2 Marsh Dimensional Rift to buy 3 sets of the Medusa Snake Demon's blood and eyes. Now that the Class 2 Marsh Dimensional Rift had disappeared, the air had returned to normal, and he could log into Star Web's Rare Life Form Pavilion to purchase items. If Lin Yuan sent out his current position, Ostrich Logistics would deliver the blood and eyes to him within 3 hours. Due to the rarity and strength of the Medusa Snake Demon, its eyes and blood were always expensive. However, the Medusa Snake Demon was a marsh dimensional life form, and its eyes and blood would never reach astronomical prices. The special techniques to make the ferocious Medusa giant lizard submit required the eyes and blood of the Medusa Snake Demon. Since the Medusa giant lizard lived to protect the Medusa Snake Demon, it was loyal to the Medusa Snake Demon to a religious extent. When Class 5 Fey observers studied this loyalty, they discovered that it was bound to the Medusa Snake Demon's blood and eyes. If Spirit Chi professionals were able to get their hands on the Medusa Snake Demon's eye fluids, they could cut themselves and mix their blood with the Medusa Snake Demon's blood and eye fluids and feed it to the Medusa giant lizard. The taste of the Spirit Chi professional's blood would also be imprinted on the Medusa giant lizard's brain, and it would assume that the Spirit Chi professional was the Medusa Snake Demon. However, doing this once was not enough to leave a lasting impression of the Spirit Chi professional's taste on the Medusa giant lizard. Although it would not attack, it also would not fully submit to the Spirit Chi professional. However, if this was done 3 times, the Medusa giant lizard would have a deep impression of the Spirit Chi professional's aura. Under the influence of the Medusa Snake Demon's eyes and blood, the Medusa giant lizard would assume that the person whose blood had been mixed in was the Medusa Snake Demon that it needed to protect with its life. Moreover, the Medusa giant lizard was loyal to only one Medusa snake demon. Not only would it be unattracted to other Medusa snake demons, but it would also be extremely hostile toward them. It was even possible that they would try to kill another Medusa snake demon that it had met for the first time in order to protect its master. Hence, the thought of betrayal would never cross the Medusa giant lizard's mind once it had a master. Thank you, City Lord. This saves me the trouble of buying the Medusa snake demon's eyes and blood from Star Web. Long Xiao replied with a smile, if you ever need any resources from the Marsh Dimensional Rift, just let me know. Ascending Dragon City is overflowing with them. Lin Yuan shook his head. Klein Hub was already connected to the Marsh world, where there were limitless resources that the Marsh Dimensional Rifts could not compare to. Thus, Lin Yuan would soon become the person in the Radiance Federation with the least need for Marsh Dimensional Rift resources. Long Xiao shook his head cheerily. Since Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple, he would want for nothing. Naturally, he would not be lacking in Marsh Dimensional Rift resources. However, Long Xiao had other motives for saying so. As the City Lord of Ascending Dragon City, he was considered one of the direct descendants. When the Dimensional Rift had been active during the last few months, many Ascending Dragon Guards had died or were injured. As such, the Ascending Dragon Guards needed many high-quality bronze feys to recover the Ascending Dragon Guards to their previous state. During the phone call, Long Xiao had heard from Long Tu that Lin Yuan was gathering Law Source Crystals. Ascending Dragon City had way more Law Source Crystals than Coiling Dragon's Valley had. It would be great if they could use these useless Law Source Crystals to trade for some high-quality bronze feys. Chapter 929, Return to the Mansion. Long Xiao said, Lord, I heard that you are in need of Law Source Crystals. Can Ascending Dragon City trade Law Source Crystals with you for some high-quality bronze feys? He spoke straightforwardly as all he wanted was to trade with Lin Yuan. One had to provide remuneration in a trade. If Lin Yuan was unwilling to trade, Long Xiao would have to find another way. However, other ways would not allow him to obtain high-quality bronze feys within a short time. This would result in more deaths and injuries of Ascending Dragon Guards. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. The previous rate at which he evolved bronze/epic phase was already very quick. But now, the spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone was 10 times more concentrated than before, meaning that the speed at which he evolved phase would also increase. Thus, it was easy for Lin Yuan to agree to such a trade. Previously, when Lin Yuan traded with the Indigo Azure Guard captain, he had realized that supplying these large cities guards with high-quality bronze phase was a good way to gather Law Source Crystals. However, he had not figured out how to break into this line of business yet. Now that the City Lord of Ascending Dragon City was taking the initiative to propose the trade, there was no reason for Lin Yuan to say no. His previous method of using Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls to trade for Law Source Crystals with Coiling Dragon's Valley and Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine would not work with the major cities. The major cities lacked high-grade Creation Master resources and preferred to contract high-quality bronze phase directly. If he could work with Long Xiao, he would be able to collect Law Source Crystals from both major factions and major cities. When Lin Yuan didn't respond, Long Xiao assumed that the trade was a bust. But before he could change the topic, Lin Yuan said, I can give you my address, and you can send whatever phase you want me to evolve through Ostrich Logistics. I'll evolve every phase you send me to bronze/epic before sending them back to you. This way, you'll be able to choose what phase are evolved. If it's possible, I hope to maintain a long-term collaboration with you. Long Xiao was delighted to hear this, as preparing phase for the guards was a problem that every city lord needed to solve. Since Ascending Dragon City was one of the 36 major cities, they were under the jurisdiction of Cicada Song. Cicada Song sent Ascending Dragon City many resources annually, but after being used in Ascending Dragon City's various projects, there was not a lot left to supply the Ascending Dragon Guards with phase. The leftover resources were only enough to supply the Ascending Dragon Guards with bronze/flawless phase, and Long Xiao felt that this was not good enough. Although Long Xiao was from Coiling Dragon's Valley, he was the city lord of Ascending Dragon City and could not always take resources from Coiling Dragon's Valley to substantiate the Ascending Dragon Guards. If Long Xiao worked with Coiling Dragon's Valley using market prices, one bronze/epic phase would cost 40 million radiance dollars. Long Xiao would not be able to afford this. The thorn that had been plaguing Long Xiao was finally gone with Lin Yuan's agreement. Long Xiao did not see any loss in trading for bronze/epic phase with the virtually useless Law Source Crystals. Since it's a long-term partnership, I must show my sincerity. I will trade 3 Law Source Crystals for every bronze/epic phase. If the White Rapid Hunting Dragons are evolved to bronze/epic, I will give 4 law source crystals in return. If the white rapid hunting dragons happen to grow a dragon crown during their evolution, I will give 10 law source crystals for each one. Lin Yuan did not hesitate to reach out his hand and say to Long Xiao, City Lord, you have a deal. Long Xiao took Lin Yuan's hand and replied with a smile, deal. The rate that Long Xiao was offering was comparable to that offered by the Indigo Azure Guard captain. All bronze/epic feys were traded for with 3 law source crystals. However, Long Xiao was willing to provide more law source crystals for the white rapid hunting dragon, the ascending dragon guard standard fey. If he could induce the white rapid hunting dragons to grow dragon crowns, he would gain 10 law source crystals per fey, which was more than 3 times the rate for other bronze/epic feys. The white rapid hunting dragon was completely different from the hot spring slugs. The white rapid hunting dragon was a power offense type fey that depended on its swiftness and explosive power, and it had the terrifying dragon species fey bloodline. Long Xiao was willing to provide more law source crystals for the white rapid hunting dragons because they were extremely ferocious before they were contracted. In order for the white rapid hunting dragon to grow a crow, their dragon species bloodline had to be activated while its grade was bronze. This might pose a problem for other creation masters, but it was a simple matter for Lin Yuan. All he needed was some silver dragon species bloodline and pure spirit chi, and he would be able to activate the white rapid hunting dragon's dragon species bloodline while he was evolving its quality. Thus, if Long Xiao sent Lin Yuan the white rapid hunting dragons, he planned on sending them back with crowns so that he would be able to gain 6 more law source crystals for each of them. Since Long Xiao was willing to offer a higher price for the white rapid hunting dragons with crowns, it meant that he hoped that they would grow the crowns. Okay, I will try my best to evolve every white rapid hunting dragon to your satisfaction, said Lin Yuan. After they confirmed their collaboration, Lin Yuan declined Long Xiao's dinner offer. Lin Yuan checked the time and decided not to use Klein Hub to enter the marsh world. Instead, he used the ethereal jellyfish's tentacle nodes to transport himself back to the mansion. He had promised Lu Ji that he would return to the mansion for dinner. If he was late because he had been exploring the marsh world, his friends who were waiting back at the mansion would be worried. The moment Lin Yuan entered the mansion, he saw Lu Ji setting up a feast while Wen Yu, Endless Summer, and Chu Ci were playing cards. There were paper strips all over Chu Ci and Endless Summer's faces while Wen Yu's face was completely clean. Chapter 930, Endless Summer's Sacred Source Life Form. It was clear that Wen Yu had not lost once. Chu Ci quickly tossed her cards away when she saw Lin Yuan to avoid getting another strip of paper on her face and said to him, Big brother, Master is taking me to the dimensional rift tomorrow to train. I might be training until school reopens. Lin Yuan patted Chu Ci's head and removed the strips of paper from her face. Be careful while you're training. Don't push yourself. If you run into any problems, tell Auntie Cold immediately. I transferred a fair amount of money into your Star Web card, so don't hold back when you need to buy anything at Redbud Intermediate Spirit Chi Academy. I'll prepare the spiritual ingredients that the Obsidian Iron Wild Bull, Yellow Jadeite Golden Butterfly, and Burning Sunflower Twins will need later. Don't get hurt during practical lessons and when you're sparring against your seniors. Chu Ci smiled sweetly and replied, Don't worry, Lin Yuan. For as long as Chu Ci could remember, Lin Yuan would endlessly nag at her and prepare everything that she would need whenever she had to leave him to go to school. Previously, Lin Yuan used to be weak and poor. But, he was now strong and rich. Chu Ci would always be a child with Lin Yuan around. This feeling might be undesirable to children who were born with a silver spoon in their mouths, but Chu Ci cherished every piece of advice that Lin Yuan gave her because they were full of his love for her. Wen Yu smiled warmly when she heard Lin Yuan nagging at Chu Ci. I'll go to the kitchen to help Big Brother Lu. Tonight is meant for celebrating Big Brother Lu and young master's victories at the martial arts stage and martial stage, as well as to bid goodbye to Chu Ci as she leaves for her training. Big Brother Lu made 12 dishes. Ping Gru, Zhang Xiaobai, Master Hong Shen, listen, Zhou Luo, and Duan he will be here soon. Wen Yu ran off to help Lu Ji set up the table. Lin Yuan blinked after he heard what Wen Yu said. She had addressed Zhang Xiaobai by his full name while Lu Pinru only by her first name. Since when were Lu Pinru and Wen Yu on such good terms? Could something have happened while he had shut himself off? Endless Summer set down the cards in its hand and said to Lin Yuan with gratitude, Lin Yuan, I formed a contract with the sacred source life form you gave me. It circulated its soul power, and Lin Yuan saw a fresh blade of grass sprout from Endless Summer's palm. Lin Yuan felt the sacred sword-wielding queen stir in his mind, and he could sense the aura of a sacred source life form. Only the people who had contracted sacred source life forms could sense the unique aura of sacred source life forms. Wen Yu and Lu Ji, who were busy preparing the table, immediately looked toward Endless Summer. Lin Yuan looked at Endless Summer's palm. The small blade of grass seemed like a flower that was being drowned by an infestation of weeds. Upon closer inspection, he felt a strange charm about it that seemed righteous and full of life. It was as though this leaf would be able to hold up an entire mountain. Endless Summer touched the small blade of grass and said, "Lin Yuan, my sacred source life form is called the Barren River Orchid Bud. It's considered a support-type sacred source life form. I'll have almost an endless supply of vitality and regeneration powers when its abilities are used. However, the space it needs to grow is too large, and it'll cause irreparable damage to its environment." Endless Summer sighed faintly and lamented, "It's too difficult." Although Endless Summer liked the Barren River Orchid Bud, its abilities made Endless Summer feel like it had disappointed Lin Yuan. The Barren River Orchid Bud's abilities were so difficult to use that Endless Summer did not think it could be of any help to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan used True Data to check on the Barren River Orchid Bud. Sacred Source Name, Barren River Orchid Bud. Sacred Source Species, Source Genus/Sacred Source Species. Sacred Source Star Grade, 1 star. Sacred Source Type, Wood/Life. Abilities. Adjacent flowers on an orchid branch. When the Barren River Orchid Bud is grown in fertilized earth, its roots will spread far and wide to absorb all the nutrients from the earth. The nutrients will be turned into vitality that is stored in the Barren River Orchid Bud's body. Eventually, orchid flowers will sprout, followed by fruits. After the Barren River Orchid Bud produces fruits, it will activate its roots to grow a new body. The Barren River Orchid Bud will trap the energy in the soil in its roots and multiply it. The Barren River Orchid Bud can use the vitality stored in its body to replenish the energy of its contractor. 1 orchid leaf state, the vitality in the orchid leaves is very tough. When the vitality is injected into its contractor, the contractor's defense will be raised. 2 orchid flower state, the petals of the orchid petal will be able to extract vitality from the soil that can be injected into the bodies of others to heal their injuries. 3 orchid fruit state, every fruit produced will have the contractor's soul aura embedded in it. When the contractor's soul is injured, the orchid fruit can use the soul aura embedded to heal the contractor. When he saw the information about the Barren River Orchid Bud, Lin Yuan was momentarily speechless. He understood why Endless Summer dared to say that the Barren River Orchid Bud had limitless vitality. Its 3 states not only gave it infinite vitality but also increased Endless Summer's defense. Endless Summer would be able to use the Barren River Orchid Bud to heal others and make Endless Summer impervious to soul injuries. This healing ability made Endless Summer several times more valuable than it was before. Healing-type Spirit Chi professionals were much rarer than Combat-class Spirit Chi professionals and were almost non-existent at Emperor class and above. Thearch-class Healing-type Spirit Chi professionals held unquestionable authority amongst all Thearch-class Spirit Chi professionals. Although Thearch-class Healing-type Spirit Chi professionals were not as valued as Class 5 Creation Masters, they still had a much higher rank than other Thearch-class Spirit Chi professionals. The Barren River Orchid Bud's healing ability was already impressive, but the sea of vitality it stored also made Endless Summer very difficult to kill unless all the vitality was used up. Endless Summer said that the Barren River Orchid Bud was difficult to grow because it was difficult to find a place suitable for it to grow in the main world. Previously, Lin Yuan would be troubled by this issue. However, Morbius Klein Hub could connect to the marsh world now. There was no other place filled with more fertilizer and better for the Barren River Orchid Bud to grow in than the marsh world. Chapter 931, The Delicate Barren River Orchid Bud. Lin Yuan did not know whether to say everything was falling into its place or that it was a coincidence. Endless Summer's Barren River Orchid Bud and Morbius Klein Hub had appeared at the same time, and he had chosen to connect Klein Hub to the marsh world. According to the information on True Data, the Barren River Orchid Bud would drain nutrients from the soil that it was planted in. This would kill all the feys that depended on the soil for survival. If Endless Summer planted the Barren River Orchid Bud in the Endless Forest, the Barren River Orchid Bud would be able to grow well. But as the Barren River Orchid Bud continued to absorb the nutrients in the soil and grew more branches, the entire Endless Summer would eventually be reduced to a barren wasteland. This would result in the death of all the feys that lived in the Endless Forest. The avian-type feys that could move independently might be able to migrate before all the nutrients were extracted from the soil, but the plant-type feys could only sit tight until they died. There was no way that the spirit guards would ignore such a calamitous problem. From a certain angle, the Barren River Orchid Bud's growth process was similar to that of the sea burial lotus flower. The difference lay in that the sea burial lotus flower absorbed the spirit chi in the seabed while the barren river orchid bud absorbed the nutrient from the soil. Hence, the damage caused to the environment by growing the barren river orchid bud in the main world was too severe. This had to be the main reason for Endless Summer's low spirits. Endless Summer had slowly grown step by step from a normal hydrangea to what it was today. Hence, it was well aware of how difficult it was to be a low-grade plant-type fey. It would never kill other weak plant-type feys for the sake of nurturing its sacred source life form. But now that they had access to the marsh world, there would be no issue with finding a place to grow the barren river orchid bud. I have a place for you to grow the barren river orchid bud. It can grow out branches quickly there. Besides nutritious soil, is there anything else that the barren river orchid bud needs to be nurtured? Endless Summer lit up with happiness. It did not expect the dilemma that had been bothering it would be so easily solved by Lin Yuan. Although Endless Summer did not know where Lin Yuan was referring to, it knew that he would never say anything without confidence. When the barren river orchid bud is absorbing nutrients from the soil, it'll also absorb all the water in the soil and cause it to crack. Hence, it needs to be watered as soon as possible. The barren river orchid bud is also very delicate. If the roots are dug out from the ground or its leaves and stem are bent, it will start to wither rapidly. Thus, it needs to be nurtured with the utmost care. Endless Summer spoke with an awkward expression. It could be said that the barren river orchid bud was destined to lead a privileged life that required constant care. Once the barren river orchid bud grew to a certain extent, it would require an unimaginable amount of water. Although Endless Summer was a creation breed fey, if the barren river orchid bud was not properly cared for and it was dug up even by a normal fey, the barren river orchid bud would be seriously affected. The barren river orchid bud also contained a large amount of vitality that was attractive to all life forms, and they would be tempted to take a bite out of it. Lin Yuan was happy instead of being knocked down by Endless Summer's words. He did not expect the barren river orchid bud to require a large amount of water during its growth. He had noticed that the land in the marsh dimensional rift was not as firm as the land in the main world. The land in the marsh world was comprised of a large amount of mud and packed together over time. Thus, any step on it, even by someone like Lin Yuan, who was only about 65 kilograms, would result in him sinking to his calves. Lin Yuan had been trying to come up with a way to make the ground in the marsh world drier so it would be easier to explore. It did not need to be as dry as the ground in the main world, just dry enough so that one would not sink with every step. It seemed that planting the barren river orchid bud in the marsh world would save a lot of trouble for Lin Yuan. Although the barren river orchid bud would not have many roots at the start and would not be able to make any considerable impact on the soil in the marsh world, its effects would become apparent once it grew its branches. The barren river orchid bud would need a constant supply of water, and the other areas in the marsh world with a surplus of water would eventually even out the water content in the soil while providing the barren river orchid bud with all its water needs. Despite looking like a small blade of grass now, it fully lived up to the barren in its name. The constant guarding that the barren river orchid bud required was also no issue for Lin Yuan because the kill food sky butterfly could enter the marsh world anytime through Klein Hub. Lin Yuan could leave the kill food sky butterfly in the marsh world to protect the barren river orchid bud and help Lin Yuan create a space on which he could establish his base. Your two problems can be solved easily. I'll take you to a place tomorrow. While Lin Yuan and Endless Summer were talking, the mother of Bloodbath walked down the stairs. Ever since it had returned to the mansion, the mother of Bloodbath had constantly been training to increase its power. When Lin Yuan saw the mother of Bloodbath, he tossed the sacred source life form it had won from the martial arts stage to it and said, "Mother of Bloodbath, this is my prize for winning the martial arts stage. You can contract it once you evolve to creation breed." Another batch of the blood brew grapes has ripened, and many old vines have also fallen off. Chapter 932, Twice a Year Visit to Pinru's Home. Lin Yuan paused slightly before adding, "The rate at which the blood brew grapevine produces blood brew grapes should be able to meet your blood energy needs. I'll prepare the law crystals that you need soon for your evolution to Myth 3. The mother of Bloodbath received the sacred source life form and flew through 100 emotions in a moment. It still remembered Lin Yuan asking about sacred source life forms while they were on the way to Indigo Azure City. Back then, the mother of Bloodbath had sighed and said, "Even creation breed phase struggle to obtain sacred source life forms." Creation breed also had different ranks from I to 8, and it depended on the number of creation world ley lines in the law world. The mother of Bloodbath had never heard of a wild fey obtaining a sacred source life form before it reached creation 3. Yet now, Lin Yuan was giving it a sacred source life form when it was only Myth 2. It was extremely aware of how precious sacred source life forms were and how much it wanted one. Even though Lin Yuan had already contracted a sacred source life form, he would still be able to use the other sacred source life forms he had to gain a mountain of resources. Yet, Lin Yuan had given the embodiment of those resources to the Mother of Bloodbath to prepare for its future. Lin Yuan was paving the way to creation breed for the Mother of Bloodbath. At that moment, the Mother of Bloodbath felt that Lin Yuan not only could soothe it but also provide it with an incomparable sense of security. This was the first time that the Mother of Bloodbath had experienced such feelings. Just as the Mother of Bloodbath was about to say something to Lin Yuan, Hu Chuan and Master Hong Shen led Zhang Xiaobai, Tan Ran, Lu Pinru, and Xin Ying in. They looked like a pair of older mine workers leading 4 younger mine workers. When Hu Chuan saw Lin Yuan, he hurriedly said, "Young master, we accidentally found a spring when we were digging underground for the basement. At first, I thought that this would be a problem. However, I did not expect the spring to be connected to the submerged flood dragon lake. This means that the feys in the basement would not need to go to the submerged flood dragon lake to collect water. When we're not using the water from the spring, we can also use pipes to direct it to the submerged flood dragon lake and increase the water flow in the lake. This would be beneficial to the angelfish of bliss and sunlight king lotus living in the lake. The cleanliness of the water combined with the Amazonite and Larimar at the bottom of the lake will slosh off the rainbow-colored fish coats of the angelfish of bliss. This will cover the surface of the submerged flood lake with rainbow light." Lin Yuan was delighted to hear this. He had not been paying much attention to the basement of late and had relied on Hu Chuan and Master Hong Shen to lead the spirit craftsmen of the Heavenly Craft Pavilion to work tirelessly. "Uncle Hu and Master Hong Shen, you've worked hard." Master Hong Shen looked over at Hu Chuan and felt that the latter was able to learn and apply his knowledge pragmatically. When they had first discovered the spring, Hu Chuan was afraid that the spring would affect the basement structure. Master Hong Shen had studied the rock from which the spring flowed out and discovered that the spring was connected to the submerged flood dragon lake. It was then that he came up with a solution. Hu Chuan sounded like he had been comforting himself when he was talking to Lin Yuan. Nonetheless, Master Hong Shen's eyes had been opened about Hu Chuan's spirit craftsman skills during the time they had been working together. It was undeniably strong. Although the construction of the basement was currently limited to general digging of the area, the carvings that Hu Chuan had made on the stone walls already made the basement seem like an opulent underground palace. Zhang Xiaobai, Xin Ying, Tan Ran, and Lu Pinru had recently been bored out of their minds. Hence, they decorated the Dome Guild Club and went to help out Master Hong Shen and Hu Chuan with the basement. Tan Ran, who looked like a Shotokan, had his eyes opened to a new world and became profoundly interested in spirit craftsmanship. Whenever he was free, he would approach some of the Class 3 spirit craftsmen to learn from them. Lin Yuan felt that this was a good thing. As long as a person was willing to learn, it was never too late to pick up a new skill. Lin Yuan took out the Titan giant boas that he had obtained from Gao Feng and gave them to Zhang Xiaobai, Tan Ran, Xin Ying, and Lu Pinru. "Here are the Titan giant boas that we talked about. Stop going to the basement for now and let Master Hong Shen nurture the Titan giant boas. The willpower runes you comprehended should be compatible with the Titan Giant Boa's normal abilities, and they can strengthen each other. During the next tournament in the match with the Savage Snake Guild Club, you can use them to demonstrate what true savage snakes look like." Zhang Xiaobai's group's eyes lit up, and they clenched their fists tightly. One had to take revenge into their own hands in order for it to be cathartic. Otherwise, the humiliation suffered would forever fester as a grudge. Lin Yuan said to Lu Pinru, "Lu Pinru, you've only been contracting the glowing silkworm weavers with the same abilities and exclusive skills. Now that your spiritual power has transformed and become stronger, I'll try to find more of the glowing silkworm weavers for you to contract." The glowing silkworm weavers had been Lu Pinru's specialty, and she was the model of how feys should be used to mass-produce materials. If Lu Pinru could use this method of contracting feys to grow, her talent would definitely lead her to become a powerful expert in the future like Shisu. Thus, Lin Yuan felt that it was necessary to invest in Lu Pinru. When Lin Yuan had not had any connections, he would need to continuously evolve the glowing silkworm weavers himself for Lu Pinru because it was too difficult to buy glowing silkworm weavers with the exact same abilities and exclusive skills as the ones that Lu Pinru had. Even White Devil Lourdes would only be able to find one when she combined her connections and luck. But now, Lin Yuan would not need to put in any of his own effort to find the glowing silkworm weavers for Lu Pinru. The silver-haired old woman from Cage of Brahma Insects had his number. Chapter 933, Lin Yuan, the spirit Bodhi fruit is so bitter. As a Thearch class expert, the silver-haired old woman should hold considerable power in Cage of Brahma Insects. Since she had begged for his contact details, she definitely intended on contacting him. When she did, he would be able to mention the glowing silkworm weavers. Cage of Brahma insects supplied at least half of the insect species feys in the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan would be able to find suitable glowing silkworm weavers for Lu Pinru right from the source. Lu Pinru nodded. If she was able to use her leftover spiritual energy to contract more glowing silkworm weavers, she would be able to provide the team with more support and improve her performance at the tournament. She felt that she would only be able to be of help to Lin Yuan when she became stronger and performed even better. This was the best way to repay Lin Yuan. Suddenly, she thought of the plan that she had come up with Wen Yu and said, "Lin Yuan, on top of being a member of the Dome Guild Club's reserve team, I also want to establish my own fashion brand, Pinru's Home. I plan on exclusively making clothes for male spirit chi professionals." At that moment, Wen Yu walked out of the kitchen holding a pot of coconut chicken soup. When she heard what Lu Pinru said, Wen Yu hurriedly placed the soup down on the table and said, "Lin Yuan, Pinru is a class 3 weaver just like me." Lin Yuan looked at Lu Pinru in shock. There were much fewer weavers than spirit craftsmen in the Radiance Federation. Making spirit chi clothes was one of the jobs of weavers, and they earned much more than class 3 spirit craftsmen. The houses and carvings created by spirit craftsmen were not as appealing to spirit chi professionals as spirit chi clothes. Lin Yuan had personally experienced the benefits of having a class 3 weaver by his side. People like Wen Yu and Lu Pinru, who became class 3 weavers at such a young age, could be called the geniuses of the lifestyle class spirit chi professional community. However, Lin Yuan was curious why they decided only to produce male spirit chi professional clothes. There was a greater demand for female spirit chi professional clothes. Lin Yuan only needed a few sets of spirit chi clothes. Meanwhile, Endless Summer would practically clear out stores whenever it went to buy spirit chi clothes. Lu Pinru pushed up her spectacles and said wisely, "When I carried my wardrobe out with me whenever I was training, I always felt that male spirit chi clothes were too plain and boring. I plan on creating bolder designs so that every male spirit chi professional would be able to visit Pinru's home twice each year." Lin Yuan was still confused when he heard Lu Pinru's plan in a assured tone. He was a man but never felt that his spirit chi clothes were dull. Lin Yuan started to wonder how Wen Yu and Lu Pinru intended on creating bolder male spirit chi clothes. Were they going to include skirts in their designs? Not even morons would be willing to put those on, much less Lin Yuan. Although he did not know exactly what Wen Yu and Lu Pinru had in mind, it was a must for him to show his support. Listen has been doing well with his sales on Star Web. The items with jade textured powder mixed in are always low in stock. You can go to Listen, and he'll put your spirit chi clothes on sale. You can also employ some weavers to make your designs a reality. While Lin Yuan was talking, Listen, Duanhe, and Purple Demon walked in. Duanhe said to Lin Yuan, "Young master, I heard that the Miao family caused trouble at the Guardia banquet. I don't think the Miao or the Zheng family will be coming after Sky City for some time." Duanhe knew that someone of Lin Yuan's status was sure to have attended the Guardia banquet. Hence, he was curious to know what the Miao family had been up to at the Guardia banquet to get both members kicked out. Lin Yuan nodded before shaking his head. The Miao family definitely would not have the time to target Sky City for some time. Both the incidents at the Guardia banquet and the golden lotus brocade pearls that had been given to Coiling Dragon's Valley were like heavy blows to the Miao family. The two blows were enough to shake the Miao family to their core, and they were sure to rack their brains to find a solution. Eventually, they would see Lin Yuan as that solution. But from the way that Zheng Kaiwan daringly sat down on the seat meant for the representative of the Miao family, he must have a decently high opinion of himself now. The higher the opinion he had of himself, the braver he would become and the more likely he was to strike back against his old foe Sky City. Luckily, Lin Yuan had gained another secret weapon in the kill food Sky Butterfly that had evolved to creation breed. The time was long past to remove the thorn that was the Zheng family. This was also the first threat that Sky City, which had always been shrouded in mystery, would encounter. Lu Ji set down the utensils on the table and said, "Time to eat. Please tell me what you think." At that moment, Lu Ji thought of Zhong Ziyi, whose cooking skills had been praised by Gu Lang. He had put all his culinary skills into this meal. Lin Yuan would eat his cooking now and be able to compare it to Zhong Ziyi's cooking in the future. Lu Ji scoffed and said, "I'll never lose when it comes to cooking." Everyone seated around the dining table dug into the feast. Lin Yuan had always felt that Lu Ji's food was exceptionally delicious. He did not know if it was due to his hunger, but he felt that this meal was even more delectable than usual. He looked around at the people sitting at the table and counted them off, 1, 2, 3, 13. Including him, there were 14 people. He had become friends with Zhang Xiaobai's group long ago, and they had defied death together at Millstone Town. However, he had never lived with them. Now that Zhang Xiaobai's group had joined his return from faraway mansion family, their family seemed to have grown significantly. His heart warmed as he gazed at his companions. After dinner, they played cards, and the result was just as Lin Yuan expected. In 2 hours, everyone else besides Wen Yu had paper strips on their faces. The number of paper strips on one's face was evidence of their talent in strategy. This was the first time that Zhang Xiaobai's group was playing cards with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan blinked in surprise at the 2 strips on Tan Ran's face because he did not expect her to have a strategic mind. At that moment, Chaime's shy and stressed voice sounded out in Lin Yuan's mind, "Yuan, the spirit Bodhi fruit is so bitter. My tongue is almost numb." Chapter 934, Lu Ji's New Opportunity. When Lin Yuan heard Chaime's voice, he slapped his head as he remembered Genius saying that Chaime was going to live stream on Star Web that night. Lu Ji's phone rang. When he picked up, stern surprise came over him. He listened to the voice on the phone talk for a few more moments before saying, "Got it, Master. I'll go over now." After he hung up the call, Lu Ji stood up and said apologetically to the group, "Something came up that I need to attend to now. What do you want to eat tomorrow? I'll buy groceries on the way home." Lu Ji calling the person on the other end of the call master slightly stunned most of the people present. Besides Lin Yuan, the mother of Bloodbath, Endless Summer, and Wen Yu, the rest had never heard Lu Ji mention his master. They could not help but be curious about Lu Ji's master. Lu Ji always asked the rest what they wanted to eat before he left the mansion so that he would be able to get the necessary ingredients on the way home. The glutton mother of Bloodbath immediately said, "Are you only coming back tomorrow?" Lu Ji seemed to remember something dangerous as sternness was written all over his face. But a moment later, he plastered on a neutral expression and said after a moment of silence, "I don't think I'll be able to make it back by tomorrow morning. However, I'll do whatever it takes to rush back by the afternoon." The mother of Bloodbath stared at Lu Ji suspiciously for a second before saying, "How about we have grilled seafood for dinner tomorrow?" It felt that Lu Ji seemed to be preoccupied with something or that he was at some sort of crossroads. However, the mother of Bloodbath knew about Lu Ji's identity and who his master was. Since the matter concerned the chief guard, the mother of Bloodbath did not pursue the matter past leaving a look of worry lingering on its face. Lu Ji's expression had returned to normal. He smiled, nodded, and said, "Okay. It's not as cold anymore. I'll prepare the ingredients, and we can have grilled seafood tomorrow night." Since Lu Ji was busy and it was late, the card match came to an end. Lin Yuan followed Lu Ji to the door and asked, "Big brother Lu, are you going to do something dangerous with your master?" Lin Yuan had noticed the solemn look cross Lu Ji's face. Lu Ji was always a composed person, so the matter had to be serious for such a grim expression to surface on his face. Lu Ji replied honestly, "Master traded for insect species carcinoma feys from Rhine Guild Club on her way to inspect the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift. I'm going to order the Insect Queen to control the insect species carcinoma fey tonight. This insect species carcinoma fey can make any other insect species carcinoma fey stronger and link itself to them. If the Insect Queen can control this insect species carcinoma fey, my power will double." Lin Yuan immediately realized how important this insect species carcinoma fey was to Lu Ji. However, this insect species carcinoma fey can do extreme damage to souls. When the Insect Queen is using psychotoxin to control the insect species carcinoma fey, it will be affected by the insect species carcinoma fey's damage. In order to prevent the Insect Queen's soul from being injured, which will impact its control over the insect species carcinoma fey, I need to let the insect species carcinoma fey attack my soul, said Lu Ji. Lin Yuan could not help but reply, "Matters regarding the soul are very important. No matter what grade the carcinoma fey is it'll definitely be able to do significant damage. If you can't handle it, just give up." Lu Ji said with a bitter expression, "Rhine Clinic only has one of this insect species carcinoma fey. It has never even been collected in the Spirit Guard's land. If the Insect Queen abruptly stops exerting its control, the insect species carcinoma fey will die, and I'll lose this rare opportunity. Hence, I'll really be put through the ringer tonight." A thought seemed to strike Lin Yuan, and he took a small container and white porcelain bowl out of the amber button-shaped diamond fey storage box. He opened the container and poured the sweet-smelling fluid into the bowl before saying to Lu Ji, "This is silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. It can cleanse the impurities in a soul as well as protect it. You'll definitely have a hard time, and it'll probably hurt more than the insect species carcinoma phase attack. However, it'll grant you twice the benefits." Lin Yuan could not help but think back to his agony when he drank the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. He would never be willing to go through this anguish a second time. But now, Lu Ji was going to bet his soul in order to achieve a transformation. At such a moment, the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar would be his best helper. Lu Ji took the white porcelain bowl from Lin Yuan and nodded grimly before walking out of the return from faraway mansion. When Lu Ji had seen Lin Yuan fight during the martial arts stage's martial component, he was surprised by Lin Yuan's rapid improvement and how strong he was. Lu Ji was happy for Lin Yuan, but it also made him squash his blooming self-satisfaction because he knew that he was still far from standing on equal ground as Lin Yuan. But if he could successfully use the insect queen to control that insect species carcinoma phase tonight, he was confident that he would be able to fight toe-to-toe with Zhongzi and his sacred source life form even without using his own sacred source life form. After Lu Ji left, Lin Yuan walked back into the mansion. He prepared to summon Chimey from the spirit lock spatial zone. Since Chimey was going to change into human form to live stream, it could not sit on the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree's branches because Lin Yuan did not want the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree to be revealed on Star Web. No matter what his status was or how powerful he became, Lin Yuan would never forget his principle of not flaunting his wealth. Chapter 935, Chimey, you're so pretty. Moreover, Lin Yuan had stolen the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree from Tower Cannon. He summoned Chimey and Genius out of the spirit lock spatial zone with a wave of his hand, and a figure carrying a white cat charged toward him. "Yuan," Chimey finally changed into human form. "Do you think I'm pretty?" Lin Yuan almost jumped out of his skin when he saw the girl and was about to push her away when he realized that it was actually Chimey. Chimey was hugging him tightly, and he noticed that there were a few wisps of blue mixed in with Chimey's ebony hair. Its hair reminded him of the evening sky with its streaks of blue and the stars that were already twinkling high above. The hair was light, soft, and each strand was right in place. Genius said with a strained voice, "Chimey, it's enough that you're holding me, but are you trying to squeeze me to death?" Chimey realized that it had been holding Genius ever since it changed into human form, and Genius was now wedged between it and Lin Yuan. Chimey quickly stuck its tongue out at Lin Yuan and stroked Genius as it said, "Holding you just feels too nice. It's so comfortable that it makes me forget that I'm even doing it. Don't worry, I won't do this next time." Genius reminded Chimey in a childlike voice, "Chimey, it'll be a long time before you can hold me again." There was only one of the spirit Bodhi fruit. It was only then that Lin Yuan got a good look at Chimey's features. He froze for a moment and didn't even dare to blink. Lin Yuan never considered himself someone who focused on appearances, but he could not pull his gaze away from Chimey. This was not the first time that he saw a Fey change into human form. Every female Fey in the return from faraway mansion that had changed into human form had its own appeal. The mother of bloodbath's coldness, endless summer's elite charm, and purple demon's magnetism made them bona fide beauties. But compared to Chimey, Lin Yuan felt that the other three were lacking something. After Lin Yuan carefully scanned Chimey, he realized he felt that way because its features were just too exquisite. A normal person would need about 100 strokes for their face to be fully drawn, but Chimey would need several hundred. Chimey's large eyes were full of life as though they were beautifully clear lakes, and its eyebrows were like tiny fans that added a layer of alluring mystery to Chimey's eyes. Lin Yuan could imagine how beguiling Chimey's eyes would be when it was singing. Chimey's feathers had turned into its light blue spirit chi clothes with clouds and sun patterns. There was also a faint golden sash around its waist which gave it an unspeakable air of mysticality. The yellow that underlay the patterns were like the radiant flames of sunlight that Chimey used radiant body to absorb. The word perfection came to Lin Yuan's mind as he gazed at Chimey's features and figure. Lin Yuan was already worried about Chimey's fans because he was afraid that they would come to only like Chimey for its looks. Lin Yuan was not alone. The rest of the people in the mansion were also stunned by Chimey. The bookworm Hu Chuan could not help but exclaim, "Female lead. A true female lead." Chimey had revealed its identity while it was talking to Lin Yuan. Besides Lin Yuan, Chu Ci was most familiar with Chimey. She carefully peered at Chimey before saying with amazement, "Chimey, you're so pretty." Chimey's large eyes curved, and it batted its eyes with joy. Its joy was infectious, and it seemed that its expression had the power to affect those around it. Lin Yuan suddenly remembered. As one of the most beautiful feys, purple afterglow has raised the bar of butterfly species feys bloodline. I can't imagine what it will look like when it changes into human form. Chu Si asked Lin Yuan curiously, Lin Yuan, how is Chimey able to change into human form? Has it evolved to myth too? Chimey ate the spirit Bodhi fruit, which allows feys to change into human form temporarily. Once the effects of the spirit Bodhi fruit wears off, Chimey will change back. Lin Yuan turned to say to Chimey, who was basking in its beauty, Chimey, choose somewhere in the mansion and log into Star Web. If you keep admiring yourself, the spirit Bodhi fruit's effects will soon wear off. Chimey anxiously replied, Yuan, let's do it in your room. I feel the most at ease there. But Yuan, do you think I need to change clothes? Endless Summer rushed up and said with bright eyes, Chimey, let me style you. I'll be quick. You'll definitely be satisfied if you give me just 20 minutes. Lin Yuan could not help but break out in cold sweat and piped in, Chimey, you look great now. He was afraid that Endless Summer would doll up Chimey outlandishly and dress it in a light yellow long skirt, broom-like hair, and exaggerated makeup. If that happened, not even Chimey's outstanding looks would save its reputation from taking a dive on Star Web. Chimey said, Sister Summer, if Yuan thinks I look great now, I don't need to be styled. Chapter 936, Black is the target of insults. Endless Summer was slightly disappointed because it knew that Chimey could become even more beautiful. It felt that Chimey's exquisite features would look good even if it shaved its head. Chimey carried Genius into Lin Yuan's bedroom and prepared to log into Star Web. But right before it logged in, Chimey felt its heart racing at an unprecedented speed. It had always hidden behind a GIF, and this was the first time that it would be live streaming raw. Moreover, it had changed into a human. There was no way that it would be precluded from nervousness. Eventually, Chimey gathered its courage and logged in. Lin Yuan did not follow Chimey into his room so as not to disturb it. Instead, he went to the guest room next door and logged into his own Star Web account. In the Radiance Federation Star Web building, a girl was slumped over a table with a cup in her hand. She was gripping her cup so tightly that the water sloshed around inside. The girl had a look of mixed fury and anxiousness. At that moment, a middle-aged woman with short hair walked over and said to the girl, Ning Ning, the editor-in-chief wants to speak to you. The middle-aged woman let out a heavy sigh when she saw Tian Ning Ning's expression. After all this time, haven't you managed to get in contact with Black? Said the middle-aged woman with a voice full of sympathy. When the middle-aged woman had found out that Tian Ning Ning had become Black's exclusive reporter, she felt Tian Ning Ning was tripping herself up. Before Tian Ning Ning had gone after Black, one of the Radiance 100 sequence had just switched out their exclusive reporter and specifically invited Tian Ning Ning to be their new exclusive reporter. However, Tian Ning Ning had turned them down. The middle-aged woman could not understand the reasoning behind Tian Ning Ning's decisions. But she never expected that Black, who had saved Millstone Town, would turn out to be a well of potential. Ever since Tian Ning Ning became Black's exclusive reporter, everything linked to Black on Star Web caused a huge ruckus. This resulted in Tian Ning Ning slowly rising in fame amongst the Star Web reporters. When the exclusive reporters of Long Tao, Fang Duoduo, Shi Su, and Zhao Xiaochun attended a news conference, Tian Ning Ning had been boosted to the peak of popularity and was given equal authority as the exclusive reporters of the Radiance 100 sequence. Given Black's performance at the Celestial Stairway, it was almost guaranteed that he would participate in the selection to become one of the Radiance 100 sequence. But now, it seemed that being Black's exclusive reporter was not a bed of roses for Tian Ning Ning. After becoming Black's exclusive reporter, she had never gotten an exclusive interview from him. This was already a constant source of annoyance for her, but now, he seemed to have done something to have incurred a wave of insults on Star Web from veteran and top factions that usually did not speak up. Black had always been compared with Lin Yuan, who had stolen the show at the All-Star match. This was not a serious matter, as there were even posts comparing normal crabs with myth-breed Rain Rock Cherry Blossom Crab. The comparison even led some to feel that normal crabs were more outstanding than they actually were. There were all sorts of trolls on Star Web as there was freedom of speech there. However, the debate between Lin Yuan and Black had suddenly taken a turn that morning. At first, a few young direct descendants of veteran and top factions had announced that Black did not even have as much power as Lin Yuan had in half his finger. This immediately drummed up a lot of activity on Star Web, as the direct descendants of veteran and top factions were all backed by the glory and reputation of their families. These disciples of veteran and top factions usually stuck to their small circles. There were some more bad-tempered disciples of the veteran and top factions openly insulted others on Star Web, which provided great entertainment for those not involved regardless of whether the matter was eventually settled. Nonetheless, such incidents rarely occurred, and the last one had taken place 5 years ago. During the heated debate, many people had conducted a detailed analysis of Black's performance on Star Web and Lin Yuan's fight against Meng Su. Although, no one expected this trending topic to become as prominent as it did, to the point that tens of disciples of veteran and top factions started to insult Black in favor of Lin Yuan openly. All those watching the debate unfold were utterly shocked, as they did not know what had changed. What had Black done to incur the wrath of so many elites? Were these elites insulting Black because Lin Yuan was truly more powerful? Everyone was confused. As Black's exclusive reporter, Tian Ningning had to immediately inform him of such occurrences to get his side of the story so as to find a way to solve the issue. But after working hard for a day, Tian Ningning had come up empty and was still unable to contact Black. It had been some time since she had been unable to contact Black. She checked her previous correspondence with Black and saw that it had been half a month since they had last spoken. At that time, Black had finished 2 fights on the Celestial Stairway, and she had sent him her report on his fights. All Black had said in response was, "Thank you for your hard work." Tian Ningning's heart had warmed when she saw his response. Yet now, she could not contact the person she was responsible for in such a serious situation. No matter how professional Tian Ningning was, she did not know what to do to assuage the situation. After all, she did not even know how this issue had arisen. As anxious as she was about not being able to contact Lin Yuan, she was also irritated. But she had already been Black's exclusive reporter for half a year and knew a fair amount about him. Chapter 937, Black and Lin Yuan's 1vs1 fight. Tian Ningning was aware of his temperament and character. Black had been lukewarm about his achievements, whether it was the disaster that struck Millstone Town or controlling the Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift. He never stroked his own ego or allowed her to post articles in praise of him. This showed how he was still the same person and was advancing with the same state of mind he always had. In spite of his indifference, Tian Ningning could still see the same radiance that caught her eye and made her want to become his exclusive reporter in the first place. In fact, the radiance had only burgeoned as he continued to grow. Tian Ningning saw the middle-aged woman's frown of sympathy and said, "If Black found out about this matter, he'd contact me. Sister Wang, I'll go and see the editor-in-chief now." Tian Ningning walked to the editor-in-chief's office and found her standing by the door. Kong Qi caught sight of Tian Ningning and immediately said, "Tian Ningning, I've been waiting for you. Are you able to contact Black?" Tian Ningning shook her head and replied, "I haven't been able to contact Black, but I plan on asking my connections why so many young disciples of veteran and top factions are targeting Black." Kong Qi's expression hardened, and she said, "Since you're Black's exclusive reporter, not being able to contact him at such a time is considered a failure. It's no small matter that so many young disciples of veteran and top factions are going after Black on Star Web. Go now and immediately write a piece that will quell the issue. That should place a lid on things for now. Then, make sure you thoroughly interview Black the moment you are able to contact him and get the full story on what is going on." Kong Qi could not help but think. Lin Yuan was able to beat Meng Su by barely lifting a finger. There has to be more than meets the eye to him than just raw power. Today's incident could be seen as either major or minor. From a minor perspective, it was just another debate on Star Web about 2 geniuses. But from a major perspective, it could be said that the young disciples of veteran and top factions were ganging up on Black. Since they had chosen to make their stance public, these young disciples would never be willing to let the matter go unless a definitive conclusion was reached. Moreover, Kong Qi realized that many young disciples of rising factions had also joined the smear campaign against Black as they wanted to use this method to curry favor with Lin Yuan. It was almost becoming a trend to bring Black down. Kong Qi did not know what had happened between Lin Yuan and Black. Tian Ningning immediately retorted, "It seems like the only way to quiet this matter down is for me to use Black's name to announce that Lin Yuan is better." "Right." Kong Qi was about to reply when Tian Ningning quickly continued. "From the moment I made the deal with Black, I promised that I would never release an article under his name without his knowledge. Not to mention that doing so would also be disadvantageous for Black's image. You can't fix things by force. Moreover, I don't see how Black is any weaker than Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan is powerful, but isn't Black just as impressive? He saved Millstone Town and handled the Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift. How can I solve the situation by just penning down a few words? Black has fought alongside Long Tao, Shi Su, Fang Duoduo, Zhao Xiaochun, and the rest. Long Tao is from Coiling Dragon's Valley. I'll ask his exclusive reporter for details on the matter and see if he'll help me to contact Long Tao. Kang Qi was bewildered by Tian Ningning's outrageous words because she knew Tian Ningning to be a gentle person. As stubborn as Tian Ningning was, she had never raised her voice at Kang Qi or her colleagues. Yet now, Tian Ningning was yelling at Kang Qi with bloodshot eyes. Kang Qi could clearly see Tian Ningning's determination, and she knew that Tian Ningning would never write the article to placate the matter before she could get in contact with Black. Luckily, Tian Ningning had also come up with a solution. She was going to contact Long Tao's exclusive reporter to understand the issue and to contact Long Tao. Kang Qi did not force Tian Ningning and just said, "My suggestion was also in Black's best interests. Once this matter blows up to a certain extent, not even a personal interview from Black will be able to fix everything. You have to be prepared." Kang Qi had been able to become the editor-in-chief of Star Web because she was extremely capable and always kept her eye on the big picture. If this matter could be settled from the moment it arose and was treated like just another piece of passing news, some people might think that Black was self-admitting that he was weaker than Lin Yuan but just did not like to be compared to Lin Yuan. But once it grew out of a certain proportion and Black admitted that he was weaker than Lin Yuan, he would be branded as feeble. At that point, this matter would forever follow Black. No matter what heroic act he performed in the future, he would forever be thought of as feeble and less than Lin Yuan. Kang Qi did not want to see this happen because she genuinely respected this young hero. Thus, she planned on helping Black and Tian Ningning to the best of her ability. If this matter can't be resolved, I'll try to see if Star Tower will be able to organize a 1vs1 fight between Black and Lin Yuan. Tian Ningning's eyes lit up, and she said, "Thank you." Kang Qi rolled her eyes and replied, "Don't get ahead of yourself. Star Tower might not agree to my suggestion. Even if they do, Black or Lin Yuan might not accept. But if the fight does happen, neither party will be affected too negatively even if they lose as long as they give it their all and put on a stunning performance." Chapter 938, Time to Reel in the Net. When Kang Qi saw Tian Ningning listening intently, she screamed, "Why are you just standing there instead of rushing off to contact Long Tao's Star Web reporter? Go now." Tian Ningning bowed deeply to Kang Qi before returning to her own office to contact Long Tao's exclusive reporter. At present, Tian Ningning was not the only person in a sticky situation. As the group admin of Black's fan club, Lu Lang was also in a deep dilemma. Lin Yuan had just saved him at Millstone Town, yet now people were attacking his idol, Black. These attacks stemmed from Lin Yuan's supporters, and Lu Lang felt stuck between a rock and a hard place. Although he was ancestor piece, he did not feel right biting the hand that had saved him. But when he saw the posts rolling in, Lu Lang slapped his thigh decisively. The sequence of events had to be considered. If Black had not saved him first, Lin Yuan would have had no one to save. Lu Lang had also decided that Black was his faith, and belief had permeated all aspects of his life. It was a part of him now. When he saw the torrent of people on Star Web insulting Black, Lu Lang could not hold himself back. All the young disciples of veteran and top factions had included their names in their Star Web accounts. However, Lu Lang could not care less. Insulting Black was just simply a no-go. "Since you dare to disparage Black, you can't blame me for unleashing my wrath." Lu Lang slowly typed out his post to the group. "The group's hunting team can go ahead and engage in free fire. Tonight, let's see whose group has better hunters." The debate was still heating up on Star Web. However, Lin Yuan had no idea that this was happening. He was oblivious that the young disciples of veteran and top factions had started to attack Black on Star Web to gain favor with him. Black was actually another identity of Lin Yuan's. Now, it could be said that Lin Yuan was the embodiment of unluckiness. There were two camps of people scolding and defending him at the same time. No matter which side won, Lin Yuan would still be equally praised and praised. No one would believe such a ludicrous circumstance was taking place. After Lin Yuan logged into Star Web, he went to the Purchase with No Loss store and checked on what he had gained from the blind trades. He saw that the flower brocade pearls, which used to be able to trade for about 2 tons of aurora pollen, each were now only worth 1 ton. Even if numerous flower brocade pearls entered the market at once, it would not result in market saturation. Hence, the reason behind the flower brocade pearls exchanging for less aurora pollen was not due to a drop in the flower brocade pearls value but because aurora pollen was becoming more expensive. Lin Yuan had already struck up a collaboration with Sun Ningxiang at the Guardia banquet. It was through this partnership that Lin Yuan found out that Condense Fairy Orchard had not only stopped supplying Aurora pollen to the market a month ago, but they had also started to buy up as much Aurora pollen as they could and selling it in limited supply to maintain the price of Aurora pollen. In spite of their efforts, the price of Aurora pollen had continued to climb. This meant that Condense Fairy Orchard's plan to maintain the price of Aurora pollen was about to fall through. Sun Ningxiang's actions had quickened the laying of the trap that Lin Yuan was setting up for the Sea Bliss clan. Currently, it should be extremely difficult to buy large amounts of Aurora pollen from the market. Merchants were holding on to any available stock for future use. However, chambers of commerce ran a large risk when they sold spiritual ingredients like Aurora pollen. Institutions like chambers of commerce that required a stable cash flow hated risk the most. Thus, the chambers of commerce had the foresight not to hoard large amounts of Aurora pollen. Lin Yuan currently still had about 1,300 flower brocade pearls, and he planned on trading them in sets of 20. He intended on buying up all the Aurora pollen held by those chambers of commerce using this method. The remaining flower brocade pearls would allow the purchase with no loss store to gain at least 40 new group members. The new group members would be very helpful in expanding the purchase with no loss stores network, and selling the flower brocade pearls in sets of 20 would ensure the quality of the connections being made. Next, Lin Yuan planned on logging out of Star Web to tell Sun Ningxiang to completely stop supplying Aurora pollen to the market and give up on maintaining its price. Lin Yuan had been continuing to trade an angelfish of bliss with the Sea Bliss clan. As Lin Yuan continued to speed through the orders, there were already close to 500 gold angelfish of bliss swimming in the submerged flood dragon lake. He had also noticed that the Sea Bliss clan was pushing their luck to no end. In the beginning, they had only ruined the angelfish of bliss reproductive organs. But in recent trades, they had sent Lin Yuan angelfish of bliss that had been nurtured to platinum right after giving birth. Creating progeny had and always would be the most laborious and dangerous aspect of life. Those angelfish of bliss that had just given birth were still weak, yet they had been evolved to platinum in such a state. This was a dangerous drain on the angelfish of bliss vitality. If Lin Yuan had not tailored the submerged flood dragon lake to build the health of the angelfish of bliss and used the mountain river eternal life carp to bless the mansion, these angelfish of bliss would have died in less than a day in Lin Yuan's care. The Sea Bliss clan was absolutely despicable. If Lin Yuan had not used true data, he would never have known that this was happening. Moreover, after the numerous trades with Lin Yuan, the Sea Bliss clan had sufficient gestating bronze/epic angelfish of bliss. Chapter 939, Waiting for the prey to rush to their death. Hence, the Sea Bliss clan was slowly losing their initial eagerness to collaborate. When Wen Yu had been digging into the Sea Bliss clan, she discovered that the angelfish of bliss in the fish farm they had opened on the remote island had already given birth. The Sea Bliss clan now needed Aurora pollen more badly than ever, making this the best time to bring the hammer down on them. Lin Yuan felt that as long as the Sea Bliss clan had any inkling of intelligence, they would have noticed the climbing prices of Aurora pollen. If Lin Yuan did not strike now, the Sea Bliss clan would soon start to buy up Aurora pollen as well. Lin Yuan suddenly remembered that he had not announced trade messages in the purchase with no loss store for some time. He had become acquainted with Zhou Luo and set up the white-clothed followers after he had sent out his last trade message. Ever since Lin Yuan had found out that Genius had creation master abilities, he had been trying to evolve Genius grade as quickly as possible. Although he could not evolve Genius quality anytime soon, he would evolve Genius until he reached his limit as a B-rank Spirit Chi professional, which was Diamond X. This would allow Genius creation master abilities to improve by leaps and bounds. He also planned on buying some 100 questions beasts so that Genius could teach them with the goal of nurturing them into creation masters. Hence, it was necessary to evolve Genius grade. Although Morbius had reached Silver X/Fantasy I and the Spirit Chi crystals it produced were 10 times more effective than before, the Spirit Chi crystals were still unable to meet Lin Yuan's needs. The best way for Lin Yuan to evolve Genius grade as soon as possible was to obtain a myth breed phase world grace. However, searching for a wild myth breed Fey that was going through the world cleansing would be like looking for a needle in a haystack, and Lin Yuan did not have the time to search in such a tedious manner. However, Lin Yuan could opt to sit and wait for his prey to rush to their death. It was not easy for myth breed Feys to undergo the world cleansing. When Jiao Hanzong's Feys would undergo the world cleansing, he always needed the help of Emperor-class experts like Duan He. But not every expert with a Fey that was undergoing the world cleansing could find help. It was especially difficult for experts with Feys that were about to evolve from Suzerain/Fantasy V to Suzerain/Myth I, as it was usually experts with myth breed Feys that had access to other experts with myth breed Feys. Lin Yuan felt that he could help these experts' feys overcome the world cleansing. The Pure Land of Bliss would not take all of the world grace. When the Pure Land of Bliss had absorbed the cold snow pines world grace, it had only absorbed 10% of the world grace. Those experts that were unsure of being able to help their fey overcome the world cleansing would not turn their noses up at the small cost of 10% of the world grace. As such, Lin Yuan returned to the Purchase with No Loss store and sent the first trade message in a long time. Purchase with No Loss store, take a walk, look around, and peer around your house. The store is announcing a special service. Anyone who does not have the confidence to help their feys overcome their world cleansing can make a reservation with the store, and will help your fey to overcome the world cleansing safely. We have a fey that needs to be nurtured as soon as possible. Thus, the cost will be 10% of the world grace of every fey that we help overcome the world cleansing, any heaven and earth fey, 30 source type items, and a condition that could be fulfilled at any time of our choosing. This should not be an unreasonable price. Once the condition is fulfilled, the store will give you 5 heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls in return. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction at the trade message, and he also felt that the cost he had stated was rather low. To the experts and feys who did not have the power to overcome the world cleansing, giving up 10% of the world grace was still acceptable. 1 heaven and earth fey and 30 source type items were worth about 330 million radiance dollars. It was not difficult for experts who had feys that were ready to experience the world cleansing to obtain 30 source type items, as they only needed to search through class 1 dimensional rifts 30 times or class 2 dimensional rifts 15 times. The dimensional rifts were reaching the end of their active period. As long as the experts were hardworking enough, it should not be difficult for them to obtain 70 or 80 source type items from this once-in-a-decade dimensional rift active period. The part that Lin Yuan cared about the most was the condition that could be fulfilled at any time, as it gave Lin Yuan a channel through which to contact these experts after he helped them. He would be able to use his channel to get the help of these experts when the time came. Although it was a one-time usage, it still gave Lin Yuan more Emperor-class fighting power at his disposal. Lin Yuan believed that Emperor-class experts that had worked for him would never choose to break off their connection of their own accord because of the wealth of resources that he possessed. Usually, King-class experts were already reluctant to promise their services to others. Although the service would not result in them going against their principles, the powerful did not like to be tied down, as stringent conditions could be accompanied by danger. As such, Lin Yuan had come up with a good idea. After stating his condition, the other party would receive 5 heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls in return. Most Emperor-class experts would not be opposed to such an exchange. Lin Yuan had thought of both angles. On the one hand, he wanted these experts and feys who owed him this condition to fulfill to wait impatiently for him to state his conditions so that they would be able to obtain the heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls. On the other hand, he was going to launch a major advertisement of the blind traits to remind them that the Purchase with No Loss store had heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls, and that 1 heavenly maiden grade elemental pearl would be auctioned off every night. Chapter 940, Reaping the Benefits of the Prudent Heroes. Lin Yuan had to support the entire Sky City, and he eventually planned on expanding into the Marsh World and Startling Lines continent. Although both the Marsh World and the Startling Lines continent were troves from which Lin Yuan would obtain treasures, he needed to spend a significant sum before he could expand into those areas. Thus, he had to earn as much as he could from the trades. He immediately used the points he had accumulated to exchange for a one-time posting of his trade message on Star Web News. The Purchase with No Loss store had always remained a Class 1 store, but after all this time of selling elite feys and conducting blind trades, it had accumulated 40,000 points. This was enough for the Purchase with No Loss store to promote to Class 4 and was just shy of being able to promote to Class 5. It cost 10,000 points to post the trade message on Star Web News. Even Class 5 stores were only willing to post messages on Star Web News when they were holding events. Now that the Purchase with No Loss store's trade message was posted on Star Web News, anyone who went to read Star Web News would immediately see the message. Lin Yuan read the trade message with satisfaction and decided to contact Sun Ningxiang next. However, he had no idea that his trade message had immediately stirred up the entire Star Web. Countless people were staring in shock at the trade message. This was the first time in Star Web history that a store posted a trade message saying that they would help myth-breed feys overcome the world cleansing. Many users of Star Web had never even seen a fantasy breed fey before, much less myth-breed feys. The Purchase with No Loss store's trade message seemed intimidating to most users, and even the members of veteran and top factions felt that this Class 1 store's trade message seemed to carry the charisma of veteran and top factions. Even veteran and top factions were unwilling to help feys overcome the world cleansing unless they had something to gain from it or had personal reasons. An Emperor-class expert had a 70% chance of being able to help a strong fey overcome the world cleansing. Two Emperor-class experts combined only had a 50% chance of helping a fey with strong abilities, but weak defensive skills overcome the world cleansing. Although an Emperor-class expert would be able to sustain the first attack from the world cleansing, to help a fey overcome the world cleansing was not to defeat the world cleansing but to sustain its attacks for some time. The goal was to break down the world cleansing's attack into many smaller attacks, which would give the evolving fey a chance to recover. However, the attacks from world cleansing eventually needed to hit the evolving fey. Feys with weaker abilities would require more external help for this, and there was even a chance that the feys of the Emperor-class expert who was helping it would get hurt. If a creation breed helped the fey overcome the world cleansing, there would be nothing to talk about because it would be able to protect the fey in a cage of law worlds. By using the power of law worlds to defend against the world cleansing, the evolving fey would be able to accept the world grace while remaining unhurt. However, not even top factions used the power of creation breed feys flippantly, much less used it to help other feys overcome the world cleansing. There were not many merits to helping other feys to overcome the world cleansing. The members of veteran and top factions who were aware of the purchase with no loss store started to blow an internal raspberry. The purchase with no loss store is overflowing with wealth. Just what kind of martial force are they hiding? But the store owner has to be some kind of stupid to put out a sure loss deal like that, no matter how wealthy he is. Many feys stuck at suzerain/fantasy V and looking for experts to help them were delighted to see the trade message. This trade message was a glimmer of hope for them. However, this was a serious matter. As famous as the purchase with no loss store had become on Star Web, not many experts were brave enough to gamble with their feys' lives and futures. Although none of the experts moved, they started to look into the purchase with no loss store and found that the store was conducting blind trades. They could not help but buy some of the items through the blind trade. After all, flower brocade pearls were extremely popular amongst creation masters and never fell in value. Through the blind trades, these experts joined the purchase with no loss store fan club. They thoroughly explored the ins and outs of the purchase with no loss store before deciding if they would respond to the trade message. These experts suppressed their feys and prevented them from evolving to myth breed. From a positive perspective, these experts could be called prudent heroes. But from a negative perspective, they had become used to turning a blind eye. Without a guarantee, it was difficult to convince those who had already become used to turning a blind eye to their situation to take risks. However, suzerain/fantasy V feys were able to comprehend willpowers to a certain extent, and it was possible to suppress themselves from experiencing the world cleansing. If they used spiritual ingredients that could relieve the pressure in their body, they would even be able to hold the world cleansing off for 7 or 8 years without any issue. Nonetheless, it would not become so easy once decades passed. Even if spiritual ingredients were used to relieve the pressure in their body, the feys' potential and roots would start to decay. At that point, it would no longer be a matter of if they were brave enough to experience the world cleansing but if they were even still viable to do so. The purchase with no loss store's trade message on Star Web News was a door that these experts could open that would lead them to success. Lin Yuan, who was about to leave Star Web, suddenly noticed that someone had already responded to the trade message and had started to message him privately. Chapter 941, Pulling the Nets into Night. Lin Yuan could not be happier that someone had responded so quickly. This meant that his trade message had struck a chord with a huge audience, and there were many experts that did not have the confidence to help their feys overcome the world cleansing. The trade message was important to Lin Yuan. Although the condition that the experts had to fulfill was not absolutely necessary to him, it would still benefit him significantly. Lin Yuan now possessed creation breed fighting power in the form of Endless Summer's healing abilities and the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's combat power. The Mother of Bloodbath was also a well of potential waiting to be tapped into. Duanhe's Purple Demon was also a fighting force to be reckoned with. Purple Demon needed to consume the flesh of feys that had a higher grade than it, which was difficult to obtain. But recently, many of the Blood Brew Grapevine's Blood Brew grapes had ripened. Some of the Blood Brew grapes would be given to the Mother of Bloodbath to supply it with blood energy. Soon, the Mother of Bloodbath would be able to evolve to Myth 3. As he continued to work with Long Xiao, the Indigo Azure Guard Captain, Coiling Dragon's Valley, Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine, and Condense Fairy Orchard, Lin Yuan's store of Law Source crystals had steadily increased. The Golden Lotus Brocade pearls that he had given Coiling Dragon's Valley and Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine had started to fall into the hands of other veteran and top factions. Brocade Zither was also hard at work nurturing golden lotus brocade pearls in the spirit lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan would not be lacking in law source crystals for the foreseeable future. He could not help but be able to boast that he was able to gain the loyalty of myth breed phase and that he already had more plans to nurture creation breed phase. Thus, Lin Yuan did not have much use for the Emperor class experts that responded to the trade message. The condition that the Emperor class experts would agree to fulfill would become a power to strengthen Sky City further. They would become the tiles that built Sky City higher toward the clouds. The part that he needed the most was the world grace that would descend after the world cleansing. Although the Pure Land of Bliss only absorbed 10% of the world grace, it would be able to produce a large amount of spirit chi crystals that Lin Yuan would use to evolve his phase grades. The evolution in Fey grades would increase Black's power as a combat class spirit chi professional. After contracting the sacred sword-wielding queen, Lin Yuan had benefited from the laws engraved on its skirt. Lin Yuan had realized that in his recent rush to increase his own power, he had neglected to evolve his own phase. He could not help but self-reflect. Spirit chi professionals depended on their phase to fight. As such, it was of utmost importance to increase one's phase powers. Lin Yuan felt that he had been slacking off. If he could use this blind trade to help more phase overcome the world cleansing, his own phase would be able to evolve as well. He also planned on finding rare spiritual ingredients to evolve his phase qualities. However, this was not the best time for Lin Yuan to respond to the messages about the trade message. Lin Yuan had already put the 65 sets of flower brocade pearls on sale and was planning on gathering all the aurora pollen available in the market. The market was always sensitive, and the purchase with no loss stores blind trades had become famous on Star Web. Countless people paid attention to all news about the blind trades. Those who had been paying attention were already using all the connections available to them to obtain aurora pollen. However, Sun Ningxiang did not know that Lin Yuan was planning on pulling in the net that he had trapped the Sea Bliss clan in. Hence, Sun Ningxiang needed to collect all the aurora pollen she had on hand in order to maintain the aurora pollen's price stability. Lin Yuan did not want this to happen as it would be throwing a stone into the cogs of his plan instead, and it would become pointless for Lin Yuan to sell the 1,300 flower brocade pearls through blind trades. Instead of replying to the experts messaging him about the trade message, Lin Yuan left Star Web and called Sun Ningxiang. The call rang for half a minute before Lin Yuan heard Sun Ningxiang's hoarse voice on the other end. Lin Yuan, you left the Guardia banquet so suddenly that you didn't even collect your prizes for winning the martial arts stage. Did something serious happen? Long Tao, Li Xian, Gao Feng, and I all tried to find out what happened to you. Lin Yuan chuckled before replying, something urgent came up, and I went to help a friend. Sun Ningxiang was stunned when she heard what Lin Yuan said. She remembered that Lin Yuan had left with Mystic Moon, so she had assumed that something extremely serious had happened to Lin Yuan. Sun Ningxiang could not believe that Lin Yuan had given up the glory of accepting his prize just to help a friend. No matter what Lin Yuan had done for that friend, Sun Ningxiang was heartwarmed to know that Lin Yuan treated his friends in such a manner. Anyone would be lucky to become Lin Yuan's friend. Sun Ningxiang beamed brightly, for she was one of Lin Yuan's friends. The first time she had met Lin Yuan was at Sky City's private territory. That was also where they established their partnership. But it was only when her confrontation with Miao Zhou at the Guardia banquet implicated Lin Yuan that she witnessed Lin Yuan's righteousness for herself. It was also then that she guessed Lin Yuan's identity. She had taken the initiative to join Lin Yuan's group. As the main pillar of support holding Condensed Fairy Orchard up, Sun Ningxiang's sense of responsibility made her automatically want to gain Lin Yuan's favor after figuring out his true identity. However, she realized that her friendliness had earned Lin Yuan's genuine friendship, which she saw as a blessing. Lin Yuan had even connected her to Long Tao and Li Xian, enabling Condensed Fairy Orchard to strike up partnerships with Coiling Dragon's Valley and Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine. These partnerships might be the road to salvation for Condensed Fairy Orchard. After leaving the Guardia banquet, Sun Ningxiang had spent the past day handling Condensed Fairy Orchard's affairs and barely had the time even to hydrate herself. Apricot had just reported to her that there was an explosion of demand for aurora pollen. Sun Ningxiang asked Lin Yuan. Chapter 942, You're not fit to be an Emperor class expert. Lin Yuan, it's not easy to suppress the price of aurora pollen. At first, I only needed to supply 1 ton of aurora pollen to suppress the price of 10 tons. But recently, I need to supply 9 tons to suppress the price of 10 tons. Lin Yuan had his own reason for buying up the aurora pollen and targeting the Sea Bliss clan. Sun Ningxiang was trying to get Lin Yuan's input to see if he would advise her to continue supplying aurora pollen to the market in this current period of booming demand. On the other hand, she was trying to remind Lin Yuan that there was almost no more aurora pollen left in the market to buy up, as most of the stock available was being supplied by her. Lin Yuan had called Sun Ningxiang to discuss this, yet she had brought up the matter before him. He could not help but be impressed by her sharp mind. Sun Ningxiang, stop supplying any aurora pollen to the market. The collection of aurora pollen has reached my expectations, and it's time to let the price skyrocket. I will make the arrangements now and use Condense Fairy Orchid's connections to collect as much aurora pollen as possible by tonight. We work with many businesses, and they should be willing to help us out with this, replied Sun Ningxiang. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Now, when it was time to allow the aurora pollen's price to inflate freely, Sun Ningxiang was choosing to dig from the bottom of the barrel. Even if the Sea Bliss clan set aside their pride as a veteran faction, it would be impossible for them to buy the obscenely expensive aurora pollen to feed the angelfish of bliss. Lin Yuan wondered how much more ludicrous the Sea Bliss clan could become. After speaking with Sun Ningxiang, Lin Yuan immediately returned to Star Web and saw that another person had responded to his trade message. This made Lin Yuan's eyes light up, and he was about to reply to the first person that had messaged him. But when he saw the message, Lin Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. Attractive boy holding an umbrella, will you be able to guarantee the safety of the Fae undergoing the world cleansing? I'll need you to go with me to the spirit guards to make things official. If my Fae dies, your store has to compensate me handsomely. This person sure was pragmatic to talk about compensation so casually. Although it was human instinct to protect one's own benefits, this method of requesting compensation sure was forceful. Even some emperor-class experts who helped their friends' Faes to overcome the world cleansing could run into accidents. No one would be able to predict when such accidents would or would not occur. Yet this person wanted Lin Yuan to shoulder all of the risks. This made Lin Yuan very suspicious of this person's sincerity. However, Lin Yuan had the kill food sky butterfly, and it was powerful enough to ensure the safety of the Fae in question. For the sake of the 10% of world grace and genius evolution to Diamond X, Lin Yuan composed himself and answered. Deep Mountain Elder Lin, I have no problem with going to the spirit guards. However, we cannot compensate you to an unreasonable extent. If your Fae really dies during the world cleansing, we will compensate you with a bronze/epic Fae, and will also take care of the resources you spent evolving your Fae to its current grade. Is this acceptable? Once he sent his reply, Lin Yuan was about to go on to read the next person's message when he received Attractive Boy Holding an Umbrella's answer. Attractive Boy Holding an Umbrella, fine. However, we also have to stipulate that as long as my three-horned dragon rhino is wounded irreparably by the world cleansing, your store will have to compensate me. Lin Yuan's expression darkened. He did not want to waste any more time on Attractive Boy Holding an Umbrella, as he was clearly trying to take advantage of Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan still had to provide compensation if the Fae did not die, he would essentially have protected it for nothing. Moreover, the person had contracted the Suzerain/Fantasy V three-horned dragon rhino. The three-horned dragon rhino was an impressive defense-type Fae that could use its three horns to attack other Faes. Its thick hide was also resistant to elemental abilities. If Lin Yuan had contracted the three-horned dragon rhino, its defensive abilities would already be enough for Lin Yuan to be confident about it being able to evolve to myth breed. However, the person called Attractive Boy Holding an Umbrella did not have this confidence. This meant that Attractive Boy Holding an Umbrella did not have the heart of an expert at all. His head was only full of thoughts of how to continue turning a blind eye and taking advantage of others. Lin Yuan had no desire to work with such a person. But for the sake of the 10% of world grace, Lin Yuan forced himself to agree. Just as Lin Yuan was about to tell Attractive Boy Holding an Umbrella to come to the royal capital, he saw another message. Attractive Boy Holding an Umbrella, since the deal is sealed, let's discuss your conditions. I think that 10% of the world grace is unreasonable. What do you think? Lin Yuan's fist itched to make contact with something. He had always considered himself as a well-mannered person, but Attractive Person Holding an Umbrella was truly testing Lin Yuan's limits. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and replied with gnashed teeth. Deep Mountain Elder Lin, get lost. You're not fit to be an Emperor-class expert. Your three-horned dragon rhino is fated to stay below myth breed. Lin Yuan blocked Attractive Boy Holding an Umbrella so that he would not have to tangle with such a person any longer. Next, he calmed himself and moved on to read the message from the other person who had replied to his trade message. Floating World complains of calamity. Hello, both my Faes are at Pinnacle Myth 2. Does your store accept world cleansings for Myth 3? Chapter 943, of course. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up, and he responded. Deep Mountain Elder Lin, of course. Lin Yuan did not expect floating world complaints of calamity actually to have two pinnacle Myth 2 phase. The world grace that descended after a Myth 3 world cleansing was completely different from that after a Myth 2 world cleansing. The world grace that descended from a Myth 3 world cleansing was meant to help a Fey gain body weaponization and was 10 times stronger than the world grace from a Myth 2 world grace. 10% of 2 Myth 3 phase world graces would produce a pile of spirit chi crystals large enough to enable genius to evolve to Diamond X/Fantasy I. After genius evolved to Diamond X/Fantasy I, there would still be a fair number of spirit chi crystals. Lin Yuan felt that he would be able to regain the feeling of being drunk on spirit chi crystals. However, Lin Yuan started to become suspicious. If floating world complaints of calamity had two pinnacle Myth 2 phase, they would help each other evolve to Myth 3. Moreover, someone who could nurture 2 phase to suzerain/Myth 2 would not be lacking in resources. Such a person had to be from one of the major factions or a hard-working independent contractor like Duan He. However, it seemed strange that an expert like Floating World Complaints of Calamity was coming to Lin Yuan for help. The person behind Floating World Complaints of Calamity was a 2-meter-tall burly man with cropped hair and bulging muscles. But one look at the burly man's face, and one would notice that his countenance was not only lacking in ferocity but was rather cute instead. Needle puncture-like scars were peppered all over his body. They did not look to have been the result of external injuries but rather some plant that was trying to grow out of his skin. The scars made the burly man's skin seem very bizarre. These scars would also occasionally shift like a centipede was crawling under the man's skin. The man would tremble with his brow deeply knitted every once in a while as though he was trying to fight off excruciating pain. However, it was clear that such pain was a daily occurrence in the man's life. Besides the shivering and the frowning, the moving of the scars did not affect the man in any way. When he saw Lin Yuan's reply, the burly man's scrunched-up features did not relax. A look of faint hope bloomed on his face, and he chanted, "Of course, of course." Lin Yuan's reply had given the burly man much more confidence. At that moment, the scars on the man's skin started to move around wildly. The physical, spiritual, mental, and soul anguish that came after forced the man to log out of Star Web. A willpower burst forth from all the pain, suppressing all the pain. Although the scars were still moving about on his body, the man logged into Star Web again and shivered hopefully before sending a long message to Lin Yuan. Floating World Complaints of Calamity, my 2 suzerain/Myth 2 phase are very special. They cannot handle any attacks from the world cleansing, resulting in their immediate destruction. Do you think they can still experience the world cleansing? The burly man closed his eyes as though he was waiting to receive judgment. When Lin Yuan had first seen Floating World Complaints of Calamity's message, he did not think anything strange of it. But a look of suspicion still appeared on his face. It was ridiculous that Floating World Complaints of Calamity's 2 suzerain/Myth 2 phase could not handle any attack from the world cleansing. Genius was a functional type Fey that did not have any combat skills. Hence, when it reached Pinnacle Myth 2, it also had to avoid being struck by any of the world cleansing's attacks. Otherwise, there was a high chance of its roots being injured during the world cleansing. However, it would not die. Although functional type Feys did not have fighting abilities, their physiques would have become decently powerful once they reached suzerain/Myth, and they would not die immediately from just one of the world cleansing's attacks. Apparently, Floating World Complaints of Calamity's 2 suzerain/Myth 2 Feys were very special. But the more special the Fey, the more specifically valuable they were. Thus, Floating World Complaints of Calamity should not have any problems using his Fey's special abilities to find experts to help him. Lin Yuan could not figure out what Floating World Complaints of Calamity's situation was, so he decided not to dwell on it or ask what Floating World Complaints of Calamity's phase were. Other people might be stumped by Floating World Complaints of Calamity's phase being unable to even receive one attack from the world cleansing, but this was a cakewalk for Lin Yuan. But since Floating World Complaints of Calamity had made his request, Lin Yuan felt that he needed to adjust his own conditions. Deep Mountain Elder Lin, no problem. I can promise that both your Feys won't have to receive any attacks from the world cleansing. The burly man's eyes flew wide open, and the spark of hope in his gaze erupted into a blaze. His eyes looked like 2 minuscule suns. The burly man finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel. He started to quiver slightly, but not because of the pain from his scars. It was because his excitement had taken full control of his body. Chapter 944, The Happiest Person on Star Web. At the same moment that hope flooded the burly man, the hatred that was usually buried deep in the depths of his soul surged violently, and his adorable features arranged themselves into a cold expression. Suddenly, Lin Yuan sent Floating World Complains of Calamity another message. Deep Mountain Elder Lin, your request will need the power of a creation breed fey. I'm sure you're aware of this. I believe that you've been searching for a Thearch class expert to help your feys overcome the world cleansing. If so, I need to add to my stipulated conditions. But I won't be adding too much. Since you have 2 feys that need to overcome the world cleansing, the compensation is doubled, and add 50 more source type items. Lin Yuan had thought deeply before he changed the price. The main reason he had sent the message was to obtain the 10% of world grace. Hence, he did not increase the price by much. The burly man's expression soured, and his ears turned red. This made him seem even cuter, like he was an enormous teddy bear. He scratched the back of his head with a vexed look hanging on his face. He sent Lin Yuan an astonishing reply. Floating World Complains of Calamity, I don't have any money now. I don't even have any heaven and earth phase or source type items. Can I give you all the world grace instead? Or I can find a way to earn money after my phase evolve to Myth 3. The burly man added another message shamefully. Floating World Complains of Calamity, I'll definitely do my best to pay you accordingly. Lin Yuan's jaw fell open when he first saw the messages. Just how thick-skinned is this person? He had the gall to take advantage of me? Since when did stores on Star Web accept credit? Lin Yuan took a closer look at Floating World Complains of Calamity's messages and realized that he was not actually trying to take advantage of him. Instead, he seemed desperately sincere. Floating World Complains of Calamity needed someone to help his phase overcome the world cleansing while Lin Yuan had Thearch class power. Thus, Floating World Complains of Calamity could not go back on his word in the face of Lin Yuan's martial force after Floating World Complains of Calamity's 2 pinnacle suzerain/myth 2 overcame the world cleansing. Yet, Floating World Complains of Calamity was willing to give up all the world grace. This showed just how backed into a corner Floating World Complains of Calamity was, as he would essentially be giving up his phase futures. By burning the bridge once one was across it, one had no choice but to push on and move forward until they finally attained success. Floating World Complains of Calamity sent Lin Yuan another message. Floating World Complains of Calamity, if you can't accept credit, I can swear on a law to be your servant for 3 years. I'll do anything for you in those 3 years. But once 3 years is up, I need to leave to do something absolutely necessary. Lin Yuan fell silent when he read the message. Perhaps it was because he had also been once submerged in darkness and had to climb out of it on his own painstakingly. Lin Yuan felt that he could relate to Floating World Complains of Calamity to some extent. Unless he was in a hopeless situation, there was no way an Emperor-class expert would set aside his pride, give up his freedom, and leave his fate in the hands of a stranger. After a few moments of silence, Lin Yuan sent his reply. Deep Mountain Elder Lin, I'll help your phase overcome the world cleansing first. We can discuss the compensation and other conditions once we meet. Let me know once you've reached the royal capital. Lin Yuan sent his phone number to Floating World Complains of Calamity. He did not know Floating World Complains of Calamity well. As such, he dared not take up the offer to take him on as his servant for 3 years. From Floating World Complains of Calamity's words, Lin Yuan could sense that he had a long life story behind him which would entail what he had to do in 3 years. Hence, he decided to hold off on agreeing on the compensation until he met Floating World Complains of Calamity in the face before he decided whether to take 2 Heaven and Earth phase and 110 source type items or Floating World Complains of Calamity as his servant for 3 years. Lin Yuan did not like the term servant. Listen had used his willpower rune to swear his servitude, but Lin Yuan did not treat him any differently from the other people in the mansion. He waited for Floating World Complains of Calamity's reply, but he still received nothing even after a long while. When he opened Floating World Complains of Calamity's messages, Lin Yuan saw that Floating World Complains of Calamity had logged out of Star Web. Lin Yuan sighed and said, "What is wrong with Floating World Complains of Calamity? He left right in the middle of our serious discussion. Why is he so unreliable?" But since he had sent the messages, he could only wait for Floating World Complains of Calamity to call him. At that moment, in a tiny, decrepit house, a burly man dressed in a long robe was writhing wildly on the floor. Clearly, he was fighting intense pain as he locked his jaw to stave off any whimpers of pain. His black robe was soaked through with sweat, and he left stains on the ground as he thrashed about. He lay face up on the ground as sweat rolled down his face a moment later. The moisture on his face was a mixture of sweat and tears. The burly man raised his head with great difficulty and looked at his scars for a second before he shakily got to his feet. He looked out into the dark night as though he was searching for a ray of light that would illuminate his heart. Now that he had settled his matters, he wanted to check on Chimey. Currently, Chimey's live streaming room was the most booming place on Star Web. Bai Hao was now the most excited and happiest person on Star Web. Chapter 945, What a Powerful Host. Bai Hao had been sparring with Wang Fan in the training room to practice their compatibility so as to put up a better fight against the 4 strongest competitors at the next tournament. He stood out with his explosive attacks, was the 3rd most powerful member of his team, and had an extremely aggressive fighting style. However, he knew his weakness was his lack of stamina. He would be in deep trouble if he could not attain victory within his first 3 attacks. Meanwhile, Wang Fan was a support-type spirit chi professional. After Wang Fan had become acquainted with Bai Hao and Lu Ji, he had adjusted his fey allocation and fighting style. As members of the Radiance 100 sequence, Bai Hao and Wang Fan all had secret weapons that they had not displayed. Their guild club had yet to become an A level 1, and they had never placed in the top 5 of the tournament. If they could win against the top 4 guild clubs, the ranking of the most powerful guild clubs in the tournament would be re-indexed. They might even be able to become one of the top 3 and enable their guild club to become an A-level guild club. Thus, Wang Fan and Bai Hao were ready to put in the necessary work. They were ready to show a small portion of their secret weapons during the tournament. However, they usually kept their secret weapons under wraps and had never worked together in such a direction. After 2 consecutive days of intense training, Bai Hao gave up pondering over the connection between Black and Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess. But even after he emptied his mind of all thoughts, Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess voice sometimes floated into his mind of its own accord. Not only did Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess voice not distract him, but it even filled him with a fervent motivation. However, he did not expect his leader to walk in with Wang Fan's girlfriend, Anna, in the middle of his and Wang Fan's training. When Bai Hao heard the news that his leader brought, he immediately logged into Star Web right there in the training room and went to the live streaming room that he would even enter when no one was live streaming. He noticed that the GIF was gone. In place of the GIF was a shadow. When Bai Hao saw the shadow, the image melded with the voice that resonated in Bai Hao's soul. Bai Hao thought, once you meet the one, you realize that even the most eloquently beautiful descriptions can't live up to personal experience. He stared dazedly and unblinkingly at Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess. Once he drank Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess's face in, he suddenly found the small white cat in her arms rather annoying and its tails too plumose. Bai Hao could not help but be jealous of the white cat that Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess was stroking with a look of reluctance. If Bai Hao could enter the screen to the live streaming room, he would shake the white cat as he exclaimed, "Be thankful. If you don't want to be in your position, let me take your place." As stunned as Bai Hao was, his hand had not stopped moving. There were bouquets of 100 flowers of support that cost 10,000 radiance dollars each on Star Web, and Bai Hao was sending 3 bouquets every second. As the number 1 supporter of Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess's live streaming room, his entrance into the live streaming room set out a notification. The longtime fans of Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess live streaming room were already used to Bai Hao's immediate assault of gifts because he was never absent during one of Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess live streams. Many of Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess fans also often saw Bai Hao in Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess live streaming room when there was no live stream going on. It could be said that Bai Hao spent more time in the live streaming room than even Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess did. Suddenly, Bai Hao noticed activity in his message box, and he opened it to see a message from Wang Fan. Reunited Wang Fan, damn! I can't believe how gorgeous Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess is. No wonder you like her voice. But if she's so stunning, why has she never shown her face? If she showed her face from the beginning, wouldn't she be even more popular? Bai Hao's mouth twitched. He did not expect Wang Fan to also have logged into Star Web, nor had he ever heard that Wang Fan was also Shadow Voice Lowly Goddess fan. Wasn't Wang Fan always terrified of Anna? Since when did he become so brave as to start discussing girls' looks on Star Web? After he read Wang Fan's message, Bai Hao noticed that Wang Fan was a shallow person for the first time. He did not like Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess voice because of her looks because he was far from a shallow person. Whether Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess showed her face or not, almost every live stream of hers ended up as one of the top 10 live streams of the beauty department. What a powerful host! As the number of live stream watchers continued to climb, Bai Hao suddenly felt threatened. Now that Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess had shown her face, there was 4 times the usual number of watchers. He might not be able to hold on to his position as the number one fan. Just as Bai Hao was trying to come up with a way to maintain his position, one fan sent Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess 3,000 bouquets. This pushed that fan to the third place position, and he was only a hair's breadth away from second place. Bai Hao immediately checked the person's ID, and his eyes immediately widened. The ID was unknown Flame Anna. Wasn't this Wang Fan's girlfriend? Bai Hao was about to ask Wang Fan what was going on when he saw another message from Wang Fan. His tone was just like Red Riding Hood's when she was about to be gobbled up by the big bad wolf. Reunited Wang Fan, Bai Hao. If I didn't come here to comfort you for fear that you'd be disappointed by Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess looks, Anna wouldn't have followed me into Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess live streaming room. Bai Hao immediately realized what was going on. Anna always placed emphasis on looks. She liked anything that was attractive and would even go into a frenzy when she saw something shockingly beautiful. Once she saw Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess face, she became an instant fan. Bai Hao gulped. If Anna became Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess fan, Wang Fan's finances would only decline from now on. He wondered if he would need to lend Wang Fan money in the future. Chapter 946, Black and Lin Yuan are. When Anna was in one of her frenzied states, she would not hesitate to dump all of her and Wang Fan's money into Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess live streaming room. How could he compete with the income of two people? Bai Hao felt that his position as the number one fan would be snatched from him soon. Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess had risen to fame so quickly on Star Web because of her magnificent voice and all of Bai Hao's contributions. The members of the Radiance 100 sequence were all regarded as celebrities on Star Web. Every member of the Radiance 100 sequence had different abilities and contracted different feys. As such, they all had different fan bases on Star Web. The fan clubs would even crowdfund to help their idols fey evolve to Myth 2 and change into human form as soon as possible. Thus, all of Bai Hao's contributions to Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess had been a key driving force to her success. Now, Anna of the Radiance 100 sequence had spent 30 million Radiance dollars on Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess. The flowers that flew around at the top of the live streaming room excited every audience member. Star's dreams, what's going on? It's already crazy enough that Lord Ranger is one of Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess fans. Why is Unknown Flame Lordess a fan of Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess too? This era, I can't believe the Unknown Flame Lordess that I worship likes Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess too. This is great. Both my interests are aligning. I love this. The world of mortals favor looks. For some reason, I think that Lord Wang Fan's head is so lush now that he'll be able to feed a herd of coiled horn goats. Hut on River Sanzu, based on Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess' perfect looks and voice, I predict that her popularity will explode after today. Chimey was stroking Genius as it looked through its messages on Star Web and was not paying attention to what was happening in the live streaming room. It had always been afraid of Lin Yuan finding out about its live streaming. Hence, it only sent Lin Yuan surprise boxes using its account but never added Lin Yuan as its friend. Star Web users received instant notifications whenever the hosts they liked started live streaming. As thanks to their fans, the hosts would mention their fans personally. The audience list was always open, and any person who watched the live stream would see who was being mentioned by the host. Normally, the hosts would mention the fans with the largest contributions. But there were exceptions. For example, Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess never mentioned anyone, not even Bai Hao. Now that Lin Yuan knew that Chimey was live streaming on Star Web, Chimey immediately mentioned Lin Yuan and Black. Many people soon followed in Anna's lead and started to contribute to Chimey's live streaming room. Most of them were Anna's fans or people who had seen Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess live streaming trending on Star Web and had come to see what the fuss was about. Eventually, neither group of people could leave after seeing the beautiful host. These new fans checked up on Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess out of curiosity and saw that she had mentioned two people. These two people were too special. Lin Yuan and Black's fans were in the middle of a heated war. Many young disciples of veteran factions and top factions were on Lin Yuan's side, and Black's fan count had dwindled. Although Black was a prominent character on Star Web and was being called Ancestor Piece, he could not compete with the influence of the young disciples of veteran and top factions. Thus, the members of the audience who had noticed this strange occurrence started to make their opinions known. Passerby, does Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess know both Black and Lin Yuan? If she does, why doesn't she make it clear once and for all which one of them is stronger? Passerby's comment was soon buried under the tsunami of other comments. However, many people had already seen the comment. The longtime and new fans of Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess immediately went to see Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess mention page. New comments quickly appeared. Chimey never gave thanks for the presents it received, but it did pay close attention to the comments. As a songstress bird that used not even to understand the mechanics of singing, Chimey loved to be praised. Chimey suddenly saw people talking about Lin Yuan and Black in the comments and said instinctively, "Why are Black and Lin Yuan being compared? There." At this point, Chimey immediately shut its jaw and blinked guiltily. It could not believe that it almost revealed that Lin Yuan and Black were the same person. Many people were already guessing about the connection between Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess and Black after the avian type Fey that Black contracted appeared in Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess live streaming room. But its slip of the tongue had exposed that Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess was familiar with Black and that she was close with Lin Yuan. Many people were watching Chimey's live stream, and its words had immediately led to more people joining the live stream to watch the excitement unfold. All the young disciples of veteran and top factions knew about Lin Yuan's identity. He was a genuine chosen one. None of these young disciples had any real reason to resent Black, and they were only doing so to bootlick Lin Yuan. But whether Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess had said that just to create hype or not, it brought the young disciples of veteran and top factions to its live stream to hear what she had to say. Chapter 947, Long Tao's appearance. Soon, Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess live streaming room became the battlefield for the war between Black and Lin Yuan's fans. Now that the commotion in the live streaming room was growing out of control, Chimey frowned. Chimey liked listening to compliments about Black and Lin Yuan, but it did not like seeing both camps go after each other. It suddenly remembered the song that Lin Yuan had taught and started singing it softly. Chimey's voice was full of exuberance. The moment it started to sing, the rowdy live streaming room fell silent. As Chimey was singing, the audience seemed to see a fearless young man slowly and surely moving forward. Despite the fury in Chimey's heart, its voice was serene. This sereneness made the daring young man that Chimey was singing about seem cold and distant. Instead of making the young man look arrogant, the cold and distant young man appeared dignified. In Chimey's journey from the songstress bird to the clear voice Luan sparrow, it had come to understand many facts of life. Although it was still twittering around Lin Yuan as it had always been, it now understood the struggles of growing up. Strong loneliness accompanied Lin Yuan's entire life. No matter how lonely he was, he always had a smile hanging off his face. However, the perfect Lin Yuan that Chimey saw was now being criticized by others. All Chimey wanted to do now was rage against its audience. At that moment, Kong Qi was sighing at Tian Ningning, who had a bitter expression on her face. "You're the only one who can come up with a solution. If you really don't want to do anything without Black's knowledge, you can wait until Black comes back online to discuss it with him," said Kong Qi. Tian Ningning looked up at Kong Qi and asked with stubborn hopefulness, "You said that you'd go to Star Tower to ask them to get in touch with Lin Yuan and Black so they can organize a fight. Did it not work out?" A strange look came over Kong Qi's face. As the editor-in-chief of Star Web, Star Tower should take her suggestions seriously. After contacting Yu Yan, who was the manager of Star Tower, Yu Yan had also agreed to her idea and said that he would try to contact them. But in less than 20 minutes, Yu Yan told Kong Qi that he would not be able to help her. His tone had also sounded chiding as though she had led Yu Yan into trouble. Kong Qi could not understand what Yu Yan's attitude had changed so suddenly as she had always been on good terms with him. However, Kong Qi did not know that Yu Yan would have reprimanded her if they were face to face with each other. Yu Yan had agreed without hesitation when he received a request from an old friend. But after he messaged Lin Yuan and Black on Star Web, he realized that he actually did not have much power despite being the manager of Star Tower. He even had the authority to read up on the Radiance 100 sequences information. Thus, the ever-cautious Yu Yan contacted his boss and applied for a higher level of access. But even after he was granted access, he still did not have the authority to check up on Lin Yuan and Black's information. Yu Yan broke out in cold sweat and started to make tentative guesses about Lin Yuan and Black's identities. As the manager of Star Tower, Yu Yan knew better than anyone about the structure of Star Web. Every person on Star Web had to have their identities checked by 3 important people before extra security measures could be added. The fact that all 3 important people had granted Lin Yuan and Black such high security proved that Lin Yuan and Black both had elite statuses. The 3 important people had to know by now that Yu Yan was trying to look into Black and Lin Yuan. Yu Yan was afraid that he would be called in and handed disciplinary action tomorrow. When she saw Tian Ningning's stubborn gaze, Kong Qi did not know what to say. She just returned to her office and continued working. From Kong Qi's reaction, Tian Ningning knew that Kong Qi was all out of ideas. Tian Ningning clutched her phone tightly and willed herself to calm down as she readied herself to call Long Tao's exclusive reporter back. Tian Ningning's phone rang at that moment, but it was an unknown number. However, Tian Ningning still picked up the call. A stern voice on the other end of the call asked, "Is this Black's exclusive reporter? I'm Long Tao." Long Tao did not expect something like this to happen right after the Guardia banquet ended. Since he was from a top faction, Long Tao immediately knew why this was happening. If he had stood up to speak on Black's behalf at the beginning of the incident, the issue would not have blown up to this extent. Long Tao was friends with Lin Yuan, but he had also cheated death while fighting alongside Black. He felt stuck between Lin Yuan and Black. But when he had first encountered Black, he had felt a sense of familiarity. When Long Tao analyzed this feeling even further, he realized that it had come from his brief interaction with Lin Yuan at the Radiant Moon Palace. Later, when he had encountered Lin Yuan again, the feeling of familiarity struck him again as though he had fought to the death alongside Lin Yuan. After a short conversation with Tian Ningning, Long Tao hung up the call and called Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan did not pick up the call. Long Tao did not know whether it was because Lin Yuan's phone was not with him or because he was logged onto Star Web and could not hear his phone ring. Chapter 948, Lu Ji started trouble with one post. Although Long Tao did not find out who Chief Guard Yi's disciple was at the Guardia banquet, he had exchanged contact details with Lu Ji. After giving it some thought, Long Tao decided to call Lu Ji to see if he would be able to contact Lin Yuan or ask him if he could settle the matter personally. Since the disciples of top and veteran factions were trying to gain Lin Yuan's favor, someone with status as high as Lin Yuan's should make a statement that could place a lid on the matter. Frankly, Long Tao did not want to call Lu Ji just because of Black but because of Lin Yuan as well. Lin Yuan had the Order of Radiant Light and would eventually compete to become one of the Radiance envoys. If this incident ended up painting Lin Yuan as someone who was overly aggressive, his road to becoming a Radiance envoy would be an isolated one. Lu Ji, who had just evolved his sacred source life form, inhaled sharply and was about to drink the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar that Lin Yuan had given him to cleanse his soul so as to enable the insect queen to gain control of the insect species Carcinoma Fey when he heard his phone ring in his left pocket. Lu Ji raised an eyebrow. When he had decided not to reveal his identity at the Guardia banquet, he had prepared himself by getting another phone and registering for another Star Web account. The phone that was currently ringing was the extra one he had prepared. He took out the phone and picked it up when he saw that the call was coming from Long Tao. Lu Ji had met Long Tao before, but he had introduced himself again using a different identity. This felt strange to him. Now, he knew why Lin Yuan needed separate Star Web accounts for each of his 3 identities. Now, he also had 3, one as the disciple of Chief Guard Yi, another one as Lu Ji, who was number 30 of the Radiance 100 sequence, and the third one as the leader of the white-clothed followers. He would be able to follow Lin Yuan in whichever capacity he chose to appear in. Lu Ji felt comforted by this, and it was also Lu Ji's desire to follow in Lin Yuan's footsteps as his retainer. He guessed that Long Tao had something to discuss with him. But when he picked up the call, Lu Ji frowned all the way until Long Tao finished speaking. Lu Ji asked Long Tao, "Did you contact Lin Yuan before calling me?" "I called Lin Yuan twice before I called you, but he didn't pick up." "I called you so that this matter can be settled as soon as possible," replied Long Tao. Lu Ji replied in a low tone, "Let me handle this." Lu Ji hung up the call without telling Long Tao what he was going to do. This did not assure Long Tao. The disciple of Chief Guard Yi probably was not acquainted with Black. If Lu Ji said on Star Web that there was no comparison between Black and Lin Yuan, those disciples of veteran and top factions who had not yet joined in the debate might jump in immediately. At that point, Black might be even more negatively affected. Long Tao, who was initially going to go to his breeding room to evolve his feys, hastily logged into Star Web. This was when he saw the message that Lu Ji had posted. "I don't know who is stronger between Lin Yuan and Black. They had dinner together tonight, and neither of them wanted to discuss who was stronger." There was a function on Star Web to verify identities. Although Lu Ji's account was new, it had already been verified. His name, Young Liege of Midnight Palace, immediately pushed him to the status of one of the most elite young people in the Radiance Federation. Long Tao immediately smiled when he saw Lu Ji's message and shared the post. He asked his guild club teammates like Zhao Xiaochun and Fang Duoduo to share Lu Ji's post as well. Soon, everyone on Star Web saw Lu Ji's post, and their first reaction was to assume that it was just a rumor. One of these people was Loi Lang. However, after these people harboring suspicion opened Lu Ji's Star Web account, their jaws immediately snapped shut. The verification by the Star Web officials could not be fabricated. Thus, there was no way that the post could be fake. No one could believe that Lin Yuan and Black not only knew each other but were also friends. They had to be friends in order to eat dinner together. Lu Ji's message made those who were attacking Black for Lin Yuan's sake immediately feel like they had made fools of themselves. They deleted all the posts they had made about Black and Lin Yuan. After Lu Ji's post, the curtain fell on this incident. Tian Ningning, who had been watching the activity on Star Web, could not help but cry as a flood of emotions overcame her after she saw Lu Ji's post. She could not help but cry out, "It's finally over. Finally over." But she still felt that she had a responsibility to talk to Black as his exclusive reporter. Lin Yuan had just received messages from Braised Egghead, Zhou Jiaxin, Violent-Tempered Woman, and the others. Although Lin Yuan did not block everyone's posts like he did with Black's account, he did not have many friends on Star Web. He did not even add most of the Purchase with No Loss store members as his friends. Nonetheless, he immediately clicked on the messages to open and read them. A number of emotions flashed across his face in quick succession. Lin Yuan could not believe how many people had insulted him for nothing. Just as he was about to come up with a way to fix the situation, he saw Lu Ji's post and knew that the issue was no more. There was no need for him to try to fix the situation himself. Lin Yuan immediately thought of Tian Ningning, who was Black's exclusive reporter. He logged out of his Star Web and into Black's Star Web account. This was when he saw the more than 99 messages that Tian Ningning had sent him. At that moment, Lin Yuan felt he was too inconsiderate toward his exclusive reporter. He had been so busy that he had no time to rest, much less tend to Tian Ningning. So far, he had been extremely satisfied with Tian Ningning's work as his exclusive reporter. Lin Yuan felt that it was time for him to have a frank and open conversation with Tian Ningning. Chapter 949, Come to my house. Lin Yuan felt guilty to have caused Tian Ningning so much worry and distress. As such, he replied Tian Ningning. Black, I'm sorry. He pondered for a moment before sending another message. Black, I started a guild club. Are you interested in being my team reporter on top of my exclusive reporter? If you are, I would like us to discuss this offline. Lin Yuan had only sent this message after deep contemplation. As his exclusive reporter, Tian Ningning had been dedicated to helping him with the miscellaneous matters of Star Web. Yet, he always neglected her due to his busy schedule. Thus, he hoped to be able to establish a closer connection with Tian Ningning, and to do so would require them to interact offline instead of just on Star Web. This was the only way that he would be able to attend to Tian Ningning on top of his busy schedule. At least, this way, Tian Ningning would be able to find him at any time and would not need to wait seemingly endlessly during such situations. Once they moved their relationship offline, Tian Ningning would be able to contact the rest of the people in the mansion or discuss how to handle such matters if she could not contact him. In 2 weeks, this year's S tournament would almost be over. After this year's S tournament ended, the qualification rounds for next year's S tournament would begin. Lin Yuan had been planning to join the Dome Guild Club and become part of the main team as Black. Tian Ningning should already have gotten wind of the news as his exclusive reporter. All the famous people on Star Web had exclusive reporters, and famous guild clubs were no exception. Lin Yuan had witnessed Tian Ningning's capabilities for himself. If she was also willing to become the Dome Guild Club's team reporter, it would save Lin Yuan the trouble of finding another team reporter for the Dome Guild Club. The team reporter would be responsible for reporting on all the information regarding the Guild Club and was a very important role. A good team reporter would ensure that the team would not encounter any problems on Star Web. This would allow the team to increase their power and achieve the best results on Star Web. If Tian Ningning was too swamped with work after becoming the Dome Guild Club's team reporter, she could ask Lu Ji's exclusive reporter to share the workload. The two of them would definitely be able to take care of the Dome Guild Club's affairs together. After all, the Dome Guild Club was only recently established, and Zhang Xiaobai and the rest used to be Extreme Guild Club's reserve team members. There would eventually be rumors about them on Star Web. Lin Yuan felt that it would be best to prepare in advance for whatever those rumors would turn out to be. If Tian Ningning agreed to be the Dome Guild Club's team reporter, she could warm up by handling all the rumors about the Dome Guild Club that arose during the next S tournament. While Lin Yuan was thinking, Tian Ningning went through a wave of complicated emotions. She had been slightly angry at Black. He had left her in the lurch instead of immediately contacting her when such a serious situation had broken out. Moreover, he had not responded after she reached out to him. However, his apology had shot her like an arrow. His apology proved that he did not intentionally ignore her. An exclusive reporter was supposed to help the person they were attached to handle all their affairs on Star Web, such as releasing news about them. There was actually no need for Black to apologize to her. But the fact that he had shown that he cared about her feelings. Tian Ningning's eyes lit up when she saw that Black had started a guild club. As his exclusive reporter, she was already trying to come up with the best way to release the news on Star Web. From Black's invitation to become his guild club's team reporter, Tian Ningning could tell how much he trusted her. However, the pressure seemed too overwhelming. It was already difficult enough to be Black's exclusive reporter. The thought of taking care of Black and an entire guild club was almost too much. Nonetheless, Tian Ningning could not seem to bring herself to reject such a laborious task. When she saw that Black wanted to talk to her offline, Tian Ningning could not help but let out a happy cheer. All her pressure eventually succumbed to her excitement, nervousness, hopefulness, and a hint of bashfulness. Although she was Black's exclusive reporter, he was also her idol. She was going to meet him. Tian Ningning suddenly realized that she could be seeing how Black looked beneath the mask, and she wondered what the young hero looked like. There were many things she wanted to ask him face to face, especially about his frequent disappearances. Hence, she sent her reply. Tian Ningning, I've been wanting to talk to you too. When will it be convenient for me to come to see you? Lin Yuan immediately replied. Black, come to my house. The address is, Radiance Federation, Royal Capital, South District Zither Lake, return from faraway mansion. Since he had asked Tian Ningning to meet offline and wanted her to become the Dome Guild Club's team reporter, there was no reason for him to continue hiding his identity from her. He would only be able to work properly with Tian Ningning after telling her about his identity. The Dome Guild Club was within return from far away, and it was unrealistic for Tian Ningning to be the Dome Guild Club's team reporter without coming clean. The new season of the S tournament was about to begin, and he planned on asking Gao Feng to join the main team of his guild club. Eventually, Gao Feng and Lu Ji, who were part of the Dome Guild Club's main team, would also need to meet with Tian Ningning. Gao Feng was now Cicada Song's disciple and was no longer just the direct descendant of the Gao family. Tian Ningning blinked dazedly when she saw Black's message. She felt like she was an innocent girl being lured to the home of a creepy old man. Tian Ningning quickly shook the thought out of her head. Chapter 950, Chinese Coincidental Karma. Tian Ningning, I'm in the royal capital now. I have some work to attend to and will visit your house in a week. I didn't do much to solve the commotion on Star Web. But I want to know what you did to provoke Lin Yuan and just who Lin Yuan is. Why did so many disciples target you? Tian Ningning typed the message with a solemn expression. She needed to know such details as Black's exclusive reporter because she was not certain that there would never be a repeat of such an incident. She would only be able to effectively handle such situations if she knew about them in advance. Currently, she would be pulling her hair out if such a situation arose again. Lin Yuan mulled over Tian Ningning's words and decided that it would be too much of a hassle to explain everything to her over Star Web. Such situations were best explained face to face. Thus, Lin Yuan responded. Black, you'll know once you're here. I've been swamped recently and don't plan on logging into Star Web anytime soon. You can call me if you need anything. Lin Yuan proceeded to send his number to Tian Ningning before entering Chimy's live streaming room. This was the first time that he was watching a live stream on Star Web, as well as the first time that he was watching Chimy. He gulped when he saw the insane number of gifts being sent and the rising number of watchers. Chimy's voice was so mesmerizing that Lin Yuan already knew that it would be popular on Star Web. However, he did not anticipate such raging popularity. When he saw all the gifts being sent, he suddenly felt that all the money in the surprise box that Chimy gave him was just as much as the purchase with no loss store's earnings. Most of Chimy's earnings came from the tens of millions of people watching. Even if each person only gave one radiance dollar, it would add up to over 100 million. Lin Yuan saw there were almost 200 billion watchers who had contributed to Chimy. Although some only contributed Federation dollars, there were still many who gave Radiance dollars. Lin Yuan estimated that Chimy had to have earned a few billion Radiance dollars at least. At that moment, Lin Yuan regretted telling Chimy to use whatever method to earn Radiance dollars from its live streaming room. Chimy was currently singing in the live streaming room. While it sang, it remained conscious of the amount of time left that the spirit Bodhi fruit would remain effective. Chimy was finally live streaming in human form, and the last thing it wanted was to abruptly change back into a bird. While Chimey was singing, it unlocked the vault of memories that it had kept locked away. Its feathers had been covered in grime as it trembled in hunger in a small box. It did not even have the strength to chirp. All the other sound birds in the box had usneas to eat. But every time it went to nibble on the usnea leaves, it would be pushed away forcefully. The seller would harshly yell, "A songbird that failed to evolve into the songstress bird has no right to eat usnea leaves." Each day passed like this, and Chimey gradually grew weaker. Every time someone opened the box, Chimey would do its best to raise its head and flap its wings to show itself off in a bid to be chosen. Although it could not sing and had failed to evolve to the songstress bird, it did not want to become worthless even if it was not allowed to eat usnea leaves. However, the sound birds around it continued to leave, and new ones took their place. Only Chimey was left. Its attempts to show its best side were only met with looks of scorn and disdain. Slowly, Chimey became accustomed to squeezing itself into a corner of the box as it hid its head below its wings. At that time, Chimey felt that it was an unwanted piece of trash. But one day, a pair of cold hands carried it out of the box. Chimey gingerly spread its wings and peeked its head out to see a skinny young man smiling vibrantly at it, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. The young man's smile was like the rainbow after the storm that illuminated Chimey's heart. Chimey also noticed the young man carrying a dirty grey cat. Once they returned home, the young man gently washed Chimey and the small grey cat. As he bathed them, the young man would ask them whether they were cold before testing the temperature of the water. He would then carefully add warm water when necessary. The young man would also use his hand to shield Chimey and the small grey's faces when he poured the warm water for fear of burning them. That was the first time that Chimey had experienced such warmth. Later, it was given a name, delicious usnea vines to eat, and the first praise it had ever heard in its life. Within half a year, Chimey finally learned its first song after patiently learning from the young man. When it was with Lin Yuan, Chimey felt like the luckiest creature in the world. The fey that had started out in the pits of life eventually ended up in the branches of the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. When Lin Yuan had decided to let Chimey earn money by live streaming on Star Web, Chimey did not know how it would spend the money. Now, it was full of determination. As it watched the moving screen, Chimey softly said, "Everyone, please be quiet. I have something to say." Chimey's words seemed to have a magical quality because the live streaming room immediately fell silent. At that moment, Genius hopped up onto Chimey's shoulder and whispered into its ear, "Chimey, I muted the live streaming room. You can speak openly." Chimey's jaw immediately fell open as it coughed awkwardly and spoke. Chapter 951, Warm Sun Fund. I've been a host for 8 months. I only live stream twice a week, and I took a hiatus for a few months. Regardless, I've already earned a significant number of Radiance dollars. Although all activity in the live streaming room had been halted, Chimey's words stunned everyone in the live streaming room. They did not understand why Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess was suddenly being reflective. The more reflective one was, the more likely that there was something wrong. It seemed as though Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess was flaunting her wealth. Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess had become number 1 in the beauty department by showing her face tonight. Yet, she was suddenly exposing herself and making sure that she would become public enemy number 1 tomorrow. However, the live streaming room had been muted, so none of the watchers could express their opinions. I saved up all the Radiance dollars and haven't touched a penny of them yet. Currently, the amount has reached 3 billion Radiance dollars, said Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess. Chimey smiled happily with pride for its achievements. However, Chimey did not know that its words made it come across as braggy. Although the live stream was muted, the live stream of a top host like Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess was saved and stored on Star Web. Some of Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess longtime fans were shocked by what she just did. Not even Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess was powerful enough to sustain being cancelled over showing off its wealth. While everyone was wondering why Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess was self-sabotaging out of the blue, she smiled sweetly and said, "I'll never be able to use all of the 3 billion Radiance dollars, and I don't intend to. I plan on starting a Warm Sun Fund with the money. The fund will be used in all areas of the Radiance Federation. Those who have the ability to become Spirit Chi professionals but don't have the means to buy a suitable Fey will be given a normal Fey to contract. A third of the Warm Sun Fund will go toward helping disabled Feys and returning them to the pink of health so that they'll also have the chance to change their lives. I'm done speaking." Chimey ended the live stream. The live stream had lasted for a little over an hour. The Spirit Bodhi fruit should have enabled Chimey to stay in human form for close to 4 hours, so Chimey had ended the live stream much too early. But the thought of Lin Yuan made Chimey want to throw a tantrum. It refused to sing any longer for the people who were insulting Lin Yuan and Black. Chimey lowered its head and said to Genius, "Genius, I'll leave the Warm Sun Fund to you to handle. I'll take care of sponsoring it while you spend it." Genius swayed its 5 voluminous tails and said in a childlike voice, "Chimey, I will use and allocate the money without any issues. I'll make a detailed plan based on the details of the situations in the major cities. However, we'll still need Yuan's help to implement the plan. Without help, we won't be able to access the entire Radiance Federation." Chimey realized how complicated the matter was. It shook its head and decided not to think too much. Since Genius and Lin Yuan were around, there was no need for it to worry. Chimey also thought back to the warm smile that Lin Yuan had given it during their first meeting and how that smile had saved its life. Chimey wanted to spread this warm smile to every corner of the Radiance Federation so that every spirit chi professional and fey that had started out from far behind the starting line like it and Lin Yuan could change their lives as well. It knew what it was like to only see the light and the end of the tunnel after what seemed like an eternity, and it wanted to strengthen other creatures with warmth. After Chimey ended the live stream, the live streaming room was no longer muted. While Chimey was enjoying the feeling of holding and stroking Genius, the audience in its live streaming room was going wild. "Blue Storm, oh my god! Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess is using all her earnings from live streaming for a philanthropic cause. Is there even another host on Star Web like her? Chen Yahuang, since Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess wants to help those who don't have the means to buy feys, I want to thank her on their behalf. Free Spirit, am I the only one who got the main point? Not only does Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess want to help spirit chi professionals, but she wants to help disabled feys as well. She's so caring and warm-hearted. Forget me, all I want to say is that Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess is my one true hero." Many people followed suit and started to send similar messages. "Monotonous life, Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess is a genuine ray of sunshine. All the way, Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess is the true ray of sunshine. Soft rabbit baby, there's no one as warm-hearted as Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess." The chain of messages continued for some time. Lin Yuan could not help but give Chimey a thumbs up when he saw all the messages. Chimey had done what Lin Yuan had always wanted but never had the time to do. Lin Yuan suddenly felt that the little twittering bird had finally grown up. As Chimey's contractor, he needed to see Warm Sun Fund through for Chimey. Now that Lin Yuan's network had spread far and wide, he was far from the naive youth he used to be. It would not be difficult for him to execute the Warm Sun Fund. At that moment, Bai Hao was silently staring at the live streaming room. However, his mind was filled with a flurry of thoughts. He had fallen in love with Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess at first sight, but now that love had seeped into every cell of his body. He already liked her voice, looks, and talent, but now, he was also touched by her kindness. Bai Hao felt that it was his duty to make her his. However, he still did not know how to make her his. Nonetheless, he decided that he would come up with a brave plan to pursue his love. Lin Yuan had logged out of Star Web and showered before entering the Spirit Lock spatial zone. He planned on using Klein Hub to explore the Marsh world tonight. Chapter 952, Enabling a Contract. Lin Yuan had only seen Marsh dimensional rifts and was looking forward to exploring the Marsh world. The Marsh would be the second world that Lin Yuan was personally experiencing after the Startling Lines continent. The Divine Wood Federation and Radiance Federation both existed in the main world, but they were vastly different. The Startling Lines continent's 3 federations were highly populated, and they were always competing against each other. By starting a business in the Divine Wood Federation, Lin Yuan would be able to try to profit off the 3 federations. However, if he tried to gather resources from the Startling Lines continent, he would be leeching into Divine Wood Federation, Iron Hammer Federation, and Great Lush Federation's profits, which would definitely result in backlash. The Marsh world was different. There were only Marsh dimensional life forms living there. He could mine for resources there without holding back, as well as establish his own territory. The most important factor in expanding into a dimensional world was power. Lin Yuan possessed creation breed power. Even if he could not reign as king in the Marsh world, he would be able to control a large territory without issues. From the moment he had entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone, he thought of the Class 4 Medusa giant lizard that had been trapped in the lead-shaped diamond fey storage box. He hastily left the Spirit Lock spatial zone and the mansion. As he looked at every blade of grass that Wen Yu had so carefully tended to, Lin Yuan spiritually called out to Blackie. Blackie rose out of the submerged flood dragon lake, and Lin Yuan somersaulted onto its back before it carried him toward the back mountain. Lin Yuan jumped down onto an empty patch and summoned the Medusa giant lizard out of the leaf-shaped diamond fey storage box. The Medusa giant lizard had been struggling to get free from the moment it was trapped in the fey storage box. Unfortunately, it had not been strong enough to even make a dent in the metal cage. Rather, the Medusa giant lizard was the one that ended up tuckered out, and it collapsed in the cage. The Medusa giant lizard let out a howl when it saw Lin Yuan and kicked at Lin Yuan. Its kick landed on the metal cage. Lin Yuan noticed that red patterns had appeared on the Medusa giant lizard's purple scaly skin and knew that it had evolved after consuming the 4 Class 4 marsh crocodiles. After the red patterns spread throughout the Medusa giant lizard's skin, it would be able to evolve to Class 5. Lin Yuan was glad to see the Medusa giant lizard's repeated attempts to attack him despite being caged. The more ferocious the Medusa giant lizard was acting, the stronger it would become after it evolved. Lin Yuan waved his hand, and the amber button shape landed on the ground. An enormous quicksand pit appeared beneath the metal cage, and 12 chains shot out of the quicksand. The chains grouped themselves into groups of 3 and securely wrapped themselves around the Medusa giant lizard's limbs, paralyzing it. The source sand was only Gold Eye/Fantasy 2 and would not be able to control the Medusa giant lizard with close guard sand. Luckily, the Medusa giant lizard had grown tired after thrashing about for a few hours. But once it strained itself, the Medusa giant lizard would be able to break free of the source sand's chain blades. Lin Yuan took out the eyeball of the Medusa snake lizard and crushed it in his hand before slicing his other hand. He mixed the fluids in the eyeball with the blood from his palm. After the blood and fluids mixed together, it immediately turned into a crimson crystal that looked just as hard as any other stone. This was likely due to the petrification abilities of the eyeball. Since the blood had been petrified, Lin Yuan's aura was optimally preserved. He took out the Medusa snake demon's blood and placed the crimson crystal within the blood. Lin Yuan could sense the Medusa snake demon's blood rotting the crystal bottle from the inside. Lin Yuan immediately tossed the crystal bottle into the quicksand, and the granules of sand enveloped the crystal bottle. A large hand made of sand rose from the sand and slammed down on the Medusa giant lizard. The Medusa giant lizard roared in fury after it was attacked. The hand threw the crystal bottle into the Medusa giant lizard's mouth before dissolving back into sand that also flew into the Medusa giant lizard's mouth. This ensured that the crystal bottle made it to the Medusa giant lizard's stomach. Lin Yuan had done so because of the toxins in the Medusa giant lizard's saliva that could cause an infection when the Medusa giant lizard bit something. He also did so because the Medusa giant lizard's mouth was too smelly. Although Lin Yuan was 5 meters away from the Medusa giant lizard, a horrifying stench entered his nostrils every time the Medusa giant lizard roared. Lin Yuan was afraid that he would faint the moment he moved within 1 meter of the Medusa giant lizard. He did not care how the Medusa giant lizard felt after consuming the sand and crystal bottle because its digestive system would even be able to digest ferromanganese. The Medusa giant lizard was outraged that it had suddenly been stuffed full of things, yet it was strangely quiet. It looked dazed and confused, as though it had been soothed into submission by whatever had entered its body. Its feral expression faded, and it turned into an obedient puppy. A moment later, its drunken expression vanished, and it let out a howl. The second that the Medusa giant lizard howled, blood aura emanated from Lin Yuan's palm wound. The Medusa giant lizard immediately fell silent and lowered its head. Chapter 953, The Perfect Source Type Cleansing. Although the Medusa giant lizard did not show any affection toward Lin Yuan, it no longer tried to attack him. Lin Yuan held his breath and stepped nearer to the metal cage. This time, when Lin Yuan tossed the crystal bottle, the Medusa giant lizard obediently gulped it down. Lin Yuan noticed that the Medusa giant lizard was already instinctively moving toward him. It looked at him with admiration and fawning as though he had turned into the Medusa snake demon. When the Medusa giant lizard saw Lin Yuan opening the metal cage, it crawled out. Lin Yuan used Spirit Essence Explosion and wrapped his fist in a layer of Spirit Chi. Spirit Essence Explosion had also become stronger since the concentration of Spirit Chi in the Spirit Lock spatial zone had increased. If the Medusa giant lizard wanted to harm him, he would definitely punch it without holding back. However, he realized that the Medusa giant lizard that had been induced twice was already acting just like an obedient puppy. It did not dare to move too close to him. All it did was silently stand guard by him. Lin Yuan planned on inducing the Medusa giant lizard a third time to form an eternal contract when he heard Morbius' voice in the depths of his soul. Yuan, dimensional life forms live in the dimensional world, and Spirit Chi has no effect on them. However, dimensional life forms treasure source-type energy. If you include source-type energy in the third induction, an incredible change might take place. Dimensional life forms are always grateful for the opportunities that they receive. The Medusa giant lizard might become even more loyal to you. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. He summoned the sacred sword-wielding queen that had been continuously absorbing law source crystals. Sacred sword-wielding queen, when you're absorbing law source crystals, you can temper the law power inside as well as store source-type energy in your body. The source-type energy can be injected into complete laws to evolve them. But can the source-type energy be used outside of your body? Asked Lin Yuan. The sacred sword-wielding queen was very intelligent. When it saw the Medusa giant lizard's obedient attitude, it knew what Lin Yuan was planning. However, the sacred sword-wielding queen did not understand the point of using such precious source-type power to evolve such a despicable dimensional life form. When Lin Yuan used the sword skill Night Crow Wither attack, any one of the 28 crows would be able to kill tens of Medusa giant lizards. Thus, the sacred sword-wielding queen voiced its question to Lin Yuan. I plan on expanding into the marsh world, and nurturing some marsh dimensional life forms can help the process, replied Lin Yuan. The sacred sword-wielding queen's eyes lit up. If Lin Yuan could expand into the marsh dimensional world, it would never run out of law source crystals to eat even if Lin Yuan never traded with anyone ever again. This was amazing. Master, a dimensional life form can undergo a source-type cleansing once in its life to unlock an evolution. Any class of dimensional life form can undergo the source-type cleansing. However, high-class dimensional life forms need a lot more source-type energy for the source-type cleansing to be successful. The Medusa giant lizard is currently class 4 and will need 400 sets of source-type energy for its source-type cleansing, said the sacred source-wielding queen. Lin Yuan frowned and replied, 400 sets of source-type energy. This meant that the Medusa giant lizard needed 400 source-type crystals to undergo the source-type cleansing successfully. Before he obtained the golden lotus brocade pearls, this was an astronomical figure to Lin Yuan. But now, he would not feel any reluctance parting with 400 source-type crystals. The sacred source-wielding queen patted the stray hairs on its head and said hesitantly, Master, you're right. An incomplete source-type cleansing is also fine, and it'll save a significant amount of source-type energy. The Medusa giant lizard will still evolve. How much source-type energy is required for a source-type cleansing? Asked Lin Yuan. The sacred sword-wielding queen immediately replied, an incomplete source-type cleansing can save however much source-type energy you want. It can save from 1 to 400 sets of source-type energy. However, one-dimensional life form can only undergo one source-type cleansing in its life, and it won't be able to undergo a perfect one after an imperfect one. Lin Yuan pondered over the sacred sword-wielding queen's words for a moment. Finally, he decided to allow the Medusa giant lizard to undergo a perfect source-type cleansing. The 400 sets of source-type energy could be considered the sunk cost to experiment how much a dimensional life form could evolve during a perfect source-type cleansing. If the perfect source-type cleansing could not meet Lin Yuan's expectations, he would not do it in the future. Sacred sword-wielding queen, the Medusa giant lizard will undergo a perfect source-type cleansing. I want to see how much the perfect source-type cleansing improves the dimensional life form. The sacred sword-wielding queen immediately replied, Yes, Master. I'll inject 400 sets of source-type energy into the Medusa giant lizard. It started to sway its skirt, and threads appeared out of the skirt. Lin Yuan tossed the last bottle of fluid into the Medusa giant lizard's mouth. Once the Medusa giant lizard consumed the final bottle, the threads punctured the Medusa giant lizard, and an amber glow flowed from the skirt into the Medusa giant lizard's body. Lin Yuan counted 400 threads in total, and he knew that each thread was injecting source-type energy into different parts of the Medusa giant lizard's body. After the threads were drawn out of the Medusa giant lizard's body, the Medusa giant lizard immediately let out an ear-splitting roar. The Medusa giant lizard's new roar was very different from its old one. Chapter 954, The Mysterious Totem. Previously, the Medusa giant lizard's roar had been full of imposing viciousness. Now, it was more terrifyingly savage. Soon, the Medusa giant lizard's body started to expand, and the stench of its mouth became so noxious that it forced Lin Yuan to rush backward. Lin Yuan noticed that the Medusa giant lizard's tail had grown to twice the length of its body, and 3 heads had sprouted from its neck. The 3 new heads had grown almost as large as the Medusa giant lizard's original head. The 4 heads roared in unison, blowing away the sand grains that source sand had turned into. The Medusa giant lizard's light purple scales had also darkened into a majestic purple-black. There were black and gold patterns running all over the purple-black scales, and they seemed to carry an unspeakable aura of blood. The Medusa giant lizard's limbs had also grown much thicker to support its enlarged body and tail. Each of its claws was 1 meter long. The dark old claws were dull but unmistakably razor-sharp as they pulverized the grains of sand beneath them. This was an amber pattern of the Medusa giant lizard's current figure. Lin Yuan was not surprised by the Medusa giant lizard's changes and expansion. It would have been more strange if the perfect source-type cleansing had not brought about many changes. However, this was the first time that Lin Yuan had seen a totem appear on a dimensional life form's body. The color and aura of the totem were exactly the same as that of source-type power. But even after asking Morbius, Genius, and the sacred sword-wielding queen about this, none of them knew the reason why this had occurred. Apparently, the answer could only be found in the marsh world. Lin Yuan sensed that the Medusa giant lizard was even stronger than a Class 5 demon. The 4 heads were also very agile and could target 4 different Class 5 demons. Demons were the most powerful dimensional life form. It seemed that the perfect source-type cleansing had evolved the Medusa giant lizard to possess the power of a Class 6 Medusa giant lizard. The Medusa giant lizard did not look like a Medusa giant lizard anymore. It was as though the source-type cleansing had evolved the Medusa giant lizard to the best source-type life form. He noticed that an intelligent gleam had appeared in the Medusa giant lizard's eye, and its roar had changed once again. Now, there was a strange syllabic quality to the roar, as though it was a type of language. Lin Yuan had contracted the Medusa giant lizard through a proxy method. Thus, he could not sense its thoughts. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up as he remembered a new field that Genius had mentioned had emerged on Star Web. It was called dimensional language. For example, the roars of some high-class demons could have a special meaning. The cries of the Medusa snake demon could signify specific instructions used to control the Medusa giant lizard. Genius was very interested in this field, and it had been listening to the different cries of various dimensional life forms available on Star Web to see if it could figure out their meanings. The Medusa giant lizard's current roar was full of complex syllables, and Genius would be able to use connected tails to link itself to the Medusa giant lizard to learn the meanings of the different syllables and pick up the Medusa giant lizard or marsh dimensional life form's language. The Medusa giant lizard walked over to Lin Yuan and lay by his side. It used its head to nudge Lin Yuan. But when it realized how much Lin Yuan detested its breath, it quickly buried its 4 heads in the sand. When the Medusa giant lizard lifted its heads again, Lin Yuan realized that the stench was no longer unbearable. It seemed that the smell of the Medusa giant lizard's mouth was connected to the bacteria in its saliva. It was now able to control the toxins in its saliva. Lin Yuan noticed how timid the Medusa giant lizard was, and he reached out to pat its head. He saw that the Medusa giant lizard's skin was tough and thick. He attributed this to the defensive abilities of the skin. The Medusa giant lizard was happy that Lin Yuan was touching it. The other 3 heads were not displeased not to have Lin Yuan's touch. This meant that the same soul controlled the Medusa giant lizard's 4 heads, unlike Purple Demon, which had a separate soul controlling each of its heads. Lin Yuan saw no rush for Genius to use connected tails to pick up the Medusa giant lizard's language. The more pressing matter at hand was for Lin Yuan to use Klein Hub to enter the marsh world. After entering the marsh world for the first time, Klein Hub would not mark out every location in the marsh world. Lin Yuan would need to take note of the landmarks on his own and decide on a location to build his territory. The next time that he used Klein Hub, he would immediately appear in the location he had decided on. Thus, the most important task Lin Yuan had was to choose a suitable area that he could establish his territory on, and that was also suitable for the barren river orchid bud to grow. He would remove or chase away anything that would hinder him in his chosen area. Lin Yuan entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone and instructed the Kill Food Sky Butterfly to change into a size that could carry him. He entered the Class 2 Marsh Dimensional Rift through Klein Hub while on the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's back. But once he entered the marsh world, Lin Yuan was immediately floored by the sight that greeted him. Chapter 955, The Fight Between the Medusa Snake Demon and the Marsh Soil Rock Turtle. A giant turtle that looked like a small mountain let out an outraged roar. Its shell was covered in layers of yellow patterns. The spikes protruding from its shell formed a small mountain about 2 stories tall and detached themselves from the shell, flying out in all directions. The spikes immediately minced all the attacking marsh crocodiles into a pulp. The mangled flesh of the marsh crocodiles sunk into the black marsh, staining it dark red. Even so, the other marsh crocodiles did not retreat. However, they did seem fearful and didn't dare to charge. An eerie voice started to sing a song full of complicated syllables at that moment. The marsh crocodiles were no longer afraid or hesitant, and they immediately charged at the enormous turtle. Compared to the 20-meter-long turtle, the 4-meter-long marsh crocodiles were tiny. Nonetheless, the marsh crocodiles snapped their jaws around the turtle's limbs and started to thrash about. This did not cause the turtle much damage. Rather, the marsh crocodile's teeth shattered from the unyielding force. The wave of thousands of marsh crocodiles made the red pool below the turtle grow larger. As the giant turtle howled in anguish, the yellow patterns on its back started to glow again. Just as the giant turtle was about to attack again, 3 green beams of energy shot into the turtle's mouth. The last beam pierced right through the giant turtle. The green energy beam was very corrosive, and the puncture wounds in the giant turtle started to widen. The yellow light all over the turtle's body started to ripple even more vigorously. The giant turtle whipped its head around, and the yellow light concentrated at its wounds. Shortly after, the giant turtle's wounds started to close at a visible rate. This prevented further blood loss. At that moment, the strange voice sounded more urgent. Lin Yuan saw a half-girl, half-green snake figure with green snakes for hair. The figure's green eyes turned grey, and the giant turtle's wound turned to stone. The part that had been turned to stone cracked and fell. The giant turtle's neck wound grew larger, and the flesh around the wound also turned to stone. This prevented new flesh from growing again and ensured that the hole stayed open. Lin Yuan did not expect to witness such a fearsome battle the moment he entered the marsh world. It was rare to find the marsh soil rock turtle and Medusa snake demon in the marsh dimensional rift. In fact, the marsh soil rock turtle was even rarer than the Medusa snake demon. Lin Yuan could not tell whether the marsh soil rock turtle had infringed on the Medusa snake demon's territory in order to consume all the marsh soil or if the Medusa snake demon had purposely provoked and hunted the marsh soil rock turtle. But after taking a closer look, Lin Yuan felt that the former was more likely because the marsh soil rock turtle was already class 7 and was about as strong as a myth breed fey. On the other hand, the Medusa snake demon had just reached class 6. Even if it had strong defensive abilities, it would never go after prey that was a higher class than it was. There was a class 6 Medusa giant lizard nestled next to the Medusa snake demon. The bottom half of the Medusa giant lizard had almost been completely destroyed by the marsh soil rock turtle's attacks, and it was evident that it was about to die. It was even struggling to breathe. Lin Yuan also noticed that there was a snake on the Medusa snake demon's head that was different from all the snakes that took the place of the Medusa snake demon's hair. This small snake had smoother scales and had a faint green glow. It timidly threaded through the other snakes as though it was trying to hide. Lin Yuan was shocked by this as the Medusa snake demon hated being in close contact with any life form that it did not share blood relations with. Could that small snake that was trying to hide be the Medusa snake demon's child? The young Medusa snake demon should also be a half-human, half-snake that had hair snakes for hair. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the small snake. What he saw made him clench his fist tightly. He had actually guessed correctly and was in the presence of the extremely rare snake change Medusa. The snake change Medusa was a dimensional life form, but spirit chi professionals could contract it. It did not have a set type and did not have any limits. As such, anyone could contract it. Morbius had reached Silver X/Fantasy I and could spirit lock another fey while Lin Yuan had enough spiritual energy to contract 2 feys. Hence, Lin Yuan set his sights on the snake change Medusa. Lin Yuan felt that this was his lucky day. A miracle descended on him the moment he entered the marsh world. The Medusa snake demon changed into the snake change Medusa because of an inevitable mutation in its evolution process. The small snake change Medusa looked about as strong as a class 1 dimensional life form. It would be a miracle if it could evolve into the Medusa snake demon at this point. If the snake change Medusa's class was too high, Lin Yuan would not be able to contract it. It was possible to contract a high-class snake change Medusa, but Lin Yuan did not plan on using alternative plans. It was also extremely difficult to force a highly intelligent dimensional life form to submit, especially one as proud as the Medusa snake demon. The marsh soil rock turtle was a class 7 dimensional life form and already had law source crystals. It was much stronger than the marsh crocodiles and class 6 Medusa snake demon. Chapter 956, Rising Lizard's First Fight. The marsh soil rock turtle's diet consisted of marsh soil, and the consumed marsh soil would also be nourished within the marsh soil rock turtle's stomach. When the marsh soil rock turtle was injured, it would use the marsh soil stored in its stomach to heal itself. At this point, most of the marsh crocodiles had died, and it was basically a done deal that the marsh soil rock turtle was victorious. Although the marsh soil rock turtle ate marsh soil and had invaded the Medusa snake demon's territory for this reason, it was just as cruel as any other dimensional life form. Before the marsh soil rock turtle departed, it would kill both the Medusa snake demon and its child. The class 6 Medusa snake demon was clearly devastated and in agony. Clever life forms always valued kinship. The class 6 Medusa snake demon was clutching its daughter helplessly. Even if it tossed its daughter out, its daughter would unlikely be able to escape from the marsh soil rock turtle's wrath. After the marsh soil rock turtle killed the last marsh crocodile, it swam fiercely toward the Medusa snake demon. Lin Yuan did not immediately order the kill food sky butterfly to step in. Instead, he summoned the Medusa giant lizard out of the leaf-shaped diamond fey storage box. The Medusa giant lizard immediately put its four heads close together and let out a thunderous roar. Lin Yuan said to the Medusa giant lizard, "Go and fight with the Class 7 marsh soil rock turtle and see how much weaker you are compared to it." The Medusa giant lizard remained Class 4 after the complete source type cleansing, but its power should have reached that of a Class 6 dimensional life form. Since he wanted to test the Medusa giant lizard's power, it would have to face off against a strong opponent. There was no opponent more suitable than the Class 7 marsh soil rock turtle that had just emerged victorious from a tough battle. The Medusa giant lizard immediately charged toward the marsh soil rock turtle. Once it was near the marsh soil rock turtle, the Medusa giant lizard whipped its tail and used it to pierce the marsh soil rock turtle's already existing wound. Lin Yuan had noticed a sharp helix-shaped horn at the end of the Medusa giant lizard's thick tail, but he did not know that it would be used in this manner. The tail was just like a spear that could pierce flesh. The marsh soil rock turtle should not have been able to inflict damage on the marsh soil rock turtle. However, Lin Yuan noticed that the marsh soil rock turtle's gaze had been focused on the Medusa giant lizard's totem from the moment it saw the Medusa giant lizard. The sight of the Medusa giant lizard's totem seemed to strike fear into the marsh soil rock turtle. It was only when the Medusa giant lizard's tail pierced its wound that the marsh soil rock turtle started to violently thrash about and prepared to retaliate against the marsh soil rock turtle. The Medusa giant lizard's four heads started to move, and they sank their teeth into the marsh soil rock turtle's neck. The Medusa giant lizard's sharp teeth pierced the marsh soil rock turtle's hard skin, and its bacteria-filled saliva that Lin Yuan despised started to flow freely. Shortly after, the stench of decomposition drifted from the marsh soil rock turtle's neck. The rotting of its neck made the marsh soil rock turtle much weaker. The Medusa giant lizard's twisting and forceful thrashing eventually pulled the marsh soil rock turtle's head asunder from the rest of its body. It was now impossible for the marsh soil rock turtle to continue living, and it would soon stop struggling after using up the last of its energy. However, the Medusa giant lizard did not care. It continued to slash down on the marsh soil rock turtle to grant it a swifter death. When Lin Yuan saw the Medusa giant lizard's performance, he thought, spending the 400 source-type crystals to increase the Medusa giant lizard's combat power was so worth it. Just as Lin Yuan was about to approach the Medusa snake demon and its daughter, the Medusa giant lizard bounded up to him and used all its four heads to point at the Medusa snake demon and its daughter. It was clear that it wanted to gobble the injured Medusa giant lizard up to evolve itself. Lin Yuan was not opposed to this. After the Medusa giant lizard experienced the perfect source-type cleansing, it needed to consume the flesh of many dimensional life forms of the same class and other Medusa giant lizards. Once the Medusa giant lizard consumed the Class 5 Medusa giant lizard, it would evolve to Class 5. Lin Yuan looked at the excited Medusa giant lizard and said, "Since you formed a contract with me, I should give you a name. From now on, you'll be called Rising Lizard." The Medusa giant lizard was incredibly smart. All four heads let out a delighted roar when they heard Lin Yuan name it. Evidently, the Medusa giant lizard was really pleased with the name that Lin Yuan had given it. Lin Yuan had named the Medusa giant lizard Rising Lizard because of the totem that had appeared after it experienced the complete source type cleansing. While Rising Lizard was charging toward the Class 5 Medusa giant lizard, something interesting happened. Although the Medusa giant lizard was the guardian of the Medusa snake demon, the Medusa snake demon should be attacking Rising Lizard that was about to consume it. However, not only did the Medusa snake demon not put up a fight, but it also knelt down on the ground with its eyes fixed on the Medusa giant lizard's totem. It looked like it was worshipping its god. Lin Yuan widened his eyes. He did not expect Rising Lizard's totem to have such powers. The Medusa snake demon started to sing a strange song in a drunken state. Chapter 957, Faith and Apostle. The strange song was filled with complex syllables. Rising Lizard stopped eating and looked up at the Medusa snake demon before turning to look at Lin Yuan expectantly. The chain of events left Lin Yuan confused. He ordered the kill food sky butterfly to land on Rising Lizard before summoning Genius and saying, "Genius, use connected tail and link yourself to Rising Lizard and me." Genius meowed before two tails separated from it and turned into silver links. One connected Lin Yuan and Rising Lizard, while the other connected Genius and Rising Lizard. Rising Lizard was not hostile toward Lin Yuan, so it granted full access to its memories and thoughts. Lin Yuan immediately knew the meaning behind the Medusa snake demon's song through the links. The meaning shocked Lin Yuan. Normally, the Medusa giant lizard was obedient to the Medusa snake demon. Yet now, the Medusa snake demon addressed Rising Lizard as apostle and offered its faith to Rising Lizard. When he saw how the Medusa snake demon was staring at Rising Lizard's totem, he knew that the totem was why the Medusa snake demon addressed Rising Lizard as apostle. Lin Yuan knew that Rising Lizard was just a class 4 Medusa giant lizard and was far from being an apostle. Hence, he was certain that the apostle of the marsh world had to have immense source-type power. He also realized that there was more to the marsh world than met the eye. It also proved that the Medusa snake demon knew about the existence of the apostle. The apostle used faith to control the intelligent life forms in the marsh world and turned them into its believers. This meant that a group of apostles with totems on their bodies ruled the marsh world. It was even likely that a higher life form existed above apostle. Rising Lizard was just a class 4-dimensional life form for now. As it continued to grow, it might be able to break through to apostle. Although Lin Yuan was still unsure about the structure of apostles and faiths, he would not say no to the Medusa snake demon wanting to become Rising Lizard's believers, as it would allow him to control a class 6 Medusa snake demon. Aside from its strong combat power, the Medusa snake demon's intelligence and half-human form would be helpful in Lin Yuan's expansion into the marsh world. Now that it had Lin Yuan's permission, Rising Lizard roared toward the Medusa snake demon, and a look of elation came over the Medusa snake demon's face. It was an honor for a believer to be accepted by its apostle. The Medusa snake demon's elation changed into piousness as it placed its hands together as though it was praying. The silhouette of a soul rose from the Medusa snake demon and entered Rising Lizard's totem. An amber light shot out of Rising Lizard's totem and landed on the Medusa snake demon. A faint totem appeared on the Medusa snake demon's shoulder. However, this totem was inky green, while the one on Rising Lizard was amber. Rising Lizard used the totem to confirm the Medusa snake demon's desire to become its believer. Lin Yuan had been using connected tales to read Rising Lizard's thoughts during this process. He realized that the power of faith was different from the power of the spirit, soul, and others. This power was mystical, and Lin Yuan could not momentarily place his finger on it. The power of faith bound the Medusa snake demon and Rising Lizard together tightly to the point that Rising Lizard could take the Medusa snake demon's life with one thought. The faith was also fortified with Rising Lizard's power. Lin Yuan craved this mysterious power. He had just stepped into the marsh world and did not have the answers to his many queries. However, he also had no one to ask. Hence, he pushed his curiosity down. Genius also used connected tales to learn Rising Lizard's language. Genius said to Lin Yuan in a childlike voice a moment later, "Yuan, I think Rising Lizard and the Medusa snake demon speak the same language. However, I can't say for certain yet. I need to use connected tales to link my consciousness with the Medusa snake demon. While I'm learning Rising Lizard's language, I'll compare it with that of the Medusa snake demon to see if they're the same. If they're really the same, give me half an hour, and I'll be able to communicate with Rising Lizard and the Medusa snake demon. Then, you can wear me on your face and speak to them using the marsh world language." Genius words were a pleasant surprise to Lin Yuan. If he could learn the marsh world's language early on while exploring it, it would make further exploration much easier. Lin Yuan also had many things to ask the Medusa snake demon. He wanted to contract the snake change Medusa and enable it to undergo a perfect source-type cleansing. Since the snake change Medusa was a class 1-dimensional life form, it only needed 100 sets of source-type energy. 100 sets of source-type energy were peanuts to Lin Yuan. He also wanted to see if a totem would also appear on the snake change Medusa after it experienced the complete source-type cleansing and became another apostle. Chapter 958, Possible to see dimensional life forms attributes. Lin Yuan communicated his plan to Rising Lizard through connected tales, and it immediately roared at the Medusa snake demon. The Medusa snake demon hurriedly stood up, pulled out the snake change Medusa from its hair, and held it out. It stood at attention as though it was waiting for Lin Yuan to give it orders. Lin Yuan nodded at Genius, and another of Genius' tails fell and changed into a silver link that connected the Medusa snake demon and Genius. 4 black wings sprouted from Lin Yuan's back, and he flew over to the Medusa snake demon to receive the trembling snake change Medusa. The snake change Medusa did not understand why its mother that had fawned over it from the second it was born was suddenly handing it over to a stranger. It started to twist and turn in its mother's hand as though it was saying, "Mom, I'm so scared. I want to hide completely in your hair." Its mother's indifference and Lin Yuan's imminent arrival terrified the small snake change Medusa even more. Just as Lin Yuan's hand was about to make contact with it, it anxiously coiled itself up and tucked its head away. Lin Yuan softened his touch when he saw this. Normally, the Medusa snake demon would be able to evolve to Class 2 a year after its birth. However, this snake change Medusa looked to be less than a year old. Lin Yuan gently took over the snake change Medusa, and a roasted rainbow coat appeared in his other hand. Since the Medusa snake demon had a human form, its diet was the same as humans. But due to the environmental factors of the marsh world, the Medusa snake demon only had raw food available to it. The fragrance of the roasted rainbow fish coat wafted into the snake change Medusa's nose, and its appetite immediately bloomed. The snake change Medusa's tongue started to dart out despite keeping its head tucked away. Since it seemed that the snake change Medusa was going to continue in this state for some time, Lin Yuan gently touched its soft scales. Lin Yuan kept his touch extremely gentle so that the snake change Medusa would know that he had no intention of hurting it. After a moment, the snake change Medusa's head surfaced from the coil, and it alternated between staring at Lin Yuan fearfully and drooling over the roasted rainbow fish coat in his hand. Lin Yuan held the fish coat by the snake change Medusa's mouth with a smile. He knew that he would not be able to understand what the snake change Medusa was saying, so he did not try to communicate with it. All he did was slowly move the rainbow fish coat around in front of the snake change Medusa so that it would be able to eat it whenever it wanted. Once the snake change Medusa was assured that Lin Yuan did not mean it any harm, it let its craving for the rainbow fish coat take over. It then bit down on the rainbow fish coat while letting out a happy sound. The snake change Medusa's head moved from side to side as though this was the most delicious thing it had ever tasted. Lin Yuan was in no rush to form a contract with the snake change Medusa. Since the Medusa snake demon had become Rising Lizard's believer, it was as good as one of Lin Yuan's feys. Thus, it would be inappropriate for him to contract its daughter without so much as greeting it. Lin Yuan felt a headache coming on as he looked at the snake change Medusa, Rising Lizard, and the Medusa snake demon. He was used to checking on a fey's attributes using true data, and it felt strange for him to be unable to check on dimensional life forms in the same way. At that moment, Morbius' voice sounded out in Lin Yuan's head. Yuan, true data works in such a way that it binds itself to a particular world. Once a mark is left, you'll be able to use true data to analyze any fey in that world. Once you use Klein Hub to lock on to a location in the marsh world, it will be the equivalent to making a mark. You will then be able to check on the attributes of dimensional life forms. Lin Yuan's face lit up with delight. If he could use true data on Rising Lizard, he would be able to discern the abilities of the apostles. However, he could not take the matter of using Klein Hub to leave a mark in the marsh world lightly as his choice would be permanent, and he would have no choice but to begin his plan for expansion there. Hence, the choice of location had to be taken seriously. Once Genius picked up the language of the marsh world, Lin Yuan planned on asking the Medusa snake demon if there was a suitable location nearby for the expansion and construction. Lin Yuan did not have high standards for the location. He only needed a large and enclosed space so that he would have sufficient time to slowly expand into the giant treasure chest that was the marsh world. While Lin Yuan and Morbius were speaking, Genius said, Yuan, I have learned a fair bit of the marsh world's language. However, it's difficult for me to articulate the language. I'll have to practice hard before I'm able to use it. Lin Yuan picked up Genius and said, Genius, use tool transformation. Genius meowed and changed into a pair of white glasses. Lin Yuan wore the white glasses on his nose, and information about the marsh world's language flooded into his mind. Just as he was about to speak to the Medusa snake demon, the eloquent stream of words turned clumsy and choppy the moment they left his lips. Lin Yuan finally realized why Genius had said that it would be difficult to use the marsh world's language immediately. It was because the muscles in the mouth could not immediately adapt to produce such foreign syllables. As Rising Lizard's believer, the Medusa snake demon could sense Rising Lizard's obedience and respect toward Lin Yuan. Chapter 959, Wendy. As such, the Medusa snake demon was exceptionally respectful to Lin Yuan. Still, its eyebrow twitched in frustration when it heard what Lin Yuan said. Why couldn't this apparently all-powerful person that was even revered by an apostle speak properly? Why was he trying to say with his bumbling words? Lin Yuan did not have the time to train his mouth muscles to become accustomed to speaking the language of the marsh world. He took a blade of muscle hyperthymesia grass out of a fey storage box and placed it in his mouth to induce a hypermemory state. Next, he carefully studied the language of the marsh world before saying to the shocked Medusa snake demon, "Is there a large enclosed vacant area nearby with hidden resources around it?" Despite being an intelligent life form, the Medusa snake demon could not understand why this person that had been stumbling over his words just seconds ago could now suddenly speak with such fluency. Astonishment aside, the Medusa snake demon did not dare to leave Lin Yuan waiting. It pondered seriously for a while before replying, "While I was pregnant with Wendy, I happened across a place that fits your description. It's wide and has 3 mountains around it. It is also full of marsh crocodiles, which I can control. However, there are 3 crocodile-eating marsh otters there, and it was them that chased me out of that area in the first place. The strongest one is also class 6, but I was pregnant with Wendy at the time and dared not start a fight with them. If I had taken over their territory, I would not have been reduced to being harassed by the marsh soil rock turtle." Lin Yuan nodded as he listened. It turned out that the snake-change Medusa that had grown friendlier and was now coiling around its wrist was called Wendy. The large area with 3 mountains around it that the Medusa snake demon had mentioned fit Lin Yuan's requirements to a T. Mountains were extremely rare in the marsh world. Unlike the main world, the mountains in the marsh world were formed from a large amount of hardened mud that had the same composition as the mud that lay at the bottom of the marshes. Thus, the mountains in the marsh world would not hinder the development of the territory. If Lin Yuan ever found those mountains obstructive, he could easily knock them down. The mud that came from the fallen mountains would even be able to supply Lin Yuan with pure earth-type energy for a long time. Lin Yuan asked the Medusa snake demon, "Can you still find that place?" The Medusa snake demon nodded and replied, "Medusa snake demons have a photographic memory of the roads and paths we've traveled on in the past, and we'll never forget any of them. That place isn't far from here. I'll be able to reach there in 3 months." Lin Yuan coughed awkwardly. The Medusa snake demon was by no means slow. The distance that it could travel in 3 months at a rushed pace in the marsh, which was its most comfortable territory, would equal an hour of the kill food sky butterfly's rushed speed. Lin Yuan waved his hand and returned Rising Lizard to the leaf-shaped diamond fey storage box. He instructed the Medusa snake demon to climb onto the kill food sky butterfly so as to provide directions. With a few flaps of its wings, the kill food sky butterfly flew off in the direction as stated by the Medusa snake demon. Just before the kill food sky butterfly took flight, it released butterfly silhouettes that dug out the marsh soil from inside the marsh soil rock turtle's body. The blue butterfly silhouettes dropped the marsh soil into Lin Yuan's hands. The marsh soil rock turtle had been able to heal itself and release attacks due to the marsh soil in its body. Lin Yuan did not know how much marsh soil the Class 7 marsh soil rock turtle had started out with, but it now only had 13 mid-grade pieces and 1 high-grade piece called the rust mine soil. The rust mine soil was one of the rarer high-grade marsh soil, and it was useless to most plant-type feys. However, it was extremely beneficial to a select number of metal plant-type feys. Lin Yuan planned to take the red mine soil back to the return from faraway mansion and use it to nourish the bronze/legend gold curtain peonies. Suddenly, he realized that he could just kill the marsh soil rock turtles from now on to obtain marsh soil. This was much easier than slowly digging through marsh crocodile-infested marshes. He could also nurture the marsh soil rock turtles in the future and use them to seek out more marsh soil. Lin Yuan noticed that the marsh crocodiles that the marsh soil rock turtle had killed were riddled with flesh-eating bacteria that had grown to a meter long within an hour. It was clear that the flesh-eating bacteria were much more active in the marsh world than in the marsh dimensional rift. The blood-stained marsh was now completely clean, aside from the black mud at the bottom of it. Lin Yuan felt that it might even be cleaner than the environment in the main world. He stored away the marsh soil before saying to Wendy in the marsh world's language, "Wendy, will you become my buddy by forming a contract with me?" Wendy lifted its small head, but it did not know what Lin Yuan was referring to. It thought of the rainbow fish coats it had just gobbled up and their addictive flavor. "After I become your buddy by forming a contract with you, can I eat those crispy roasted pieces?" Lin Yuan smiled toothily. "Once you become my buddy, everything I have will be yours. I'll feed you things even tastier than those roasted pieces." Wendy flicked its tail but did not agree. Instead, it looked at its mother. The Medusa snake demon was currently busy being astonished by the kill food sky butterfly's speed. Chapter 960, 3 Flower Snake Eyes Totem. The Medusa snake demon could sense how powerful the kill food sky butterfly was. Combined with the respect for and eagerness to please Lin Yuan, it was impossible that the Medusa snake demon would say no on Wendy's behalf. With a nod of its mother's head, Wendy slithered up to Lin Yuan's ear before whispering, "I'll do it." Lin Yuan gently placed his hand on Wendy and circulated his spiritual energy to form a contract with it. Once the contract was formed, Lin Yuan and Wendy's spiritual energy was linked, making Wendy even more affectionate than before. Since the kill food sky butterfly was also carrying the Medusa snake demon, it had expanded itself. While it was flying, it had also set up an energy shield to protect Lin Yuan, the Medusa snake demon, and Wendy from the air currents. Lin Yuan realized that the space in the marsh world was much more stable than that in the main world. Even when the kill food sky butterfly was in full throttle, the space in the marsh world did not ripple like it did in the main world. This was probably why dimensional rifts opened in the main world. Since he had nothing else to do for now, Lin Yuan decided to enable Wendy to experience the complete source-type cleansing. He summoned the sacred sword-wielding queen, and it started to dance around on the kill food sky butterfly's back after receiving its orders. 100 threads extended from the swaying skirt toward Wendy, and light amber source-type energy was soon pumped into Wendy's body. The Medusa snake demon immediately started to panic when it saw what was happening. Nonetheless, it dared not make any reckless movements. Wendy suddenly changed into Medusa and proceeded to flip between its Medusa form and snake form. Lin Yuan had kept his eye on the snake change Medusa, and he did not expect that it would revert to its half-human form after experiencing the complete source-type cleansing. Wendy's Medusa form looked to be about 5 years old and had a head of dark green hair, alabaster skin, round green eyes. Wendy looked like a porcelain doll. While Wendy was switching between its Medusa and snake form, Lin Yuan noticed that the color of its snake half was becoming lighter. Eventually, it became a jade green that resembled the color of the jasmine lily's leaves. Lin Yuan also noticed that Wendy's pupils had split into 3, and each turned into the shape of a flower. Eventually, the 3 flowers combined into a bouquet. At that moment, a totem in the shape of an eye with a bouquet of 3 flowers for pupils appeared on Wendy's forehead. The appearance of the amber totem signaled the end of the complete source-type cleansing. The Medusa snake demon was staring at its daughter with astonishment and at Lin Yuan with fear. Apostles were the strongest and most secret creatures known to the Medusa snake demon. It was one's unimaginable honor to become an apostle's believer. The Medusa snake demon could not fathom the kind of power that could shape apostles. Could the legend be true? Once Wendy's complete source-type cleansing was complete, it slithered over to face Lin Yuan before reaching out its arms. Wendy's outstretched arms blindsided Lin Yuan. Currently, Wendy looked to be about 5 years old and looked to be around the same age that Chu Xi had been when he had decided to take responsibility for her life. He could not help but think back to the days when he and Chu Xi had struggled to get by. Lin Yuan picked up Wendy and noted that its jade green hair was rather odd. As a Medusa snake demon, shouldn't it have snakes for hair? Why did it have normal human-like hair instead? Moreover, Wendy was clearly the snake change Medusa. So why did it look like the Medusa snake demon? While Lin Yuan was thinking, Wendy turned into a 3-centimeter-long snake that looked as though it had been carved from jade. Wendy climbed out of Lin Yuan's arms and went to its mother before changing back into its Medusa form. It stretched out its arms toward its mother. It was then that Lin Yuan realized that Wendy could switch between its snake form and Medusa form. The Medusa snake demon dared not pick up Wendy. Lin Yuan thought, if the Medusa snake demon hadn't become Rising Lizard's believer, it might already be kneeling before Wendy. This recent development gave Lin Yuan another insight into apostles. Apostle was not just a title but also a rank. Apostles were definitely ranked above dimensional life forms, and they were powerful enough to supersede the ties of kinship. Something nagged at Lin Yuan. After he used Klein Hub to mark out the location in the marsh world, he would finally be able to check Wendy and the Medusa snake demon's attributes. Not long after, the kill food sky butterfly flew to the location as directed by the Medusa snake demon. When he saw the place, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. It was exactly as the Medusa snake demon had described. The 3 mountains were not large piles of mud but rather large piles of loose soil. The soil diverted away the moisture of the marsh and made it difficult for large life forms to live there. The place satisfied Lin Yuan and fit the barren river orchid bud's needs. As he looked at the soil beneath him, a faint murderous aura rose from Lin Yuan. It's time to clean this place out, he growled. Chapter 961, Massacre of the Butterfly Silhouettes. Lin Yuan did not need the 3 crocodile-eating marsh otters. They ate the marsh crocodiles and should be able to reduce the population of the marsh crocodiles in the area. However, Lin Yuan now had Wendy and the Medusa snake demon that could control the marsh crocodiles. Hence, the more marsh crocodiles there were in the water, the better it would be for Lin Yuan. Moreover, the crocodile-eating marsh otter was not intelligent nor large, excelled at hiding itself, and was knowledgeable about the area. If he did not kill the 3 crocodile-eating marsh otters after taking over the territory, he would have to suffer continuous harassment from them until he finally gave the territory back. Thus, he instructed the kill food sky butterfly to kill all dimensional life forms within the area surrounded by the 3 mountains, as there were not going to be many strong dimensional life forms in the area. Even if there were, they would have been chased out by the crocodile-eating marsh otters like the Medusa snake demon had been. Lin Yuan wanted to take control of the area as soon as possible so that Endless Summer could plant the barren river orchid bud here. He also needed to ensure that no dimensional life forms in the area would become potential threats to the barren river orchid bud. Lin Yuan had considered turning Wendy or the 3 crocodile-eating marsh otters into Rising Lizard's believers. But during his communication with Rising Lizard through connected tales, he found out that it was not easy for an apostle to accept believers as the process required transferring energy from its totem into its believer to form a totem imprint. This would deplete the energy inside Rising Lizard's totem. The energy would require some time to be replenished by the power of faith from the apostle's believers. According to Rising Lizard's estimation, it would take close to 2 weeks of the Medusa snake demon's daily providence of the power of faith to replenish the depleted energy. This meant that Rising Lizard's totem would require a month to become more powerful than it was before. There were dangers abound in the marsh world, and it was likely that Rising Lizard's believer would befall some type of accident and end up as food for the flesh-eating bacteria. The loss of every believer would be a significant blow to an apostle. Hence, Rising Lizard needed to choose its believers carefully. The best option would be a smart dimensional life form or one that had great potential and survival will. The 3 crocodile-eating marsh otters were cunning dimensional life forms and were capable of surviving in their own little territory. However, they were too weak. If the Medusa snake demon had not been pregnant with Wendy at the time, it would have fought back against the 3 crocodile-eating marsh otters. The Medusa snake demon could sense the murderous aura flowing from Lin Yuan, and its chest tightened. It had lived long enough in the marsh world to know that one's life was no longer in one's hand in the face of a powerful life form that could kill them within a blink of an eye. At that moment, the Medusa snake demon heard a soft and gentle female voice say, "Lin Yuan, when you said that you wanted to clean this place up, did you mean that you wanted to kill all the dimensional life forms in the area?" Lin Yuan nodded and replied, "Kill food sky butterfly, it's up to you now. Don't let any of the dimensional life forms get away. But, you can leave those outside the mountains." The Medusa snake demon had been momentarily stunned by the female voice because it could not understand what the voice was saying. The Medusa snake demon was shocked to see numerous butterfly silhouettes take flight shortly after. They looked like petals that were silently scattered all around. The Medusa snake demon was a smart dimensional life form that could get a good sense of other life forms' power. It could sense that all life came to a close the moment that the blue butterfly silhouettes spread themselves across the 3 mountains. The kill food sky butterfly said, "Lin Yuan, there are no longer any dimensional life forms present. Even the insects in the mud have been removed. The 3 mountains are outstanding natural barriers that can perfectly block out the dimensional life forms from the marsh. All I need to do now is protect the entrance, and I can assure you that no other dimensional life form will tunnel out from the ground." Lin Yuan replied, "Let's land at the entrance of the 3 mountains and check the surroundings. If we cleared the same area in the main world, Lin Yuan would also need to clean it. However, this was easy in the marsh world. In about an hour, the flesh-eating bacteria completely consumed the dead dimensional life forms. Wendy changed back into its Medusa form and climbed up Lin Yuan's body. As he carried it, he was reminded of the way he used to carry Chu Ci. The kill food sky butterfly appeared at the entrance of the 3 mountains with a few flaps of its wings. As he stood at the entrance of the 3 mountains, Lin Yuan immediately felt himself sinking into the mud. He did not use the wings attached to his back because he wanted to know how much moisture was in the ground of the marsh world. Eventually, Lin Yuan sank to his calves. Chapter 962, Rising Lizard's Evolution. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow at the moisture level of the ground. However, he had expected this because it was marsh for as far as the eye could see. When Lin Yuan walked toward the center of the 3 mountains, the ground became less moist. Nonetheless, even the center of the mountains was moist to a certain extent. Lin Yuan saw many long creatures in the marsh ahead of him. They looked just like logs that people could use as stepping stones. However, they were actually the marsh crocodiles that were waiting for unsuspecting marsh beasts to drink from the marsh. Unfortunately, the other dimensional beasts had been completely removed by the kill food sky butterfly and would not be coming to the marsh to drink. These marsh crocodiles were not stupid, and they would leave soon and head someplace else after realizing that there were no marsh beasts. Lin Yuan was unwilling to allow them to leave because he felt they could protect the area in the center of the 3 mountains that prevented dimensional life forms or other marsh beasts from approaching or releasing their aura. He turned his head and said to the clearly frightened Medusa snake demon, "You said that you could control the marsh crocodiles. Can you control these 100 ones first? They are useful to me." The Medusa snake demon hurriedly replied, "This is simple. I only need to use my natural skill, and I'll be able to control them with ease and make them stay close to the edge of the marsh. Are you going to feed the marsh crocodiles to the apostle? The Medusa snake demon slowly twisted its body and let out a series of sounds. Now that he could understand and speak the marsh world's language, he had no trouble figuring out what the Medusa snake demon was trying to say. Lin Yuan did not find the Medusa snake demon's voice to be outstanding, as it fell far short of Chime's voice. However, the marsh crocodiles in the marsh clearly had a different opinion as they started to thrash about in the water. All the marsh crocodiles started to swim toward the Medusa snake demon. From the size of the marsh crocodiles, Lin Yuan guessed that they were mostly class 3 and 4. One of them was a 7-meter-long class 7 marsh crocodile. He did not expect the class 6 Medusa snake demon to be strong enough to attract the class 7 marsh crocodile. Moreover, the class 7 marsh crocodile did not look like it intended to attack the Medusa snake demon. He heard the Medusa snake demon say that controlling the marsh crocodiles was its natural skill. But what was a natural skill? At that moment, the Medusa snake demon said, "Lord, if you want to provide Lord Apostle with snacks, these marsh crocodiles won't be enough to last it a few days. You'll need to pour a large amount of fresh blood into the marsh, which will attract a greater number of marsh crocodiles. However, don't pour high-quality blood, as it'll attract too many marsh crocodiles. Although I can sing the song to control them better than the other Medusa snake demons, the highest class of marsh crocodiles I can control is class 7. My song won't have any effect on the class 8 marsh crocodiles. I will need 1 hour to gain control of the class 7 marsh crocodile that's here. You don't need to wait here for me. Once I'm done, I'll follow your aura to find my way back to you." Lin Yuan could not help but become curious. He now knew that the Medusa snake demon was skilled at singing the song to control the marsh crocodiles, but did Wendy also have this talent? He decided to use Klein Hub to mark down this location so that he could use true data to check on the characteristics of the dimensional life forms. From the way the Medusa snake demon addressed him, he could sense its respect and fear. It addressed him with reverence, as though he was a higher being. Lin Yuan summoned Rising Lizard from the leaf-shaped Fey storage box with a wave of his hand. Rising Lizard stared at him. When it had consumed the class 6 Medusa giant lizard, it had taken its 4 heads half an hour to finish eating the Medusa giant lizard's 10-meter-long body. As such, Lin Yuan had stored both the class 6 Medusa giant lizard and Rising Lizard in the diamond Fey storage box. However, he did not expect Rising Lizard to have evolved to class 5 after consuming the class 6 Medusa giant lizard. Rising Lizard grew from 16 meters long to 20 meters long, and it became taller and wider as well. Although it had only grown by 4 meters, its body was much sturdier than before. Additionally, it now had 5 heads instead of 4. The strangest change was that each of the 5 heads now had a spiral horn that greatly resembled Rising Lizard's tail. Chapter 963, Wendy's Natural Skill, Snake Frontier Playground. Each horn was 2 meters long and very sharp. If Rising Lizard charged forward, it would be able to use its head as a battering ram. Even the class 7 marsh soil rock turtle would struggle to defend itself against the horned attack. Lin Yuan felt that Rising Lizard had become a living killing machine. He said as he looked at Rising Lizard roar at the sky, "Stay here with the Medusa snake demon. I'll join you later." Lin Yuan walked toward the center of the area. After walking for 10 minutes, Lin Yuan noticed that he only sank to his ankles now. After walking for a few more minutes, he tossed one of the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles onto the ground. The moisture level of the area would be perfect for the barren river orchid bud to grow. He flapped his 4 black wings and flew out to the center of the area. The area surrounded by the 3 mountains was not small, and it took Lin Yuan 5 minutes to reach the center. He estimated that the area was slightly larger than a quarter of Red Bud City. This was sufficient space for Lin Yuan to establish his territory. He said to Morbius in his mind, "Morbius, I decided to use Klein Hub to mark this area." Morbius and Lin Yuan both activated Klein Hub, and a crimson-red formation appeared on the ground, and the exact same formation appeared on Klein Hub in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. The moment that Klein Hub appeared in the marsh world, the door to the marsh world was opened. Lin Yuan walked through the door back to the Spirit Lock spatial zone before returning back through the door to the marsh world. As of that moment, Lin Yuan had finally established his territory in the marsh world. Morbius' voice sounded in Lin Yuan's head. "Yuan, I flagged the marsh world. You'll be able to use true data to check on the marsh dimensional life forms now." Lin Yuan's gaze immediately fell on the sleeping Wendy that was hanging off him like a baby sloth. He used true data, and Wendy's attributes appeared before him. Alien beast name, snake change Medusa. Life form state, Apostle. Alien beast class, Class 1. Power of faith, extremely weak. Faith totem, 3-flower snake eyes totem. Natural skill. Snake frontier playground, it can speed up the growth of snake-type phase around it and increase its power using the venom of the snakes around it. The snakes around it can be nurtured into becoming its hair while purifying the venom of other snakes and dispersing it using its petrifying eyes. Wild plant affection, when it releases its aura, it can gain the affection of the carnivorous plants around it. It can also sing to soothe the carnivorous plants and obtain their protection. Faith ability. Believer change, a portion of the energy in the totem is injected into a believer to change it from dimensional life form to favored believer. Lin Yuan started to ponder over Wendy's true data. He now saw the vast differences between a dimensional life form's true data and a phase true data. He had also been correct in guessing that Apostle was a type of rank. Dimensional life forms that had reached Apostle could use the power of faith, which came from totems. Currently, Wendy's 3-flower snake eyes totem was extremely weak. He raised an eyebrow at Wendy's 2 natural skills. Now, he knew why Wendy did not have snakes for hair like other Medusas, for it needed to nurture its own snake hair. Wendy could pump the venom of the snakes in its hair into its eyes and release it through its petrifying gaze. This meant that the stronger the snakes that Wendy nurtured, the stronger its eyes would become. He was glad for Wendy that it had formed a contract with him. There were not many snake-type dimensional life forms in the marsh world, and most of them were extremely large, non-venomous, and depending on their physique to attack. These snakes would not be much use to Wendy. It would not be easy to find various snake-type phase in the expansive marsh world. However, the main world was full of snake-type phase. Most of the snake-type phase in the main world were venomous and constantly increased their venom's strength. Lin Yuan could bring incredibly venomous snake-type phase to the marsh world for Wendy to nurture into its hair. Eventually, the combination of all the venomous snake's venom would create a deadly mutant poison that Wendy would be able to release using its eyes. Most importantly, Wendy could use the venom of other snake-type phase to increase its own power. Snake Frontier Playground not only allowed Wendy to quickly increase its power but also gave it the potential to temporarily surpass the power of its mother, the Class 6 Medusa Snake Demon. As for wild plant affection, Lin Yuan felt that it was very similar to the Medusa Snake Demon's Marsh Crocodile song. The only difference was that Marsh Crocodile song was directed at the marsh crocodiles while wild plant affection was directed at the carnivorous plants that sat at the top of the marsh world's food chain. Chapter 964, Bone Strengthening and Multi-Headed Body. Lin Yuan suddenly remembered that redthorn was also a carnivorous plant. However, redthorn was still in a deep sleep as it combined the two source seeds. Wild plant affection allowed Wendy to gain the affection of carnivorous plants. It was likely that redthorn would also be attracted by Wendy when it woke up, and they would become good friends. Lin Yuan still did not have a plan for the believer change. Believer change could change a life form from a dimensional life form to favored believer. Wendy had just become an apostle and still did not have any believers. Thus, Lin Yuan could not instruct it to use believer change. He felt that all apostles had the ability believer change. But, he had yet to see Rising Lizard's true data. As such, his belief was still an unverified guess. At that moment, the ground started to shake. A large creature was sprinting across the ground toward him. He lifted his head and saw Rising Lizard barreling toward him. Rising Lizard ran much faster than the Medusa Snake Demon, but the latter was trying its best not to fall too far behind. Lin Yuan used true data to check on Rising Lizard. Alien beast name, Medusa Giant Lizard. Life form state, Apostle. Alien beast class, Class 5. Power of faith, extremely weak. Apostle totem, multi-headed lizard totem. Natural skill. Bone strengthening, by lowering the rate of evolution, the nutrients absorbed are transferred to the bone instead to raise its strength. Multi-headed body, a new head is added with every evolution in class. The previous heads will also be evolved. The heads are linked by the same soul and have the same amount of power. As long as one head remains, the Medusa giant lizard will be able to survive. Consumption of sustenance can provide energy to return damaged heads to their original state. Faith ability. Believer change. A portion of the energy in the totem is injected into a believer to change its life attitude from dimensional life form to favored believer. Lin Yuan now knew that his guess had been right. All apostles had the believer change ability. Both Rising Lizard and Wendy's faith power were extremely weak. He felt that if they gained more faith power, they would also obtain more faith abilities on top of believer change. Lin Yuan finally understood why Rising Lizard had changed significantly after evolving from Class 4 to Class 5. Whenever Rising Lizard evolved, it would gain a new head, and its previous heads would also evolve. For example, a 2-meter long horn appeared on every head after Rising Lizard evolved from Class 4 to Class 5. The increase in the target size in the form of increasing the number of heads would also not lead to Rising Lizard becoming any weaker. Each head was a weapon that could attack, defend, and be sacrificed during battle. The heads could be regrown once Rising Lizard consumed nourishment. This greatly increased Rising Lizard's survival ability. The evolutions that came with each new head would be like surprises waiting for Lin Yuan to discover. Lin Yuan did not scoff at the unassuming bone strengthening. Rather, he felt that it was much more useful than multi-headed body. After Rising Lizard evolved to Apostle, the increase in its size had stunned Lin Yuan. It was already almost 20 meters long at Class 5. The size it would reach once it evolved to Class 8 was unimaginable. The larger a life form became, the more important their bones became. Strong bones were necessary to enable them to stay agile and mobile so as not to be crushed by the weight of their own body. Bone strengthening had a large part to play in Rising Lizard becoming so large and sturdy. Its dense bones would allow it to engage in physical attacks during battle. Moreover, its horn, claws, and teeth were all bones. As such, bone strengthening also raised its attacking power. Lin Yuan now knew that Rising Lizard was a physical type apostle while Wendy was a spell type apostle. When used in conjunction, they could support each other well in the marsh world. Wendy's wild plant affection also allowed it to make carnivorous plants into its believers, while Rising Lizard could make other intelligent life forms into its believers. Neither Wendy nor Rising Lizard's choice of believers would infringe upon each other. This was the best possible outcome. Lin Yuan did not plan on using source-type power to help more dimensional life forms experience complete source-type cleansing to become apostles for the time being. It would be a waste of source-type power because the space was not large enough to accommodate more apostles, and there was also a change of their choice of believers overlapping. The sacred sword-wielding queen's absorption of source-type power from law source crystals to evolve complete laws would increase Lin Yuan's power. When he used the Night Crow Wither attack, he had experienced the power of the sword skill. Hence, he planned on using the source-type power to evolve another complete law into a law world to gain another sword skill. However, he needed to think carefully about which law to evolve. With the power of the Dark Death Law, Lin Yuan no longer needed to increase his secret weapons. Night Crow Wither attack was an offensive ability. Chapter 965, Believer Change. Night Crow Wither attack was enough for Lin Yuan's secret weapon offensive needs. Thus, Lin Yuan needed to choose a law world with another type of ability. Besides checking Rising Lizard's true data, he did not forget to do the same for the Class 6 Medusa Snake Demon. Alien Beast Name, Medusa Snake Demon. Life Form State, Dimensional Life Form. Alien Beast Class, Class 6. Totem Faith, Multi-Headed Lizard Totem. Natural Skill. Marsh Crocodile Song, Song can be used to manipulate marsh crocodiles of the same or lower class. The Class 6 Medusa Snake Demon was a dimensional life form. Hence, its true data was much simpler than that of apostles like Wendy and Rising Lizard. It also only had one natural skill. As such, it seemed that the complete source-type cleansing would bring about new natural skills. Lin Yuan had already seen the Marsh Crocodile Song at work. It essentially increased the Medusa Snake Demon's ability to control the marsh crocodiles. It had been helpful to Lin Yuan that the Medusa Snake Demon could control the Class 7 marsh crocodile. At the very least, Rising Lizard's future food supply was secured. Lin Yuan asked, "Rising Lizard, how much faith power did you use to accept the Medusa Snake Demon as your believer?" Rising Lizard immediately replied, "Master, while my faith power remains extremely weak, I only have enough to use believer change 3 times. After I use believer change on the Medusa Snake Demon, I'll enter a weakened state for 3 days." After the Medusa Snake Demon finally caught up to Rising Lizard, its eyes lit up when it heard what Lin Yuan said. It seemed that there was the intention to promote it to favored believer. Marsh dimensional life forms roamed around the seas without settling anywhere. They even had to be on alert when they were sleeping, for any slight misstep would result in them losing their life. When one became a believer, they would be granted the totem of the apostle. The believers held a higher status than regular dimensional life forms in the marsh world. The Medusa Snake Demon was honored to receive the totem. It could not believe that it was about to become a favored believer so soon after becoming a believer. When one became a favored believer, every aspect of their life would be improved. The believer's exclusive skill would also be evolved according to the totem. How does it benefit you to promote your believer to favored believer? Rising Lizard swayed its 5 heads before saying, favored believers provide more faith power than normal believers, and they're also able to use faith power on their own. They can gather the faith power before giving it to their apostle as well. The Medusa snake demon can control the marsh crocodiles. Hence, it'll be able to obtain faith power from the marsh crocodiles. I don't think there are any disadvantages to promoting the Medusa snake demon to favored believer. Lin Yuan nodded and replied, why don't you use believer change now? When you're in your weakened state, stay here. I'll instruct the kill food sky butterfly to guard you. Once you're stronger again, you can start exploring the area. The Medusa snake demon was now certain that it would evolve from believer to favored believer. It was over the moon and decided to display its skills to compensate Rising Lizard, and with the hope that Rising Lizard would be more pleased with it. Lord Rising Lizard, my name is Scale Concubine. The Medusa giant lizard that I contracted was killed. My snake hair can attract other Medusa giant lizards, and you'll be able to take your pick of which of them to eat or accept as your believers. Lin Yuan looked at Scale Concubine in shock. It was just like a black widow spider. The black widow spider usually killed its partner to breed its offspring. Scale Concubine used its aura to attract the Medusa giant lizards but did not intend to form contracts with them. Instead, they were meant to fall prey to Rising Lizard and become the fodder that increased its rate of evolution. Lin Yuan wanted to sing praises of Scale Concubine. It was a genius. With Scale Concubine around, Rising Lizard would have all the Medusa giant lizards it needed to eat to evolve. Lin Yuan would not have to lift a finger. Rising Lizard bumped the Medusa snake demon with its head to express its compliments. The multi-headed lizard totem on Rising Lizard lit up with an amber glow and flowed into Scale Concubine's totem. As the faith power flowed into Scale Concubine, its skin became wrinkled, and it looked like it was about to slide off at any moment. Although the Medusa snake demon was a human-shaped life form, it molted just like any other snake-type fey when it evolved. Scale Concubine's wrinkled skin became darker, and it was unclear what was happening to the body within. When Rising Lizard's multi-headed lizard totem stopped glowing, Scale Concubine started to wriggle around in its skin, and 4 arms soon emerged. Chapter 966, Where did you get something so great? The 4 slender arms tore Scale Concubine's wrinkled skin to shreds. After transforming into the favored believer, Scale Concubine had grown by a full head. When it stood up, most of the snake half of its body remained stuck to the ground. This made it seem only about 1.7 meters tall. But now, it had actually reached 1.9 meters tall and was 10 centimeters taller than Lin Yuan. However, the biggest change was the 2 new arms. Scale Concubine could fire 3 energy arrows with its previous 2 hands. Now that it could fire twice that number, Scale Concubine's combat power was greatly raised. Its snake hair was also thicker. The snakes were not just for decoration but were Scale Concubine's strongest source of attacking power. Lin Yuan used true data to check on Scale Concubine. Alien beast name, Medusa snake demon. Life form state, dimensional life form, favored believer. Alien beast class, class 6. Totem faith, multi-headed lizard totem. Natural skill. Marsh crocodile song, the song is sung to call and attract the marsh crocodiles up to 1 class above. After listening to the song for an hour, the marsh crocodiles will become completely infatuated and be utterly under the Medusa snake demon's thumb. Lin Yuan noticed that Scale Concubine's lifestyle state had changed after becoming the favored believer. Besides that, Scale Concubine did not gain any new natural skills. However, the marsh crocodile song had changed significantly. Previously, only the marsh crocodiles that were of the same class and below could be controlled. But now, Scale Concubine could control the marsh crocodiles 1 class above it as well. This meant that the Medusa snake demon could now control class 8 marsh crocodiles. Moreover, the control exerted was now completely perfect. Lin Yuan asked the Medusa snake demon, "Can you control more marsh crocodiles than before?" He wanted to know if Scale Concubine's ability to control had improved. Scale Concubine hastily replied, "Previously, I was able to control 300 marsh crocodiles but only 3 if they were class 7. Now, many more marsh crocodiles will gather toward me, and I can control 5 times the number of marsh crocodiles now. I can control 1,000 without any problems, but 1,500 will be a difficult feat. However, I can only control 3 class 8 marsh crocodiles and more than 10 class 7 marsh crocodiles." Lin Yuan clapped his hands because this meant that the shield of marsh crocodiles would become more secure now. After checking the time, Lin Yuan left the marsh world. It was already 3 a.m. He sighed and said, I burned the midnight oil again. He wanted to hand the slumbering Wendy to Scale concubine, but the latter seemed afraid to receive its daughter. Thus, Lin Yuan placed Wendy on Rising Lizard's back so that it could watch over Wendy. Since both were apostles, Rising Lizard would not cause Wendy any fear. The territory in the marsh world had been settled, and the marsh crocodiles under Scale concubine's control had started defending the area. However, Lin Yuan had not achieved his goal of expanding into the marsh world. He would need to search the main world for the resources that he required to expand into the marsh world. Lin Yuan left the kill food sky butterfly in the marsh world while he returned to the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Once he returned to the Spirit Lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan changed out of his mud-covered clothes and left the Spirit Lock spatial zone. He had wanted to go to rest before using the rest of the night to plan his expansion into his territory in the marsh world. But when he entered the main hall, he saw Hu Chuan swiftly crafting something on the table. The evolved wood-weaving house centipede was beside Hu Chuan. The light was off in the main hall, but the 99.5 Fortune Rancho Spirit Siphon Goldfish emitted spirit chi, which faintly reflected off the jade-textured furniture. However, Hu Chuan's current project was shining much brighter. Lin Yuan peered closer and realized that Hu Chuan was weaving various defined life elemental pearls with the silk from the wood-weaving house centipede. Hu Chuan weaved 24 defined life elemental pearls into a beautiful chain. Lin Yuan could not help but want to touch the string of pearls. Hu Chuan had noticed Lin Yuan and waved the string of pearls in the air as he said, Lin Yuan, what do you think of this string of pearls? The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce and Heavenly Craft Pavilion are planning on holding a joint auction. I'm planning on putting this defined life string of pearls up for auction to shake up the crowd. However, most people won't be able to afford this string of heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls with outer layer that was made by me, a class 5 spirit craftsman. Lin Yuan gave Hu Chuan a thumbs up and replied, Uncle Hu, your skills are getting better by the day. The threads are even softer than silk. Every point of contact with the heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls has a faint dignified air that's unique to jade textured wood. Not only did you maintain the value of the heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls, but you even managed to suppress the strong brightness that comes from the outer layer. A thought seemed to strike Lin Yuan at that moment, and he added, Uncle Hu, I wanted to ask you to help me with something. But now, I think I have 2 favors to ask. Lin Yuan shook his hand and took out the brocade box that was on the table in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. He opened the box facing Hu Chuan. Hu Chuan's eyes almost fell out of their sockets when he laid eyes on the box's contents. Despite being a class 5 spirit craftsman, Hu Chuan could not help but say in a quivering voice, Lin Yuan, where did you get something so great? Chapter 967, Over the Rail Coral. As a class 5 spirit craftsman, Hu Chuan was used to coming in contact with precious spiritual ingredients on a regular basis. Since he joined Lin Yuan, Hu Chuan had become pickier with spiritual ingredients. Now, he no longer batted an eye as he grabbed 24 of the defined life heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls that used to stun him completely. However, Hu Chuan could only squeak in astonishment when he laid eyes on the contents inside the box. He looked completely overwhelmed as he stared unblinkingly at the box. Lin Yuan was not surprised by Hu Chuan's reaction because he had reacted the same way when he first saw what was inside the box. That was why he had stored it so carefully in the box. When Lin Yuan had been sorting out the heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, he had discovered that defined life was not the rarest type of elemental pearls with outer layer. There was another type that was rarer. Almost all of the 1000 elemental pearls produced by the 7 elemental shellfish reached heavenly maiden grade. Among the 1000 heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls, about 400 to 500 of them had an outer layer, and about 98% were Cloud Dream Lake, while 1% or 2% were defined life. The type of outer layer that was even rarer than defined life had only amounted enough to fill the small box. Lin Yuan had yet to count the total number properly, but there should be about 100 pearls. At that moment, Hu Chuan said in a dazed and trembling voice, Linear. Lin Yuan, are you going to ask me to use the over-the-rail coral elemental pearls to craft something? Lin Yuan shook his head slightly and replied, you don't need to create anything. The string of pearls you just made was good enough. I want to string these over-the-rail coral heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls into one long chain and play with it whenever I'm free. Hu Chuan looked as though he had just stumbled on a god, and he was absolutely speechless. The Cloud Dream Lake elemental pearls made people feel as though they were in the middle of a large warm lake in the clouds. The defined life elemental pearls had the prodigious aura of every living creature, and they looked extremely solemn. This was why veteran and top factions sought after defined life elemental pearls. But no matter which kind of outer layer, both were enough to stun anyone that laid eyes on them. However, the over-the-rail coral elemental pearls were clearly more high-class than Cloud Dream Lake and defined life elemental pearls. The over-the-rail coral elemental pearls had the feeling of suddenly turning around and being around the bend. This feeling went right to the bone. At first glance, over-the-rail coral elemental pearls did not look any different from other elemental pearls. Although they glowed slightly brighter than the other elemental pearls, it was very faint. By gazing at the faint glow of the elemental pearls, one would suddenly see the most beautiful scenery. It was a sight that no one would be able to not feel joy from. Hu Chuan had only read about such elemental pearls that had the power to influence moods. When he first read about the over-the-rail coral elemental pearls, he could not help but scoff because it seemed too unbelievable. But now, Hu Chuan wanted to beat up the person who had written the information he had read. It was nonsense. Don't write about what you don't know. The information on the over-the-rail coral elemental pearls did not even live up to 10% of their true magnificence. When Lin Yuan saw how fearful Hu Chuan was to touch the over-the-rail coral elemental pearls, he handed the box over. Despite coming from two worlds, this was the first time Lin Yuan was making something he could play with. Hu Chuan gulped and received the box. He started to inspect each one carefully. Once he was done, he said to Lin Yuan, 27 of these over-the-rail coral elemental pearls are water type, 27 are earth type, 27 are wind type, and 26 are fire type. That makes a total of 107 over-the-rail coral elemental pearls. Hu Chuan paused for a moment before continuing. Lin Yuan, you can make a long chain out of all these over-the-rail coral elemental pearls. However, 107 isn't a fortuitous number. But if you only string 99 of them, there would be 8 left over. 108 would be a much more fortuitous number. Can you get another over-the-rail coral elemental pearl? If it's fire type, there would be an equal number of each type. But any type would be fine. The most important thing is to make it 108. Lin Yuan scratched his head. There were many types of beaded chains in the Radiance Federation, and they were all complex in their own way. Some were chains of metal, some were the seeds of plant-type feys, others were rare rocks, and some were even made of jade-textured wood. There were even some that were made from bone. Lin Yuan did not know much about this area, but he had seen Gao Feng's chain of 108 whale-type fey tusk beads. He had put this box of over-the-rail coral elemental pearls together before he went to the Guardia banquet. There should be a new batch of Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, and it should not be difficult to find an over-the-rail coral elemental pearl amongst them. Chapter 968, Heavenly Maiden Sleet. Lin Yuan went into the Spirit Lock spatial zone and instructed Genius and the Wind Speed Rapid Antelope to start searching with him. As they continued to search, Lin Yuan discovered that there were numerous over-the-rail coral elemental pearls. However, none of them were fire type. As such, they continued to search. He had decided that he would wait if they could not find a fire type over-the-rail coral elemental pearl until the elemental shellfish finally produced one. Since he was going to do something, he had to have the best. Otherwise, he would be dissatisfied, and it would waste Hu Quan's effort of stringing together the 108 over-the-rail coral elemental pearls. It had only been half a day since the Spirit Lock spatial zone had evolved. But due to the increase in the concentration of spirit chi, the elemental shellfish had produced elemental pearls much quicker. When Genius sorted through the last pile, Lin Yuan's eyes were drawn to a fiery red glow. At that moment, it was as though a long-haired girl dressed in clouds suddenly materialized. This fire-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearl emitted a blinding light and had an unspeakable elusiveness. The ghostly silhouette of the long-haired girl dressed in clouds made the entire elemental pearl appear exquisite. Lin Yuan had never seen a Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearl with this outer layer before. It had probably only appeared after the concentration of spirit chi in the Spirit Lock spatial zone increased. By a stroke of coincidence, it was fire-type and was just what he needed to complete the string of pearls. This fire-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearl with a special outer layer could also serve the purpose of being the final touch, the cherry on top of the cake that was the string of pearls. Lin Yuan took the Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearl out of the Spirit Lock spatial zone. When Hu Chuan saw Lin Yuan circulate his spiritual energy with a serious expression, he knew that Lin Yuan had been searching for the fire-type over-the-rail coral Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearl. He soon saw Lin Yuan produce a Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearl with a vibrant red outer layer. The moment he saw a heavenly maiden dressed in clouds within the outer layer, Hu Chuan could not help but exclaim, "Damn! Is that the legendary heavenly maiden sleet that's a cut above over the rail coral? It can't be. I heard only 10% pure heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls can have heavenly maiden sleet outer layer. Lin Yuan, tell me quickly, is there any rare spiritual material that you lack?" Lin Yuan revealed a small smile. Instead of answering that question, he changed the topic and said, "Now, we have 108. Uncle Hu, what do you think about using the heavenly maiden sleet elemental pearl to complete the string of over the rail coral elemental pearls?" Hu Chuan immediately slapped his leg and said with shining eyes, "A string of only over the rail coral heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls is impressive enough. It would have been enough to touch the hearts of those that saw it. However, it wouldn't have been able to compete with the heavenly maiden sleet heavenly maiden grade elemental pearl added to it. The over the rail coral outer layer can set the mood while the heavenly maiden sleet will be the center of attention. It's like adding the final touch to a painting to make it come to life." Lin Yuan nodded and replied, "Sorry to trouble you." When Hu Chuan heard what Lin Yuan said, a look of reluctance came over him. "Lin Yuan, I can make the string of pearls for you now. I should be done before sunrise tomorrow. However, my methods won't do justice to these 108 treasures. I plan on finishing the general design and construction of the basement before letting my subordinates over. Then, I'll be able to lock myself away and use all my spirit craftsman skills to create the string of pearls. It could very well be the most precious item I make in my life." Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. He knew that Hu Chuan was feeling the same way he had when he was making the red sandalwood longevity fish tank. Lin Yuan was not opposed to Hu Chuan wanting to focus on creating the string of pearls. However, he felt that Hu Chuan was wrong in one regard. "Uncle Hu, we will never reach the peak of the valuable resources we have access to. I believe both the rare spiritual resources I gain access to and your spirit craftsman skills will only continue to rise." Hu Chuan started to chuckle. When he was a class 4 spirit craftsman, he had assumed that class 5 was the peak level that a spirit craftsman could reach. But once he became a class 5 spirit craftsman, Hu Chuan discovered the discrepancies between the various class 5 spirit craftsmen. For example, Hu Chuan had only recently become a class 5 spirit craftsman. As much talent as he had, he could not compete with those who had been class 5 spirit craftsmen for decades. Once he became a class 5 spirit craftsman, Hu Chuan gradually became complacent. Since he had reached class 5, those more powerful than him would not have too large of a gap between their abilities. But after he heard what Lin Yuan said, Hu Chuan realized how wrong he had been. How could he lose his ambition as a spirit craftsman who depended on his craftsmanship to earn a living? He took another look at the 107 over the rail coral elemental pearls and the heavenly maiden sleet elemental pearl, and various ideas popped into his head. Hu Chuan wanted to ask Master Hong Shen if he could nurture the wood weaving house centipede so that it could gain new weaving techniques. After Hu Chuan composed himself, he said, "Lin Yuan, you aren't asking me for a favor at all. I'm the one that's benefiting. What's the second favor you spoke of?" Lin Yuan asked Hu Chuan, "Uncle Hu, have you heard of the marsh world?" Hu Chuan froze before replying, "I've definitely heard of the marsh world. Does your second favor have something to do with the marsh world?" Lin Yuan nodded and replied, "Uncle Hu, my favor does have something to do with the marsh world. I would like to borrow some of your capable spirit craftsmen." Chapter 969, Miao Qi cannot shoulder the responsibility. Lin Yuan wanted to borrow some capable spirit craftsmen and transport them to the marsh world in the precious weapon made of the jeweled cave golden toad so that they could begin construction in the area surrounded by the 3 mountains. By transporting them in the jeweled cave golden toad, he would be able to keep them from finding out about the spirit lock spatial zone. But once they reached the marsh world, anyone with a shred of intelligence would be able to figure out where they were. When Hu Chuan heard Lin Yuan mention the marsh world, he knew that this matter was important. Instead of asking for more information, Hu Chuan immediately replied, "There are already 500 spirit craftsmen in the Heavenly Craft Pavilion. Most of them are capable class 3 spirit craftsmen. I'll have a meeting with them tomorrow. Do you have any other requirements for them?" Lin Yuan pondered over the question. He did not have any requirements, but those class 3 spirit craftsmen were going to work in the marsh world. Contracts would not bind them, and humans were always unpredictable. However, the matter of the marsh world was of utmost importance, and not a hint of it could be leaked. Hence, the spirit craftsmen that entered the marsh world would remain there for some time. Lin Yuan would also not skimp on the compensation for their sacrifice. Uncle Hu, I only have one request. They have to be okay with loneliness and being separated from society. Hu Chuan frowned, and Lin Yuan went on to say, thus, it's best if you choose those without family and don't have anyone depending on them. But as compensation, I can provide them with any bronze/epic fey of their desires for the rest of their lives. I will also give them one class higher of their needed resources. Hu Chuan now had a general idea of Lin Yuan's aim. But he felt that even the spirit craftsmen that did have families would find Lin Yuan's offer difficult to turn away. Even Class 4 creation masters had trouble asking creation masters who were willing to nurture bronze/epic phase for them. Lin Yuan's offer would give them assurance for the rest of their lives. Different spirit craftsmen were paid and treated according to their different classes. Once they had Lin Yuan to supply them with bronze/epic phase, they would be able to gain resources that were one class higher. This meant that the Class 3 spirit craftsmen would be paid the salary of Class 4 spirit craftsmen, while Class 4 spirit craftsmen would be paid the salary of Class 5 spirit craftsmen. This would make any spirit craftsman that ended up working for Lin Yuan rich. Hu Chuan asked, Lin Yuan, will they need to be separated from society forever? Lin Yuan paused to think before shaking his head and replying, they will need to be away for a decade. 10 years would be enough time for Lin Yuan to grow up and for the expansion to the marsh world to progress to a sufficient extent. Lin Yuan believed that the spirit craftsmen that ended up working for him for a decade would all become loyal to him. Hu Chuan decided that he had to sign up. It would be a huge wasted opportunity if he let the lifetime of bronze/epic phase slip by. In this era of the spirit Qi awakening, humans lived for a long time, and a decade was nothing. Lin Yuan, don't you think you are compensating too much for 10 years of being away from society? Anyone would want to participate. Uncle Hu, during this time away, I plan on nurturing a group of top spirit craftsmen armed with suitable phase for the sake of Sky City and Heavenly Craft Pavilion. These spirit craftsmen need to be completely loyal. Thus, don't mention the 10 years away right off the bat. Hu Chuan thought to himself, which of those brats in tomorrow's meeting will be granted such a big opportunity? Lin Yuan returned to his room and saw that Chimey had changed back to its fey form and was sleeping spread eagle on the bed. Lin Yuan gently picked Chimey up and placed it on the pillow before summoning the sleepy genius from the spirit lock spatial zone. He covered genius and Chimey with the blanket. The sky was slowly growing brighter, and he logged into Star Web to buy venomous snake-type phase for Wendy. He went to the rare life form pavilion and started to search for the snake-type phase being auctioned off. Lin Yuan had two conditions for the snake-type phase. They had to be extremely venomous and attractive. All of them would be combined to become Wendy's snake hair. Hence, Lin Yuan did not want the cute Wendy to become ugly. There were many snake-type phase in the rare life form pavilion, so Lin Yuan soon had more than 10 candidates. He left Star Web and leaned back on the bed as he let his eyelids fall while stroking Chimey and Genius. He was going to take Endless Summer into the marsh world tomorrow morning and plant the barren river orchid bud in the area marked by the ethereal jellyfish's tentacle. He was also going to prepare some high-grade fey essence blood and pour it into the marsh to attract the marsh crocodiles that the Medusa snake demon would be able to control. A banging noise was coming from a luxuriously decorated study room. Every item in the study room had an extremely dulled-down air of dignity. When she heard the banging noises, a woman with a sour expression could not help but say, "Father, stop hitting him. Miao Zhou's soul hasn't recovered. He's going to die if you keep hitting him." The elderly white-haired man with a white beard to match started to swing the vase even quicker, and he looked like he was out to kill. He turned and bellowed at the woman with the crestfallen expression, who told me with brimming confidence that she had a chance with Lord Bamboo Monarch? And what gave you the gall to dare to imitate Lord Bamboo Monarch's coronation patterns? Miao Qi's bitter expression hardened, and she frowned at the elderly man. "Father, you know best what I wore and why I wore it to the Guardia banquet. Don't forget that you used your name to send me to the Guardia banquet as a representative of Connected Beast Park. I am partly responsible in this matter, but not all of it." Chapter 970, Salvage? How? Miao Qi looked grim as she stared at the elderly man. Miao Qi's words completely lacked respect for her father, who was the leader of Connected Beast Park. The elderly man scoffed at Miao Qi but did not say anything more. However, he swung the vase even quicker and smashed it down on Miao Zhou. Miao Zhou was dripping in sweat, and he did not dare to defend himself despite quivering in agony. He was afraid that defending himself would only result in the elderly man becoming angrier and lead to a heavier beating. As a pinnacle Class 4 creation master, Miao Qi was one of the main members of Connected Beast Park. Thus, the elderly man had to show concern for her feelings despite her being his daughter. Miao Qi could not sit there and watch Miao Zhou being hit anymore. She stepped up and stopped her father as she said, "Father, although Miao Zhou caused trouble, he's still a Pinnacle Class 3 Creation Master. A young Pinnacle Class 3 Creation Master is an asset to the family. Are you really going to kill him? The milk has been spilled, and you've vented your anger. We should think of how to salvage the situation instead of hurting Miao Zhou out of anger." When she mentioned salvaging the situation, her voice trembled slightly. Although both she and Miao Zhou had been chased out of the Guardia banquet, the entirety of the situation had become known to the elders of the Miao family. She had also heard about it. She did not expect Wang Fuxiang's bad luck to have such a serious effect on the bamboo monarch. Miao Qi had put on a weak front when she faced Wang Fuxiang at the Midnight Palace because she did not have any strength to put on display in the first place. She knew full well how much the bamboo monarch loved Wang Fuxiang. In spite of that, Miao Qi had still dared to say those offensive words to Wang Fuxiang and try her best to tear Wang Fuxiang down. But after Xia Chen had come out and confirmed Wang Fuxiang's status, Miao Qi dared not say anything else. Getting kicked out of the Midnight Palace for affronting Wang Fuxiang was the greatest humiliation that Miao Qi had ever suffered. She had embarrassed herself in front of all the top and veteran factions. It was likely that her juniors in other families had found out about this matter and were using her as a casual joke. How could she not resent this? Miao Qi prayed that the bamboo monarch was in worse shape than she thought. As long as his condition worsened, Wang Fuxiang would also die eventually. Miao Qi dared to pursue the bamboo monarch because she had researched a topic under him and helped him. The bamboo monarch was gentle. As long as she and her family stayed away from Wang Fuxiang from now on, the bamboo monarch would not come after them. At the very most, Wang Fuxiang would use the bamboo monarch's reputation to intimidate the Miao family. The Miao family's role was in the direction of creation masters. Even if they were intimidated, they would not be too severely affected. Hence, the only consequence of the commotion at the Guardia banquet would be the humiliation she was suffering. However, she had not expected Miao Zhou would start trouble with Sun Ningxiang. It would have been fine because there were often scuffles when young disciples gathered together. The major factions would not think much of it as long as the aftermath was not too serious. Yet, Miao Zhou had disrespected the Moon Empress disciple and made Chief Guard Yi's disciple despise him. Because of this incident, Furnace Stone Metal and Four Beasts Territory had also cancelled their partnerships with Connected Beast Park. Apparently, they were now working with Coiling Dragons Valley instead. Coiling Dragons Valley and Connected Beast Park had always been rivals. In fact, Coiling Dragons Valley had been one step ahead for some time. The Miao family had spent years trying to catch up to Coiling Dragons Valley and had even tried to target Condense Fairy Orchard. However, Miao Zhou's mistake had led to Connected Beast Park being utterly defeated by Coiling Dragons Valley. This disintegrated Connected Beast Park's network of connections while strengthening Coiling Dragons Valleys. If Miao Zhou had not already been beaten black and blue, Miao Qi might have thrown in a few blows of her own. Rumor had it that the Golden Lotus brocade pearls, which the elders of Miao family desperately wanted, came from the Moon Empress. Just as Connected Beast Park was about to visit the Moon Empress to ask her if she could give them a few Golden Lotus brocade pearls, Miao Zhou had disrespected the Moon Empress disciple. Therefore, the Moon Empress had also been disrespected. In such a situation, there was no way that Connected Beast Park would dare to go to Leaning Moon Mountain to ask for Golden Lotus brocade pearls. Given the Moon Empress temper, she might even start targeting Connected Beast Park. Salvage? How? The elders discussed it all afternoon and couldn't come up with anything. Even if we do come up with a plan to salvage the situation, who would dare to go up to Leaning Moon Mountain? If this situation isn't resolved perfectly, all our future partnerships will be affected. In the worst case, all our partnerships will be cancelled. Even if not all of them are cancelled, Connected Beast Park's position amongst the factions will be weakened. This is all because of this brat, said Miao Zhenshan. Miao Zhenshan's words left Miao Qi speechless. At that moment, Zheng Kaiwan rolled his eyes and said, "Grandfather, Master, I think I have a plan." Miao Zhenshan and Miao Qi frowned when they heard Zheng Kaiwan chime in. They were about to rebuke him, but they remembered that the other elders would want a first-hand account of what happened during the Guardia banquet. However, they did not plan on taking him seriously. The entire Miao family was in emergency mode due to this incident. What could Zheng Kaiwan do about it? Chapter 971, Lord Lin Yuan has a bad temper. Both of them had watched Zheng Kaiwen grow up and knew that he was truly exceptionally talented at creation master skills. That was why Miao Qi had accepted him as her disciple. Nonetheless, he did not have the authority to stand amidst the disciples of the members of royalty. The Zheng family was not eligible to attend the Guardia banquet, and Zheng Kaiwen had only been able to go because of Miao Qi. He had no prior connections with the disciples of the members of royalty. Thus, there were no obvious areas of doubt to point at now that he had joined that group. However, Miao Zhenshen was helpless and at a complete loss. He asked Zheng Kaiwen, "Kaiwen, what do you have in mind?" Zheng Kaiwen took a step forward and puffed out his chest as he said, "You have to attack the problem at its root. The matter stems from the Moon Empress disciple because he's the one Miao Zhou offended. Thus, as long as Miao Zhou can gain Lord Lin Yuan's forgiveness, the Moon Empress will probably let the matter go as well." Lord Lin Yuan wore a moonbeam coronation costume similar to that of the Moon Empress at the Guardia banquet. It's obvious how important he is to her. He also produced the golden lotus brocade pearls at the Royal Capital's Fey Observer Association. If we can form a good relationship with him, it should be easy for us to obtain the golden lotus brocade pearls as well. Miao Zhenshen and Miao Qi looked deep in thought, and it seemed that they found Zheng Kaiwen's plan to be feasible. Meanwhile, the bloodied and blue Miao Zhou was glaring daggers at Zheng Kaiwen. As one of the young direct descendants of Connected Beast Park, Miao Zhou was adept at the art of speech. Zheng Kaiwen had summarized the entire situation at the beginning of his speech. Yet, he still felt compelled to mention that Miao Zhou had been the one to insult Lin Yuan. It was an unnecessary addition, and it was clear that Zheng Kaiwen had only included it to beat Miao Zhou further down. Miao Zhou had always felt that he took good care of Zheng Kaiwen. Yet now, why was Zheng Kaiwen trying to beat him down even further when he was already at the point of no return? Zheng Kaiwen's scathing comments caused Miao Zhou's heart to plunge, and he almost guffawed bitterly. After all, his surname was Miao, while Zheng Kaiwen's surname was Zheng. Even if there was no hope for him left, he was still a direct descendant of the Miao family. He could make Zheng Kaiwen disappear without a trace if he wanted to. Zheng Kaiwen took 2 steps toward Miao Zhou until both of them were inches away. Miao Zhou noticed Zheng Kaiwen roll his eyes at him and felt like Zheng Kaiwen was looking at him as though he was a servant. "Grandfather, Master, Mother told me to form as many connections as possible at the Guardia banquet. I'm very good at making friends. I even managed to get Lord Lin Yuan's contact number." Miao Zhenshen and Miao Qi looked both shocked and surprised. They were now looking at Zheng Kaiwen in a completely new light. Miao Zhenshen walked over and placed his hand on Zheng Kaiwen's shoulder as he said, "Grandson, don't go back to Indigo Azure City for now. I'll also ask someone to bring Miao Ji here. Give me the number of the Moon Empress disciple, and the elders will discuss how to contact him. If you're free in the next 2 days, go and spend time with the Moon Empress disciple. Take anything you need from Connected Beast Park's treasure trove." Miao Zhou could not believe that Zheng Kaiwen had the phone number of a disciple of royalty. Now, he really could not strike back against Zheng Kaiwen and would likely have to start keeping his head down around Zheng Kaiwen. Miao Zhou could not figure out what Zheng Kaiwen could have done to obtain Lin Yuan's number after Miao Zhou was chased out of the Midnight Palace. Meanwhile, Zheng Kaiwen was incredibly excited. The most intimate way that his grandfather had ever addressed was to call him Kaiwen. He had never been addressed as grandson. His grandfather had been upset ever since Zheng Kaiwen's mother married into the Zheng family. It had also been years since Miao Zhenshan allowed Miao Ji to return to the Miao family residence. Even during New Year's, when his mother called to send greetings, his grandfather always refused to pick up. Yet now, his grandfather was allowing his mother to return home. His mother's long-time dream was finally coming true. Not only had his grandfather's attitude changed toward Zheng Kaiwen, but he had also allowed Zheng Kaiwen to take anything from Connected Beast Park's treasure trove. Only priceless treasures were stored in Connected Beast Park's treasure trove. Usually, he would never have the chance to come close to such treasures. Since he had the authority to take anything he wanted from Connected Beast Park's treasure trove, he could find any excuse to retrieve what he wanted even if he did not approach Lin Yuan. The physical benefits were much more important to Zheng Kaiwen than Miao Zhenshen's approval. Zheng Kaiwen's ambition had bloomed at the Guardia banquet. At that moment, Zheng Kaiwen suddenly realized that he had the entire Miao family under his thumb. Now, Zheng Kaiwen could not care less about Miao Zhou or even his master Miao Qi. Nevertheless, Zheng Kaiwen would never have the courage to take the initiative to hang out with Lin Yuan because they had never contacted each other before. But since Lin Yuan himself had left the contact number, it had to be real. Zhang Kaiwen's mind immediately flew to Lin Yuan, and a scheme started to form in his head. Grandfather, I'll do anything you say. If you need my help in any way, just let me know. However, I observed that Lord Lin Yuan has a bad temper. Hence, you have to prepare a sincere present for him. Zhang Kaiwen knew that he was being treated so well now because he had Lin Yuan's phone number. Chapter 972, The Almost Dead Rising Lizard, Wendy, and Scale Concubine. Zhang Kaiwen knew how to carry himself. His grandfather assumed that he was very close to Lin Yuan. It seemed that the closer Zhang Kaiwen was to Lin Yuan, the more benefits Zhang Kaiwen would receive. He had to say that Lin Yuan had a bad temper so that his grandfather would choose even more precious items from the treasure trove to give as gifts. Zhang Kaiwen might even be able to slip something out from the huge pile of gifts. In the next hour, Zhang Kaiwen felt as though he had reached the peak of his life as he continuously received a stream of compliments from Miao Zhenshan and Miao Qi. He finally felt like he was the true eldest young master of the Miao family, while Miao Zhou was just a pathetic and helpless dog. An hour later, Zhang Kaiwen left Miao Zhenshan's study room with his head held high. Miao Zhou held his injuries that had been inflicted by the vase and limped out behind Zhang Kaiwen, a shell of his former self. He took a few quick yet hesitant steps and said to Zhang Kaiwen, "Cousin, why not?" Before Miao Zhou could finish speaking, Zhang Kaiwen took a huge step forward and bumped into Miao Zhou's injured shoulder as he drawled, "Don't call me cousin. Just call me by my name. Miao Zhou, after you were chased out of the Midnight Palace for insulting Lord Lin Yuan, he told me that he wanted to get his revenge on you. He only let the matter rest after I spoke up for you. Don't you think that you should repay me?" Miao Zhou's eyes darkened. He remembered how sweet and obedient Zhang Kaiwen had been the first time he came to learn from Miao Qi. He also remembered how brightly Zhang Kaiwen had smiled when Miao Zhou responded to him. But now, it seemed as though he had committed a grievous sin by calling out to Zhang Kaiwen. Miao Zhou was not stupid, and he could tell from his brief interaction with Lin Yuan at the Guardia banquet that Lin Yuan was a well-mannered person. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would have been the one to attack him instead of Chief Guard Yi's disciple. Lin Yuan had not openly attacked Miao Zhou as the Moon Empress disciple. Hence, there was no way that he would want to do so after the incident. Thus, Zhang Kaiwen was lying through his teeth when he said that Lin Yuan had a bad temper. But currently, Miao Zhou did not have the ability or authority to reveal Zhang Kaiwen's lies. Miao Zhou inhaled deeply and said, "How do you suggest I repay you?" Zhang Kaiwen scoffed and replied, "Miao Zhou, I heard that your guard has reached Pinnacle Emperor class and has 2 feys that reached Pinnacle Myth 3. Can you lend your guard to me?" Miao Zhou's expression hardened, and he glared at Zhang Kaiwen while replying in a gentle tone, "Why do you need Elder Lu? He has been out of the field for a year. He's currently gathering resources to enable one of his feys to undergo the trial of world creation to evolve to creation breed." It was clear that Miao Zhou was rejecting the offer. However, Zhang Kaiwen seemed to not have heard the rejection as he said, "Since Elder Lu is unavailable, can you lend me your other 4 Emperor class experts? That way, Elder Lu won't have to do anything and can just supervise. I also remember that you seem to have a bone to pick with Sky City. I want to borrow Elder Lu from you so that I can destroy Sky City by targeting the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. I don't think you'll have any objections to me taking on Sky City. If you insist on rejecting me, I'll have no choice but to go to grandfather for help. Will you reject him too?" Miao Zhou did not expect Zhang Kaiwen to have him checkmated in one speech. There was no way that Miao Zhou could say no now. Miao Zhou's features tightened as he replied, "Kaiwen, you can do as you see fit. Everyone in the Miao family knows about my situation, and I'm too embarrassed to order around those Emperor-class experts. You can tell grandfather about this plan, and he might be able to supply you with more manpower. If he agrees, you'll still be able to order around my subordinates." Miao Zhou turned and limped away, his figure a sorry sight. Zhang Kaiwen mumbled with disdain, "Ignorant." Zhang Kaiwen turned and walked back into the study room. He planned on using the next few days to destroy the entire Sky City with the power of the Miao family. Otherwise, Nightmare Sixth's death would always hang over Zhang Kaiwen's head, and he would always feel like someone was watching him. In the master bedroom of the Return from Faraway Mansion, Lin Yuan noticed that it was already 8 a.m. Chimey and Genius had tunneled into his pajamas sometime during the night. Lin Yuan did not know what to do. In order to not wake either of them up, he gently took off his clothes on the bed and changed into a set of waterproof spirit chi clothes and shoes. After he walked out of the room, he saw Lu Pinru and Wen Yu flipping through papers while seated at a table. The papers were full of various fashion designs. Lin Yuan noticed that their designs were very similar as both were minimalistic. We need to start producing these spirit chi clothes. We can buy several clothes factories and assign class 2 weavers to each station to ensure quality. But to establish our brand's reputation, we can't just rely on these spirit chi clothes. Thus, I think we should offer high-quality custom clothes. I would like to hire a Class 5 weaver who specializes in custom-making clothes and another Class 5 weaver who specializes in design to handle the high-quality custom-making clothes service, said Wen Yu. Lu Pinru looked impressed by Wen Yu. Lu Pinru was very skilled at designing and making spirit chi clothes, but she felt that she was leagues away from Wen Yu when it came to building a business. Although Wen Yu was good at managing resources, she was not actually very creative when it came to building a business. All her ideas came from watching Lin Yuan manage his private territory. Lin Yuan did not disturb Wen Yu and Lu Pinru. Instead, he walked downstairs and sat down next to Endless Summer. Endless Summer said expectantly, "Lin Yuan, when are you taking me to that place you mentioned?" Lin Yuan took out his phone and replied, "I told Listen to bring something over. We'll leave once it's here." He called Listen. After some contemplation, he decided to ask Listen to prepare the essence blood of some scavenger feys. Since scavenger feys could consume decaying flesh, their blood was extremely resistant to bacteria. Lin Yuan would be able to attract more marsh crocodiles using the scavenger feys essence blood. After receiving the 10 barrels of essence blood from Listen, Lin Yuan instructed Endless Summer to enter the jeweled cave Golden Toad, and he went into the Spirit Lock spatial zone. He entered the marsh world using Klein Hub and realized that something had changed. Lin Yuan's anger surged when he saw Rising Lizard with its 4 injured heads and the almost dead Scale Concubine and Wendy. He sensed intense energy fluctuations above him and looked up to see the Kill Food Sky Butterfly battling an extremely strange-looking dimensional life form. Chapter 973, Hidden Power. The strange-looking dimensional life form had a human-sized head. However, its ferocity matched that of the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly had reached Suzerain X/Creation I. Although it had not reached Suzerain X/Sovereign I, it had one of the 3 most elite bloodlines of the butterfly species phase and had the power of Law Worlds. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly could even take on a Sovereign I/Creation I Fey with the Law World's pure combat power. The aura radiating from the Marsh dimensional life form could rival that of the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. This meant that the Marsh dimensional life form had to have a similar, or maybe even greater amount of power than the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. Otherwise, there was no way that the Medusa Snake Demon and Wendy would end up in such a state under the protection of the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. Lin Yuan did not know about the Medusa Snake Demon and Rising Lizard's exact state, but he could tell from Wendy's spiritual power that it was still alive. This was nothing short of a miracle. If Wendy was dead, Lin Yuan's spiritual energy would be damaged and leave him writhing in agony. His other phase would also be affected. Moreover, the damaged spiritual energy due to the death of a Fey could not be recovered, and Lin Yuan would be left in a terrible state. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly was now Suzerain X/Creation I and had the power of a Class 10 dimensional life form. Since the dimensional life form could pressure the Kill Food Sky Butterfly, this meant that it had to be about Class 11. Sarcomas covered in thin scales and feathers grew all over the dimensional life form's head. Lin Yuan used True Data to check on the strange bird. Alien beast name, Drugged Snake Eagle. Life form state, dimensional life form, favored believer. Alien beast class, class 11. Totem faith, destroyed body exquisite totem. Natural skill. Poison concentration, by consuming poison to increase its power, the poison is concentrated in its heart. The heart's 4 ventricles will produce 4 different kinds of poisonous blood. When the Medusa Snake Demon is consumed, the protein in the snake change Medusa's hair will increase the capacity of the ventricles and combine it with the petrification ability of the Medusa Snake Demon's hair. Lin Yuan's face turned grim when he saw the drugged snake eagle's attributes. He could not believe that he was right in guessing that the drugged snake eagle was a Class 11 dimensional life form. A Class 11 dimensional life form had a similar power level to a Sovereign I/Creation I Fey. It was far more powerful than the limit of the Class 5 dimensional rift, as the strongest Fey that should appear in a Class 5 dimensional rift was Class 10. Moreover, the drugged snake eagle was not an ordinary dimensional life form but a favored believer and had the destroyed body exquisite totem on it. The drugged snake eagle's poison concentration indicated that it used poison as its main method of attack. This was the most troublesome type of dimensional life form. As long as a drop of poison entered a body, it would result in serious consequences and a plunge in fighting power. The kill-food sky butterfly's blue wings looked darker, and Lin Yuan knew that it had used a large portion of scale powder to defend against the drugged snake eagle's poison. Scale powder was extremely important to butterfly species feys as it allowed them to control and attack targets and increased their flying speed. The kill-food sky butterfly was a fey known for swift flying. Once it lost its scale powder, it would slow down and become an easier target for the drugged snake eagle. Just as Lin Yuan was about to take out the jeweled cave golden toad to release endless summer, the drugged snake eagle said in its ear-splitting voice, "I wanted to eat that snake-change Medusa that's been attracting the marsh crocodiles, but I can't believe that a larger bounty landed in my lap. Little butterfly, you can't beat me. Don't be naive in thinking that you're protecting those two apostles. I'm just showing them mercy for now. I would have already reduced them to a pile of bones if I wanted to. They will definitely be mine. I have to give them to Lord Exquisite." The drugged snake eagle flapped its wings and released 4 different colored poisonous vapors. The poisonous vapors turned into 4 large snakes that sailed toward the kill-food sky butterfly. The kill-food sky butterfly hurriedly turned into blue butterfly silhouettes, and the 4 large snakes turned into tens of thousands of small snakes that charged at the butterfly silhouettes. The tens of thousands of small snakes disappeared amongst the waves of scale powder. At that moment, the kill-food sky butterfly's wings dimmed. However, the kill-food sky butterfly had already noticed Lin Yuan's arrival, and it let out a heave of relief. The kill-food sky butterfly had yet to use its law world power to defend itself or attack the drugged snake eagle. Although dimensional life forms and feys had similar levels of powers, their abilities were completely different. The kill-food sky butterfly was already slightly weaker than the drugged snake eagle. Thus, the kill-food sky butterfly was not confident that it would be able to defeat or prevent the drugged snake eagle from escaping after it used the power of law worlds. Once the drugged snake eagle escaped, it could bring its apostle with it next time. This meant that the territory that Lin Yuan had started to establish in the marsh world would be destroyed. The kill-food sky butterfly flew over to Lin Yuan in a flash and said to him, "Lin Yuan, what do we do now? Even if I use my law world power, it'll only be able to keep the drugged snake eagle at bay temporarily or inflict minor damage. Actually, I think it still has something up its sleeve because I can sense an incredible force hidden underground." Chapter 974, Marsh Ground Sphagna. Lin Yuan inhaled sharply and immediately looked down. At that moment, the drugged snake eagle ordered, "Marsh Ground Sphagna, force the butterfly up to the sky. I will inform Lord Exquisite of your contributions. No matter how pathetic you are, Lord Exquisite will definitely accept you as a believer once you offer up these 2 apostles. There's even a chance of you becoming a favored believer." Lin Yuan saw a thick layer of moss materialize over the ground. However, this carpet emanated a power that the kill-food sky butterfly could not match up to. Lin Yuan opened the jeweled cave golden toad, and Endless Summer appeared next to him. After Endless Summer assessed the situation, it immediately released its sovereign eye/creation eye aura and directed it toward the growing marsh ground sphagna. It also launched itself at the overjoyed drugged snake eagle in the sky. The kill-food sky butterfly immediately recognized Endless Summer and felt slightly awkward as its intrusion had almost caused Endless Summer to fail the trial of world creation. Nonetheless, the kill-food sky butterfly let out a heave of relief after seeing Endless Summer. The kill-food sky butterfly released its law world power, and a look of surprise came over the drugged snake eagle. "That power is not of this world. You're intruders from another world." Lin Yuan realized that the drugged snake eagle had to have heard of or experienced this power before. This meant that it was likely that the drugged snake eagle had once experienced people from other continents that entered the marsh world through a Class 6 dimensional rift. It was either that or the marsh world had gained an understanding of the main world like how the main world knew about the marsh world. Lin Yuan noticed that the drugged snake eagle did not increase its hostility toward the kill-food sky butterfly after saying that it came from another world. This meant that the drugged snake eagle was not xenophobic toward those that came from the main world. Regardless, Lin Yuan was going to attack the drugged snake eagle because he was sure that Wendy would be able to absorb the poison in the drugged snake eagle's heart. Both Wendy and the drugged snake eagle could absorb poison to increase their class. Just as Lin Yuan was about to instruct Endless Summer and the kill-food sky butterfly to attack together, Wendy suddenly started to move. Wendy turned into its Medusa form and climbed up Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan hurriedly picked up Wendy and murmured, "Don't cry, Wendy. I'll avenge you right now." Wendy started to wail even harder now. The moment Wendy woke up, the marsh ground sphagna immediately became friendly toward it. Pink flowers started to bloom on the marsh, and brownish-yellow fruits shot up into the sky. The brownish-yellow fruits were very tough, and they battered the drugged snake eagle, cracking its scales. The drugged snake eagle was significantly injured from the attack and was slightly dazed. A moment later, it bellowed furiously, "You dirty thing! Are you crazy? How dare you attack me?" The drugged snake eagle was not the only one that was stunned. Endless Summer and the kill food sky butterfly were also bewildered as they did not understand why the drugged snake eagle's comrade had turned its back on it. Lin Yuan's face spread into a smile. He remembered Wendy's wild plant affection that could attract carnivorous plants and cause them to become affectionate toward Wendy. However, Lin Yuan felt that this was not the main reason for the marsh ground Sphagna's betrayal. The marsh ground Sphagna was the lowest ranked and most common carnivorous plant that existed in the marsh world. It was not picky and could even grow by eating mud. If it was lucky, it would be able to include small insects in its diet. Usually, the marsh ground Sphagna was extremely weak. Even if it hunted for insects, the insects were likely to escape or fight back against the marsh ground Sphagna. The marsh ground Sphagna was the equivalent of the Usnea in the main world. Lin Yuan could not figure out how the marsh ground Sphagna had grown to class 10. The marsh ground Sphagna's attack had even managed to injure the class 11 drugged snake eagle. Naturally, there was also the drugged snake eagle's lack of vigilance to consider. Although the marsh ground Sphagna was ordinary, it would become intelligent once it evolved to class 10. The marsh ground Sphagna was also waterproof because it was a dimensional life form, not the believer of an apostle. From what the drugged snake eagle had said, the marsh ground Sphagna was not well liked by the drugged snake eagle's apostle. This should be why the marsh ground Sphagna suddenly decided to betray the apostle. The marsh ground Sphagna probably gauged Endless Summer and Kill Food Sky Butterfly's combined fighting power before deciding to help Wendy. It could even be hoping to become Wendy's believer. Taking advantage of the drugged snake eagle's stunned state, Endless Summer exclaimed, "Mind halt! Shooting spears of summer! 3,000 shooting spears!" Thousands of spinning pink-purple hydrangea flowers appeared in the sky. Every flower came with a rain of flowers that turned into a spear. The spears shot toward the drugged snake eagle, which had its mind halted. Although it looked as though Endless Summer had used mind halt casually, it had also used its enlightenment law. Chapter 975, The Totem Imprint that lit up on the destroyed body. Endless Summer injected all the power of the enlightenment law world into mind halt. When the Kill Food Sky Butterfly saw Endless Summer launch its attack, it swiftly followed. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly cried out, "Power of World! Kill Sky Butterfly Wings!" It flapped its wings and released a swarm of blue butterfly silhouettes that covered the sky. Each blue butterfly silhouette seemed to carry 1,000 tons of power, and they formed a ring around the drugged snake eagle. The ring of blue butterfly silhouettes closed in on the drugged snake eagle as 3,000 purple spears soared toward it. Endless Summer was adept at support and did not have strong fighting powers. Thus, not every spear managed to pierce the drugged snake eagle. However, the drugged snake eagle was under Endless Summer's control, and there were too many spears that continuously struck the drugged snake eagle. Soon, the shooting spears of summer produced almost 30 holes in the drugged snake eagle's body. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly's wings turned into blue flames. Just as the blue flames were about to make contact with the drugged snake eagle, the drugged snake eagle abruptly broke out of Endless Summer's mind halt. Before the drugged snake eagle even had time to experience the pain fully it was in or activate its destroyed body exquisite totem, it was preoccupied with defending against the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's Kill Sky Butterfly Wings. Kill Sky Butterfly Wings could only be used after storing a certain amount of power. Thus, Kill Sky Butterfly Wings was much stronger than usual damage inflicted by the Suzerain X/Myth I Kill Food Sky Butterfly. The blue butterfly wings ripped the drugged snake eagle into quarters. However, the drugged snake eagle was still very much alive, proof of the power and ferocity of a Class 11 dimensional life form. At that moment, Endless Summer yelled, "Midsummer Cage!" 4 petal-shaped walls enveloped the drugged snake eagle, and pink-purple vines grew out of the interior of the cage. The vines pierced the drugged snake eagle's destroyed body until no more vitality could be sensed coming from the drugged snake eagle. The drugged snake eagle collapsed onto the marsh ground Sphagna. The marsh ground Sphagna bloomed pink flowers again that searched the drugged snake eagle's body and dug out its slightly damaged heart. The pink flowers dragged the heart over until it was 10 meters away from Wendy as though it was offering the drugged snake eagle's heart up. Lin Yuan carried Wendy over. The drugged snake eagle was a Class 11 dimensional life form. As such, it would take Wendy some time to absorb all the poison in the drugged snake eagle's heart. Lin Yuan said to Wendy, "Wendy, this heart is a treasure that'll help you evolve. You have to keep it carefully." Wendy nodded. However, it still looked slightly afraid of the marsh ground sphagnum. It was too scared to use its hand to touch the marsh ground sphagnum's pink flower. Instead, it extended one of its green strands of hair to receive the drugged snake eagle's heart. It used its hair to absorb the poison in the drugged snake eagle's heart. Lin Yuan found the marsh dimensional life forms rather interesting. The drugged snake eagle consumed the Medusa's hair to strengthen its heart, while the Medusa snake demon absorbed the poison in the drugged snake eagle's heart to increase its class, forming a perfect cycle. Lin Yuan was not idle while Wendy absorbed the drugged snake eagle's heart. He summoned the jasmine lily and used vitality to heal Rising Lizard and Scale Concubine. Both Rising Lizard and Scale Concubine were still alive, and they quickly regained their health. Jasmine Lily also used severed limbs growth to enable Rising Lizard to regrow its heads. However, Rising Lizard still needed to consume a large amount of food to replenish its energy. After Rising Lizard and Scale Concubine were healed, Lin Yuan used true data on the marsh ground sphagnum. Alien beast name, marsh ground sphagnum. Life form state, dimensional life form. Alien beast class, class 10. Natural skill. Moss coat green territory, quickly form small and soft patches of moss that can leach vitality and nutrients from any other moss. The small patches of moss can also sacrifice themselves to provide other life forms with nutrients. Lin Yuan immediately liked the marsh ground sphagnum. Moss coat green territory could cover the entire territory within the 3 mountains in moss. The moss could grow by using water as sustenance, and Lin Yuan would be able to adjust the water content of the ground as he pleased. Moreover, the moss would also be able to consume all unnoticeable insects in the ground. The marsh ground sphagnum would be able to eternally prevent all life forms from bothering the barren river orchid bud. It could also sacrifice itself to provide other life forms with nutrients. Hence, any life form that existed on the marsh ground sphagnum could even continue living without eating. A large sacrifice of moss could even result in the slow evolution of power. This power would not have an obvious effect on Rising Lizard, Wendy, and Scale Concubine, but it would definitely be able to aid the barren river orchid bud in the long run. This would increase the rate of the barren river orchid bud's growth and endless summer's power. The marsh ground sphagnum would be able to lay out a suitable environment for Lin Yuan's territory in the marsh world. At that moment, a part of the drugged snake eagle's body started to glow with grayish-black light. Scale Concubine immediately looked delighted. Chapter 976, Self-Referral Without Holding Back. Scale Concubine turned to look at Rising Lizard before looking back at Lin Yuan. It seemed to be in a dilemma over who to report to first. Normally, Scale Concubine would report to Rising Lizard without hesitation, as a believer's apostle was everything to them. However, Scale Concubine knew that Rising Lizard was always trying to win Lin Yuan's favor, and Lin Yuan had the power to transform dimensional life forms into apostles. Hence, Scale Concubine might rouse Lin Yuan's ire if it reported to Rising Lizard first. While Scale Concubine was in conflict with itself, Wendy noticed the change in Scale Concubine's expression and asked timidly, "Mommy, are you sad? I can sing a song for you." Wendy snuggled into Lin Yuan's arms. Wendy could not figure out why its mother, which had sheltered it all its life, was suddenly acting so respectful of it. This respect caused a chasm to appear between Wendy and Scale Concubine. Lin Yuan asked Scale Concubine, "What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable after I healed you, or do you have some hidden injury?" The drugged snake eagle had noticed Scale Concubine first and had attacked with the intention of consuming it. Thus, half of Scale Concubine's hair had been eaten by the drugged snake eagle. The snake hair was extremely important to the Medusa snake demon as it was linked to its brain. Any injury to the snake hair could result in permanent brain damage. But since the jasmine lily had used severed limbs growth, all of Scale Concubine's snake hair should have been regrown, and it should not have any more injuries. Scale Concubine glanced at Rising Lizard, and Lin Yuan immediately understood the reason behind its look of hesitation. Rising Lizard stretched out its neck and roared before saying, "If something happens and you don't let me know immediately, make sure you tell my master." Scale Concubine thought, did this young man make Lord Rising Lizard into an apostle? Lord, I saw the drugged snake eagle's destroyed body exquisite totem light up with grayish-black light. This means that it contains a fair amount of faith power. Now that the drugged snake eagle is dead, it can't activate the destroyed body exquisite totem to protect the faith power. The energy in the destroyed body exquisite totem will slowly vanish, and the faith power will seep out. It'll be a waste if the faith power dissipates. May I suggest that Lord Rising Lizard absorbs the faith power? It might be able to replenish the faith power it spent making me its believer and allow it to accept another believer. An ethereal elderly voice sounded out from beside Lin Yuan's ear. The faith power in the destroyed body exquisite totem comes from a group of Medusa snake demons under the drugged snake eagle's control. The Medusa snake demons have to do the drugged snake eagle's bidding daily and pray to it. If any of them is unable to provide the drugged snake eagle with faith power, the drugged snake eagle will start eating the Medusa snake demon's snake hair. Currently, there are about 30 Medusa snake demons under the drugged snake eagle's control. After 3 months, a significant amount of faith power has been stored in the destroyed body exquisite totem. As close as the ethereal elderly voice was, it sounded hollow, as though it was coming from the surroundings. Almost immediately, Lin Yuan knew that the voice came from the Class 10 Marsh Ground Sphagna. Shock came over Lin Yuan. The drugged snake eagle was not an apostle and could not accept believers. Hence, it was very difficult for it to collect faith power. Lin Yuan remembered Scale Concubine mentioning that it could control 1,000 marsh crocodiles and that they would be able to provide Scale Concubine with 5 sets of faith power each day. Moreover, the effects were only so obvious because Scale Concubine's natural skill was the marsh crocodile's song that could gain the marsh crocodile's affection. However, the Medusa snake demon was much more intelligent than the marsh crocodile. It was difficult for intelligent life forms to have faith. Additionally, the drugged snake eagle was the Medusa snake demon's kryptonite. Lin Yuan could not imagine how many Medusa snake demons the drugged snake eagle had killed to select these 30 that could supply it with faith power. He believed that it had to be at least 8,000 Medusa snake demons. Scale Concubine started to tremble as though it was fearful and distraught for the deaths of the Medusa snake demons. I think that the faith power in the destroyed body exquisite totem is more suitable for Lord Wendy. After Lord Wendy absorbs the faith power, it'll be able to contact the 30 Medusa snake demons and domesticate them. Lord Wendy will even be able to make me into its believer with all that faith power. I can even be promoted to favored believer if Lord Wendy is fine with it. Then, I'll be able to stay by Lord Wendy's side to protect it forever. Lin Yuan did not expect the Class 10 Marsh Ground Sphagna to promote itself in such a manner in the hopes of becoming Wendy's believer. The Marsh Ground Sphagna wanted to help Wendy obtain the faith power in the destroyed body exquisite totem. Lin Yuan was also agreeable to the idea of allowing Wendy to absorb the faith power. Chapter 977, Lin Yuan's poverty-bringing daughter. Lin Yuan had formed a contract with Wendy, and it was a part of his power. If the Marsh Ground Sphagna became Wendy's believer, Lin Yuan would be able to add a Class 10 dimensional life form to his power. A Class 10 dimensional life form had about the same power as a suzerain X/creation I Fey. Lin Yuan carried Wendy and stepped on the Marsh Ground Sphagna toward the dead drugged snake eagle. He asked the Marsh Ground Sphagna, if I use the faith power in the destroyed body exquisite totem, will its apostle be alerted? Lord Destroyed Body Exquisite. TCH. That disgusting scorpion should have sensed that its favored believer is dead. But its nest is very far from here. It would take the drugged snake eagle 2 weeks of flying to reach the nest. At such a great distance apart, not even apostles are able to sense their totem. Lord Wendy can activate its totem to drain the faith power from the destroyed body exquisite totem. Apostles usually start fighting to the death from the moment they encounter each other. I can't believe Master Wendy is on such good terms with another apostle. Lin Yuan could clearly sense a tone of suspicion from the Marsh Ground Sphagna's words. Since the Marsh Ground Sphagna had said that it was fine, Lin Yuan said, Wendy, activate your 3-flower snake eyes totem and extract the faith power. Wendy nodded obediently, and a blue totem in the shape of an eye appeared on its forehead. The 3-flower-shaped pupils in the eye started to spin and join together. The totem glowed amber, and the light landed on the drugged snake eagle's destroyed body exquisite totem. The amber totem was clearly of a higher level than the grayish-black totem. The 3-flower snake eyes totem's light broke through the destroyed body exquisite totem's grayish-black light, and the amount of faith power in Wendy started to climb. Even after draining all the faith power from the destroyed body exquisite totem, Wendy's faith power remained in the extremely weak state. A thought seemed to strike Lin Yuan, and he asked Wendy, Wendy, do you have any requirements for the quality of snakes that will become your snake hair? Wendy asked curiously, quality? What's that? All I know is that the more poisonous they are, the stronger I'll become. Lin Yuan nodded. Apparently, Wendy was trying to make him go broke with its high expectations of quality for its snake-type phase. The higher the quality of snake-type phase, the stronger the poison. He would have to evolve the snake-type phase to bronze/legend before giving them to Wendy. Although the Medusa snake demon did not have as much hair as humans, some strong ones did have over 1,000 snakes on their heads. Lin Yuan felt that Wendy was like a daughter who splurged her father's money. Luckily, it was much easier for Lin Yuan to nurture bronze/legend feys now, as one spirit chi crystal would allow him to produce 5 bronze/legend feys. As such, he could afford Wendy's expenses. Lin Yuan said to the overexcited marsh ground Sphagna, "Since you want Wendy to take you as a believer, you should convince it yourself." He placed Wendy into the arms of the kill food sky butterfly that had changed into human form before saying to Endless Summer, "Let's go. I'll take you to the place where you can plant the barren river orchid bud." From the moment Endless Summer was released from the jeweled cave Golden Toad, it knew where it was. It could not believe that Lin Yuan had the power to go in and out of the dimensional world as he pleased. There was truly no better place to grow the barren river orchid bud, but Endless Summer had never dared to dream of being able to plant it here. After they arrived at the area marked by the ethereal jellyfish's tentacle, Lin Yuan said, "This place has a good moisture content, and you'll sink to your ankles in the mud. There's an endless marsh just ahead, so the barren river orchid bud can take as much water as it needs. If the barren river orchid bud grows well here and needs more water, I'll ask some spirit craftsmen to construct a moat to provide it with a constant supply of water. The marsh world is full of marsh soil, which will help the barren river orchid soil increase its stars. I've already collected a fair amount of marsh soil, and I'll bury the suitable ones in the place you decide to plant the barren river orchid bud." Lin Yuan's words touched Endless Summer. He always considered every angle in consideration of his friends. Endless Summer reached out its hand, and a small orchid bud appeared in its palm. It carefully inserted the orchid bud in the soil. Soon, Lin Yuan could feel the small orchid bud furiously sucking out all the water from the ground. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the barren river orchid bud and saw that its roots were growing rapidly. In half a minute, the roots had already spread out to a radius of 100 meters, and it was still not done. The roots entended 400 meters underground as they enthusiastically drew out the nutrients in the ground. The barren river orchid bud slowly grew, and the fragrance of orchids perfumed the air. Lin Yuan started to sort through the marsh soil. Chapter 978, World Source Crystal. He picked out 25 suitable mid-grade balls of marsh soil and buried them around the barren river orchid bud. Under the nourishment of the marsh soil, a flower stalk grew out of the barren river orchid bud. It looked as though a flower bud was about to sprout. Once the flower bud sprouted, Endless Summer would gain healing abilities. "I'll keep the kill food sky butterfly here to guard the area. As long as no class 11 dimensional life forms appear, the marsh ground Sphagna will be able to maintain their safety as well. After a few days, a team of spirit craftsmen will come into the marsh world, and I'll ask them to build a greenhouse to protect the barren river orchid bud." The marsh ground Sphagna's natural skill is very beneficial to the barren river orchid bud. "I'll instruct Wendy to order the marsh ground Sphagna to aid the barren river orchid bud's growth. You don't have to worry about matters in the marsh world. For now, you should go and help the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Now that the Guardia banquet is over, those people won't be able to hold on." Endless Summer nodded and replied, "Lin Yuan, why don't you send me out of the marsh world now? I'll head to the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce now. You can send Duanhe over as well. He wants to leave for a while to train and increase Purple Demon's power. This is a great chance." Lin Yuan nodded. Lu Ji had been actively gathering white-clothed followers. With the addition of Zhou Luo, Sky City now had 14 white-clothed followers. It was a good time for Duanhe to lead the white-clothed followers out to train and increase their power. Lin Yuan sent Endless Summer back to the main world in the jeweled cave Golden Toad before he returned to the marsh world. For whatever reason, the marsh ground Sphagna had managed to convince Wendy to accept it as a favored believer and had changed significantly. Alien beast name, marsh ground Sphagna. Life form state, dimensional life form, favored believer. Alien beast class, class 10. Totem faith, 3 flower snake eyes totem. Natural skill. Moss coat green territory, quickly form small and soft patches of moss that can leach vitality and nutrients from any other moss. The small patches of moss can also sacrifice themselves to provide other life forms with nutrients. It can also separate itself and float around a body of liquid to survey the surroundings. After the marsh ground Sphagna became a favored believer, Moss Coat Green Territory's range of abilities increased. With the addition of the surveying ability, Lin Yuan would be able to use the marsh ground Sphagna to investigate the entirety of the marsh and slowly map out the marsh world. After the marsh ground Sphagna became Wendy's favored believer, the ground was covered in a thick coat of green moss. The moss was so soft that Lin Yuan felt as though he was walking on a wool carpet. Even without Lin Yuan's instruction, the marsh ground's Phagna had already started to sacrifice some of its nutrients to transfer it to the barren river orchid bud. The marsh ground's Phagna would surround Wendy with hundreds of small pink flowers no matter where Wendy walked. Lin Yuan felt satisfied as he gazed around at the surroundings. Wendy had completely drained all the faith power from the destroyed body exquisite totem. However, as a class 11 dimensional life form, the drugged snake eagle's body was hiding an item that Lin Yuan had never encountered before. After a creation breed fey was killed, a world crystal could be found inside its body. On the other hand, the source type crystals in a class 11 dimensional life form's body would transform into world source crystals. Lin Yuan was momentarily stumped as he gazed at the drugged snake eagle's body. Even after its death, the drugged snake eagle's body remained tough and sturdy. Lin Yuan could order the sacred source-wielding queen's sacred sword form to use the law power to dig out the world source crystal. However, this would be too much of a waste. Just as Lin Yuan was about to order the kill food sky butterfly to cut up the drugged snake eagle's body, the sacred sword-wielding queen's elated voice sounded out in his head. Wow! Master! When did you find something so tasty? I want to eat it! I want to eat it! All the stray hair on the sacred sword-wielding queen's head stood up. It looked as though the sacred sword-wielding queen was about to start drooling at any time. Lin Yuan assumed that the sacred sword-wielding queen was referring to the world source crystal in the drugged snake eagle's body. But what the sacred sword-wielding queen said next surprised Lin Yuan. Every inch of the class 11 dimensional life form has traces of source type power. As long as a dimensional life form evolves past class 10, I'll be able to absorb it. Moreover, this class 11 dimensional life form is a favored believer and has much more source type power in its flesh. Although the source type power is muddled, I'll definitely be able to eat all of it. Lin Yuan immediately summoned the sacred sword-wielding queen and said, then start feasting on the drugged snake eagle's body. But leave the world source crystal aside. Let me study it before I give it to you. The sacred sword-wielding queen agreed happily before it jumped into the air and started to sway its skirt. Threads extended from the skirt and wrapped around the drugged snake eagle's body. Lin Yuan noticed that the sacred sword-wielding queen managed to absorb 550 sets of source-type power from the drugged snake eagle. This essentially replenished all the source-type power that Lin Yuan had spent enabling Wendy and Rising Lizard to experience the complete source-type cleansing, with 50 sets of source-type power to spare. Lin Yuan felt that he would eventually be able to gain more bodies of class 11 dimensional life form as the other major factions from the main world came to explore the marsh world. He would then be able to trade for those bodies rather than law source crystals. After the tens of thousands of threads pulled apart, a blinding crystal appeared in Lin Yuan's line of sight. Chapter 979, Taking Advantage of the Opportunity. Lin Yuan saw a faint gold light within the crystal. The golden light seemed familiar to Lin Yuan. Besides the faint golden light, there were also streams of white energy swimming about in the crystal, and they looked like sunbeams that collided with streaks of the Milky Way. The sacred sword-wielding queen continuously chanted its yearning to eat in Lin Yuan's mind, and he could tell that it had let go of its inhibitions. This indicated how valuable the world source crystal in the drugged snake eagle's body was. However, Lin Yuan was still unclear on the world source crystal's uses, and he needed to check with the sacred sword-wielding queen. Although Genius had all the knowledge of a Class 4 scholar, Fey observer, and spiritual ingredient analyst, it was completely clueless when it came to the marsh world because such information was not available on Star Web. Lin Yuan pressed down all of the sacred sword-wielding queen's stray strands of hair and said, "Since you want to eat the world source crystal so badly, can you tell me what you'll gain after eating it?" All of the sacred sword-wielding queen's stray strands of hair stuck up again as it replied, "Master, once I eat the world source crystal, I'll be able to produce world crystals. But I don't know what to do with the world crystals." Lin Yuan's eyebrows twitched. He had expected this ability since world source crystals were similar to law source crystals in this regard. However, law source crystals were used on myth breed phase, while world source crystals were used on creation breed phase. Endless Summer was creation I, and Lin Yuan had learned from his conversation with Endless Summer that creation breed phase would reach a threshold once they evolved to creation V. Before a creation breed Fey reached creation V, they would need to absorb law power to complete the law world. However, once a creation breed Fey reached pinnacle creation 4, the law power in the world would reach its peak and be unable to take in any more. At this time, the Fey could only temper the world power to continue to increase its power. This meant that once a Fey reached creation V, the law power in the law would change to world power. From what he learned from Endless Summer, Lin Yuan knew that only feys that had reached creation V and above would be able to use the world crystals that the sacred sword-wielding queen produced. It was the same reason why only feys above Pinnacle Myth 2 were able to use law crystals. The world crystals were definitely beneficial. However, Lin Yuan currently did not have any need for such things. Nonetheless, he was thrilled to know that he could obtain the world source crystals. The Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift had opened in the Radiance Federation, and the major factions had just started to venture in. Previously, the highest class of Dimensional Rift that had opened in the Radiance Federation was Class 5. The most powerful dimensional life form that could be found in the Dimensional Rift was Class 9. Although he was not sure about the members of royalty, Lin Yuan was sure that the major factions did not have any world source crystals. The major factions could not even use law source crystals and would probably just hold on to anything they found in the abyssal world without actually using them. The more resources the major factions gained from the abyssal world, the more resources Lin Yuan would be able to exchange for using precious items. As such, Lin Yuan would be able to gain supplies from the abyssal world. This feeling pleased Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan knew that the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift that opened in the main world was an opportunity that he planned on taking advantage of. However, he had already ventured into the Marsh world. Should he still expend labor and resources to venture into the abyssal world? He needed to contemplate this issue carefully. Although it was easier to venture into the Marsh world, there were places in the abyssal world that did not exist in the Marsh world. After the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift opened, the prices of fire-type spiritual ingredients in the Radiance Federation would be slashed, and the factions that managed spiritual ingredients would be affected by this deflation. Lin Yuan had specifically checked the price of strange flames when he was trading for them using flower brocade pearls. He discovered that some factions had the specific role of buying and selling strange flames. No matter how strong these factions were, they would undoubtedly be affected by the fall in price. At that time, even the flesh of demons, which was the most expensive of all dimensional life form flesh, would also suffer a drop in price. This meant that the price of dimensional life form flesh from the subterranean world and Marsh world would increase. As such, many chambers of commerce would intentionally inflate the price of subterranean world and Marsh world dimensional life form flesh. Lin Yuan was not worried about this. As long as he followed market trends, he would be able to gain benefits through the resources from the Marsh world continuously. At that moment, the sacred sword-wielding queen said, "Master, do you remember the 2 golden pearls that you obtained from Endless Summer and the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's creation world ley lines?" Lin Yuan suddenly realized why the golden glow in the world source crystal was so familiar. It was because it was the exact same color as the golden pearls that came from the creation world ley line. Lin Yuan had not had the time to ask the sacred sword-wielding queen about the uses of the 2 golden pearls. But since the sacred sword-wielding queen had brought it up, Lin Yuan would make sure that he got all the details. He took out the 2 golden pearls and said, "Sacred sword-wielding queen, since you mentioned the golden pearls. Chapter 980, The Best Kind of Love. You should know how to use them." The sacred sword-wielding queen hurriedly replied, "Master, did you realize that after I use source-type power to evolve laws to law worlds, there aren't any creation world ley lines in the law worlds?" Lin Yuan nodded. In normal circumstances, laws existed in living myth breed feys. If the myth breed fey wanted to obtain the creation world ley line, it would have to experience the trial of world creation. The sacred sword-wielding queen could peacefully evolve the laws using source-type power. When Lin Yuan had used the Dark Death world, he realized that the Nightcrow Wither attack could not inflict as much damage as a creation breed fey. It had the power of a Pinnacle Myth 2 fey at the very most. Can the 2 golden pearls be combined with the Dark Death world? They came from creation world ley lines and should have the same effects. The sacred sword-wielding queen nodded before shaking its head. They come from different creation breed feys. Hence, each golden pearl is vastly different from the other. The Dark Death world can only embed 1 golden pearl in it. The world source crystals can not only produce world crystals but also absorb pure source power. The pure law power can evolve the small golden pearl embedded in the law world and turn it into a complete creation world ley line. At that point, the law world will be evolved into something even more spectacular. However, after you evolve the law world once, you'll need new complete creation world ley lines to evolve it again. Lin Yuan now had a detailed understanding of the golden pearls and world source crystals. The golden pearl from Endless Summer's creation world ley line was larger than the golden pearl from the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's creation world ley line. Lin Yuan handed the golden pearl from Endless Summer's trial of world creation to the sacred sword-wielding queen and said, "Sacred sword-wielding queen, combine this golden pearl with the dark death world. Next, absorb this world source crystal to evolve the golden pearl. Master, it'll take a week to combine this golden pearl with the dark death world. But after a week, the dark death world will become much more powerful. The next time you use Nightcrow Wither attack, you'll see that it can do much more damage than before too. But can I eat the world source crystal first? I haven't tasted it before. Lin Yuan could not help but smile. It was not a difficult request. He was definitely going to shower affection on his sacred source life form. The sacred sword-wielding queen giggled and started to spin. It was only after his conversation with the sacred sword-wielding queen that Lin Yuan realized how much more he had to work on. It would not be difficult for him to use the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt to absorb laws, but it would definitely be a struggle to evolve those laws. It would not be easy to grab creation world ley lines from creation breed phase that were experiencing the trial of world creation. Lin Yuan would have to find a way to solve this problem. But Lin Yuan still had the Mother of Bloodbath, Endless Summer, and the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. Lin Yuan would be able to evolve 3 different law worlds at least with the 3 of them and their creation world ley lines. This was a silver lining. After he returned the sacred sword-wielding queen to the depths of his soul, Lin Yuan turned to say to the Kill Food Sky Butterfly, "Kill Food Sky Butterfly, you have to stay in the marsh world for now to protect the territory. It won't be easy. I'll send Purple Afterglow here often to accompany you." The Kill Food Sky Butterfly smiled warmly and replied, "With Purple Afterglow around, anywhere is fine. Lord, I don't care that it won't be easy. All I'm doing is trying to play my part in building my home." Lin Yuan was stunned by the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's words, and he felt that the Kill Food Sky Butterfly and Purple Afterglow were already acting like a married couple. It had even said that the marsh world was its home. But it seemed to be really true. Purple Afterglow did not let any of the warmth that the Kill Food Sky Butterfly contributed go to waste. To have one's affections returned was probably the best kind of love. However, Lin Yuan had always been a lone wolf. Yet, his contracted phase had started to pair off. Hence, Lin Yuan would have to be prepared for public displays of affection to be a common sight. Nonetheless, it was amazing that Purple Afterglow would be able to find a creation breed Fey to be its wife while it was still bronze grade. Purple Afterglow was the model butterfly species Fey. Kill Food Sky Butterfly, try to communicate with the marsh grounds Phagna as much as possible. Tell it to expand the range of its green carpet to survey the surroundings. This way, you'll be able to sense the first hint of any danger. If something like what happened today happens again, you can tell Purple Afterglow to come back to the Spirit Lock spatial zone to alert me. I'll try my best to send help as soon as possible." The Kill Food Sky Butterfly nodded and replied, "Okay. I'll try my best to use all the Earth-type Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearls you gave me to recover my bloodline and break through to Sovereign as soon as possible. This way, I'll be able to handle the situation even if another Class 11 favored believer comes again. Wendy and Rising Lizard won't have to be injured anymore." The marsh grounds Phagna hurriedly piped in, "Lord, I will protect Lord Wendy even if it costs me my life. Can you leave a space for me to map out the surroundings in moss? However, the water doesn't flow well in the marshes. Thus, it'll take a long time for the moss to float around to the surroundings." Lin Yuan spoke to Rising Lizard and Scale Concubine. Chapter 981, Where are we meeting? I prepared a lot of blood that can fend off the flesh-eating bacteria. Why don't we call the marsh crocodiles here now? Lin Yuan turned to say to the marsh grounds Phagna, "Cover the marsh crocodiles' backs in moss and map out the marsh world as the marsh crocodiles are swimming around. This way, you won't have to worry about the stagnant water." Next, Lin Yuan said to Wendy, "Wendy, you have to hurry up and absorb all the poison inside the drugged snake eagle's heart to increase your power." Lin Yuan leaped onto Rising Lizard's back, and they moved toward the edge of the marsh. When they arrived at the edge of the marsh, Lin Yuan saw tens of marsh crocodiles. The marsh crocodiles looked terrified but still opened their mouths, half defensively and half challengingly. Scale Concubine finally caught up to Rising Lizard and said, "After the drugged snake eagle discovered me, it immediately decimated all the marsh crocodiles under my control. The stench of blood probably attracted these marsh crocodiles." The Medusa snake demon started to sing the marsh crocodile song to control the 30 marsh crocodiles. The strongest marsh crocodile present was Class 6. As such, they were all easily controlled by the Medusa snake demon. Lin Yuan poured a bucket of the tunneling mouse blood that Listen had given him into the marsh. The tunneling mouse was a scavenger fey, and its blood was very resistant to decay. Lin Yuan often saw people killing the tunneling mice near garbage cans back in Xia region. If no one cleaned up the tunneling mice's corpses, they would not decay even after a month. After the tunneling mouse blood was poured into the marsh, the stench of blood mixed with the mud to produce an unbearable odor. Lin Yuan did not immediately retreat from the odor. Instead, he poured 2 more barrels of the tunneling mouse into the marsh. He was afraid that the tunneling mouse blood would be insufficient to attract the marsh crocodile. But he soon realized that his concerns were unnecessary. Waves started to surge in the distant marsh, and more marsh crocodiles swam over within a few minutes. 1 hour later, Scale Concubine said, "Lord, I've reached my limit of the number of marsh crocodiles I can control with marsh crocodile song. If I try to control more marsh crocodiles, my hold on these 1,500 will weaken." Lin Yuan nodded. He had underestimated the effects of blood on the marsh crocodiles. In the past hour, 1/5 of the blood in the marsh had been consumed by the flesh-eating bacteria in the marsh. This meant that the tunneling mouse blood in the marsh would last for 5 hours. But the more marsh crocodiles gathered, the deeper Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. Scale Concubine had been paying attention to Rising Lizard and Lin Yuan while singing the marsh crocodile song. When Scale Concubine saw Lin Yuan frown, it said, "Lord, how about I instruct the 1,500 marsh crocodiles under my control to attack the other marsh crocodiles? Marsh crocodiles can increase their power and class by consuming other marsh crocodiles. Even if the ones under my control end up being killed, I can quickly replace them with other marsh crocodiles. The more high-class marsh crocodiles under my control, the better feast Lord Rising Lizard will have." Lin Yuan suddenly realized how devious the Medusa snake demon was. Nonetheless, this method could increase the defenses of his territory in the marsh world. Lin Yuan tossed a fey storage box to Scale Concubine and said, "There's a large amount of tunneling mouse blood inside. You can use it as you see fit. I'll also try to come up with a way to increase your power so that you'll be able to control more marsh crocodiles." Scale Concubine looked delighted as it received a gift from the young man who could produce apostles. It was so lucky. Lin Yuan returned to the main world. Hu Chuan had already started selecting spirit craftsmen for the team that would enter the marsh world. Lin Yuan was also hard at work at evolving phase so as to fulfill his traits with Sun Ningxiang and Long Xiao and to evolve the snake-type phase meant for Wendy to bronze/legend. Lin Yuan was slightly curious. The blind traits for the flower brocade pearls should have ended, and a mountain of aurora pollen was collected from it. The Sea Bliss clan should be in a frenzy by now. However, Wen Yu reported that the Sea Bliss clan was still as steady as a rock and continuing to expand. Lin Yuan was certain that the Sea Bliss clan's store of aurora pollen should be running low. From Condensed Fairy Orchid's records of aurora pollen transactions, the Sea Bliss clan had not bought any aurora pollen since 6 months ago. This was the Sea Bliss clan's shrewd plan. By only buying aurora pollen every 6 months when the price was at its lowest, the Sea Bliss clan saved a significant amount of money. After the Sea Bliss clan bought their batch of aurora pollen, the price of aurora pollen would skyrocket. However, the Sea Bliss clan had enough stock to wait until the price fell again. Lin Yuan suddenly thought of a ludicrous possibility. Could it be that the Sea Bliss clan was so focused on their fish farms in the islands that they had not even noticed the change in the price of aurora pollen? At that moment, Lin Yuan's phone rang. He frowned when he saw that it was an unknown number. After picking him up, he heard a timid female voice say, "Is this Black? I'm Tian Ning Ning. Where are we meeting?" Chapter 982, Ready to reveal his identity. Before Lin Yuan could finish speaking, Tian Ning Ning said, "I don't think it's appropriate for me to go to your house for our first meeting. Why don't we find somewhere else to meet and talk?" Lin Yuan could not help but be shocked by what Tian Ning Ning said. He had been busy with his own business the last 2 days, and time just flew by. Moreover, he always lost track of time when he was working and never stopped until he was done. Lin Yuan looked out the window and saw that it was a sunny day in the royal capital. A gentle breeze herded plumes of clouds while wispier strands bunched up like swathes of thin veils. The sun continuously peeked out and dipped beneath the clouds in a never-ending cycle. Due to the mountain river Eternal Life Carp's place of life, it was always lush and green in the return from faraway mansion. Lin Yuan suddenly felt cold and warm at the same time, and he realized that spring had truly come. He had been wanting to buy a few hundred questions beasts to become genius students. Since Tian Ning Ning wanted to meet elsewhere, he could use the free time to pick out a few hundred questions beasts. It was almost time for lunch. Thus, he decided to ask Tian Ning Ning out for lunch. Regardless, he did not plan on hiding anything from her anymore. Besides his identity as the city owner of Sky City, Lin Yuan was going to come clean to her about his other identities. Fine. Spirit Food Pavilion recently came out with a spring set meal that many people on Star Web are saying is good. Why don't we go there for lunch? Tian Ningning suddenly felt her ear grow hot as she listened to Lin Yuan speak. She had never heard Black's voice before, and the young man on the other end of the call had a magnetic yet refreshing voice. Tian Ningning's heart pounded in her chest. As Black's exclusive reporter, she was responsible for all his affairs on Star Web. However, she always felt a wall between the both of them. But from this one call, Tian Ningning felt that the distance between them had started to close. Tian Ningning had always wanted to get to know Black, and she finally had her chance. After meeting him offline, she would officially become close to him. In the future, even if she could not contact him, she could go to his house and would not have to meet him elsewhere like they were doing now. Okay. See you there. We were given many vouchers during New Year's, one of which will get us a discount at the Spirit Food Pavilion. Let me treat you. Lin Yuan smiled but did not reject her offer. Let's meet at the Spirit Food Pavilion in half an hour, replied Lin Yuan. The moment he hung up the phone, he heard someone knock on his door. He opened the door to see Wen Yu standing there with a rack of clothes in tow. She struggled to lift the rack and poked her head out to say, "Young master, these are the clothes I designed with pinru. They were designed for your measurement, so you can try them on." Lin Yuan hurriedly took over the rack from Wen Yu. He estimated there to be at least 20 sets of spirit chi clothes hanging on the rack. All these clothes we made for you have a special quality to them. Spring is almost upon us, and I asked Listen to collect various spiritual ingredients suitable for being made into spirit chi clothes. We plan on making clothes suitable for in-between seasons first. We can just simplify the designs later to save some of the valuable spiritual ingredients, said Wen Yu with a smile. Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched. All the clothes he had just been given were essentially limited edition. Most of the clothes that Pinru's home eventually released to the market would be edited versions of these ones. Lin Yuan could sincerely sense Wen Yu and Lu Pinru's passion for this fashion brand. From Wen Yu's passion, he knew that she was the one that wanted to establish a fashion brand. It was just that she had been so busy with Sky City's business and held down the fort on many affairs on her own that she had not had the time to nurture her personal interests. Now that Sky City was on track, Wen Yu had a lot more time. Moreover, Lu Pinru had a knack for management and could be a big help to Wen Yu. Hence, Wen Yu finally had the time to build a brand with Lu Pinru. Lin Yuan smiled at Wen Yu and said, "In order to make your brand famous, you have to work on your luxury goods. People will only clamor to buy your items when they treat them as luxury goods rather than regular items." Wen Yu listened intently to Lin Yuan's words before replying, "Pinru and I have already decided that we'll also offer custom-made clothes. They will require much more spiritual ingredients but should be able to be considered as luxury goods." Lin Yuan shook his head and said, "The spirit chi clothes and luxury goods must have a fundamental difference. The luxury goods have to be expensive enough that they won't be swapped out. However, spirit chi clothes are different. Every main member of the major factions spends every day trying to come up with a way to develop their faction. Hence, they will have many meetings. During the meetings, what they wear will be very important. If you want to raise the reputation of your brand, you have to target these people." Chapter 983, Distribution and Ranking Structure. Wen Yu looked confused as she did not understand what Lin Yuan was saying. She felt that custom-made clothes should be enough. In order to display one's status, the members of factions will not wear the spirit chi clothes they wear to banquets. Some of them might even be afraid of being seen as having a lack of clothes and never wear the spirit chi clothes again. Hence, the custom-made clothes will only be worn once, and it'll be hard to attract orders from the major factions, said Lin Yuan. Wen Yu nodded while she pondered over Lin Yuan's words. Since she used to be a spirit attendant, she understood the major factions well and knew about the situation that Lin Yuan was describing. However, she could not come up with a solution. As Lin Yuan watched Wen Yu contemplating the issue, he smiled and said, "Wen Yu, do you know about the distribution of goods?" Wen Yu shook her head. Lin Yuan started to explain, if a brand wants to retain its customers, it needs to continuously appeal to its customers in a way that customers won't feel reluctant to part with their money. If the custom-made clothes can only be bought after a customer buys 10 other spirit chi clothes, do you think the customers will buy the 10 spirit chi clothes? Realization dawned on Wen Yu, and she immediately understood what Lin Yuan was getting at. Lin Yuan continued before she could think about designing the distributed spirit chi clothes. When a set of spirit chi clothes is precious enough and able to display one's status, the person will never get tired of wearing it. The heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls should be able to drive up the price when used on a set of spirit chi clothes. A key factor of luxury goods is its air of superiority. In order to magnify the air of superiority, there must be a ranking. One set of spirit chi clothes with Cloud Dream Lake elemental pearls can only be obtained after 10 other sets of spirit chi clothes are bought. In contrast, a set of spirit chi clothes with Defined Life elemental pearls can only be obtained after 100 sets of other spirit chi clothes and 10 sets with Cloud Dream Lake elemental pearls are bought. You can also offer a service where Class 5 weavers will create the spirit chi clothes with Defined Life elemental pearls to the customer's desired color and details to increase the demand. Wen Yu's eyes lit up. She felt that if Lin Yuan built his own fashion brand, he would probably end up supplying half the clothes worn by the major factions to important events. As someone who was skilled at organizing, Wen Yu knew Lin Yuan would be capable of doing so because he understood human nature well. She took out the notebook she always carried with her and jotted down the business plan that Lin Yuan had just laid out. Lin Yuan did not interrupt her. He picked out a set of white spirit chi clothes with silver patterns from the rack that Wen Yu had brought. Lin Yuan noticed that Wen Yu's weaver skills had improved. The silver patterns were stitched using diamond soft silk silver silkworm thread. The thread was feather light and would be able to remain floating for a minute in a windless environment. Class 3 weavers would find it very difficult to embroider using such silk. Lin Yuan remembered that Wen Yu had only been a Class 3 weaver when she first made spirit chi clothes for him. He put the white spirit chi clothes on and communicated with Blackie through his spiritual energy. Blackie appeared by his window, and he jumped down onto its back. Blackie immediately carried Lin Yuan toward Tree Stream River, where the Spirit Food Pavilion and the Creation Master Association were. There were rows of shops lining the back alleys. These stores sold anything, including feys. There would definitely be many hundred questions beasts available for Lin Yuan to choose from. Although he had announced himself as the Moon Empress disciple at the Guardia banquet, information about the disciples of the members of royalty was not leaked. Thus, he did not need to worry about anyone recognizing him as the Moon Empress disciple. However, he had made an appearance at the All-Star match and still attracted attention while riding on Blackie's back. Lin Yuan also encountered 2 girls on avian-type feys that stopped him to try to get his contact details and autograph. The members of the Radiance 100 sequence and A-level and B-level guild clubs were used to such occurrences, but Lin Yuan found it uncomfortable. Many avian-type feys were flying about within the royal capital, but not many of them were fantasy breed feys, much less pure flood dragon species feys. Lin Yuan had won his fight at the All-Star match by just using a red light, and many people had been wondering what feys he had. This flood dragon species fey obviously could not let out red light and could not be the fey that Lin Yuan had used at the All-Star match. The black flood dragon species fey had been evolved to fantasy breed while at gold grade. This meant that it was definitely not just used for transport but was a fey with which Lin Yuan had actually formed a contract. Many people took pictures of Lin Yuan riding on Blackie to upload them on StarWeb to attract more traffic and likes on their personal pages. Chapter 984, Plum Blossom Branches and the Young Man. Lin Yuan stopped Blackie when they arrived at the entrance of Tree Stream Street. He jumped to the ground and saw a row of shops selling plum blossom branches. Plum blossoms could be used to make wine, cook soups, bake into biscuits, and as a spice. It could be called the most versatile type of flower-type feys. However, flower-type feys mostly bloom during winter, and most would be withering soon when spring came in full force. As such, plum blossom branches were only sold about 7 or 8 days a year. The plum blossom branches were sold for very low prices, and every store was fighting to offer the lowest price possible. Back in Xia region, it was warm at the end of the year, and there were no plum blossom branches available to be bought. Otherwise, even Lin Yuan, as poor as he had been, would have been able to afford the plum blossom branches. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard a gruff voice snarl, "Brat, if you go on like this, it won't just be a scolding you'll be receiving. We all agreed that 15 Federation dollars for 1 plum blossom branch is the price. How dare you lower your price to 14 Federation dollars per branch?" Lin Yuan turned to see a tall and skinny man with a thunderous expression shrieking at a young boy of about 12 years of age in an unpleasant tone. If not for the young man's silence, the tall and skinny man would have slapped him. The young boy tugged at his patched-up clothes and kept his eyes trained on the ground. He looked like he was about to cry. Lin Yuan frowned. He had also sold usnias by the side of the road when he was about the young boy's age. In order to earn money to treat Chu Si's high fever, he had sold the usnias for 10 Federation dollars for 3 stocks instead of the market rate of 5 Federation dollars for 1 stock. The moment he had lowered the price, he had been beaten up by the other sellers. He had been in the exact same situation as the young boy. However, the tall and skinny man was not completely in the wrong. Every seller was working hard to earn money to feed their family. The young boy's action was spoiling the market. Places where many sellers gathered together to sell the same spiritual ingredient had their own unspoken rules. In order to maintain the peace, everyone had to offer the same price so that generating sales would solely be a matter of one's salesmanship. 15 Federation dollars for 1 plum blossom branch was already very cheap. The young boy had to require money badly if he was willing to lower the price even further. He had to be desperate to be selling plum blossom branches on the street at such a young age. Lin Yuan walked over and squatted down next to the boy in tattered clothes. He gently patted the young boy's head and noticed that the young boy's eyes were brimming with tears. Lin Yuan hurriedly took out a tissue and handed it to the young boy as he said, "Is it 15 Federation dollars for 1 stock? I want to buy more." The young boy reached out his hand to receive the tissue but quickly retracted his hand when he saw the golden luster embossed on it. The golden luster was made of real gold and was unbelievably valuable. The young boy would not be able to afford the tissue even if he sold all his plum blossom branches. When he noticed the young boy's apprehension, Lin Yuan used the tissue to wipe away the young boy's tears. This seemed to be the first time that the young boy was experiencing the kindness of a stranger, and it made him anxious. He lifted his teary eyes and squeaked, "Thank you, big brother. How many plum blossom branches do you want? My brother soaked all of them in water, and they're very fresh. They will last for at least 2 days." Lin Yuan looked at the plum blossom branches that the young boy was selling and saw that they were all vibrant and firm. There were even traces of dew on some petals. This meant that the plum blossom branches had to have been soaked for at least 3 hours. Suddenly, a gruff and loud voice said, "Young master, I have plum blossom branches too. How about?" Lin Yuan said to the tall and skinny man, "Okay. I'll take all the plum blossom branches that both of you have. I can use them in baked goods or collect the nectar." Although Lin Yuan had frowned at the gruff man, he knew that the gruff man did not have any bad intentions. Otherwise, the gruff man could have just chased the young boy out for not following the rules. It would also have reduced the gruff man's competition. If he had done so, the young boy would have to return home without earning a single cent. Although it was just 1 day wasted, many of the young boy's plum blossom branches would have wilted. The young boy looked over the moon. But he remembered that he had almost 300 plum blossom branches on him, too much for baking or collecting the nectar. Thus, he said timidly, "Big brother, I don't think you'll need so many plum blossom branches if you just want to use them in baking and collect their nectar. If you live nearby, you can give me your address, and I'll deliver fresh plum blossom branches to you every day." Lin Yuan tousled the young boy's hair and stood up as he said, "There are many people in my home. None of the plum blossom branches will go to waste." He gave the young boy the address of the Fey Observer Association. "Over the next few days, if you can carry this many, deliver 500 plum blossom branches to this address at 9 a.m. A woman will take them from you and pay you." Lin Yuan took out the amber button-shaped diamond Fey storage box and paid both the tall and skinny man and the young boy. He also paid the young boy for tomorrow's 500 plum blossom branches. Lin Yuan knew that the young boy had to be in a difficult situation if he was selling the plum blossom branches that he had painstakingly grown. Chapter 985, Unable to go out in sunlight. Help the desperate but not the poor. Given the weather and temperature, the plum blossom branches were only going to be sold for another week. These 5,000 plum blossom branches cost about 70,005 Federation dollars. Lin Yuan hoped that the 70,005 Federation dollars would help this whelp of a boy. The young boy's eyes that the struggles of life had blurred lit up when he received the money. His cracked lips split into a smile as he exclaimed, "My brother will finally be able to drink medicine every 2 days." Lin Yuan had heard the young boy mention that he had an older brother that soaked the plum blossom branches in ice water. Lin Yuan was also an older brother, and he wondered how another older brother would be willing to allow his younger brother to sell plum blossom branches by the street. But he did not expect that the young boy was selling the plum blossom branches so that his older brother could seek medical help. The young boy skipped off into an alley with the money in hand and an empty basket. The gruff man had been observing Lin Yuan and could tell from Lin Yuan's elegant silver-embroidered spirit chi clothes and gold-embossed tissue that Lin Yuan had a decently high status. However, the gruff man could not tell just how high Lin Yuan's status was. The gruff man had spent his entire life selling spiritual ingredients on Tree Stream Street and had met many sons from rich families. Many of them came from rising factions. But Lin Yuan gave the gruff man a completely different feeling than those rich sons did. His eliteness was laced with composed elegance, and every curl of his lips made him seem amiable. When he saw Lin Yuan watch the young boy's disappearing figure, the gruff man said, Ayu's older brother contracted a strange illness last summer, and their parents were killed by forest scary wolves while digging for vegetables 2 years ago in the endless forest. If their parents knew that they were going to die in the endless forest, they wouldn't have adopted the 2 kids. Alum cannot be exposed to sunlight after contracting that strange illness. Ayu is the one keeping them both alive, but their small fey store will probably have to close soon. The gruff man realized that the elite young man had left some time ago. Lin Yuan walked into the alley that the young boy had gone into. Tree Stream Street was an old street, and many alleys had been there for years. There were one-room houses in these old alleys that had both a front and backyard. Currently, there was a store in front of each of the houses. The houses were just like stores that were tightly squeezed side by side and were abuzz with activity. The moment he stepped into the alley, Lin Yuan saw a few large steamers in the front yard of a small house. The steam rising from the steamers had the fragrance of the blackback mountain boar meat. The scent made Lin Yuan's stomach rumble, and he immediately walked up to buy some. But he suddenly remembered that he was going to have lunch with Tian Ning Ning at the Spirit Food Pavilion soon and decided not to buy the blackback mountain boar meat. It was not easy to walk in the alley. If one started to run, one would definitely end up kicking a whirlwind of dust. However, walking on such a path gave Lin Yuan a nostalgic feeling. He was shocked when he took out Federation dollars from the amber button-shaped diamond fey storage box. It had been a long time since he used Federation dollars to pay for anything. After spending so much time in the stunning return from faraway mansion, walking in the old alley made him feel as though he had descended to the human world from the celestial world. The clanging noises and smoke made Lin Yuan realize that the intangible things were the freest. Suddenly, his spiritual energy pulsed, and a shape-shifting willpower rune appeared in Lin Yuan's mind. Lin Yuan could not believe that he had accidentally comprehended another willpower rune. He now had 2 willpower runes that he had not used yet. The other was the one he had comprehended while in the midst of carnage. The willpower rune he had comprehended while in the midst of carnage had been the first one he comprehended, and it had been collecting dust in his mind for a long time. This other willpower did not have a solid shape and was overflowing with freedom. Lin Yuan did not have a clue what feys were suitable for these 2 willpower runes. As a spirit chi professional, he could not contract a random fey just for the sake of using the willpower rune. Every fey that he contracted had to be able to fit in with his combat system perfectly. He felt that he needed to spend some time to properly evaluate what kind of fey was still missing from his combat system. As he regained his senses from comprehending the willpower rune, Lin Yuan suddenly remembered what the gruff man had told him. Ayu reminded Lin Yuan of himself. Lin Yuan was already feeling empathetic, but he did not expect Ayu and his brother to be in the exact situation that Lin Yuan and Chu Xi had been in. Both sets of siblings were orphans where the older brother was sick and opened a small fey store. The difference was that Lin Yuan and Chu Xi were their parents' biological children while the brothers were adopted. Lin Yuan found it hard to believe that such different people would be in such similar situations. At the same time, he was also suspicious. The gruff man had said that a strange illness had blinded Ayu's brother. What an odd disease. In the Spirit Chi awakening era, normal people who could not become Spirit Chi professionals were seen as pathetic yet lucky. The people in the era of the Spirit Chi awakening allowed normal people to absorb Spirit Chi and consume spiritual ingredients that contained spiritual power. As long as one did not contract a serious illness, it was difficult for a person to die. During the Spirit Chi awakening era, many strange illnesses had also been eradicated. Chapter 986, Go Big Like Always. Many dark-type feys that were seriously injured or recently born were extremely sensitive to light. But being afraid of light was not the same as being sensitive to light. Pure dark-type feys would be burnt by the sun and result in their roots being damaged. But once the dark-type fey grew up, it would be able to withstand sunlight without fear. However, they still despised sunlight. Lin Yuan shook this train of thought out of his head. How could a person become a pure dark-type fey? Pure dark-type feys could only change into human form once they reached Myth 2. But even if a Myth 2 fey was in a near-death state, it would not be terrified of sunlight. When Lin Yuan arrived at the first spirit life form store, he summoned Genius and said, "Genius, you can pick out your own students." Genius happily swayed its 5 voluminous tails and nudged Lin Yuan's hand with its tails as it said in a childlike voice, "Yuan, I don't have any requirements for my students. I would rather have unattractive 100 questions beasts as my students over pretty ones. The pretty 100 questions beasts would be able to find masters quickly, but the unattractive ones might never be able to find a master." Genius sighed and continued, "They probably don't even have food to eat." It was clear that Genius was reminiscing its past. Genius climbed up to Lin Yuan's shoulder and nudged his face as it meowed. The moment he walked into the store, Lin Yuan knitted his brow at the pungent smell. The pungent smell came from old fey feces. Genius wrinkled its nose and whispered into Lin Yuan's ear, "Yuan, I don't smell any 100 questions beasts. I don't think there are any here." Lin Yuan stopped walking. At that moment, a middle-aged man walked out into the store. He was holding a gunny sack at arm's length, and black and brown sludge dripped from the gunny sack. The moment the middle-aged man walked out with the gunny sack, the stench of feces intensified. Lin Yuan knew that the middle-aged man was cleaning out the fey droppings from yesterday night. Back when he had been running the spirit life form store, he only had plant-type feys with the exception of Chimey and Genius. Animal-type feys were much more valuable than plant-type feys, but he did not sell them because of the limitations of his physical consideration. He could not afford to maintain the animal-type feys, and he was very sentimental. After nurturing the animal-type feys for some time, he would become reluctant to sell them as he could not be sure that they would be sold to someone that would take proper care of them. The middle-aged man placed the sack in a corner before walking up to Lin Yuan and started to eye him up and down. He also peered at the 5-tailed well-groomed white cat on Lin Yuan's shoulder and said, "What kind of feys are you looking for? We have every type of fey here in the best spirit life form store in the alley." "I want a few 100 questions beasts," replied Lin Yuan. An awkward expression came over the middle-aged man. He did not understand why Lin Yuan needed so many 100 questions beasts. The 100 questions beast was a housekeeping beast that had the intelligence of a regular human. It was very easy to take care of it. However, there were too few benefits to owning the 100 questions beast, and not many people were willing to keep them. "Handsome fellow, I don't have any 100 questions beasts, and I don't think any other store does either. Only fey marketplaces sell the 100 questions beast. You'll be able to choose from tens of thousands of varieties of 100 questions beasts there." A thought seemed to strike the middle-aged man as he went on to say, "There is a spirit life form store in the deepest part of the alley. A pair of brothers own it. There should be the 100 questions beasts there. However, the 100 questions beasts won't be of good quality. You can try your luck there." Lin Yuan nodded and replied, "I don't have any high expectations for the 100 questions beasts. I'll go and take a look." The middle-aged man anxiously said, "My wife just happens to be in the store. The spirit life form store isn't easy to find. I'll take you there." The elder of the two brothers is weak due to a strange illness and is often out of breath when he speaks. However, the things they sell are definitely fine. Lin Yuan knew that Ayu opened the spirit life form store. The middle-aged man's encouragement of sending Lin Yuan to the spirit life form store showed how much he wanted to help the brothers. This reminded Lin Yuan of Uncle Li and Auntie Zhang, who had taken care of him. The world was filled with both light and darkness. But even in the darkness, warmth could be found. Lin Yuan was going to manage the Warm Sun Fund that Chimey and Genius wanted to set up. The Warm Sun Fund had not officially started yet. Given Lin Yuan's current capabilities, it was easy yet difficult for him to manage the Warm Sun Fund. It depended on what extent he wanted to go to. But Lin Yuan felt that he would go big like he always did. Chimey's 3 billion radiance dollars seemed like a lot, but it would not be enough to cover every inch of the 36 cities in the Radiance Federation. Many people were needed to help out, and connections needed to be made with the various breeding bases and chambers of commerce. Chapter 987, The Beast Pattern. Lin Yuan realized that his group of acquaintances included Sun Ningxiang, who controlled Condense Fairy Orchard that supplied most of the plant-type feys to the market, Long Tao, the young leader of Coiling Dragons Valley that had the most dragon species feys and creation master resources, Li Xian, who came from Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine that supplied most of the avian-type feys to the market, and Gao Feng, who came from Gao family, which was a major player in the deep-sea resources industry and had a massive amount of aquatic-type fey resources. Although Lin Yuan's network was not enough to cover every type of fey in the market, these factions would be able to aid in the proliferation of the Warm Sun Fund's efforts. Lin Yuan planned on talking to Sun Ningxiang, Gao Feng, Long Tao and Li Xian when he had the chance. As they walked, the middle-un talked non-stop. Lin Yuan's mind was full of thoughts about the Warm Sun Fund, but the middle-aged man kept asking him questions. It was clear that the middle-aged man had recognized Lin Yuan as the young man who had defeated Meng Su at the All-Star match. The middle-aged man praised Lin Yuan endlessly to the point that Lin Yuan became embarrassed. When they turned a corner, the middle-aged man pointed straight ahead and said, "Keep walking straight, and you'll find the Spirit Life Form store. You can't miss it. I have to go back to continue cleaning out the store. If my wife discovers the mess, she'll start calling me lazy again." Lin Yuan nodded. The middle-aged man was lazy, but he was a good person. Lin Yuan walked ahead and saw Yu walking toward him carrying a water basin. Lin Yuan had also done such chores before when the tap in the bathroom was damaged. It had been sweltering in Redbud City, and the least of one's worries was catching a cold. However, the royal capital was only beginning to turn warm now, and pouring water on oneself in the gusty environment would definitely result in one catching a cold. Yu sneezed as he wiped himself down with the water from the basin. At this point, Yu had also noticed Lin Yuan. His eyes lit up, and he ran over to Lin Yuan. "Big brother, why are you here? Do you want to buy something from the store?" Lin Yuan was about to nod when a feeble voice said from inside the store, "Little Yu, the basin is missing. Did you take it out? I told you that it's still too cold. If you pour water on yourself out there, you'll definitely catch a cold." The voice sounded extremely weak, but the tone of consideration was prominent. Yu hastily grinned and hid the basin behind him as he walked back into the house shouting, "Big brother, a customer is here. He's the one who ordered plum blossom branches from me. I'm going to buy medicine for you now. Your health is the most important. If only I could buy enough medicine for you to consume every day. I don't want to go to school. I want to stay in the store to help you." Yu dashed out of the alley. Lin Yuan strode into the store and saw a young man slightly younger than him dressed in a large black robe. Only his pale and sallow face could be seen. Although his body was wrapped up in the robe, it was clear that the young man was only skin and bones. The young man looked at Lin Yuan with a wary yet thankful gaze. Lin Yuan understood why the sickly young man was looking at him in such a way. If someone had ordered so many usnias from him back when he and Chu Ci were at Xia region, Lin Yuan would also be on alert when the person came to the store. Weak creatures needed to have such cautiousness to survive. Lin Yuan also scanned the young man and felt that something seemed to be sucking away the young man's vitality. Rather, something seemed to be stewing within the young man. This was the reason for the young man's feebleness. Otherwise, Lin Yuan could not sense any other problems with the young man. Since the young man was weak due to a lack of vitality, all Lin Yuan had to do was replenish his vitality. Lin Yuan waved his hand, and a beam of green light landed on the young man. The young man was initially going to dodge the green light, but he was too slow. When the green light landed on the young man, he suddenly felt himself being filled with strength. He had not felt this strong since before he contracted the strange illness. The young man was delighted by this development, and all his wariness disappeared. Now, he was only looking at Lin Yuan with gratitude. However, Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. The amount of vitality that the jasmine lily's bud of mountain jade provided the young man should have been more than enough. It should have been sufficient even to bring him back from the brink of death. Yet, the vitality was slowly being drained from the young man's body. The young man's body was just like a bottomless pit that greedily gobbled all the pure vitality. Lin Yuan used True Data and saw that dark energy swirling in the young man's body. True Data also made Lin Yuan sure that the young man was nothing more than a human. This was the first time that Lin Yuan had encountered such a massive amount of dark energy within a human's body, and he could not help but be curious. The young man had been able to survive because the dark energy had been in an unconscious state. But now, Lin Yuan had triggered the dark energy awake, and he immediately stopped supplying vitality. Otherwise, all the vitality would be drained away by the pure dark energy. Lin Yuan had supplied vitality for over 5 minutes, and he noticed that the dark energy disappeared the moment it grew to its maximum extent. Soon, a dark glow radiated from the young man. The dark glow rose from the young man's chest and seemed to be forming a pattern. It moved up the young man's neck until it turned into the image of a hooked tail on the young man's left cheek. The hooked tail looked just like a menacing scorpion tail. Lin Yuan widened his eyes, and a guess formed in his head. He quickly walked up to the young man and said, "Can I see what's on your neck?" The young man seemed oblivious to the change that had just occurred. All he knew was that he no longer felt weak, and he wanted to test if he was still afraid of the light. When the young man removed his black robe and hat to reveal his neck, Lin Yuan's guess was confirmed. The pattern that had appeared on the young man's body was a beast pattern. Chapter 988, Parents' Gift. Beast patterns were familiar yet foreign to Lin Yuan. There were now 2 members in Wenyu's astronomical parliament, Bei Su and Yin Lin. Both of them had formed contracts with north-south constellation seats. At the previous parliamentary meeting, Lin Yuan had discovered that Yin Lin had awakened 2 beast patterns in her body. As such, Lin Yuan had studied up on beast patterns afterward. Due to the spirit white lion and azure cloud leopard beast patterns, Yin Lin had become the 4th Azure envoy in the Azure Federation. The Moon Empress had announced this piece of news at the Guardia banquet, and Lin Yuan had been surprised when he first heard it. The Radiance Federation, Freedom Federation, and Azure Federation were the 3 most powerful federations in the world. The 3 federations had comparable power, and any conflict between either federation would affect the entire continent. As the 4th Azure envoy, Yin Lin had limitless authority in the Azure Federation. In a way, she had surpassed Lin Yuan. The 25 Class 5 families were the pillars of the Azure Federation. Previously, Yin Lin's status in the Azure Federation was lower than that of Lin Yuan as the Moon Empress disciple. But now, her status as an Azure envoy was higher than that of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's status would only become equal to hers if he became a Radiance envoy. But due to the astronomical parliament, Yin Lin remained as one of Lin Yuan's subordinates. It was unknown whether Yin Lin had created a private faction in the Azure Federation. Tomorrow night would be the 4th Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting. Almost a month had passed since Yin Lin and Bei Su were called into the Astronomical Parliament and saved by Lin Yuan. Thus, the next parliamentary meeting would be a good time for Lin Yuan to receive a record of Yin Lin and Bei Su's achievements as well as give them their next task. He was not worried about Yin Lin as her every word and action carried the responsibility of a Class 4 and Class 5 family. After becoming the 4th Azure envoy, her actions had the support of the entire Azure Federation. Her current status granted her complete agency. However, Bei Su was different. Bei Su could only depend on the sharp shadow bat in the grotto continent. On the other hand, Lin Yuan had always had a guess about Yin Lin's immediate awakening of 2 beast patterns after regaining her sight. Lin Yuan felt that Yin Lin was only able to awaken the 2 beast patterns because of the jasmine lily's severed limbs growth. Spirit Chi professionals had weak bodies, and the bloodlines of feys in a human's body could result in a blockage of bodily functions and even lead to death. Usually, the beast bloodlines in a human's body would fall into an unconscious state when the human was young. When Lin Yuan was treating Yin Lin's eyes, he had been concerned that she would not be completely cured. As such, he had injected a massive amount of vitality into her. It was likely that severed limbs growth allowed Yin Lin's genetic model to recombine with the spirit beast bloodline and awakened the beast patterns. Now that he saw Alun's state, Lin Yuan knew that his guess had been accurate. Lin Yuan could not help but be amazed at how great of a decision it had been to combine the willpower rune he had comprehended during the natural cleansing with the jasmine lily. Many healing-type spirit chi professionals, including Thearch class healing-type spirit chi professionals, had abilities that Lin Yuan could not compete with. However, none of them had feys that had severed limbs growth. Alun noticed Lin Yuan staring at his neck, and he felt as though Lin Yuan's eyes were boring into him. He could not figure out what was so interesting about his neck. But when Alun lowered his head, he saw the beast pattern that extended from his neck to his chest. He immediately started to panic as he did not know what this thing on his body was. Lin Yuan immediately started to explain to Alun, "Don't be afraid. This is a gift that came from your biological parents' bloodline. The back pattern on your neck is a beast pattern. It looks like it's from a pure dark type scorpion species fey. If you ever contract a pure dark type scorpion species fey in the future, you can use your bloodline to evolve the fey rapidly. You will be able to nurture feys at a multiplied rate of others." Alun inhaled sharply. Ayu did not know that they had been adopted, but Alun did. Although their adopted parents had never mentioned it, everyone in the alley lived so closely together that they knew each other's business. When their adopted parents had been alive, Alun had heard the neighbors mention their adoption more than once. He did not believe them at the beginning. But as he grew older, he realized that he and Ayu looked less and less like their adopted parents. Alun did not know why he and his brother had been abandoned, and he could not ask his adopted parents. Even if he did want to ask them now, they had already been killed by the forest's scary wolves in the endless forest. Alun had respected his adopted parents like they were actually his parents. While they had been alive, Alun had been a model son. Although he had never outwardly expressed it, Alun had always begrudged his biological parents. It was natural for an abandoned child to want to know why they had been tossed aside. A look of pain crossed Alun's face, but he quickly regained his composure and asked Lin Yuan in a shaky voice, "How do you know that this beast pattern came from my biological parents?" Alun wanted to learn about his biological parents from Lin Yuan, even if it would not be able to answer all his doubts. Chapter 989, Polar Night Blue Sky Scorpion. When Lin Yuan heard what Alun said, he realized that Alun had no idea what his beast pattern was. This was unsurprising as beast patterns were only known to Class 4 scholars. There was no way that Alun would have heard about it when he spent his days taking care of a spirit life form store with his brother. Either one of your parents had to have been a creation breed Fey, because only the offspring of a creation breed Fey and a human would manifest a beast pattern. Like I already said, one of your parents had to have been a pure dark type scorpion species Fey, explained Lin Yuan. Alun suddenly felt his perspective on life being turned upside down. Never in his 16 years had he ever considered that he could be the child of a Fey. But what was a creation breed Fey? Was it even more powerful than a fantasy breed Fey? From Alun's astonishment and confusion, Lin Yuan could tell that Alun not only did not expect to learn such things about himself but also that he did not understand part of the information he had just been given. Lin Yuan thought over what he had just said and immediately realized what the kicker had been. Back when he lived in Xia region, the strongest Fey he knew of was fantasy breed. He had only found out about the different qualities of fantasy breed Feys when he was riding on Ling Xiao's blue jade Pegasus. It was also then that he found out about myth breed Feys. Lin Yuan continued. When Feys are combined with a willpower rune, they can evolve to fantasy breed. When the willpower condenses into a type of law, the fantasy breed Fey can transform into myth breed. When the law turns into a world, the myth breed Fey will transform into a creation breed Fey. Lin Yuan felt bad when he remembered Alun's pained expression and said, "It's not easy for creation breed Feys to have children. The experience is unimaginably painful. Hence, your parents wouldn't have abandoned you without reason. It had to be because they had no other choice. You and you are related by blood, and you're 4 years older than him. You should still have memories from when you were 4. Yet, you have no memory of your biological parents at all. This means that your parents didn't want the memories of their leaving to cause you pain. They definitely loved you more than you think." Lin Yuan pointed at the scorpion tail beast pattern on Alun's neck and continued. Judging from the features of the tail, the beast pattern's Fey is likely to be the polar night blue sky scorpion. The polar night blue sky scorpion is one of the rare scorpion species Feys that continue to care for their offspring even after their offspring matures. Suddenly, all of Alun's doubts and confusion turned into tears that clouded his eyes. For someone like Alun, who had been suppressing all his emotions that came with being adopted, suddenly having all the knots in his heart untangled brought as much sadness and melancholy as it did relief. But in spite of his tears, Alun's lips slowly curved upward. His smile came from the knowledge that his biological parents had loved him. Alun quickly wiped his tears away with his sleeve. He bowed to Lin Yuan and said, "My name is Qin Lun. Thank you for everything that you've done for me. I don't know how I can repay you. If you have anything in mind, please tell me. I'll do anything. But please, can I beg of you to check on you too?" He also started to become sensitive to light a month ago. His condition is much milder, but I was also like that for half a year before I became completely unable to stand light. Lin Yuan had been observing the store from the moment he stepped foot inside. As small as it was very clean. This meant that the weak Qin Lun had been conscientious about keeping the store clean. "What are your plans for the future? A small store like yours probably can't earn enough to buy a pure dark type scorpion species Fey even after 5 years. Even if you are lucky enough to obtain one before you reach 25 years old, the quality would only be elite at best. If all the earnings from the store go to you, you will have no prospects in his future. Spirit Chi professionals like you who have awakened your beast patterns can only contract Feys suitable for your beast patterns. Any other Fey will reject you. Since your beast pattern is of the polar night blue sky scorpion, the best Fey for you to contract is the polar night blue sky scorpion. The polar night blue sky scorpion is very rare and can probably only be found in the top faction cage of Brahma insects. Is it acceptable to you if you can't contract the polar night blue sky scorpion?" Lin Yuan had said what he said in consideration of Qin Lun's talent and because the brothers reminded him of him and Chu Ci. He had become the Moon Empress disciple right after obtaining Morbius. The Moon Empress had always silently sheltered him and enabled him to grow rapidly. Qin Lun's beast pattern would be the door that led him to a new lease of life. If he was willing to join Sky City, Lin Yuan could also shelter him. Qin Lun immediately clenched his fist tightly and said, "I can't accept it. But immediately after, he released his grip. So what if he couldn't accept it? He had nothing besides this little spirit life form store. He could not even become a spirit chi professional or contract a fey that was suitable to him. Just as he was despairing in the dead end that was his life, Lin Yuan said, I started a private faction recently called Sky City. Are you willing to join and become one of the members? Chapter 990, Willing to become Young Master's Sword. Qin Lun's eyes grew wide, and he said with trembling lips, I'm willing. To Qin Lun, this dignified young man had saved his life, giving him a future and a sense of direction for his life. Lin Yuan smiled toothily, and Qin Lun felt that the smile was even brighter than the sun. Qin Lun had shunned the sun for some time. Although he no longer had to hide, he still did not care for the sun. However, Qin Lun loved this smile that was brighter than the sun. Just as Lin Yuan was about to ask about the sale of the 100 questions beasts, Qin Lun said solemnly, Young Master, will Sky City be facing strong enemies in the future? Lin Yuan did not understand why Qin Lun was asking such a question, but when he thought about the Zhang family, Miao family, the unknown apostles in the Marsh world, the Divine Wood Federation that he was about to venture into soon, and the mysterious Tower Cannon, he nodded and said, Sky City will be facing many enemies, and they're all stronger than us. Qin Lun got down on one knee and said, I'm willing to become your sword and cut down every enemy that stands in your way. Lin Yuan was taken aback by Qin Lun's declaration. But since he was going to contact the Polar Night Blue Sky Scorpion, it was fitting to call him a sword. In fact, he would be a very sharp sword. Lin Yuan helped Qin Lun back onto his feet and said, Since you're joining Sky City, why don't you close the spirit life form for now? You can bring you to the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce and ask for someone named Listen. Let Listen take care of you for a while I try to find the Polar Night Blue Sky Scorpion for you. I'll also solve the problem of Ayu's beast pattern. He's still young and should be in school. After I homeschool Ayu, I'll let him take the test to enter the Royal Capital's low-class Spirit Chi Academy. Qin Lun was beside himself, coming up with a way to thank Lin Yuan. He could not believe how much consideration Lin Yuan had for Ayu. After he exchanged phone numbers with Qin Lun and gave him the address of the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, Lin Yuan asked Qin Lun, I heard from one of the shop owners that you sell the 100 questions beasts. Take me to them. Qin Lun hurriedly replied, Young Master, all the 100 beasts in the store are rejected ones that I bought for low prices at breeding bases. They were not fed well at the breeding bases and most are bony with matted fur. However, they're all smart and pleasant. I just showered them yesterday. There are 10 in the cage there and 40 more in the house. I change out the 100 questions beasts on display in the cage every 5 days. But only a few people have come to see the 100 questions beasts in the past 6 months, and not one of them was sold. Lin Yuan asked Genius, are 50 100 questions beasts enough? Genius nodded and replied, Yuan, if I use connected tails to teach the 100 questions beasts, 50 is my limit. Connected tails can only teach 500 questions beasts at a time, and I'll need to rest afterward. Lin Yuan nodded and looked at the time. There were still 20 minutes before he was supposed to meet Tian Ningning. There were many times when he made her wait on Star Web. Now that they were having a meal offline, it would be despicable of him to make her wait. He tossed a diamond fey storage box at Qin Lun and said, place the 50 100 questions beasts in this diamond fey storage box and give it to Listen. Some other things in the diamond fey storage box are meant for you. You can use it to have a good meal with Ayu. Both of you are still growing, and eating more food with rare spiritual ingredients will not only help you grow but also increase your power. Lin Yuan summoned Blackie in the alley, and they rode off toward the spirit food pavilion. Qin Lun stood under the shadow of the roof and smiled sincerely as he watched Lin Yuan disappear in a sunbeam. He placed his hands together and bowed deeply. Tian Ningning arrived at Spirit Food Pavilion at the agreed-upon time and got the depending on Plum's room using her coupons. She had initially reserved the larger floating bamboo room, but she did not expect that someone snatched it from her. She was about to say that she had reserved the floating bamboo room first, but another woman complained about her. Since she was going to treat Black to a meal, Tian Ningning did not want to cause any trouble. Hence, she settled for the smaller depending on Plum's room. There were 20 precious plum-type phase pearl snow planted in the depending on Plum's room. With every passing breeze, the plum petals would drift to the ground like a shower of pearly snow. Tian Ningning saw that it was almost time and hurriedly sent Black a message. Tian Ningning, Black, I already booked a room in the Spirit Food Pavilion. You can come to the depending on Plum's room directly. At that moment, Lin Yuan had just arrived at the entrance of the spirit food pavilion and jumped down from Blackie's back. He raised an eyebrow when he saw Tian Ningning's message. Zhongzi had given Lin Yuan a card that could be used at any spirit food pavilion. The card would allow him to use the drawing world peony room that was never open to the public. One could also enjoy dishes that included some of the kitchen fragrant palace's secret 300 dishes in the drawing world peony room that were not available in the other rooms. But since Tian Ningning had already booked the Depending on Plums room, Lin Yuan kept the card away and followed a waiter to the Depending on Plums room. Chapter 991, Black and the Rich Lin Yuan are the same person. Lin Yuan had eaten with Gao Feng at the Royal Capital's Spirit Food Pavilion, but they had eaten more casual dishes. They had booked a normal room rather than one of the beautiful, themed rooms. While they were walking, the waiter scanned Lin Yuan. Rather than Lin Yuan's face, the waiter spent more time looking at Lin Yuan's silver clothes. The server was clearly shocked as he could not believe that someone used such expensive diamond soft silk silver silkworm silk to embroider such normal spirit chi clothes. Once the server led Lin Yuan to the Depending on Plums room, he bowed and ushered Lin Yuan in. Lin Yuan strode into the room. Since he no longer planned on hiding his identity from Tian Ningning, he did not instruct Genius to change into the silver mask. Tian Ningning had already heard voices coming from the entrance, and she assumed that it was Black. All of the rooms in Spirit Food Pavilion had curtains in front of the doors so that customers could have privacy. Pearl snows were planted behind the curtain in the Depending on Plums room, which blocked the area off even better. Tian Ningning stood up to greet Black. Her heart was pounding wildly in her chest. Her heart was racing faster than when she had first entered Star Web and was being interviewed to become a Star Web reporter. She saw a handsome and pleasant young man with a friendly face striding in when she looked past the curtain. The young man grinned relaxedly when he saw Tian Ningning. She was utterly stunned when she saw him. There were numerous times when she wondered what Black looked like. Previously, she had only been able to see his eyes through his mask. But even then, she had been sure that he was not ugly. She was not only Black's exclusive reporter but also his fan and badly wanted to know what he looked like. If a person with a different face walked in, Tian Ningning would have yelled without hesitation, "Black, you're here." However, Tian Ningning could not believe this person was standing right in front of her. Not only did she know who this person was, but she also had a deep impression of him. This person had been the cause of Black's torrent on haters a few days ago. He had been the reason why many people felt that Black was weak. Tian Ningning thought, what the hell? I asked out Black for a meal. Why is the rich Lin Yuan here instead? Tian Ningning, who never said a mean word despite being influenced by Black's fan club, turned into a simple foul-mouthed girl. Just as she was about to speak, a familiar voice said, "Sorry to make you wait. I came 10 minutes early." Tian Ningning was extremely familiar with Black's voice. As Black's exclusive reporter, she was the exclusive reporter with the freest time. It was only when Black fought at Star Tower that she would quickly write up the battle reports. Thus, in her free time, she watched Black's battle videos and made fan clubs for Black's face. These fan clubs had gathered many fans of Black's face. The Sea of Flowers' fan club had the most fans. There were even people who made fan art of the Sea of Flowers and Black. Tian Ningning did not look at their fan art, but she secretly saved them. She could be certain that the voice definitely belonged to Black. An outrageous idea arose in her mind that immediately made her jaw drop. When Lin Yuan saw Tian Ningning's gaping jaw, he said with amusement, "Let's take a seat and talk this over slowly." Lin Yuan could already feel the strange looks from the servers behind him as though he was in the wrong place. Tian Ningning looked at Lin Yuan incredulously and asked, "You are Black?" Lin Yuan nodded, walked over to an area hidden from the waiter, and said to Genius, "Genius, tool transformation." Genius immediately changed into a silver mask. Lin Yuan put on the silver mask and turned to say to Tian Ningning, "Definitely the real deal." When she saw Lin Yuan wearing the silver mask, a sense of familiarity overcame Tian Ningning. As much as she did not want to believe it, she was sure that Lin Yuan and Black were the same person. This also solved a huge question. The silver mask that Black always wore was actually the fey named Genius. Lin Yuan could tell that Tian Ningning had many questions, so he said, "You said that you have something to discuss with me. You can ask me anything now. I'll answer all your questions." Although Tian Ningning was just seated at a table, she felt like everything she knew had been an illusion that she was only opening her eyes to now. She could not help but exclaim inwardly, "Oh my god! Black and the rich Lin Yuan are the same person." She anxiously shook her head and forced herself to change her impression of Lin Yuan. Tian Ningning knew that her next question was slightly dumb. Although Lin Yuan had clearly confirmed it, Tian Ningning could not help but ask again, so, black is Lin Yuan? No. Lin Yuan is black? That's not right either. You're both Lin Yuan and black. Chapter 992, Every Breath Shines. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow when he heard what Tian Ningning said. Weren't those three statements the same? After I became a creation master, I used a special authority to separate my identity as a creation master and my other one as a combat class spirit chi professional. Black is my combat class spirit chi professional identity. Tian Ningning immediately understood the situation. Yet, she still looked confused. Lin Yuan had become famous on Star Web because of his fight against Meng Su at the All-Star match. During the fight, he had not used any of Black's techniques. Tian Ningning could not believe that Lin Yuan was originally a creation master. This meant that when Lin Yuan was presenting himself as Black, he did not display his full range of abilities. As Tian Ningning gazed at Lin Yuan, she could not help but be amazed. Black was already impressive enough. If Black still had other secret weapons and was a creation master at the same time, his level of impressiveness would reach one that Tian Ningning would not be able to comprehend. She initially had many questions for Black. But after the earth-shattering shock, all the questions and feelings were bottled up and stuck in her throat. She did not know what to ask first. Lin Yuan and Tian Ningning sat in silence for 20 seconds. He could tell that she had something to say but did not know how to broach the topic. As such, he instructed Genius to change back to its original form. Genius meowed and snuggled into Lin Yuan's arms, its small head lovingly pushing against Lin Yuan's fingers. He looked at her seriously and said, "Since it looks like you don't have anything else to ask me, I have things to say to you. Firstly, thank you for being my exclusive reporter and doing all that you've done for me on Star Web. I'm sorry that I was so often uncontactable. However, I promise you that I always reply to your messages the moment I see them. The ones I don't reply to are the ones I haven't had the chance to read." Lin Yuan's tone was full of sincerity. He had already thanked and apologized to her on Star Web, but now that they were actually meeting, Lin Yuan still felt that it was necessary to say it again. Tian Ningning was touched by what Lin Yuan said. Lin Yuan had appreciated all her contributions. All of Tian Ningning's questions vanished with this explanation. Any remaining questions were just about his phase and his plans for the future. But if she asked those questions now, the meeting would turn into an interview. She smiled at Lin Yuan and said, "I understand. You've done so much just as Black. You must have much more to do as Lin Yuan, so it's to be expected that you're swamped." Suddenly, Tian Ningning thought about the news she saw on Star Web about Lin Yuan riding a butterfly species fey to protect Millstone Town from the Class 2 Marsh Dimensional Rift. The same location, the same young man, but two different identities. Although time had passed, both had made the same choice. Every breath of this young man shone radiantly. "Black, can I call you directly if anything arises in the future? Or can I go to that address you gave me during emergencies?" Lin Yuan nodded and replied, "Of course. I was just going to say." Just as Lin Yuan was about to continue speaking, the twinkling of a bell rang outside the Depending on Plum's room. The bell signaled that the food was being served. Soon, 7 waiters entered the room and placed 3 vegetable dishes, 1 salad, 1 pot of soup, and a platter of fruits on the table. Once they were done, the waiter silently exited. Lin Yuan picked up a bowl and spooned soup into it before handing it to Tian Ningning. "I want to deepen our partnership. May I ask if you have other responsibilities aside from being my exclusive reporter?" asked Lin Yuan. Tian Ningning received the bowl as she shook her head and replied, "I pushed away all other tasks. I'm available for anything." Tian Ningning swirled the soup in her bowl with her spoon and continued. "Black, this soup is so fresh. During the 2 times that I came to Spirit Food Pavilion with my chief editors, we ordered this soup once. It's the freshest soup I've ever drunk." She thought back to Kong Qi's previous intention of asking Lin Yuan and Black to fight each other. They were actually the same person. How could they fight? No wonder the matter had fallen through once Kong Qi contacted Star Tower. However, Tian Ningning had no idea that the manager of Star Tower that Kong Qi had approached had been called over by Mystic Moon and was still in the midst of an interrogation that had not ended even after 2 hours. Lin Yuan scooped another bowl of soup for Genius. Genius sniffed the soup and smelled fish inside. It hurriedly placed its soft paw over the bowl and said, "Yuan, I don't want to drink this fishy soup. Lin Yuan smiled and placed a piece of duck meat on a plate for Genius. He took over the bowl of soup and took a sip. After one sip, Lin Yuan realized that he did not find the soup as delicious as Tian Ningning made it out to be. He had been eating like a king ever since he moved to the royal capital. Most of the food he ate in the mansion used silver, gold, and platinum ingredients. The person who ate such ingredients would find that they were unable to stop. Moreover, they were treated with Lu Ji's stunning cooking skills. In the Radiant Moon Palace, all spiritual ingredients used were at least platinum, and most were diamond grade. Chapter 993, Make sure your flattery doesn't go askew. From what Tian Ningning said, Lin Yuan knew that she did not come to the Spirit Food Pavilion to eat often. She only came occasionally when there was an event on Star Web. Next time, I'll invite you to my home for a meal so that you can taste Lu Ji's fish soup, said Lin Yuan. Tian Ningning asked in surprise, Lu Ji? The same Lu Ji of the Radiance 100 sequence? You live with Lu Ji? Lin Yuan nodded and said, yes. We live together. This is what I wanted to talk to you about. We started a guild club where we live and plan on entering next year's tournament. Are you interested in becoming our team reporter? Tian Ningning immediately choked on her soup and coughed for some time before regaining her composure. In their messages on Star Web, Lin Yuan had mentioned that he had something to discuss with her. At that time, she had wondered if he had decided to accept an interview. However, she never expected that he would offer her such a huge opportunity. She turned and said enthusiastically, I'm willing. If you're okay with leaving the guild club in my hands as the team reporter, I promise to perform to the best of my ability. Also, you mentioned that you live with Lu Ji and that you started a guild club where you live. Does this mean that Lu Ji is a member of the team? Lin Yuan nodded and replied, you're right. Lu Ji is a member of the main team. Tian Ningning was now certain that the team Lin Yuan was building had a good chance of becoming a B-level team. With Lu Ji and Lin Yuan in the team, they could rise to the top 16 even if the rest of the team was made of imbeciles. Nonetheless, it was unlikely that Lu Ji and Lin Yuan would allow imbeciles to join their team. Tian Ningning felt a rush of excitement course through her. There are 2 slots of the main team that haven't been filled yet, and I don't think you know the last member. However, I already have a potential candidate for one of the 2 empty slots. It should be settled once I meet with him. The reserve team has already been filled up. 4 of them were the previous reserve team members of the Extreme Guild Club, Zhang Xiaobai, Lu Pinru, Tan Ran, and Xin Ying. The last member is my sister, Chu Ci. Tian Ningning felt that the guild club Lin Yuan was setting up seemed to be gunning for the top 3 of the tournament. Although she rarely paid attention to any news on Star Web that was not about Black, she had heard of Chu Ci. Many people were comparing Black and Chu Ci, but she never expected that the Fairy of Bronze/Fantasy phase would turn out to be Lin Yuan's sister. Just how amazing was the DNA in this family? Tian Ningning also knew of Zhang Xiaobai, Xin Ying, Lu Pinru, and Tan Ran, as well as their capabilities. Although their phase did not particularly stand out in the tournament, they had plenty of fighting experience. Tian Ningning had been able to become Black's exclusive reporter because of the 4 of them. However, Tian Ningning frowned after she heard what Lin Yuan said. Zhang Xiaobai and the rest had still been part of the Extreme Guild Club in the last competition season. But now, they were going to join Lin Yuan's new guild club. Many would assume that Lin Yuan had poached the Extreme Guild Club's members in such a situation. If this information turned into news, it would likely gain negative traction. Thus, Tian Ningning planned on tackling this issue as her first task as the team reporter. After she gathered her thoughts, Tian Ningning's mind flew to the question of why so many young disciples of veteran and top factions were insulting Black so as to gain Lin Yuan's favor. Previously, she had been under the impression that Lin Yuan had fanned the fires of that flame. Otherwise, it would not have grown to such a big scale. The young main disciples of veteran and top factions mostly kept a low profile on Star Web. But now that Tian Ningning knew Lin Yuan and Black were the same person, she knew that Lin Yuan was not the type of person to start such a conflict. He was a low-profile person himself. But even if he was the type to crave attention, it was illogical for him to encourage others to call him weak. Tian Ningning was about to ask Lin Yuan about this matter when she heard a meow followed by a childlike voice saying, Yuan, I want to eat red braised meat. Lin Yuan scratched Genius' nose. The food-loving genius soon gobbled up the duck meat. Before Lin Yuan could say anything, Tian Ningning stood up and said, I'm going to order red braised meat. She walked through the curtain out of the depending on Plum's room. Lin Yuan did not stop her since he had already paid the server 10,000 radiance dollars when he came in. Even if he was poor, there was no way he would allow Tian Ningning to pay for the meal. The floating bamboo room was full of people. The floating bamboo room was the largest room in the spirit food pavilion, and 20 to 30 people could be seated at the table. Everyone currently seated at the table was staring at a chubby young man talking into a phone. The chubby young man revealed a salacious smile that sent shivers up people's spines. He kept his back bowed as words of flattery were spewed out of his mouth. The chubby young man was not seated at the head of the table. Rather, he was seated to the left of the main seat. No food had been served, and it was clear that they were waiting for the main guest to arrive. After hanging up the call, the chubby man's expression immediately turned haughty as he said, "Young Master Miao is coming later, and he said that he's bringing the second young master of the Zhang family with him. Make sure you watch what you say and that your flattery doesn't go askew." Chapter 994, Joining Rooms. Good news was always kept under wraps, while bad news always traveled far and fast. News about the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift had not been leaked. However, the news about Miao Zhou being chased out of the Midnight Palace had spread like wildfire. The people sitting in the floating bamboo room were the disciples of rising and veteran factions that were under Miao He's wing. Miao He also had a reputation amongst the young members of the Miao family. However, he had always been under Miao Zhou's thumb. The disciples of rising and veteran factions that followed him scurried away from Miao Zhou when they saw him and addressed him as Young Master Miao when talking about him. Miao He was also a direct descendant of the Miao family, but he could not be addressed as Young Master Miao. Although the main members of veteran factions were also respectful toward Miao He, they addressed him as Second Young Master. However, the tide had turned, and Miao Zhou's position in the Miao family had plummeted. Naturally, Miao He's position had also risen. The disciples who followed Miao He held this banquet to celebrate his newly obtained authority. A thin-lipped girl immediately quipped, "Brother Song, since someone other than Young Master Miao is coming, why don't I ask the waiters to add a chair and bring more food?" The thin-lipped girl seemed to think of something, and she knocked on a nearby wall as she said, "The rooms in the Spirit Food Pavilion have a mechanism in them. I'll ask the waiter if the walls can be opened to connect two rooms. Otherwise, it's going to be too cramped in here." Young Master Miao might not say anything about the lack of space, but it also won't encourage him to stay long. The chubby man thought this over before frowning at the girl. "Do you know who's dining in the depending on Plum's room? Don't cause trouble, that'll upset Young Master Miao when he arrives." The girl scoffed and replied, "Don't worry. A star web reporter is eating there. I saw that there were 2 bars on her work badge. There's no way that someone of her rank could be waiting for someone important. She even used coupons for discounts. Does she even have a right to be eating at such a fine dining restaurant? Eating next to low-class people like them not only lowers our level but Young Master Miao's level as well." The thin-lipped girl pulled a flat-nosed young man with her as she said, "Dawu and I will handle this. Once we open the wall and join both rooms, we can fit 25 more dishes on the table. Along with the 41 dishes we already ordered, we'll have a total of 66 dishes." Both of them left the floating bamboo room. Dawu asked the thin-lipped girl, "Cai Ching, you spoke too boldly. We're in the Spirit Food Pavilion now. If the other party is weak, all will be fine. But they could decide to put up a fight. The Spirit Food Pavilion will have to put their reputation first." Dawu turned to return to the floating bamboo room as he did not want to drum up conflict with Cai Ching. Cai Ching hurriedly tugged on Dawu's sleeve, and she turned on her charms. "Don't worry. It's been 50 years since my family rose from a rising faction to a veteran faction. Although we're by no means a top veteran faction, we supply a lot of spiritual ingredients to the Royal Capital's Spirit Food Pavilion. There are 3 managers of the Royal Capital's Spirit Food Pavilion, and the one working today happens to be my uncle. That star web reporter almost booked the floating bamboo room, but I snatched it from her. She quickly backed down then. As long as we put on a strong front, she will back down again. Your family was just promoted to a veteran faction and has the role of separating spiritual ingredients from dead feys. The roles of our families overlap slightly. I can try to introduce you to my uncle so that you can strike up a relationship with the Spirit Food Pavilion. This will also give you a better impression in Young Master Miao's eyes." Dawu did not change his disposition. Instead, he gazed at her with subtle resentment. Yet, he replied gently, "Cai Ching, I'll leave this matter to you. In the spring, Jade Offering Mountain will be in full bloom. After the matter is settled, I'll give you a tour of Jade Offering Mountain. Cai Ching lit up in delight. But before she agreed, her face immediately fell. She had noticed Tian Ningning, who had just ordered red braised meat and a beef dish. Under normal circumstances, she could have just shaken the pearl snow in depending on Plum's room, and the bell attached to it would have called a waiter over. Tian Ningning had decided to walk out to order because she wanted to pay as well. But when she took out her Star Web card, she was shocked to discover that Lin Yuan had already paid 10,000 radiance dollars. She was a respected rookie on Star Web and was paid 300 radiance dollars for each article she wrote. However, she had stopped writing articles ever since she became Black's exclusive reporter. Hence, she was no longer paid. Moreover, Black never accepted interviews. As such, her income had fallen from about 300 radiance dollars a month to about 120 radiance dollars a month ever since she became Black's exclusive reporter. During her worst month, she was paid less than 100 radiance dollars. Regardless, she was earning above average wages in the Radiance Federation. She had prepared to break the bank to pay for this meal, and she had already carefully calculated the cost. It would cost about 550 radiance dollars. Chapter 995, Foul-mouthed person asks to join the fight. The cost of the red braised meat and beef dish would amount to about 700 radiance dollars. This was roughly 4 months of Tian Ningning's salary. Although it pained Tian Ningning to spend so much on a meal, she felt that it was worth it. The chance to meet her idol was priceless. Hi, I would like to pay with my money instead. Please return the 10,000 radiance dollars to that gentleman. The staff at the counter of the Spirit Food Pavilion smiled politely and replied, I'm so sorry, but there's a rule in the Spirit Food Pavilion meant to prevent people fighting for the bill. As long as someone has paid in advance, all the costs will be deducted from that amount. If you insist on paying, you can return the money to that gentleman yourself. Tian Ningning massaged her head. She had already declared that she was going to treat Lin Yuan to a meal. Yet now, he had ended up footing the bill. As happy as she was to be treated to a meal by her idol, she still felt bad. At that moment, an unpleasant voice said, "Hee, so we meet again. Don't you know how to use the bell in the room? You don't have to make a personal trip out here yourself. But since you're here, it saves me some trouble." Tian Ningning furrowed her brow at the thin-lipped girl. It had not been long since Tian Ningning last heard her contemptuous voice. Previously, Tian Ningning had forced herself to quell her anger. It was only when she met Lin Yuan that all her anger dissipated. But now that she was hearing that thin-lipped girl's voice again, fury once again surged within Tian Ningning. Tian Ningning was initially a mild-mannered person. But after joining Black's fan club, she had become influenced into a foul-mouthed girl. One had to think carefully before becoming loose-lipped in front of a foul-mouthed girl. Just as Tian Ningning was about to rebuke the thin-lipped girl, she thought of Lin Yuan back in the depending on Plum's room and hurriedly swallowed her scathing words. Instead, she said, "Why are you looking for me? When you snatched the floating bamboo room from me, I let you have it. If there's nothing else, I'm going to return to my meal now." Tian Ningning was about to leave when the thin-lipped girl stopped her. "I also want the depending on Plum's room. I don't care if you're eating alone or with someone, just leave now." Cai Ching's words immediately made the scathing remarks that Tian Ningning had swallowed boil over, and she exclaimed, "Who cares if you want it? Just how much space do you need? Isn't the floating bamboo room big enough for you? I let you have the floating bamboo room because I wanted to avoid trouble. Just how shameless are you? How dare you demand to have the depending on Plum's room as well? Does your family own the Spirit Food Pavilion?" Tian Ningning shot Cai Ching a deadly glare before turning to say to the waiter, "She says that she wants the depending on Plum's room, but I'm far from done eating. You must settle this matter now." Tian Ningning had spent a fair sum to invite Lin Yuan to have a meal at the Spirit Food Pavilion, and she was not going to let the matter go. If she settled the matter before Lin Yuan came out of the depending on Plum's room, she would not disturb him. There was no way that she would allow herself to be bullied. How dare this disgusting witch cross her? It had been extremely easy for Cai Ching to snatch the floating bamboo room from Tian Ningning, and she assumed that it would be just as easy to take the depending on Plum's room. She never imagined that she would meet with such blowback. Tian Ningning's words rendered Cai Ching momentarily speechless. Cai Ching usually spoke with a forked tongue, but she had met her match in Tian Ningning. Cai Ching raised her voice and shrieked. "Do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me like that? Tian Ningning rolled her eyes at Cai Ching and replied, "Since you want to announce who you are, I happen to be a star web reporter. I might be an exclusive reporter, but I can write opinionated articles as well. Pray tell, who are you? You act all high and mighty here and even have the gall to snatch a room that was booked by someone else. Does your family own the Spirit Food Pavilion?" Cai Ching was just about to reveal her identity and crush this Class 2 star web reporter to the ground with the power of her 50-year-old veteran faction family, but she could not seem to push the words out. Her uncle was a manager at the Royal Capital's Spirit Food Pavilion. Whenever her uncle was working, she acted as though her family owned the Spirit Food Pavilion. However, the Spirit Food Pavilion's rules were all set by that person, and not even her uncle could go against the rules. Thus, even if Cai Ching called her uncle over, she had no right to chase other customers out of the depending on Plum's room. Tian Ningning's expression was frigidly grim. She pursed her lips and said, "If your family doesn't own the Spirit Food Pavilion, why are you here shooting your mouth off?" Tian Ningning pushed aside Cai Ching and walked off toward the depending on Plum's room. De Chu's brow was tightly furrowed. However, he was not glaring at Tian Ningning but Cai Ching instead. Cai Ching had sworn to everyone in the floating bamboo room that she would be able to open the wall to join the floating bamboo room and depending on Plum's room. Not only had she spoken boldly, but she had dragged the Wu into it as well. If Cai Ching failed to make good on her promise, both of them would be humiliated when they returned. "Young Master Miao is coming. It's fine if you can't connect the two rooms. But if young Master Miao hears that you failed despite your uncle working today, all of the good impressions he had of you because of your connection to the Spirit Food Pavilion will be gone. He'll toss you aside immediately." Cai Ching's expression immediately soured. Chapter 996, Tian Ningning is injured all over. Miao He was no longer the second young master of the Miao family but the eldest young master. As such, joining his camp would entail gaining the support of the entire connected beast park. Thus, there was no way that Cai Ching would allow herself to fall from grace. A devious gleam appeared in Cai Ching's eyes. Since this star web reporter did not understand the situation, Cai Ching would just have to teach her a lesson. Once she was injured, she would have to go and get treatment, leaving the depending on Plum's room vacant. Cai Ching's uncle could not go against the rules to snatch another customer's room, but he would be able to quell a fight that broke out. She circulated her spiritual energy, and a large 2-meter-long black wolf appeared in front of her. Cai Ching shouted, "Blunt-wind untamed wolf, use piercing bone-wind blade." The blunt-wind untamed wolf roared, and 20 short blades appeared next to the wolf. The blades flew toward Tian Ningning. Cai Ching's sudden attack took Tian Ningning off guard. Tian Ningning was a combat class spirit chi professional and had a decent amount of fighting ability. However, such a sudden attack left Tian Ningning with no time to summon a fey to defend against the attack. With one swift move, Tian Ningning dodged behind a standing vase. She mustered all the strength in her body to shift the enormous standing vase so that it completely shielded her. Cai Ching was about to order the blunt-wind untamed wolf to change the angle of its attack, but the standing vase was a luxury item that had been appraised by Lanja Pavilion. Once it was broken, it would cost Cai Ching a bomb to replace it. Still, when she remembered that young Master Miao was coming, Cai Ching pushed all concerns out of her mind. She decided that she would settle this matter and join both rooms even if she had to use every penny she had to compensate for the standing vase. During Cai Ching's hesitation, Tian Ningning had summoned the crystal horn brave deer behind the standing vase. The crystal horn brave deer was a support type fey, but it could also condense space to use it as a form of defense against physical attacks. As a member of a veteran faction, Cai Ching never had to concern herself with increasing the power of her fey. Nonetheless, the blunt-wind untamed wolf had reached Platinum 3/Legend. The only fey that Tian Ningning had contracted was the Gold X/Flawless Crystal Horn Brave Deer. Thus, despite the Crystal Horn Brave Deer condensing space to defend against piercing Bone-Wind Blade, Tian Ningning still ended up with many cuts. Most of the dishes in the Spirit Food Pavilion were cooked using strange flames, enabling the dishes to be cooked quickly. The egg rampaging cow meat dish that Tian Ningning had ordered was ready to be served. The waiter that was about to serve the dish was stunned by the sight before him. Cai Ching grabbed the plate of egg rampaging cow meat and sneered at Tian Ningning. "This is the dish you ordered. Eat it before you get out of here." Cai Ching proceeded to dump the egg rampaging cow meat all over Tian Ningning. Although the egg rampaging cow meat was not served fully cooked, it continued to be cooked on the hot stone that it was being served on. Hence, the hot stone was at least 300 degrees Celsius, and it made Tian Ningning yelp in pain when it landed on her. Cai Qing had less than 3 seconds of happiness before awkwardness took over. It was at the moment that she saw her uncle leading young Master Miao in. There was also an arrogant-looking young man by young Master Miao's side. Clearly, this was the second young master of the Zheng family. After being under Miao He's thumb for so long, the past few days of basking in his newfound glory were the happiest in Miao He's life. The only thing that displeased Miao He was Zheng Kaiwen's arrogance. When Miao He saw the commotion, he glanced at Cai Qing first before turning his attention to the wounded Tian Ningning. He frowned and asked the bearded middle-aged man next to him, "Manager Cai, what's going on?" Manager Cai looked furious. He could not believe that his niece had started a fight while he was working. "Qing Qing, weren't you just having a meal? Why are you suddenly fighting with someone?" Numerous people walked out of the floating bamboo room. There was a counter on every floor of the Spirit Food Pavilion, and the 6 floors with themed rooms had one counter servicing 2 rooms. Hence, the counter was not far from the rooms. The sound of the vase shattering had been so loud that it was even heard in the soundproofed rooms. Normally, the disciples of veteran and rising factions in the floating bamboo room would not have paid attention to the shattering noises. However, the shattering had been followed by a cry of pain, and it piqued the attention of the disciples of rising and veteran factions. Hence, they all came out to see what was happening and stumbled upon the awkward scene. The disciples of rising and veteran factions never expected that the shattering noises and cry of pain were connected to Cai Qing. But most importantly, young Master Miao had also arrived and was currently frowning. It was clear that he was very displeased and was probably not going to stay to eat. The cruel Cai Qing had caused such a commotion but still failed to fix the situation. If any other girl had been burnt by the hot stone like Tian Ningning had been, she would have burst into tears of frenzied panic. However, Tian Ningning did not do that. Instead, she glared daggers at Cai Qing and used her spiritual power to order the crystal horn brave deer to charge at Cai Qing with full force. Cai Qing had not noticed the crystal horn brave deer yet, but the blunt-winged untamed wolf did. It instinctively used wind teeth bite on the crystal horn brave deer's neck. De Wu looked at Tian Ningning before flipping over his palm and summoning a brown 4-winged falcon species fey. The falcon species fey immediately crashed the blunt-winged untamed wolf into a wall, sending a burst of plaster dust flying everywhere. Manager Cai immediately shouted, "Enough!" He pointed at 2 waiters and said, "Toss the customers that started the fight out. Next, take down the crystal horn brave deer." Just as Manager Cai finished speaking, everyone saw a white-clothed figure walking out of the Depending on Plum's room. Chapter 997, Don't worry, I'm here. Lin Yuan had not sensed that anything was wrong when Tian Ningning walked out to order food. He knew Tian Ningning well enough to know that she would try to use her money to pay for the meal instead. But as he continued to drink the fish soup and 5 minutes passed, Lin Yuan sensed that something was off. No matter what Tian Ningning had gone out to do, 5 minutes should be more than enough to return to the room. Nonetheless, he had not left the room and assumed that she had gone to the bathroom. He did not think that anything could happen in a place like the Spirit Food Pavilion. It was only when he heard the shattering noises that he frowned and carried Genius out of the room to head to the counter. But even before rising to his feet, he heard a cry of anguish. Lin Yuan's expression immediately darkened as he could tell that Tian Ningning had been hurt. He pushed open the door of the room and walked through an elegant corridor to see Tian Ningning, whose clothes had been torn to shreds. Although spring was coming, Tian Ningning had never been in the pink of health and still wore a woolen jacket. But now, the camel-colored woolen jacket had been stained with blood. Tian Ningning stood with her fists tightly clenched, and she was shaking like a leaf. Many parts of the camel-colored woolen jacket had been scorched black. Lin Yuan had heard what the manager said, and it was clear that the person the manager was referring to who had started the fight was Tian Ningning. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and walked up with a cold expression. Tian Ningning immediately turned toward the sound of approaching footsteps. When she saw Lin Yuan, her pain and anger morphed into guilt. All she had done was walk out to order more dishes, yet she had ended up starting trouble. Now that Lin Yuan had also walked out of the Depending on Plum's room, he was also dragged into the problem. Since she was a star web reporter, she knew all the main members of major factions well. Tian Ningning did not know much about Cai Qing, who was the main member of a veteran faction, but she did know Miao He from Connected Beast Park and Zheng Kaiwen, the second young master of the Zheng family. Tian Ningning did not expect the person who had attacked her to be connected to Connected Beast Park. Over the last few days, Black had been targeted by the young disciples of veteran and top factions. Although Lin Yuan and Black were the same person, he was about to clash with the young disciples of veteran and top factions because of her. Lin Yuan waved his hand and used the jasmine lily's heal on Tian Ningning. A fountain of vitality flowed into Tian Ningning and quickly healed all her injuries. As the pure vitality flowed through Tian Ningning, Lin Yuan discovered how serious her injuries were. The skin on Tian Ningning's hand and body had been injured and burned, while some of the burn injuries also extended into cut wounds. Lin Yuan could not imagine the amount of pain she had experienced. The blunt-winged untamed wolf was blocked by the wall of earth-type energy that the Wu's Fei had produced. But since Cai Ching had not ordered it to stop, the bloodthirsty blunt-winged untamed wolf continued to attack the crystal horn brave deer. Just as the blunt-winged untamed wolf lunged at the crystal horn brave deer with its mouth open, Lin Yuan used spirit essence explosion and launched a punch at the blunt-winged untamed wolf. The blunt-winged untamed wolf crashed against the wall with a thunderous bang, breaking an expensive embroidered art piece that was hanging on the wall. The blunt-winged untamed wolf fell to the ground along with the torn art piece. It looked extremely strange, as though its body was filled with water. It writhed several times on the ground. Lin Yuan had not held back in his attack at all, unleashing the full power of a Platinum I/Legend Fei on the blunt-winged untamed wolf. Everything under the blunt-winged untamed wolf turned into slush. At that moment, another howl of pain pierced the air. Cai Ching squatted on the ground with her head in her hands. Her face was as pale as a sheet. The blunt-winged untamed wolf was her main Fei, and its death had greatly damaged her spiritual energy. Manager Cai's expression was solemn. He was very upset about his niece's actions, but that did not mean that he would stand by and watch as someone killed his niece's Fei. The two waiters that Manager Cai had called had not appeared yet. The people who worked in the Spirit Food Pavilion were experienced, and they were unwilling to participate in actions clearly meant to bully others. The two waiters would rather stand motionless and watch the situation unfold. The death of a customer's main Fei was completely out of the hands of a normal waiter. Manager Cai looked Lin Yuan up and down and said, "You have to pay an eye for daring to kill someone's Fei in the Spirit Food Pavilion." Lin Yuan ignored what Manager Cai said and disregarded the disciples of rising and veteran factions and Miao He as well. He murmured toward Tian Ningning, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Tian Ningning, who had been staying strong until then, immediately started to cry. Chapter 998, How did you become so injured? The headstrong Tian Ningning was still just a 20-year-old girl. Although she had forced all her emotions down with her head held high, she had actually been shaken to the core. The disciples of veteran and rising factions were all stunned by Lin Yuan's act of killing Cai Ching's Fei. They all readied themselves to see how Manager Cai would handle the situation. However, Zhang Kaiwen immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Miao Zhou had been chased out of the Midnight Palace by Zhou Ming and had his soul injured just for insulting Lin Yuan. Since both Miao Zhou and Miao Qi had been chased out of the Guardia banquet, no one from the Miao family had seen Lin Yuan wearing the Moonbeam coronation costume. Nonetheless, they had heard from Zhang Kaiwen and other top factions that the Lin Yuan that made a splash at the All-Star match was the Moon Empress disciple. Miao He wanted to thank Lin Yuan from the bottom of his heart because he would never have been able to rise through the ranks if not for Lin Yuan. Yet, he had ended up insulting the Moon Empress disciple. Although he had not personally participated, Cai Ching and the rest had only attacked Tian Ningning for his sake. Hence, Miao He could not run from shouldering the responsibility of this incident. Suddenly, Miao He thought of Zhang Kaiwen. Zhang Kaiwen had spent the last few days bragging that he was the Moon Empress disciple's friend. Due to this, he had gained their grandfather's favor. Zhang Kaiwen also claimed to have the contact details of the Moon Empress disciple. Miao He nudged Zhang Kaiwen with his shoulder and shot him a pointed look. "Don't you know the Moon Empress disciple? Why aren't you saying anything?" Zhang Kaiwen flushed with guilt. He was still confused as to how he had even ended up with Lin Yuan's number. However, he knew that he could not back out at this moment. If Miao He ended up taking responsibility for the matter, the Miao family would realize that he was not actually close with Lin Yuan. Zhang Kaiwen thought about his actions over the last few days and his mother, who had excitedly been allowed to re-enter the Miao family. He had no choice but to muster his courage and gingerly say with a tone of utmost respect, "Lin Lord, are you dining in the Spirit Food Pavilion too? I just came. I can't believe I bumped into you like this." Lin Yuan glared at the other disciples as well as Zhang Kaiwen. Under Lin Yuan's piercing gaze, everyone felt as though they had just shrunk several sizes. Meanwhile, Zheng Kaiwen and Miao He felt as though they were on the precipice of doom. Lin Yuan's gaze felt like 1,000 thorns that were slowly driving deeper into their flesh. Lin Yuan said coldly to Manager Cai, I don't know what the price for killing someone's fey in the Spirit Food Pavilion is, but I can go to Kitchen Fragrance Palace to ask for forgiveness from Lord Chef Supreme if necessary. However, the blunt-winged untamed wolf deserved to die for injuring my friend's fey. The first part of what Lin Yuan said irked Manager Cai, and he plastered on a menacing smile. He was about to call the security guards to take Lin Yuan away when he heard the rest of what Lin Yuan said. Manager Cai's eyes grew wide, and he wondered if he had heard wrongly. Did this young man just say that he could personally ask Lord Chef Supreme for forgiveness? Kitchen Fragrance Palace was not a place that anyone could go into. Even if he did manage to reach Kitchen Fragrance Palace, how could he meet with the Class 5 Creation Master Chef Supreme? At that moment, Manager Cai remembered that Zheng Kaiwen had addressed Lin Yuan as Lord. Manager Cai immediately looked at Miao He. He noticed Miao He's sour expression and a thin layer of sweat that had appeared on Miao He's forehead. This was when Manager Cai realized that he was in trouble. Even when he had been under Miao Zhou's thumb, Miao He had conducted himself in an overbearing manner and looked down on everybody. Fear was evident on Miao He's face. This was the type of fear that prey had when a predator cornered it. All the disciples of the rising and veteran factions took in a collective sharp breath. They started to guess Lin Yuan's identity. They had not had the authority to attend the Guardia banquet and did not know about Lin Yuan's identity. De Wu started to curse Cai Ching internally. He remembered Cai Ching swearing that the person in the Depending on Plum's room was just a Class 2 Star Web reporter who was definitely not connected to anyone powerful. Yet, the Star Web reporter's friend turned out to be someone that could personally visit Kitchen Fragrance Palace and meet with Lord Chef Supreme. This was an insane connection. He could even consider himself a close acquaintance of Chef Supreme. Lin Yuan asked Tian Ningning, what happened? How did you become so injured? Tian Ningning had not wanted to disturb Lin Yuan, but the latter was now involved. Thus, Tian Ningning recounted the entire incident. They told us to get out of the Depending on Plum's room so that they can connect the Depending on Plum's room and floating bamboo room. Apparently, it's for the sake of some important guest. All of my wounds were inflicted by the blunt-winged untamed wolf, and I was also burned by a plate of egg-rampaging cow beef that she poured on me. Lin Yuan's expression turned colder, and his warm smile turned malevolent. Miao He and Zheng Kaiwen now looked worse for wear. Miao He knew that he was the important person that Cai Ching and the rest had been waiting for. Despite having taken the initiative to speak to Lin Yuan, Zheng Kaiwen had been completely brushed off. Moreover, Lin Yuan was now looking at Zheng Kaiwen like he was looking at a stranger. Zheng Kaiwen could not figure out the connection between Tian Ningning and Lin Yuan. If they were just normal friends, everyone present might be able to escape with their lives. But if Tian Ningning was Lin Yuan's girlfriend, everyone would be drawing their last breaths soon. It was also likely that their families would also be affected. Zheng Kaiwen glared daggers at the deathly pale Cai Ching. If not for Cai Ching's maliciousness, Zheng Kaiwen might have been able to become closer to Lin Yuan. Chapter 999, What? Sky City? It was rare for Lin Yuan to blow his top like this. Lin Yuan did not expect Tian Ningning's burns to be a result of the hot stone. What kind of monster would burn a heavily injured girl? Lin Yuan was usually magnanimous, but he also had a limit, and this incident had crossed it. A crimson card with strange flames patterns appeared in his palm with a wave of his hand. Zhong Ziyi told me that this card can be used to book the Drawing World Peony Room and order some of the Kitchen Fragrance Palace's secret 300 dishes. Lin Yuan tossed the card at Manager Cai. Manager Cai picked up the card, and his entire body started to tremble. Not many of such cards were given out, and each had its own serial number. The card that Lin Yuan had just tossed over had the serial number 5, which was Zhong Ziyi's serial number. This meant that Lin Yuan had obtained the card from Zhong Ziyi. Manager Cai did not believe that a person would be able to steal the card from Zhong Ziyi. Zhong Ziyi had to have given Lin Yuan the card himself. Once this card was used, the matter grew to a proportion that was out of Manager Cai's hands. Manager Cai stammered, Lord, you can. Do you need me to order the 300 dishes after I open the Drawing World Peony Room? Lin Yuan sneered and replied, even the most mild-mannered person wouldn't be able to remain calm in this situation. I remember that one of the main dishes of the 300 dishes is the thorny steamed rock eel. Since someone dumped egg-rampaging cow meat on my friend, I want to dump thorny steamed rock eel on them too. Please serve it to them. Manager Cai's heart skipped a beat. Since he was the manager of the royal capital's spirit food pavilion, he knew of the thorny steamed rock eel. The thorny part of the thorny steamed rock eel was the seed of the platinum plant type fey underground thorny grass. The underground thorny grass grew in volcanoes, where the temperature was above 800 degrees Celsius. Since the seed of the underground thorny grass could withstand such high heat, it also had powerful fire poison. The fire poison was used to neutralize the spiritual poison of the eel in the thorny steamed rock eel dish. The two poisons mixed to form a medicinal substance that was highly beneficial to muscles. This made the egg rampaging cow dish and the thorny steamed rock eel similar. However, the seed of the underground thorny grass could even burn through flesh, and the burns it left behind would still result in a purplish-black scar after the wound was healed by a healing-type spirit chi professional. However, Manager Cai did not have the right to object in such a situation. Lord, I'll get someone to prepare it now. By now, Cai Ching had recovered from her damaged spiritual energy. Previously, she had been immobilized by her damaged spiritual energy, but she could hear everything that was happening around her clearly. Cai Ching sat dazedly on the floor. This was the first time that Cai Ching had gotten a taste of her own medicine. Soon, Manager Cai served up the thorny steamed rock eel and said in a quivering voice, "Lord, the thorny steamed rock eel you ordered is ready." Lin Yuan glanced at Cai Ching and said, "Since this lady wants us to get out of the depending on Plum's room, she must want to dine there badly. Then let's grant her wish. Send her to the depending on Plum's room and serve her the dish." Manager Cai glared at Cai Ching before saying to the two waiters behind him, "Drag Cai Ching to the depending on Plum's room." Next, he bowed to Lin Yuan and said, "Lord, I promise that she'll lick the dish clean." Lin Yuan turned his attention to Zhang Kaiwan. He walked up to Zhang Kaiwan and placed his hand on Zhang Kaiwan's shoulder as he said, "Are you here to dine with them?" Zhang Kaiwan anxiously replied, "I came to eat with my cousin. The person these people were waiting for is my cousin. I only came with him because it was convenient. I didn't expect to see you here, Brother Linear." Zhang Kaiwan was shocked by Lin Yuan's actions. But now that Lin Yuan had spoken to him, Zhang Kaiwan immediately became excited because this meant Lin Yuan did recognize him. Zhang Kaiwan also hurriedly shirked all responsibility of this matter so that Lin Yuan would not blame him for what had happened. Frankly, Zhang Kaiwan did not recognize most of the young disciples of the rising and veteran factions that were present. Lin Yuan would become aware of this fact the moment he looked into the matter. Miao He's expression immediately turned bitter. Zhang Kaiwan had been the one who insisted on joining Miao He's gathering at the Spirit Food Pavilion. Yet now, Zhang Kaiwan had pushed all responsibility onto Miao He. Miao He felt that Zhang Kaiwan was too despicable. A murderous glint appeared in Lin Yuan's eye when he heard Zhang Kaiwan address him as Brother Lin. Previously, he had been too busy to go after the Zhang family. But now, it was time to remove the long-time thorn in his side that was the Zhang family. Zhang Kaiwan started to panic after calling Lin Yuan Brother Lin. However, since Lin Yuan did not rebuke him, Zhang Kaiwan continued calling Lin Yuan so. "Brother Lin, I've been busy lately trying to put an end to my fight with Sky City. That's why I haven't called you. Once I put an end to Sky City, do you have any time available for me to visit you?" Lin Yuan's eyes shone as he said, "What? Sky City?" Zhang Kaiwan quickly replied, "Sky City killed some of my men. I'm going to send some people to challenge them at the royal capital's ultimate fighting ground and finally wipe Sky City from existence." Chapter 1000, Blood Pact Ultimate Fight. Lin Yuan knew about the Radiance Federation's ultimate fighting grounds. Every major city in the Radiance Federation had its own ultimate fighting ground where factions could settle grudges. After all, the major cities were very populated, and many normal people lived in the cities. Even a fight between king-class experts could result in extensive consequences if both parties were evenly matched. Thus, factions were prohibited from having private fights in the city. However, there were also exceptions. If the experts of the factions did not drum up a large commotion during their fight, the spirit guards would not step in. Lin Yuan had just decided that he would get rid of the Zhang family that had been targeting Sky City ever since they started up. However, Zhang Kaiwan had already decided on how he would attack Sky City. Frankly, this was within Lin Yuan's expectations. After all, he had given Zhang Kaiwan his phone number at the Guardia banquet to inflate Zhang Kaiwan's arrogance. Lin Yuan smiled oddly at Zhang Kaiwan and said, "You need to obtain the approval of both parties to engage in an ultimate fight. Won't it all go to waste if Sky City doesn't agree?" Zhang Kaiwan narrowed his eyes, and a fierce glint appeared in his gaze. Brother Lin, someone of your status shouldn't engage in the conflicts between factions. You probably don't know the ins and outs of the ultimate fight. Most ultimate fights between factions come with stakes that will be made official by a signed contract with the spirit guards. Each faction will send out an expert to participate in the fight. The losing side has to fulfill their end of the contract. In ultimate fights like this, the most common method of solving problems between factions is to use martial force. It's difficult for two factions of relatively equal power to kill each other. However, the contract I want to form with Sky City is not the normal ultimate fight but the Blood Pact ultimate fight. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, and a strange look came over him. Zhang Kaiwen suddenly felt as though he was facing a dangerous beast, and a heavy pressure crashed down on him. Lin Yuan had not researched ultimate fights, but genius had absorbed knowledge from all corners of Star Web. Thus, he knew all about the stakes of ultimate fighting and Blood Pact ultimate fights. In ultimate fights with stakes, both factions used martial force to reach a conclusion and settle the issues that they could not solve with negotiations and fighting over resources. Normally, very few people died during ultimate fights with stakes. However, Blood Pact ultimate fights were different in that they only ended after one of the participants died, as it proved that that faction was truly weaker. The Blood Pact ultimate fight itself signified the irreconcilable problems between both factions. Hence, the losing faction would have to give up all of its resources to the winning party. 2/3 of the factions that disappeared in the Radiance Federation had been ruined by the Blood Pact ultimate fight. The ultimate fighting ground was just like an enormous meat grinder that continuously chomped on skilled experts. However, the ultimate fighting ground also ensured that the fights between factions never affected innocent people's safety. The Blood Pact ultimate fight sounds interesting. But I remember that one of the two parties can choose to reject the Blood Pact ultimate fight. Zhang Kaiwen had mentioned his plans so that he could find a reason to talk to Lin Yuan. But he never expected Lin Yuan to become interested. His heart was leaping with joy. Zhang Kaiwen felt that the only way to become closer to Lin Yuan was to talk to him more. Don't worry. I'm confident that I'll be able to convince Sky City to accept the Blood Pact ultimate fight. Their reputation will take a hit if they reject me, and no faction will want to work with them in the future. Hehe, even if Sky City decides to take the coward's way out, I have gained control of their roots. If they say no, I'll grab hold of their roots and rip them clean out of the ground. Zhang Kaiwen did not say what Sky City's roots were, but Lin Yuan had a feeling that it was the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Before the Guardia banquet, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had been spied on many times by the Zhang family. But Duan he had gotten rid of all the spies quickly. Lin Yuan found what Zhang Kaiwen said to be interesting. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was not Sky City's roots at all. Rather, it was just a leaf on the large tree that was Sky City. However, Zhang Kaiwen's intentions saved Lin Yuan a lot of trouble. Lin Yuan could use the Blood Pact ultimate fight to eradicate the Zhang family's experts and take all of Zhang Kaiwen's resources. Zhang Kaiwen's eyes shone when he saw Lin Yuan mulling over what he had just said. Zhang Kaiwen asked boldly, "Brother Lin, can I invite you to watch the Blood Pact ultimate fight between the Zhang family and Sky City?" Lin Yuan asked Zhang Kaiwen, "If I recall correctly, you're the second young master of the Zhang family. Do you have the authority to make decisions on the family's behalf?" Zhang Kaiwen hurriedly replied, "My father was initially against it. He refused to allow me to declare war on Sky City. I borrowed 2 Pinnacle Emperor-class experts with Pinnacle Myth 3 feys from the Miao family. I even managed to convince my father to ask grandfather to join the Blood Pact ultimate fight. My grandfather has a Pinnacle Myth 3 fey. Let's see how Sky City deals with this power." Due to his recent boost in arrogance, Zhang Kaiwen could now remain calm even in the face of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's lips twitched. He had heard of people making use of their fathers, but this was the first time that he had heard of people making use of their grandfathers. Pinnacle Emperor-class experts could not match up to Endless Summer and the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. There was a large gap between Emperor-class and Thearch-class experts. Lin Yuan said with a mysterious tone, "I won't be attending the ultimate fight. It'll be boring without a Thearch-class expert participating. I'm free in the next few days. You can come to visit me at my mansion when you're done with the Blood Pact ultimate fight."